Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Konoha 07. Third-person POV. Fire Country, Year 36. Minato woke up the next day calmly while having a quick breakfast before leaving with the Raijin. He reappeared in the field where he hadn't been since the bell exercise. Although it hadn't been long, the place had changed a bit. After all, they had almost destroyed and devastated this area with the fight against Jiraiya. However, it seemed that the leaf ninjas with earth elements had repaired the terrain, even though some marks from that fight were still visible. He was alone, being the first to arrive, but it didn't take more than 5 minutes for Hanabi to jump in front of him with Mikoto behind her. Hello. Minato smiled at both girls. Hi. Good morning. After greeting them, Minato started to speak. How have your last days in Konoha been? He asked curiously. Training. Hanabi commented. I had to organize some things at home because my father is at war, but I spent most of the time training. Mikoto said and looked at Minato. And you, it seems like you were quite busy with Kushina. She had no emotion in her voice, but Minato must have imagined that she saw him leaving with the Uzumaki after the funeral. Yes, I spent some time with her while visiting Nita and many of my acquaintances. Minato said. I understand. Mikoto responded while Hanabi remained silent. Minato noticed that the Hyuga had quite a few bruises on her hands, probably due to some intense exercise, but he said nothing. His gaze turned aside as the white-haired man landed smoothly in front of them. Good morning, pupils. Jiraiya greeted them with a smile while the three nodded. Well, you must be wondering what kind of training I will be giving you. It's nothing complex. Jiraiya began while looking at everyone and taking out some scrolls. I will give you some jutsus. I know you've already learned nature transformation at the academy, but it's time to start training with nature jutsus that you are not naturally aligned with. He started showing the scrolls. Can we choose any element? Mikoto asked. Yes, I believe it is better for you to choose which element will be most useful, but this is a training that will last for years, so choose wisely so you don't regret it in the future or try to switch and throw all the training with that element away. Jiraiya warned, while they nodded. What do you think, Minato? Mikoto looked at Minato and asked. You want my opinion? He asked, surprised. I do too. Hanabi also spoke up while Jiraiya nodded with pride. Well. Minato thought for a moment. He looked at Mikoto before giving his first opinion. I believe that the lightning style is a great style for you, Mikoto. He said, thinking she could create jutsus like Sasuke. Minato had little interest in specializing in this element, but maybe he could pass his ideas to Mikoto. I don't master it. Jiraiya interrupted, but since Minato is aligned with this element, I'm sure he can help you. He said while Minato nodded. All right, I'll go with the lightning element. She said. Hanabi. Minato said. You have a lot of deficiencies in long-range attacks, but if you learn the right style combined with your Dijitsu, you could become a powerful kunoichi, so I believe the wind element is best for you, and I'll help you with that. Minato said while the girl seemed thoughtful. In fact, she was a bit hesitant. After all, this was not traditional for her clan, and many people might look at her badly because of it. But she thought about the mission and how she was the least useful, while Minato and Mikoto had done much more than she did. All right. She said in the end, hoping her choice was right. I'll learn the wind style. That's very good. Let me repeat to you, learning a new element that is not a natural affinity is extremely challenging, so don't expect to learn as you did in the academy. This can take many years and even a decade before the first results appear. I just want you to start early with this so you can reap the benefits in the future. Jiraiya gave a small speech. Understood. Yes. Both girls responded while Jiraiya looked at Minato with interest. And you, Minato, are you interested in learning a fourth element? Jiraiya asked. Sorry, sensei. But I'm fine with 3 elements, I don't want to learn more while I can specialize in the ones I'm already neutral with. Minato said. He was never a fan of people who have all kinds of possible powers, which is why he wasn't interested in obtaining the 8 gates that Dway was developing. This might also be why he didn't care to learn water or earth elements. He already had natural powers he should learn and specialize in, like the Haki he hadn't learned yet but intended to develop. I'm more interested in Senjutsu. Minato couldn't help but think, though he knew it was too early to learn that path. Still, he could already imagine having natural chakra in his body while using Haki. He would become as powerful or even more powerful than the lightning armor of the Raikage, without using any other powers. All right. I'll give you these 2 scrolls containing the lightning element and another, the wind element, for you. Jiraiya said while handing over the scrolls. They contain the basics of the elements. I'll talk with Minato for a while and assist you, so you can choose a better place in the training field for now. Jiraiya said, and Mikoto and Hanabi nodded, going to different places to study the elements. Well, kid, I imagined you wouldn't be interested in water or earth elements, so I prepared something for you. Jiraiya took the giant scroll he always carried on his waist. Minato raised an eyebrow at this, knowing what it meant. This, he murmured. You know what this is, very well. Jiraiya smiled, this is the contract scroll of Mount Myaboku. In this war, you will need reinforcement. He said. Minato was surprised that this came so quickly. He expected it until the middle of the war, but not so soon after completing a mission with the team. Don't look like that, you will need it. Jiraiya said. After all, Minato could be a target in the nations in this war, and that was because of his own mistake. It's better for the boy to be able to count on his toads. Jiraiya opened the scroll in front of Minato. There were strange names before Minato's, but it seemed that none of them were alive. After all, Mount Myaboku should have had ancient summoners throughout history. This could be explained by the fact that the Foresight Toad itself knew the Sage of Six Paths and his brother and convinced them to fight against Kaguya. I want you to sign the scroll with your blood. Jiraiya said, and Minato looked at it still in awe before nodding, taking a kunai, and cutting his finger. He approached the scroll and began to sign, stroke by stroke, forming Minato Namikaze. You seem shocked, boy. Jiraiya laughed at his reaction. Sorry, sensei, it's just that I'm still surprised by this. Minato admitted. Ha ha ha. Come on, now we'll learn the seals. I want you to pay attention. Jiraiya said, teaching the summoning seals. Remember to always cut your blood to create the Fuinjutsu on the ground. Jiraiya said, after all, Minato already had his finger cut. Understood, should I do it right here? Minato asked, a little anxious to make his summoning. Move a bit away, I don't want you to summon a large creature on top of us. Jiraiya warned, not doubting that Minato could summon Gamabunta directly with the amount of chakra the boy had. Minato nodded as he moved away from everyone. He reached a more isolated spot, while Mikoto and Hanabi noticed his movement, but were confused. Minato began to perform all the seals, boar dog bird monkey ram. As soon as he completed them, he struck the ground directly with his still bleeding finger, creating a line of Fuinjutsu. Summoning Jutsu! Minato shouted with excitement. He felt his chakra begin to flow to his hands and the seal on the ground. This would determine what he could summon with his thoughts on the creature linked to the scroll. Minato thought of Gamabunta at first, but this started to generate a lot of chakra being drained from him. Since it was his first time, he tried to moderate, not wanting to exhaust all he had, cutting off his chakra flow while emptying half of his chakra pool. Boom. The explosion erupted from Minato, taking over the entire area while Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and Mikoto and Hanabi were stunned by the amount of smoke that appeared, revealing a colossal figure. It's not Gamabunta, but it's still surprising that he summoned him. Jiraiya murmured, having no idea that Minato had stopped sending chakra as soon as half of it was consumed by the jutsu. Minato's vision was obscured by all the smoke, but he felt himself starting to rise while an enormous mass grew below him. He sensed it with his observation haki. This is amazing, he couldn't help but shout excitedly. The smoke soon began to dissipate, and he could see everything from a much higher level. It wasn't like sitting on the Hokage's face with Kushina, but it was certainly taller than almost every building in the village. He looked back, seeing 2 enormous swords there. He looked down and saw 2 eyes staring at him, eyes that surpassed Minato in height. Hello. Minato waved to him cheerfully. The toad didn't speak but maintained a serene gaze. I guess he doesn't talk much. Come to think of it, I never saw him speak in the anime. He must be discreet. Minato murmured and then addressed him again. Hello, I'm Minato Namikaze. I just summoned you. This is my first summoning after signing Jiraiya's contract. Nice to meet you, may I know your name? The toad remained silent, while Minato wondered if he would freak out like Gamabunta did with Naruto, but he was surprised by the toad's voice. Gamahiro. The name came out smoothly. Gamahiro. Minato didn't remember his name before but was excited about it, storing the name in his memory. That's great, Gamahiro. I hope we can work a lot together in the future. Minato exclaimed, feeling the toad nod. What is that? Mikoto asked Jiraiya, who was looking up with interest. I gave him the toad summoning contract. He seems to be talking to him. Jiraiya murmured. Incredible. Mikoto was quite impressed with Minato summoning the 20-meter-tall creature with its enormous swords on its back. What is he going to do? Hanabi also approached, noticing Minato preparing for something. I don't know. Jiraiya didn't know, unable to even see them well enough to read Minato's lips while the toad had just spoken its name. Gamahiro was quite reserved. Suddenly, the toad's enormous legs began to move, digging into the ground as it entered a crouching position with Minato also getting ready. He's going to jump. Jiraiya commented as an explosion happened right after, with the toad kicking the ground and leaping into the air. A gust of wind exploded from this movement, and Mikoto and Hanabi shielded themselves against the strong wind while Jiraiya's hair blew backward. Gamahiro was ascending into the sky of the village. Ha 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 ha. That's it. Minato shouted from his head, trying to see how high Gamahiro could jump after asking him. He had flown many times, but it never ceased to be thrilling while he jumped, not having the control of flying like he could using Geppo and his fruit. It was a welcome thrill as he laughed excitedly. Raccoon here. I didn't summon Gamabunta because it would be too predictable. Minato needs to have a strong team, so I'm starting to equip Hanabi and Mikoto with new elements over the next few years. I will have Hanabi fight with a bow and Mikoto like Sasuke. I also didn't want to add a new element for Minato, he's already well equipped with 3. I don't like characters who have too many powers. Lastly, Minato should visit someone else in the village before heading to the war. I was thinking of having him have a small interaction with a young Kakashi. Chapter 102, Konoha 08. Third-person POV. Fire Country, Year 36. Minato finally returned to the ground as the giant toad slammed the earth beneath him with its weight after the jump. The rest of Team 7 quickly felt the impact of the force generated, while the village not too far away heard the explosion echoing through the air, startling the residents who wondered what was happening. Some ninjas quickly approached and saw the toad in the midst of the destroyed ground, immediately thinking it was Jiraiya and preparing to report it to the Hokage. Minato smiled on top of Gamahiro's head, looking at the toad and starting to talk excitedly with a smile while the toad remained silent, listening to the boy. Well, it looks like they are getting to know each other. Jiraiya said after things calmed down and returned to the girls. You continue training, he said, and the girls, although glancing at Minato talking to the toad, went back to their scrolls. Minato continued talking with the toad while raising both hands and making various exaggerated gestures due to his excitement. After a while, they began to wrap up the conversation. I hope I can count on you, Gamahiro. I'm sure we'll be great partners, Minato said excitedly. The toad remained silent until finally responding, yes. Then he disappeared with an explosion shortly after, while Minato calmly landed amidst the smoke and walked over to his group in the middle of their training. That was incredible, Minato commented to Jiraiya, waiting for him. Jiraiya smiled and nodded, no doubt, you summoned one of the greats. Congratulations, he said with some pride before adopting a serious expression. Remember to use it when necessary, he said. Understood, Minato replied with a more serious look as well. Well, let's continue training with the girls. I'm sure you can help them, Jiraiya continued. Understood, Minato said, creating a shadow clone and dividing his attention with the girls to explain the elements he was already proficient in, with Mikoto using lightning and Hanabi using wind. Hours passed, and Jiraiya finally decided to call it a day. We'll resume training tomorrow, he said, and they nodded in agreement. Minato returned to the center of Konoha, taking a different path from the group as he decided to walk back, enjoying a moment while looking at the village and stretching his legs. It was almost dusk, and Minato looked at the 3 faces carved into the Hokage rock. To think that Hashirama and Madara sat there when they were just kids, talking about dreams. Minato couldn't help but murmur, being a big fan of backstories and origins of some characters, and the story of Hashirama and Madara before creating the village was captivating. He continued walking until something caught his attention. In a small vacant lot in the middle of the village, a boy was throwing kunai at a tree, embedding them with considerable ease. Much better than me. At this age, I hadn't even touched a kunai, Minato murmured, stopping to watch the boy, who was none other than the son of Tsukumo Hatake, and probably his future pupil. His features were unique at this age, with his white hair, and he wore a mask covering the lower part of his face. Excuse me. Minato approached the boy without him noticing, and little Kakashi was startled, even pointing a kunai at Minato, who smiled at the reaction. You're Minato Namikaze. Kakashi looked at him and said, surprising Minato. You know me. Minato was surprised that a 4-year-old boy recognized him. Yes, everyone says you are the greatest prodigy of this generation, perhaps the greatest in the history of Konoha, Kakashi said, analyzing Minato while speaking through his mask. It's strange to see someone moving their mouth behind a mask. Minato couldn't help but think, even though he was just a child. He decided to respond to the boy calmly, well, I don't know if that's really true. But I'm always giving my best, he said at the end, not being arrogant. It doesn't matter, Kakashi decided to respond. Because I'm going to surpass you, he said directly to Minato. Surpass me? Ha. That sounds interesting. Minato didn't mind Kakashi's arrogant tone, even smiling at it. Yes, I'm going to join the academy next year, I'll graduate the same year, I'll surpass you and then become stronger than my father. Kakashi said. I'm counting on it, but remember to have important things besides training and being strong. Don't forget to make friends. I have a godson your age who might give you a good challenge, so you better try hard, but don't forget to build bonds with the people around you. Minato said, although he doubted that this would reach Kakashi. He was solitary in his childhood, graduating at 5 years old and always being alone. Minato didn't like this kind of ninja path, but who was he to influence this child? Kakashi didn't respond to Minato, just nodding, while Minato started to say goodbye and leave. Goodbye, Kakashi. Good luck. He said, ignoring Kakashi's surprise that Minato knew his name, as he hadn't mentioned it once. Minato returned home after that. He only had a few days before leaving, so he continued training the next day with Jiraiya while leaving clones to assist with the introduction of elements he had already mastered. Another day had passed, and Minato went out with Kushina again that night, going to eat at the village's restaurants. You're spending too much on me. Kushina complained at the end as they left an expensive restaurant. It's okay. Minato said with a small smile. You know. I made good money and left some clones creating new paper bombs. I plan to deliver them to the Senju store tomorrow, so I'll easily recover the money we spent. Minato said. His gaze returned to the moon that night, a half-moon. I'm thinking of buying a large property in Konoha, and I want to do it by the end of this war. Minato decided to share a bit of his plans. A property, date Bane. Kushina was surprised by this, not expecting something like this from Minato. Don't be so surprised. I want to have a spacious place. He said, after all, the original Minato seemed to live in a rather small apartment. He wanted something much more dignified. Can you imagine a place with a big wall and a sign that says, Namikaze Property, or Namikaze Clan? Minato laughed with his expression. That's really cool, date Bane. Kushina exclaimed twice, before thinking of something and blushing quite a bit. You want to have a big family? She asked, after all, no one creates a clan with just one person. Minato felt awkward but looked at her. Yes, I'd like to have a big family. He didn't lie, having dozens of children where he could raise them safely with all their needs met was a thought he started having this year with his going to war. Kushina didn't know what to say due to her shyness about this. Don't think too much about it, you can help me choose something later. Minato said, and Kushina nodded in the end. Yes. She replied as he led her to the Senju clan. So you'll be in Konoha for one more day, then you'll leave? She asked, and he nodded. Yes, don't worry, I won't be able to say goodbye when I leave, but I'll come here at night, after all, I have Mito and Guy to see. Minato said, and Kushina nodded. Minato returned home and the next day resumed training. Well, you're dismissed. Tomorrow we'll leave Konoha, so spend the rest of the day with your families. Jiraiya said as the three pupils nodded. Minato decided to stop by the hospital and see Guy's mother. He wanted to see Due and pass on information about her condition. Afterward, he went to the orphanage again, talking to Madame Garit once more. After saying goodbye to the children and the director, he returned to the village, enjoying his last moments of the afternoon as he went to have ramen alone one last time. But he was surprised by who he found inside, Kushina and Mikoto eating together. Minato. Kushina immediately called him to join them, and Minato went over to them. I didn't expect to see you here. Minato murmured. Ha. We met in the village and decided to spend some time together since we're classmates and friends. Kushina said cheerfully while Mikoto nodded without any dislike. That's good, I'll join you. Minato said as he joined them. They stayed together, chatting about various casual subjects and reminiscing about the academy. Minato ate, and night finally fell over Konoha. Minato mentioned he would visit Mito and accompanied Kushina after saying goodbye to Mikoto. My boy, I hope you become a powerful Fuinjutsu user. Mito began after he left the clan. I'll do my best, Mito-sama. Minato said. Yes, I know. And remember, protect this village and keep alive the legacy my husband left in this world. She said with a smiling tone. Yes. Minato said. His attention turned to the child there as well. And you, train hard. I met a boy named Kakashi the other day who is your age. He said he's going to surpass me. Will you be left behind? Minato asked Guy. Surpass you? Of course, I won't be left behind. I've decided I'll make him my rival. Guy shouted, despite not knowing who Minato was talking about. I'll do 200 push-ups to prove I'll beat my mysterious rival. He exclaimed and ran off to the yard. He's always so energetic. Mito said, laughing. Yes, how will he be after his situation? Minato asked carefully. He'll be fine. Even if Kushina is disabled for a while, there will be people to take care of him. And it's always good to have such an energetic child around you when you're at the end of your life. Mito commented. Minato then said goodbye to them and to Kushina with a strong hug that the girl gave. Then he returned to his apartment with Reijin and prepared all his things in the storage scroll to ensure nothing was missing. So tomorrow begins the real mission at the border. He murmured, looking at the familiar ceiling. Sleep soon came, and he slept, waking up before sunrise in Konoha. He got out of bed, grabbed his things, and left quickly, locking the place. Minato went to the north gate, where there was already a large crowd of about 400 ninjas gathered with several ANBU at the gate. The whole group was a batch that had stayed in Konoha or people who had come to visit their families and were returning to the border. Everyone was going to assist the border in the land of rain and other borders, both to the north and the east. Even Team 2 was in the midst, waiting to leave. They were going north, seeing which group they were inserted into in the crowd. Minato. Hanabi approached Minato in the midst of all the ninjas. Hello, Hanabi. It looks like Makoto and Sensei have arrived too. He said as the remaining two approached. I hope you're all ready, we'll be leaving in a few minutes. Jiraiya said while all three nodded. It looks like we'll be together on the battlefield. Kui-sensei appeared, greeting Jiraiya and the others. Minato nodded to him with a smile. It's good to see you, Sensei. He replied. After that, the Hokage arrived at the scene a moment later, drawing everyone's attention as he gave a speech to all the ninjas heading to the three major battlefields. May the will of fire be with all of you. He concluded the speech, and the crowd split into three groups as Minato followed Jiraiya to the northwest with his team, leaping among the trees of the land of fire, heading to the battlefield between the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth. Finally, Minato couldn't help but comment as he kicked the tree beneath him to keep up with the others moving forward. Chapter 103, Konoha Camp. Third-person POV. Fire Country, Year 36. They continued on their way for 2 days while the camp functioned normally, with some teams keeping watch in groups as they approached closer to the war. Minato finally realized they had entered the border when he could detect numerous Jonin ninjas hidden throughout the forest. There were at least 500 of them guarding this side. Can you feel them? Jiraiya commented as he saw Minato frown, looking around, and turned his attention to Minato, who nodded slightly. That's good. First rule in a war, always stay vigilant and try to know everything happening around you, Jiraiya said as Minato nodded, along with Hanabi and Makoto, who also heard this. When you go on missions outside the camp, there will always be a password so you can pass through the sentinels and avoid them attacking you. Jiraiya said. Second rule, always stay with people you can trust with your life, he advised. Third rule, follow the rules and orders. Any insubordination can be considered treason. Remember, in war, discipline is everything, he concluded as they got closer to a huge camp. Will we go to the battlefield immediately, Sensei? Makoto asked curiously. Not yet. You may have completed an S-rank mission, but you're still Genins. You and the other Genins will be responsible for logistics, nothing too important at the moment. But there are many camps scattered along the border, and you'll be working to deliver resources from one point to another, Jiraiya said, and the three nodded. Where is the war most intense, Sensei? Minato asked. Don't think that just because we're at the border, there won't be attacks. We're losing many ninjas according to the reports my sensei showed me. But the real war is happening in the land of rain. Our ninjas are trying to gain territory to combat the two nations, but unfortunately, we're harming a country. Jiraiya said. A silence fell over them as they moved toward a vast cleared area where the first camp they were approaching was located. The group led by Jiraiya finally arrived as some ninjas went to greet them. Not only did Team 7 land, but another 150 ninjas following this region landed right behind them. Jiraiya. A Jonin approached, seeming to know Jiraiya while greeting him. Hello, who's in command? Jiraiya spoke on behalf of all the other ninjas. It's Orochimaru, the Jonin said as Jiraiya nodded. You all settle in the camp, we'll organize your areas of operation later, Jiraiya said, and the ninjas nodded. I'll arrange their accommodation, the Jonin said as Jiraiya nodded. Let's head to the command tent of this place, Jiraiya said, and Team 7 followed him. They approached as Minato noticed the place was even busier than the camp in the eastern part of the land of fire. People were running back and forth, ninjas shouting orders, Genins, and even many known from the academy or even from his former class running with scrolls and resources. Countless ninjas arriving at the camp and leaving. Busy, isn't it? Jiraiya said with a smile as he led them. This is what a war camp looks like. Hanabi commented quietly, looking around. This won't be our camp. Since my colleague is leading here, it's very likely we'll move to another, he said. The matter of camps was a constant change of leadership, so Jiraiya wasn't aware of who might be commanding this place when he left Konoha. They finally arrived at the command tent with some guards. Jiraiya. Orochimaru is already aware of your arrival and asks you to enter, one of them said. Jiraiya nodded and entered, where there was a man wearing a jonin vest, looking at a map in front of him, showing all the current camps on the border. Orochimaru. Jiraiya greeted as he approached the table. Hello, Jiraiya, Orochimaru said in a tone quite disturbing to Minato and the others. Then he continued, still looking at Jiraiya, I heard you did an important mission. The reports are impressive that you were saving the daimyo of fire, and I thought you were fleeing the war. He spoke in a calm yet disturbing tone. And also. Before Jiraiya could respond, he looked at the children. I read great deeds of your pupils, mine are trying their best, but I'm not as lucky as you, Jiraiya. Orochimaru said, his gaze directly on Minato. Enough talk, Orochimaru. Can you tell me how the camp situations are? Jiraiya asked impatiently. Sure. He said, ending the conversation as he turned his attention back to Jiraiya. We have 12 camps spread along the border between the land of fire and rain in total, as you already know, Orochimaru began. We're sending teams to the land of rain to gain territory against our adversaries, but the situation is very bad inside the country. Hanzo is doing everything to expel all of us from his land, he said. Hanzo, the salamander, considered the ninja god? Mikoto asked quietly. It seems so, Minato said. After all, Hanzo was considered the strongest ninja alive. He even earned the title of god. Hanzo. Can we fight him? Jiraiya asked, scratching his head. We'll have to find out, but I hope it won't be too soon. Orochimaru knew that fighting Hanzo was a situation that could even lead to death, so even someone like him was cautious. Very likely that you, Tsunade, and I will have to join forces to fight him when we need to stop them. After all, we are the strongest on this border, he said. Yes. Jiraiya agreed and continued talking to Orochimaru. Speaking of which, where is Tsunade? He asked curiously. A camp was created just for medical treatment, where Tsunade serves as chief. It's located in the center of all the other 11. Here. He pointed to the map as Jiraiya studied it. Besides that, I need to send some batches of supplies. There's an emergency happening, he said, grabbing Jiraiya's attention. Emergency. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. Yes, Chiyo is giving us a lot of trouble. She is creating numerous poisons. It seems that her failed mission to try to kidnap the fire daimyo has made them more hostile. After all, you eliminated numerous stone and sand ninjas, he said. I see. I'll settle with my team today and see where I can be most useful. It will be good to talk to Tsunade about this too, Jiraiya said, and Orochimaru nodded. After all, Jiraiya had the same position as him and could act freely in the war. And the sensei gave orders, I suppose, Orochimaru commented. Yes, here. Jiraiya said as he handed a scroll to Orochimaru, who nodded, taking it and reading. I see. Very well then, you can stay in the camp while I organize this new batch of ninjas, he said, and Jiraiya nodded before leaving the tent with his students following him. That guy, he could stop looking at me like he did with Sasuke. Minato felt Orochimaru's intense gaze on him the entire time as he finally left. Let's choose a place to set up our tents for today, then eat something before resting. We'll start our routine tomorrow, he said as he led them to an unused area of the camp. Minato removed his tent from the storage scroll and began to set it up while everyone did the same. Once it was ready, he arranged his things inside. While organizing, he saw two people entering, and it was none other than his companions. Mikoto, Hanabi. Minato looked at them. Minato, we brought you your broth that they were serving to everyone, Mikoto said as she brought a bowl of steaming soup to him. Thanks. He said, not knowing how long he had been in there for them to have to bring this to him. They remained silent while holding their own bowls of broth, and Minato quickly understood. Let's go outside. Sit for a while, Minato suggested since he didn't want to eat inside his tent. And where is the sensei? He asked as they sat on crates outside the tents, looking at the busy camp. The girls, who wanted to spend some time talking with him, settled in as they began eating the broth before answering Minato. He said he was going to take care of some things with the logistics ninjas. It seems we'll be doing such work tomorrow, Hanabi said. It's very likely that we'll go to the medical camp he discussed with Orochimaru, Minato reasoned. So we'll see Senju. Mikoto commented, thinking about Tsuna and their rivalries during the academy years. Tsuna must be used to the war. At least better than us, Minato couldn't help but comment with a smile. Minato. What do you think of this war? Hanabi asked immediately. Minato stayed silent, thoughtful, as he picked up a stick beside the crate and began drawing a replica of the land of fire on the ground. There are many things I don't know that could have led to this war, but all the nations see us as enemies. We have a forefront battle against 5 nations. Here, against the land of wind and stone, the strongest ninjas here are the Hokage's students. In the north, against the land of lightning, the strongest ninja there is Tsukumo Hatake, and in the east, against Kiri, where our ninjas are fighting alongside the Uzumakis, having a friend of the village leading that side, Danzo. Minato marked an X on each point. Will the Hokage fight? Mikoto couldn't help but ask. That depends. If the battlefield needs his presence, he will act. Like a direct attack from one of the Kages of the other nations, Minato explained. Why are we fighting in a smaller country? Hanabi asked, referring to them invading the land of rain to fight against 2 nations. From the moment they became allies, they needed to come together, and this territory became the most ideal for them to fight side by side. Bringing the allied countries with the enemy, Minato said. Even so, fighting against so many nations, why are they all against Konoha? Mikoto still didn't understand why this war was happening and why the Land of Fire was the most attacked. These alliances between countries are quite fragile, don't be surprised if one country turns against another in the future, Minato warned. And about the reason for the war, as I said, it can be many, resources are one of the main ones, after all, Konoha has the highest concentration of agricultural production on the continent. Minato said. He didn't exactly know why the war started. In the original story, they always talked about feudal reasons, and he was just a genin to receive real information about what was really happening. A silence fell over the trio shortly after that, while Jiraiya appeared at that moment. Well, it looks like we have our first mission tomorrow to go to the medical camp, so you are free today and tomorrow, wake up very early, Jiraiya said, and the 3 nodded outside Minato's tent. Minato continued devouring his last bit of soup and looked at the girls. I'm going to train some Fuinjutsu, can we meet tomorrow? Minato asked, wanting to see the scrolls Mito gave him. It was a good opportunity to study them. All right, I'll read about the elemental scroll, Hanabi said. I'll do the same, Mikoto said, and they all headed into their own tents. While it was still the middle of the afternoon, Minato continued reading new levels of Fuinjutsu until nightfall before sleeping and preparing for the next day's mission. Raccoon here. Is there any fact about this war that I should know, as I will adapt this into the war? What I know are. Tsukumo kills Chiyo's sons. Besides that, is there any other fact about the Second Ninja War that I should remember? Chapter 104, Medical Camp 01. Third-person POV. Fire Country, Year 36. The next day, Minato left his tent to eat with his team. The camp seemed to be in full swing, and this wasn't an exclusive moment, it operated like this all night long. It seemed that things didn't calm down here on the border, and having 12 large camps running at the same pace only showed the gravity of the war. This place seems even busier than the one in the east. Minato approached Jiraiya, who had picked up a pot of broth to bring to his students. Yes, the war against Kiri is much calmer than fighting against 2 nations on this side, Jiraiya said while placing some bowls, one for Minato. Minato accepted and watched a group of ninjas arriving through the forest. He might not see the whole camp because it was immense, but he could still sense it with his observation haki. At least 13 ninjas arrived, most of them bleeding, and the camp quickly tended to them. Some medics were here, and some of the ninjas had lost limbs with blood gushing out from hemorrhages. Some bodies were dead, and nearby genins looked at the scene and began to vomit. Even without seeing any of it, which was happening at least 200 meters from Minato, he couldn't help but frown. Are you seeing the commotion? Jiraiya asked. Although he wasn't a powerful sensory ninja, he still had his own abilities and could sense what was happening and what Minato was feeling at the moment. Yes, it's pretty bad. Minato commented, as it was a very bloody scene. You'll have to get used to it. You'll see a lot of this in the coming months or years. Just make sure it's not you or your companions in this situation, he said in a serious tone, and Minato nodded. Mikoto and Hanabi came out of their tents and joined them. Replenish your energy without overdoing it. We'll have a path to Tsunade's camp soon, Jiraiya warned as the girls nodded. After that, Minato went back to packing his tent, placing it inside the storage scroll, while his colleagues did the same. Jiraiya returned a moment later, we'll be leaving soon. We'll be escorting a group of severely injured ninjas who arrived at the camp recently. We'll also be taking some supplies to the medical camp with a few teams, he said, and everyone nodded. A moment later, Minato, Mikoto, and Hanabi joined the front of the camp with the group. There were at least 20 ninjas of all ranks and 10 injured ninjas being carried. Jiraiya kept the supply scroll with him and kicked the ground, with everyone else following him, while Minato and the girls stayed with the leader. The journey was the same as when they arrived at the border, with different sentinel ninjas spread throughout the forest guarding the area for Konoha while they were allowed to pass through. Everything seemed normal until Minato felt a bad sensation with his haki and an explosion occurred in the distance. Several ninjas ran toward that area. Jiraiya ordered everyone to stop immediately as the whole group positioned themselves. A battle was happening in the distance, with more and more explosions from both paper bombs and jutsus occurring. The ninjas around them seemed to be reinforcing the battle against the enemy. Should we help them? Minato asked, feeling that the fight didn't seem good. Let's take a look. Jiraiya said, while Minato quickly looked ahead as Jiraiya and a ninja appeared in the air. Die, Konoha ninjas! Whoever it was shouted while throwing kunai at them. Minato quickly threw his kunai, which clashed with the other, with an enemy paper bomb on the kunai exploding in the air. A Konoha ninja appeared from the forest, surprising and killing the enemy there. Stay alert. There are 3 more of them coming our way. Jiraiya exclaimed as 3 other ninjas emerged from the ground in the distance, making hand seals. The ground in front of them began to destabilize and crack, with trees falling and creating several holes. Protect the wounded, Jiraiya ordered as a group stayed behind, trying to get out of the destroyed area with the trees falling, trying to find another place to land. Mikoto looked at the situation, frowning at the chaos, and glanced at her team but noticed that Minato had disappeared. Did he use his teleportation technique, she wondered internally. He's in the air. Hanabi seemed to read her mind when she murmured, looking up. Minato took advantage of the confusion and used Jeppo to surprise the enemy, focusing ahead. He quickly reached above them in the next few seconds and noticed that there were no sensors, not even detecting him. 3 clones were created there, and Minato kicked the air, advancing against the enemy while his copies each had a raise-non. One of them noticed with his own instincts as the 3 clones struck the ninjas, hitting 2 in that attack. Oh! They screamed before exploding the ground with their pure chakra jutsu, creating a small ball of debris. The Konoha ninjas guarding the border arrived shortly after. Did you take them down? The Jonin was surprised by this. One of them escaped, didn't he? Before Minato could answer the obvious question, Jiraiya approached, looking at the 2 bodies. Yes, one of them escaped, noticing my approach and using a jutsu to travel underground, Minato said. He could still follow him, but it wasn't worth it. Alright, good job taking the initiative, Jiraiya said and looked at the Jonins. What's the situation? He wanted to know about this attack. Jiraiya-senpai. One of the Jonin greeted him. We had an ambush. Somehow they knew there was a supply team for the medical camp. They tried to intercept them, but most were killed by our forces. The few who survived and attacked you were the only ones who got through. He explained while Jiraiya nodded. Okay, good job. Let's continue the journey. Put the wounded with our group, Jiraiya instructed, and the ninja nodded. Many Konoha ninjas in the forest were dead from this fight. They placed the bodies among the group and added half a dozen more injured, some without limbs, screaming in pain while some medics accompanied them. This is horrible. Hanabi couldn't help but murmur, a little scared seeing such a bloody scene for the first time. Even Mikoto, despite not expressing it the same way, seemed to frown as much as Hanabi. Minato remained silent. As Jiraiya had said, he would see a lot of this, but he was surprised by it happening at the border. Jiraiya ordered them to continue shortly after, with the group in silence but on alert while some of the forest sentinels escorted them to the main camp at this border. Like the first camp, Minato first noticed a large cleared area. But unlike the last camp with thousands of tents, there were giant tents extending all over the area, which reminded Minato of a kind of greenhouse where they kept all the wounded and people needing urgent treatment. Jiraiya. A ninja came to greet them, calling Jiraiya at the camp entrance. How was your journey? He asked. Hello, we had some trouble on the way, but it was resolved. We had some casualties among the sentinels and a few more wounded with us. We need urgent treatment, he said while the ninja nodded and raised his hand, with medics dressed in white coming to them and starting to provide better support to the wounded than the medics in the group could on the move. I want you to take me to Tsunade, Jiraiya requested, and the ninja nodded. You all settle in and take the supplies to the depot. I will deal with the camp commander with my team, Jiraiya said to the rest of the team, handing the scroll to one of those who accompanied them. Team 7 then moved forward, looking at the camp. This one was certainly even bloodier than the last. There were people screaming, begging not to die as they arrived from all sides, with medics dressed in white running back and forth with supplies and even stretchers, whether with someone on them or empty. There was blood all over the place. I want to vomit. Hanabi could barely hold herself back, and Minato couldn't agree more with her. He had killed numerous people and committed massacres, but he had never been in a place with so many screams of agony all around him before. Hang in there. Jiraiya said, but he just said it in a serious tone and continued on his way. They didn't head to the main tent, which was the tallest and identical to Orochimaru's. Instead, they went to a large tent that wasn't a medical one, where 8 ninjas were guarding it. They greeted Jiraiya, and he nodded, passing by them and entering the tent. Damn it. A woman screamed, followed by the sound of glass breaking. You seem to be in a bad mood. Jiraiya entered, greeting Tsunade, who looked very angry as she turned to him. You're here. I'm trying to create an antidote for a new poison that the sand ninjas developed, but I haven't succeeded yet. She said, trying to calm down. Orochimaru mentioned something. How are things? He asked, wanting to know the whole situation. To start with, we're having this plague spread on the battlefield through gas and blade cuts from those damn puppets. Then there's the high number of ninjas returning wounded. They're attacking every supply transport, and we're running out of medical equipment this way. I've already sent a message to Sensei, asking for more than what you must have brought. She said, with a lot of pressure in the air. As they say, the first years of war are always the most intense. She commented. Unfortunately, it is. Jiraiya murmured before continuing. Will you return to Konoha? He asked. Yes, I want to see my grandmother one last time, and I intend to take my brother and daughter as well. Tsunade spoke tiredly. She wanted to see Mito before the elder passed away. I figured as much. I want to understand the situation a bit before deciding where to act. Is it all right if I stay here for a few days? Jiraiya asked. He still had 10 camps to choose from and lead, so he wanted to think carefully before deciding where to act. Fine, just don't get in the way. I'll see what you brought, but I still want to work on the antidote for this poison. We're having too many casualties because of it. Tsunade said, as she returned to her table full of lab equipment, studying the poison to find an antidote. Tsunade glanced back at Jiraiya, who hadn't left with his team yet, while her gaze fell on Minato and the other three, silently not interfering in the conversation of the Hokage's students. It's good to see you, kid. I read your mission report, impressive. She complimented. Minato just nodded. Tsuna is in tent number 4. She'll be happy to see her old comrades. Now get out, I need to focus on continuing to find the antidote. Tsunade spoke with a more severe tone at the end. Jiraiya nodded and returned to his students. You heard her, let's go out and set up our tents in the designated area while we stay here for a few days. He said and led them out of the tent, leaving Tsunade working as she picked up some vials of poison and ran tests. Chapter 105, Medical Camp 02. Third-person POV. Fire Country, Year 36. Minato left the tent where Tsunade was working on the antidote for the mentioned poison. You can set up your tents in that corner of the camp, Jiraiya said, pointing his finger to a space where the non-medical personnel were staying. The three nodded while Jiraiya went to review the resources they had sent and gather information without bothering Tsunade. Minato set up his tent again next to his companions as they did the same. 20 minutes after everything was ready, he turned his attention to them. Shall we go see Tsuna? He asked with a smile while the others nodded, heading to the area where Tent 4 was located. They walked through the busy camp as they reached the tent. What do you want, kids? You can't go in. 2 Jonin guards immediately stopped them. The children could hear the sounds of people crying and screaming inside, with many people issuing orders to others. It seemed chaotic. We want to talk to someone inside. Hanabi said. Do you think this is an amusement park? There are people dying in there. We don't have time to be calling acquaintances. Go find something to do and don't disrupt the camp's operation, the men said sternly. But Hanabi started to speak. After all, it was Tsunade who mentioned Tsuna, but Minato touched her shoulder. We better not get involved in this. We'll talk to her another time, Minato said, and Hanabi eventually nodded. They were about to leave when a group of ninjas came running through the entrance and placed at least half a dozen ninjas on stretchers, laid out on the ground in front. They need urgent treatment. They said this tent still has space. One of the men who brought the injured shouted immediately at the guards, while the injured themselves screamed in agony as they awaited treatment. Minato, Mikoto, and Hanabi stepped aside to avoid interfering with the situation. Yes, we'll speak with the supervisor, one of the Jonin guards replied and immediately went inside. A moment later, a dark-haired woman in white clothes came out with the Jonin, assessing the condition of the injured. They need urgent treatment. We must bring them inside. But I need to check if they are poisoned. I need equipment here, she shouted toward the tent, as some medical shinobi came out to help her, bringing equipment, one of them being Tsuna herself, with blood-stained gloves. They quickly began checking the blood of those men while trying to hold them, which wasn't a pretty sight, with most of them having hemorrhages and missing body parts. Minato watched tensely. The war was a much more horrible scene than he could have imagined, and he kept seeing more atrocities coming to this place where the injured were treated, with people dying in large numbers every day. He saw Tsuna working while the woman in charge was giving orders and instructing her. When they started taking the injured inside, Tsuna turned to look around and was a bit surprised to see her old friend standing there when she wasn't even aware of their arrival at the camp. Tsuna, what are you doing standing there? I need A+ blood for a transfusion, the woman shouted when she saw Tsuna standing still, and Tsunade's daughter quickly nodded, running back inside. She just looked at her friends while nodding her head without having a chance to greet them, stopping her gaze on Minato longer than any of the others, and entered a tent to assist with the emergency. Minato saw that inside. We better get out of here, we're just getting in the way, Minato said, while the other girls could only agree, following him. I'll study more scrolls, Mikoto said as they remained silent, wanting to keep their minds occupied with something. Me too, Hanabi said. I'll find something to do in the camp, Minato said, wanting to do something else. At that moment, they passed through the camp and saw a ninja approaching in the middle of the place with a bunch of buckets in his hands. Hey, kids, I need some urgent help. We need water, but I can't leave. There's a river nearby, I need these buckets filled with water for tent 6, can you help me? The ninja saw them and asked. Minato returned to the girls, you can go back to the tents and study the scrolls in the meantime. I'll help him, Minato offered, as he didn't have much to do at the moment and accepted to get to know the camp better. Just you. The ninja looked at him, seeing it was only him. Don't worry about it. I'll handle it. Now tell me where the nearest river is, he said. It's in that area, 1 kilometer away. Don't worry, this is the safest camp on the border, he advised, and Minato nodded, taking a scroll from his pocket and placing all the buckets inside it, surprising the Chunin, as only people with high knowledge of Fuinjutsu could do that, and Minato was too young for the ninja to recognize him as such. Minato stored the scroll and headed to the forest, jumping between the trees and soon finding the stream as the ninja had instructed. He took the buckets out of the scroll and started filling them with water. I don't know why they asked me to do this. Couldn't a ninja with a water element do it? Minato wondered while finishing the buckets, but it didn't matter in the end, as he stored all the buckets back in the scroll. He looked at the forest and could feel several sentinels hidden around the camp. The ninja hadn't lied about this place being the most guarded, and there were even eyes on him, not that he was a threat or anything. Minato returned to the camp, and the Chunin was again surprised by Minato taking all the buckets out of his scroll. After thanking him, Minato looked around when he heard another voice asking for help. I need someone to take this to the sentinel commander. I can't leave now, I need someone, the medic shouted, looking for help as the camp was quite busy with almost no one free for extra tasks. Minato shrugged, nodding, wanting to be useful, and went to the man. He took the task and returned to the forest until he found the leader of the forest team in the northern part of the camp. Thank you, Genin. The ninja, thinking Minato was just an assistant like many others who came here, thanked him, and Minato nodded without any problems. After that, he returned to the camp, but before he got there, he thought he could help in a much better way. He crossed his fingers and created 10 shadow clones, which then spread throughout the camp, looking for tasks and easing the pressure on the place by doing many tasks with several Minatos at once. He kept doing this for the entire afternoon, while thinking of getting something to eat at the river and preparing for the night. He wasn't in the mood for soup, and the girls would certainly appreciate it. I need someone to take a scroll to the river. He heard that and approached, as it would be on his way while the clones continued doing simple tasks around the place. I can help you, Minato said while the medic looked at him stunned. You. Didn't I give you a task 2 minutes ago? She demanded, thinking he was avoiding the task. You gave the task to my clone, Minato said calmly while the woman looked at him suspiciously. Are you going to give me the task or not? Otherwise, I'll leave, Minato said with an annoyed tone, not wanting to waste time. All right, I'll trust you. I hope you deliver this, it's very important, she said seriously, and Minato nodded, taking the scroll before heading to the forest. After delivering it, he went into the forest, while a clone passed by carrying water. Here I am, carrying water, and you're carrying a small scroll, the clone mocked. As if it's that heavy, stop complaining, Minato said to himself and continued on his way. He passed by a clone chopping wood as well. The clone saw him but didn't comment, and Minato continued jumping on the tree branches. After finally reaching the person he had to deliver the scroll to, he went to the river, catching fish with his hands or with a wooden spear he made after cutting some branches. With his skill, he had caught about 20 fish in less than 5 minutes and stored them to prepare later. You're there. A voice emerged, and Minato, already aware of the person's approach, looked calmly while storing the scroll with the fish. How did you find me? I don't think you're a sensor to track me from that distance. Minato commented, while Tsuna gave a small smile. It's not hard when the camp is infested with your clones. You know you left some people confused there. To find you, I asked the clones until one said they saw you coming this way, she said, crossing her arms. How have you been? I've seen bloody scenes since I came here, still trying to get used to it. Minato admitted. You get used to it better over time, but it wasn't easy at first even for me. She said. Are you starting to learn medical ninjutsu and applying it? Minato asked. She didn't answer immediately as she approached him. I'm learning. I knew the basics but nothing compared to what I'm doing now. Dealing with people dying every day isn't easy. She sighed, no longer seeming like the little girl under 10 years old he used to know at the academy. War can change people, where's that grumbler I knew? Minato tried to lighten the mood, having to dodge Tsuna's punch in the next moment. Shut up. She saw her punch have no effect, like all the ones she'd tried to land on him over the years, and just crossed her arms with a blush on her face. Anyway, are you free? I'm thinking of cooking some fish for tonight. We can talk better than with the other girls, he said, and Suna nodded. Yes, my shift is over, and you know I wouldn't refuse your food. She said with a small smile forming on her lips. Let's go then. I want to know how things are in this war. Minato said, wanting to talk to someone he trusted. Yes, I also heard you did an important mission. I want to know the details. She said, and they both started heading back to the camp. Suna had followed the original Minato because she wanted to stay with him, so they went towards the tent where they were staying. Meanwhile, in another place, at the border of the land of Earth, a ninja arrived at his camp, which looked similar to Konoha's, with people arriving injured while everyone kept the place running. He approached the main tent, and the ninjas at the entrance let him in. He found an elite jonin of the land of Earth village, who was the commander of that place. Kitsuchi-sama. The sand ninja said, kneeling as a sign of respect. Did the mission fail? Kitsuchi asked, looking at the ninja seriously. Yes. But something happened, and I have valuable information. The target appeared, the ninja said to Kitsuchi, who, despite being an elite jonin and still young, under 20 years old, was the son of the third Tsuchikage, Oanoki. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Medical Camp 03. Third-person POV. Fire Country, Year 36. Are you sure? Kitsuchi asked with intense eyes. Yes, we found Jiraiya leading the logistics team for Konoha's medical camp. Not only that, but a blonde-haired child appeared above us and surprised us with clones, taking down 2 of us before we could really attack the enemy. Only I escaped, with the others falling. He spoke calmly. I see. All right, you can go, Kitsuchi said, dismissing the men. He began writing some things on his scroll calmly before calling a ninja with his hand, Kitsuchi-sama. Make copies of these orders and send them to all our camps. Their priority is to kill this boy as soon as he is sighted, understood? Kitsuchi spoke in a serious tone, while the kneeling shinobi took the scroll and nodded before leaving. According to my father, you are a threat that must be eliminated at any cost, so it's a shame, boy, because you won't survive until the end of this war. Young Kitsuchi said as he looked at the pencil-drawn picture of Minato by the ninja who had returned alive from the land of fire. While Minato had no idea that a grand scheme was being devised by the land of Earth to eliminate him, he was sitting at this moment with Tsuna, Mikoto, and Hanabi around a small campfire near the tents, preparing grilled fish for the girls. Here it is, he said as he began to distribute the meal, and the girls started serving themselves. Great, I missed this. Tsuna exclaimed joyfully, seeming to revert to the personality Minato knew before finding her near the river. Eat well, Senju. Because tomorrow we will fight, and you better be prepared, Mikoto challenged. It was no surprise to Minato that as soon as the two saw each other, they started arguing and demanding a fight. Do you think I need much to beat you? Tsuna murmured with fish in her mouth, while Hanabi sighed beside her. Minato shrugged, already used to this kind of discussion. Anyway. Tsuna resumed speaking after eating the piece of fish. I heard about the mission you guys did. I must admit, I'm envious. You saved one of the most important men in the land of fire on an S-rank mission, and it was your first one. We managed to handle it by working together, Mikoto admitted, while Hanabi nodded but felt a bit useless since she acted the least during the mission. Don't worry, when you master the wind jutsu, you will be a powerful kunoichi. Minato noticed her internal conflict and decided to speak softly beside her, hoping to cheer her up. Yes. She murmured with a slight blush from Minato's closeness. How are things going? Are we winning or losing the war? Minato wanted to understand, despite not having gathered much information while helping around the entire camp, and his clones also dissipated with almost no information. I'm not sure, but according to my mother, the other camps are trying to gain territory in the land of rain, while sending forces to the enemy borders as they are trying to do with us. I still remember the various explosions that happened in the first few days when I arrived, she said. I still wonder if I will meet Nagato. Have his parents already been killed? Minato couldn't help but murmur internally. After all, he didn't know the real timeline of the events happening in the original works flashbacks. Speaking of which, where are the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan? I barely saw them here, she asked curiously, as they were powerful clans. My father is leading the clan to the north, where there is a higher concentration of Uchihas, Mikoto commented. The Hyuga clan is in the east fighting against Kiri, but there are many of them scattered everywhere. I don't think there would be few of them here, Hanabi commented. I see, and where are you going, she asked. We don't know. Minato commented. We have to wait for the sensei's command, he said. I understand, it seems that soon we will part ways again, but I hope I don't have to treat any of you. It's horrible to see academy students who studied in other classes appearing injured, even dead. Tsuna murmured, while the atmosphere grew somber. We will do our part, I will ensure that my comrades and sensei do not get hurt in this war, Minato said seriously. He couldn't save everyone, nor could he make a significant difference in this war due to his current chakra quantity or stamina to handle everything alone, but he would ensure Mikoto and Hanabi stayed safe. As always, a knight protecting damsels. Ha 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 ha, Suna laughed at that in the end, changing the mood, and Minato felt a little embarrassed by it. I'm just saying. He tried to explain, seeing the situation he was in. We know, Minato. Stop provoking him, Senju. Mikoto came to Minato's rescue. I know, it's just that. She stopped laughing and seemed melancholic as she looked away. Anyway, forget it. It's time for me to sleep, my mom might come to complain at any moment. Tomorrow I'll be waiting for you, Uchiha. Don't cry when I make you eat dirt, Suna said, trying to sound brave while Mikoto clicked her tongue. I'll take her. I'm sure Tsunade would hit me if I let Suna walk around the camp at night, Minato said, standing up. Suna didn't complain as Minato accompanied her to the main tent. The camp had so many medical tents that it became enormous, so they walked for a while without hurry. Is something wrong? Minato asked as Suna seemed to remain silent. Suna didn't respond as they continued walking through the camp. She finally broke the silence, but not touching on the subject Minato had mentioned. How is Kushina? My mother talked about her, Suna said. She's sad about Mito ending her life. She only has a few months left. I heard you'll be going to Konoha soon, Minato sighed and said. Yes, it will be the last time I see her. It's so bad to know that someone you knew is going to die. She murmured, and Minato nodded. Even he felt the weight of Mito's impending death in his life, as she was part of his story. Suna seemed hesitant about something but went back to being quiet. Minato didn't say anything and continued walking with her, passing people walking through the corridor, looking for things here and there, sometimes someone being brought from the battlefield. After passing by someone screaming while dying, and medics trying to help him with medical chakra on his wounds, Suna decided to break the silence finally. You know, the first time I saw this chaos, I vomited so much that my mother had to help me and give me a speech. I still have slight tremors with what happens here. She spoke with a very emotional tone. Minato didn't respond to her. I realize that I need to help them, but it's so hard, seeing so many people dying, every day. I feel broken, she admitted with a fragmented voice. You're just a child, we shouldn't be here in the first place. Minato decided to say what he thought. Konoha sent thousands of newly graduated children to war, and a shinobi's life doesn't usually last long. Even so, we are still needed. Suna said. I wish you were here with me. I'm so envious of Mikoto and Hanabi, she said with a smile, keeping her eyes closed. You know I'll be here if you need me too, Minato said. I know, but it's so bad, sometimes without support. I'll start helping my mother with the people infected with poison tomorrow, she spoke quietly as they arrived at the tent where the commander, Suna's mother, was. Minato was surprised, expecting Suna to say goodbye, but she hugged him in the end. Sorry for this, but I just don't want to see you on those cots. Promise me you won't go to that place, that I won't see you there. She demanded, looking sad. It must not be easy for a child to see deaths all day. Minato murmured and placed his hands on her back, hugging her too. It's okay, I promise that won't happen to me. I'll always come back, no matter where I go, Minato said and moved her back a bit as she wiped her small tears. Take this, when you need me, put chakra into this seal, I'll know immediately. Mito taught me how to make this, Minato said with a small smile, giving her an ordinary kunai with the Raijin seal +1 to detect chakra linked to Minato. Yes, thank you. She murmured as she took the kunai. How long are you two going to stand there dating? A new voice caught their attention as Tsunade appeared in front of her tent with her arms crossed. Yes. Tsunade said, embarrassed, as she left and returned to the tent. See you tomorrow, Minato, she said goodbye, approaching her mother with the kunai in hand. Minato nodded and said goodbye to her and Tsunade, returning to his tent again. Tsunade told me that her daughter was quite affected by the things happening here. Jiraiya's voice appeared beside Minato. Minato didn't say anything. You'll have some time. We're staying here for 3 days before moving to a new camp, so make the most of it, he said, and Minato nodded, finally returning to his tent to rest, reading a Fuinjutsu book before falling asleep. The next day, he woke up with his colleagues and decided to help again by creating many shadow clones that started spreading throughout the camp while keeping some to study Mito's scrolls. Meanwhile, far away, on the other side of the country, Danza was standing in his office when a root ninja entered and kneeled before him. Give it to me, he said, taking the scroll from the shinobi and starting to read it. The boy is in the west then. He commented, but his gaze soon shifted downwards, making the men smile slightly at the information there. It seems that woman will die soon. He said while the shinobi remained silent, knowing Danza was not speaking to him. And when that happens, we will destroy the remaining influence the Senju family has in Konoha and eliminate all those who hinder Konoha. His gaze turned outward as he saw some Uzumaki walking in the distance. Once we get rid of all those, I will guide Konoha with total control and dominate all the elemental nations, reaching the level Konoha was born to have. Danza said, holding many plans for the coming months, which would begin as soon as Mito died. I must not forget about the new Jinchuriki. I will control the Bijou and defeat all the nations by commanding the nine-tailed fox, he murmured in a dark tone. Meanwhile, in the northern region. Commander Sakumo. We have some enemy activities in the north. Should we prepare for an attack? A Jonin asked his commander. TSK, those guys want another attack. Any movement from the Raikage? He asked. No, he's not at the border according to our sensors, he informed. All right, but prepare to fight. I heard a tracking team with 3 Hyuga arrived, put them in the field to watch the border, he issued the order, and the ninja disappeared from his sight. Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Medical Camp 04. Third-person POV. Border between the land of fire and the land of rain, year 36. The day passed with Minato helping everyone who needed it in the camp with several clones, just like the previous day, beginning to get used to the system and the constant arrival of wounded to be treated. It didn't take long before Minato, busy organizing medical supplies, noticed some curious looks and whispers among the shinobi in the camp. It was hard to ignore the presence of several Minatos walking around, each fulfilling a different task. While one clone helped carry the wounded, another delivered messages, brought water to the camp, and even helped in the kitchen distributing food. Minato-san, are you everywhere at once? A young Chunin whom Minato had already done some tasks with looked surprised at the boy who had passed by not 2 minutes ago, wearing an expression of confusion. Just clones. Do you need something? Minato said. Clones. The Chunin was surprised by this. After all, while the clone technique could multiply the amount of work being done, Minato was special for being able to make clones that could last so long without it affecting him. He only knew a few people with such an ability, like Kushina, Tsuna, and the Hokage's apprentices with their enormous chakra reserves. Not even Kakashi could make a clone and sustain it for long. It's amazing, you must be really strong to maintain so many clones, commented a medical ninja while adjusting the bandages of a nearby patient, overhearing the conversation between the two. It's nothing special, Minato responded modestly. I'm just helping in the way I can. He said, before asking something he wanted to know. Do you know where Tsunade's daughter is? Tsuna-sama. She's in the special tent today, where the people with the poison from the sand village are being treated. The medic said, and Minato nodded. Time passed and Minato went to lunch with his team, dispersing all his clones and joining Team 7. How are things going? Minato asked. It's hard to mold the chakra. Hanabi commented. Yes, unfortunately, this is a slow process. You could increase your understanding of nature chakra if you could produce shadow clones. Minato said, sitting next to Mikoto while serving himself food made by the camp. We don't have your chakra reserves. Mikoto murmured. I understand, even so, I have faith that you will learn. Hanabi, have you started the leaf-cutting training? Minato asked. Not yet, I'm trying to reach the chakra frequency enough to mold the nature chakra, but it's still hard even with my Byakugan. She commented. They continued eating quietly while Minato went out again and created clones to help in the camp, then decided to train a bit in the forest, trying to improve his chakra control. Even though he had the chakra control to launch his Rasen Shuriken, he was still below people like Tsunade Senju, Hashirama Senju, and even Naruto, who could synchronize the fox's chakra with thousands of people, each with different chakra types. He remained focused in a corner while some patrols looked at him surprised but ignored him, seeing only a boy meditating. Minato was only interrupted from his meditation by Tsuna coming to him. Found you. She smiled. Did you ask a clone? Minato asked, raising an eyebrow while giving a small smile. You're too close to the camp for me not to detect your chakra. She said, sticking out her tongue. Well, let's go back to the camp. There are many fish I stored yesterday. He said as they returned to the tent from yesterday while the day began to lose its light and Minato dispersed all his clones. They ate together again while 2 people joined the 4. This smells really good. Jiraiya's voice came as he was accompanied by Tsunade. Mother. Tsuna greeted her. I see you're with your group. Tsunade said in a neutral tone, just nodding. Let's see if the kids' food is any good. She said, serving herself. Do you already know where you and your team are going? Tsunade started a conversation with Jiraiya while the 6 of them stayed in that corner eating. We're going to the north side. After all, Orochimaru is handling the south and you're in the center, so it's natural for me to go north, Jiraiya commented. You'll be in direct conflict with the stone village. Tsunade raised an eyebrow, knowing that Jiraiya had discussed the mission with her earlier and mentioned his little problem with that country after letting one of their ninjas escape. Yes, but it's better this way. We'll know who we're dealing with. Jiraiya knew there was no point in avoiding conflict with the stone village. They would turn to the sand village, leaving Minato with 2 countries hunting him. Minato and the girls remained silent as they finished eating, then went to sleep shortly after, with Tsunade taking Tsuna a little later. The next day, Minato continued his routine, while Mikoto and Hanabi took advantage of this time to at least learn to put their chakra at the right frequency before starting the real training with elemental change. "Let's go," Tsunade said to her daughter after breakfast. It was time for them to work, and the girl nodded and followed her mother. They headed to the special tent treating the poisoned with many wounded. Upon entering, Tsuna felt a knot in her stomach at the sight of hundreds of people lying on improvised cots, all with yellow spots spread across their bodies, evidence of the sand village's deadly poison. They screamed, and like yesterday, she witnessed at least a dozen of those ninjas, regardless of rank, being carried out wrapped in special bags to be cremated. She trembled slightly, still not used to this scene, even though she seemed fine to her friends, but felt terrible inside, as she had confided to Minato on his first day here. "Stay strong, Tsuna. They need us. Your father is helping at one of the camps, as is your uncle. We must find a way to cure this poison because it could be one of them on these cots at any moment," Tsunade said in a stern tone. "Yes." Tsuna commented, not expecting to see any of them or Minato here, so she wanted to help her mother as best she could. "But it's still terrible," she murmured at the end. "Stop whining and let's get started. Bring the antidote I created yesterday. Let's see if staying at room temperature for 8 hours made it ready." She instructed her daughter while Tsuna went to one of the cabinets and grabbed a green vial. "It looks ready," she commented, bringing it to her mother. "Let's see if this works." Tsunade said and began putting on protective gear like all the other medics attending to the cots, and Tsuna followed suit. They walked through the area, while people greeted them. Tsunade went to a special room with terminal cases. "Tsunade-sama." A medic greeted her as soon as she entered. "Which is the worst case? Let's test this antidote," she asked, and the woman nodded, pointing to a man with several spots on his body, half of his face yellow, screaming as he experienced his final moments. Tsunade approached and forced the man, who was writhing in pain, to drink the vial she had brought. Tsuna watched from a distance as her mother made the man drink, and he writhed for another 10 seconds before suddenly stopping, while the spots began to disappear. "Tsunade-sama, it's working," the medic exclaimed hopefully, but suddenly the spots that had vanished reappeared, and the man began to feel even more pain, screaming even louder until he stopped 5 seconds later. "Tsunade-sama, he's dead," the medic commented disheartened. "Yes. It seems it wasn't successful," Tsunade commented, frustration evident in her voice as she resisted the urge to punch something. "Well, let's get back to work. I want more blood collected from the patients and even from this man. I need to see what went wrong," she instructed as people began to move. Tsuna, despite still being shaken, nodded and began working, helping her mother in her laboratory and assisting in the special tent. Tsunade walked over to an improvised work table where various vials, herbs, and medical tools were scattered. She started analyzing blood samples from the patients as her mother had requested, trying to decipher the composition of the poison. "Let's start with the most severe cases," Tsunade instructed. "Tsuna, help me apply these experimental antidotes to the poisoned blood. We need to monitor the reaction of the clots and cells." Tsuna nodded, doing as her mother asked while conducting an analysis and reporting, as Tsunade continued applying new forms of antidote. She maintained this routine, returning to the tent to collect more blood or assist, and the day finally ended with her sighing after seeing another dozen people die. She walked out after changing and made a hand sign, closing her eyes and finding Minato in the forest, at least the real one, because there were clones of him scattered everywhere, occasionally seen running here and there. She approached, and they started talking again, with Tsuna eventually sharing what she was experiencing working with her mother. "That's tough. But with this, I'm sure you will save thousands of lives," Minato commented. He knew that Chiyo had mentioned the ongoing war between her and Tsunade, with the granddaughter of the first Hokage always finding the cure, as he hoped she would now. Yes. Tsuna appreciated Minato's support, and they returned to the camp to eat as the day ended once again. Another day had passed, and Minato was helping and meeting all his colleagues at night. It was finally Team 7's last day at the camp before heading to the northern region. Tsuna and Mikoto decided to fight this time. After all, they hadn't fought as they had planned on the second day and ended up having a winner-take-all battle. There was almost confusion with the patrol as fire and water jutsus were launched in the middle of the forest while they fought. The next day, the time for them to leave finally came as they dismantled their tents and started to prepare. "Good luck. I hope I don't see you here as patients, neither you nor your students." Tsunade came to bid Jiraiya farewell personally. "You know we'll be fine. We need to invade the rain country now, but we'll deal with that soon," Jiraiya said, as the country was in chaos at the start of the war. Tsunade just nodded. Tsuna also looked directly at her colleagues. "I hope to see you all soon," she said. We'll be fine, and yes, we will meet again soon, Minato commented, while the other girls nodded. Let's go, Jiraiya called, and he jumped into the air. Stay safe too, Minato exchanged a final look with Tsuna before they jumped north, following Jiraiya. Good luck, was her thought as she watched them disappear into the forest. Let's go, we still have a lot of work to do. Tsunade pulled her daughter out of her thoughts, and she nodded quickly. Yes. And so, they returned to the laboratory. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, Espionage Camp 01. Third-person POV. Border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, Year 36. Team 7 departed, crossing the border and heading north for the next 2 hours. No attacks came this time, and they arrived at the camp after a while. We've arrived, Jiraiya commented as they landed in front of the camp, having passed through the sentries, who were much fewer in number than those at the medical camp for a good reason. Commander Jiraiya. Some Jonins appeared to greet Jiraiya as he arrived. Minato observed the camp. It wasn't very large but had about 600 ninjas. There were at least 5 camps handling the northern region, fighting directly against the Land of Earth. Now the camp will be in your hands, Lord Jiraiya, the Jonin continued, speaking to Jiraiya as he handed over the camp's leadership to him with orders from the Hokage. After all, his 3 students would assume leadership positions among the 12 camps. All right, I want to speak with all the leaders in the main tent. I also need all the reports on the camp situation, Jiraiya requested and then turned to his students. Listen, you can settle in the camp, prepare to stay here for months. In the meantime, I'll assess the situation and call for you later, understood? He said, and the 3 nodded as Jiraiya informed them where they would be staying afterward. Meanwhile, Minato, Mikoto, and Hanabi went to set up their tents along with the others in the camp. The camp was still a bit hectic, with people running here and there, ninjas of all ranks doing their tasks, coming and going. I'm going to train a bit, Hanabi said, and Minato nodded. All right, I'll get some water to keep here, Minato said, wanting to gather some resources beside the tent, and headed to the center of the camp. He moved through the crowd, passing by some people, until he finally saw someone he recognized. They stopped upon seeing each other and stood there, staring at one another, while the other person ate some kind of snack from a package. Minato looked at the person he knew very well, none other than Chusa Akimichi, who was calmly eating a snack and staring at Minato. Minato stared at him. Chusa also remained silent, staring back. After about 5 seconds, with Chusa still eating his snack, Minato decided to speak. So, is your team here? He asked calmly. Yes, and you're here too. Chusa replied while still eating. If it isn't Minato Namikaze. Shikaka Nara approached with Inoichi Yamanaka by his side a moment later. They were carrying some supplies in their hands, heading somewhere in the camp. How are you guys? Minato asked them, merely glancing at the supplies. We're fine, I mean, swamped with work, which is a drag. Shikaku immediately complained. I heard you stayed in Konoha for a while, so you finally decided to come to the war, Inoichi inquired. Yes, we arrived at the border a few days ago, but we completed a mission before that, Minato replied, though they were unaware of the S-rank mission he had completed. And are you guys stationed at this camp? Minato asked, changing the subject. No, we're at the nearby camp. We're here to deliver supplies. We usually do these temporary tasks, you should get used to it too, Nara said, and Minato nodded. Well, it's good to see you guys. I'll go grab my things, Minato said and continued walking, taking potable water to the tents where his team was stationed. Minato returned, and the girls had already arrived. They chatted for a while until a Jonin approached them and requested they meet with Jiraiya-sensei in the main tent. The 3 headed to the location, entering and finding Jiraiya alone, looking at a map that seemed to be of the border, with several points indicating the camp. Well, you're here. He began, looking at the kids. As you know, I'll be taking over the leadership of this place and won't be able to give much attention to you as my students. But since we'll be here for a while, I need you to help with the camp's basic tasks for now. Take turns and choose a period to train, during the other 2, you'll handle other activities around the camp and assist me when I request, Jiraiya said, and the 3 nodded. Now let me explain a bit about this place. Jiraiya began to outline the tasks the 3 would undertake while they were there and how some things worked, including routes they could transit without being mistaken for enemies and the schedules of the entire camp. This was an offensive and espionage-type camp, with the latter being more of a focus with Jiraiya taking charge. The ninjas here were responsible for delivering vital war information to all the other camps. Are we going to do espionage missions? Mikoto asked, a bit dissatisfied in her tone. As an Uchiha, she preferred direct attacks. Yes, but you're just children. We won't put you on the front line, Jiraiya said. After all, no genin was doing that, as they were only involved in some activities. Children who have already completed an S-rank mission, Hanabi murmured quietly. You are in too much of a hurry. Enjoy your time here, the front line is total chaos. It's not a place for inexperienced people, so I'll ask you to wait a bit, Jiraiya spoke in a calm tone. Jiraiya-sensei, Minato called. Yes. He looked at his student. How is the supply of explosive tags? He asked. Explosive tags. We're at war, so the demand is very high. I believe the only side of the war that isn't short of them is the East because they have the Uzumaki clan supplying them constantly. Jiraiya explained. If I produce them in the camp, will Konoha pay me? Minato asked. It was a good opportunity to raise funds, and he had the advantage of using clones to speed up production. I can arrange that if you sell them at the wholesale price Konoha usually pays. I'm sure my sensei will agree to that, Jiraiya said, and Minato nodded, satisfied. After that, the three left the main tent, getting more familiar with the place after a bit more conversation. They didn't do anything for the rest of the day, with Jiraiya asking them to familiarize themselves with the area. They spent the day together, talking while delivering messages to sentinels here and there at Jiraiya's request. The next day, the three decided to help out more in the camp. Minato, already accustomed to the routine of the medical camp, quickly created clones and began distributing them around the area, performing activities very similar to those he had done at the previous camp, such as fetching water and organizing the camp's stocks and supplies. At noon, Jiraiya approached the group as they stopped to eat and joined them. I will be going to the northern border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain to personally check on the situation there. I want you to stay here for now, there's no need to put you on the battlefield yet, as we discussed yesterday. So help out as much as you can in the camp, he requested. Yes. The three nodded, and Jiraiya left shortly afterward with several teams of jonins. The routine continued, and Jiraiya did not return that day, with someone else leading the camp in his place, like the previous commander, who was temporary. Minato used his free time in the afternoon to meditate and improve his chakra control. Unfortunately, he was wary of training his fruit abilities in front of so many eyes, so his training was more discreet, limited to chakra manipulation and learning taijutsu with weights in a marine style. He also took the opportunity to start learning the set of jutsus that the Hokage had given him, leaving his clones to help around the camp. He approached a tent where a kunoichi was handling the records. Hello, Minato greeted the woman who was writing. She stopped to look at the child she didn't recognize, as Jiraiya himself had registered the names of Minato, Mikoto, and Hanabi. Yes, can I help you? She asked. Yes, I want to know if there's anyone among the registered names on this side of the country, Minato requested. I don't have the names of all the people on this border. We only register the names of those who come to this camp, and I can't give them to an unknown child. I need a signed order from a superior, she said with a stern tone, though Minato still thanked her, nodding. At least she responded. I'll have to wait for sensei to return. Minato murmured and left to continue his activities. The days began to fly by, and a week had passed since Jiraiya had left until he finally returned with the group of ninjas. He didn't call them immediately as the three continued with their activities and training. It was after some time that Jiraiya summoned them to the tent, asking how things were going. When are we going to the front lines? Minato was the one who asked. Not yet, kid, but I want you to train enough to be prepared, he said, despite the children's insistence. Let's see how you are at this moment, he said, and Team 7 left the camp as Jiraiya took them to train in the forest for a while. At the end, Minato asked Jiraiya for permission to look at the records, and Jiraiya agreed. Minato returned to that tent with Jiraiya's authorization, and the kunoichi had no choice but to let him look at the papers. Minato had some difficulty with this, as the names were in order of arrival and not alphabetically. It took him a while, even creating 5 clones, until he found it. Might Due. So you passed through here, but where did you go? He murmured and searched a bit more until he found the team he had joined. Minato went to Jiraiya again and asked about Dewey's team. This team. It says here they went to the northern border. They stopped at this camp because it was the closest to the north before departing, Jiraiya informed, and Minato was a bit surprised. He knew that Due had gone to this border but could not predict that he would be transferred to another battlefield. This is bad, I brought books for him about anatomy that I had bought in the last few weeks. He murmured, wanting to help Due and talk about his wife being hospitalized in Konoha. All right, sensei. I'm going, thank you. Minato said goodbye and started to leave. Minato, I received a response about your proposal with explosive tags. The Hokage is interested in buying a large quantity if you can produce them. This will help a lot at the border with the Land of Rain, Jiraiya requested, and Minato nodded and left. At least I'll profit from something in this war and could save the money needed to buy my own residence, founding the Namikaze clan in Konoha, he thought and went out to start his endeavor. Chapter 109, Espionage Camp 02. Third-person POV. Border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, Year 36. Minato continued spending his days in the camp without needing to undertake any missions outside of it. He just kept helping around the place as much as he could and trained with his companions. The only new thing that emerged after he talked to Jiraiya was that he started making thousands of explosive tags with several clones. Many people in the camp could see at least 50 Minatos in a space next to the camp, with various scrolls scattered on the ground while Minato continued drawing explosive tags. He had brought a large supply of chakra ink that he had stored in his scroll. "Hey, kid. Can you supply some extra scrolls? I'll pay you," the ninjas soon started asking him, as Minato was making explosive tags for the village's stock, and they wanted to have extras with them. After all, it was worth spending a little money to increase their chances of survival. Minato accepted the request since it paid more money than the village did. His routine was like this in the past few days while Makoto and Hanabi helped as much as they could and trained. Today in particular, Minato went to the forest with Hanabi, who asked for some tips while trying to cut a leaf with the palm of her hand, still trying to transform her chakra into the wind element, but finding it very difficult as he could see, even though she had a powerful tool to assist her, the Byakugan. It's hard to maintain the chakra and try to make it cut at the same time. Hanabi complained to Minato, making even more effort with her hands. Concentrate and visualize, but don't rush, after all, your brain needs to get used to the new chakra concentration. Minato said, knowing it would take a long time for people who didn't have an affinity. Most ninjas gave up on learning a new nature and ended up focusing on the ones they already had natural talent for, as this could turn them into elemental specialists, much more powerful than ninjas with 2 elements of mediocre mastery, as they would have to divide their lifetime learning to use 2 elements, which, even with affinity, was still difficult. She continued for a while until she gave up. Minato still gave some more tips he had learned over the years, but without shadow clones, Hanabi had a long way to go. "Anyway, let's train some taijutsu. You and Makoto can't just keep studying new elements without training your strong points," he requested, and she nodded. They both started a taijutsu fight right afterward, a fight that Minato could have easily won, but he focused on keeping it friendly and helping his companion. They had spent the entire afternoon together and ended up sitting in front of a lake after the training while Minato took something out of his scroll to eat. Ninjas kept passing over them the entire time while they focused on moving along the border. "Do you think I'll master the wind element soon?" Hanabi suddenly asked while looking at the river's current. "I don't think it will be quick, Hanabi," Minato said in a serious tone, as he wouldn't give false hope to his friend. Hanabi didn't say anything but seemed disheartened by this, wanting to become stronger. "But don't worry. I'm sure you'll be the strongest among the Hyugas once you achieve that," he said in the end while she looked at him a little surprised by the statement. Minato then decided to continue his thoughts. "You know, Hanabi. When you master the wind element, you could try combat with a bow and arrow. Have you ever thought about using that? Imagine what kind of kunoichi you will become once you can shoot from kilometers away with a fatal shot," he said, and Hanabi, although surprised by that, nodded after thinking for a while. "My clan would never allow something like that. They would see me as a disgrace," she said quietly. "Then tell me, Hanabi, you want to have powerful long-distance attacks, but name a Hyuga who is good at it," he asked, looking at her seriously. I don't know," she admitted. "Then be the first. I'm sure you'll have great success on your ninja path," he said in the end with a small smile, believing it was a waste that the Hyugas didn't have attacks that could use their Byakugan more efficiently. After that, Minato and Hanabi returned to the camp. They met Makoto and Jiraiya and ended up having dinner together that night, something that had become rare due to the sensei's absence while taking care of things in the camp. The days passed as Minato stayed with his team for a month, practically remaining in the camp, helping and training. Everyone was already familiar with the boy who was constantly seen multiplied, and rumors of his deeds also began to circulate among the jonins. After all, Minato had defeated a group of invaders in the village and provided great assistance in rescuing the daimyo, even though they believed Jiraiya had done more in that last event. "I need you to take this. I know you all are bored," Jiraiya said in the main tent, looking at his students who had been stuck in the camp for over a month. "Are we going to have a mission outside?" Minato asked with some hope. "No, at least not an official mission. So I'm assigning some tasks. We need supplies while the fight seemed to be more concentrated in the center, with the Stone Village and Sand Village forces meeting. They also targeted the medical camp," Jiraiya explained. "All right. It wasn't an official mission, but at least it was something to break the camp routine." The next morning, the trio prepared for the journey. While they met with other children in front of the camp, all genins doing the same tasks in the camp. "Minato. Are you also planning to gather supplies?" a boy shouted as soon as he saw Minato arriving. This boy was a year older than Minato but seemed to behave like a younger brother to him. After all, he had declared himself a big fan of Minato, as many knew of Minato's reputation as the #1 rookie. "Hello Bake," Minato greeted the boy. "This is so exciting. I hope we can face some ninjas on this trip and become heroes." he exclaimed excitedly while Minato scratched his head, not knowing how to respond. Hey, kids! Stop chatting and let's start the task. A Jonin approached the group and spoke to them in a stern tone. Everyone gathered around after that. Here is the map of the camps you need to go to. Pick up the supplies and deliver them to the requested camp, otherwise, return to this camp with the scroll. Understood, he said, and the Genins nodded. You may go, he announced, and the Genins began to spread out, with Minato heading to Camp 9, near the medical camp. They started jumping between the trees, advancing along the border while Team 7 was surrounded by other Genins. Do you think we will go to the front lines soon? Bake exclaimed beside Minato, asking him. I don't know, the older ninjas are taking care of all that. Minato replied. I want to fight someone and beat them. I want to do my part for Konoha. Despite the horrors of the war, seeing numerous soldiers returning injured and dying in the camp every week, the boy still seemed to have a better attitude than his peers. After all the children were somewhat traumatized by it. After a few hours, passing numerous ninjas patrolling the area, they finally arrived at the camp on the map. You finally arrived, said an adult coming to greet them. Here is the order. Minato approached him and handed over the scroll. Great, come with me. A stock from Konoha has just arrived, he said, and they went to the storage area. They went to get supplies and filled the scrolls before putting them in their backpacks. Starting to organize themselves to go to the medical camp the next day, they set up some tents. While Bake stayed with Minato, chatting away, with only Mikoto and Hanabi silently by his side, familiar faces appeared. It was none other than Jiraiya's team, who had arrived at Camp 12. Minato is here, which means I can finally eat his food. Chusa exclaimed, as the last time he saw him, he had to leave. Alright, let's prepare something. Minato said, and Shikaku Nara and Inoichi Yamanaka joined as well. They ate and talked that night. The next day, they left for Camp 7, which was Tsunade's, carrying supplies from this camp to the medical camp. They arrived at the place, and it was the same chaos as always, with injured people arriving constantly. They were once again greeted by an adult. After organizing things, Team 7 was surprised by Tsunade approaching them. It's been over a month, how are things? She asked with a look of concern. Nothing much, we haven't even left the camp yet. Mikoto commented, dissatisfied. That's good. I don't want to see any of you here injured. She said sincerely. How are you dealing with the poison? I've seen a lot of people arriving in that state here. Minato asked, and Tsunade shook her head. Unfortunately, we haven't found a cure, but my mother has started to discover its effects and created a method that delays the poison's progression. Deaths have decreased, but they are still happening. She admitted with a bit of sadness. They continued talking for a bit, and finally, it was time for them to leave. Let's go, Minato said, and the two other girls nodded, saying goodbye to Tsunade. Minato, I will be returning to Konoha in a few weeks, so I won't be around for a while. Just take care of yourself and look after the two as well, Tsunade said, and Minato nodded. Do you think I can't take care of myself, Senju? Mikoto responded more as a challenge than anything else to Tsunade. TSK, good luck, she said in the end, and they headed to Camp 12, arriving there a few hours later. Bake was still glued to Minato, talking about anything or asking for training tips, and what saved him was a Jonin approaching them. Commander Jiraiya is requesting your presence in the main tent, he said, and the three nodded, separating from the other Genins. You're back, that's good, Jiraiya said. Tell us that you now have some kind of mission and we won't have to stay here for another month. Minato spoke, hoping to do something different in the war where he could be more useful. I'm glad you brought that up. There's something we need to do. I'll be heading to the front tomorrow, and you will accompany me. What do you think? Jiraiya smiled. That sounds interesting, Minato said, and his companions agreed. Tomorrow, I will teach you how to be good spies and my techniques, so be prepared because we will be entering the war zone, Jiraiya said, and the three nodded, finally expecting to be more useful as they headed to the Land of Rain. Chapter 110, Infiltration Mission 01. Third-person POV. Border between the Land of Fire and the Land of Rain, Year 36. Minato went to his tent with his companions as they prepared for their first field mission. The next day, they dressed differently than usual. After all, as it was a spying mission, they had to wear more discreet clothes, something darker than what Mikoto usually wore. Minato also had storage seals wrapped around his wrists, something Sasuke had in Shippuden. It was very practical to pull his kunais and other weapons from there. He met Jiraiya, Mikoto, and Hanabi at the edge of the camp before sunrise, while darkness still covered everything, but even so, the camp was quite bustling as always with the changing of the guard shifts and some people arriving with new reports. Jiraiya looked at each of them, with a serious face as he assessed each one. It's good to see you here. I hope you're ready. We'll meet a team at the edge of the border and enter the land of rain to see the situation on the ground. Remember, you have to stay alert, after all, we'll be in the middle of the battlefield, he warned as the three nodded. Jiraiya then shot off towards the trees while the three followed him, heading west. It was after 2 hours of travel that the weather began to change above them. So this is the land of rain? Hanabi asked curiously, looking at the sky which no longer looked like the clean sun of the morning before, but rather enveloped the forest in dark shadows and becoming even darker as they continued to advance. The same thing happened with Minato, feeling sentries around the place, however, much less than in the main parts of the camp. Jiraiya stopped for a moment while the three just followed him, making the same movement. A shinobi with a mask appeared in front of Jiraiya. It was a messenger, as he handed the scroll to him before disappearing, and Jiraiya opened and read it. An ambush here? Mikoto asked, surprised by this. It seems they do reconnaissance and intelligence work, there's a lot of them at all the camps. Minato spoke, after all, he could feel through his haki many of them, but almost no one who was not a sentry could see them, after all, they worked hidden and by the shadows. Well, this is interesting. It looks like we already have an important task here. Jiraiya murmured and looked at the three students. Now follow me, he requested, and they both resumed their path until there was no more sun, just shadows and clouds heavy with rain. There's rain everywhere. Mikoto commented as they saw lines of water falling from the sky in the distance, while they too entered the place, stepping into a space just of rain. It's usually not like this, but when there are heavy clouds, it rains all day, Jiraiya said, since this country seemed to never have a sun in the sky or even clear weather. They continued until they reached an outpost, much smaller than the previous camps. There were at least about 150 ninjas there with some tents keeping watch at the edge of the border. As Jiraiya approached, he was greeted by the jonins coming up to greet him. Commander Jiraiya, welcome. A man with a jonin vest and some scars on his face greeted him. Some seemed quite recent as Minato could tell. You brought children, he looked with a grimace, since genins were not involved in the front lines. These are my students, so don't worry about that. After all, their safety is under my responsibility, Jiraiya said, and the men nodded, not touching on the subject anymore. Well, come with me, after all, I need a more complete report than what I received by the Ambu. Let's go to the main tent, Jiraiya said, while the ninjas greeted him quickly as they entered. He looked at the map on the table and the jonins there. How is the situation? Jiraiya asked. The same. We still suffer attacks. However, we noticed one thing in the reports, the ninja with the scars on his face spoke with a serious tone. Continue, Jiraiya prompted, since the shinobi had stopped as the genins were observing everything attentively in the room, but Jiraiya didn't mind that. The ninja nodded and continued, well, the forces of the land of Earth are more aggressive than ever. We've heard some reports from the southern country, but nothing compared to what's happening here in the north. It started over a month ago. Yes, I read about that in the general reports, Jiraiya spoke nodding, it was quite strange, after all those ninjas were trying to enter the border of the land of fire even more than before. But it's strange, Commander Jiraiya. It's as if our enemies from the stone village are looking for something here. They are trying to breach the land of fire's border by any means. We are suffering more attacks than at the start of the war, even though they are losing with this kind of attack, he said, after all, such an attack generated more loss of resources than an advantage in itself. Jiraiya seemed thoughtful, even looking at Minato for a moment, but he did not believe that it could be him the reason for this. Well, until we find out, we will stop them in any way. So, hold the position, he said while gesturing to reinforce this area. Note, he spoke and changed the subject. Now I would like to know more about the investigation I received from the Amba messenger a short while ago. He requested. Commander Jiraiya, as you know, our intelligence discovered some reports coming from the south to deliver to your allies in the north, the stone ninjas. There might also be some resources with an incredible amount of explosive tags and other much worse things. The shinobi explained and had a somber tone for the last words. So these bastards wanted to pass poison to the north, Jiraiya murmured with a bit of anger. After all, although the camp that took care of the infected people was in the center of the border, Orochimaru's camp and others in the south were the ones suffering from the attacks with the dispute with the sand ninjas. Jiraiya began to think about the scenario. Probably, they were carrying this type of poison to use on the allied country's forces against us, overloading the medical camp as a strategy to find an opening in Konoha's forces. This is quite bad, Jiraiya murmured. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato suddenly spoke, gaining the attention of the ninjas in the tent. Speak, boy. Jiraiya asked, not getting angry at the boy for interrupting his conversation with the jonins. They wouldn't just send a quantity of poison, right? Is there a possibility they would send a recipe? Wouldn't that help us speed up the process of finding a cure? Minato spoke, after all, that would greatly help Tsunade, knowing how the substance was made. Well, you are correct and I'm sure Tsunade would love to see the formula. Maybe this mission is both a curse and a blessing, it all depends if we can intercept this team coming from the south. Jiraiya spoke while the ninjas had a serious look at him. I'm glad I came here, because I will lead this mission with my students and other squads, he announced while the shinobi looked at the children who seemed to have neutral looks and then nodded. I want a group of 30 ninjas specialized in infiltration to accompany us. We need to penetrate this country and find out what route the sand ninjas are using inside it. Jiraiya spoke and all the ninjas began to leave the tent. Jiraiya looked at his student before continuing, you are already ready, we will stay here in this camp until our companions are ready. Soon, we will depart for the land of rain, Jiraiya spoke. Now I will talk a little more with the Jonins. Minato, Mikoto, and Hanabi nodded leaving the tent, while the heavy rain soon hit them outside. Minato paid closer attention to the camp, although he had already noticed the size and number of people here, he noticed other things like the ninjas walking back and forth not caring about the rain or even the mud made by thousands of footsteps being made on that wet soil every day. It should already be mid-morning, but everything was dark and gloomy. How far do you think we are from the land of rain? Mikoto asked while Hanabi opened her Byakugan out of curiosity. I believe we are a kilometer away from the place. Hanabi responded looking to the east. We might stay a long time in this camp, it would have been better to continue in the tent. Mikoto couldn't help complaining as the rain fell on them all the time. They spent some time in the camp while Minato looked at the rainy sky, wondering if this country really never had sun. After that, Jiraiya got organized and brought some masks for them. Take these. We are leaving now. Put on your hoods and don't take them off at all while we enter the country, Jiraiya instructed as they picked up masks. It looks like we're a bunch of mysterious ninjas now, Mikoto commented with a small smile. I feel almost like an ambo like this. Minato spoke, not failing to think about his military career, he might join the ambo in the future, it would be an interesting experience to work some time in those forces. After all, Minato didn't consider himself a good spy, he trained to blow things up and be highly destructive. After that, all three got themselves sorted. Some random masks were chosen. And I thought we were going to wear frog masks. Hanabi commented, though it would be quite obvious to the enemy. Anyway, let's go, Minato said, and the three began to head towards the exit of the camp. There were several ninjas while Jiraiya was giving some more instructions, all of them wearing the same uniform, with dark capes and hooded masks. Remember, we will follow in different teams as we enter the country and try to gather information. If possible, avoid direct confrontations and blend in with the population, Jiraiya instructed, his gaze fixed to the west. The primary mission is to understand the enemy's movements and intercept any communication or resource coming to the north. He said. All the ninjas nodded, now we need to be even more discreet entering the country, so keep to the shadows and avoid any ninja, understand? He asked. Once again, everyone just nodded and silently, now let's go. He said and all the ninjas departed the next moment, while Jiraiya and his team followed a route as everyone split into groups of 2, 3, and 4 people in other teams. They swiftly passed through places with difficult visibility while Minato could even feel the other teams separated, keeping a low profile as they passed through the forest. It didn't take long to finally feel that they were in the land of rain. The team successfully continued their infiltration. Meanwhile, in another part of the land of rain, a boy looked at the rain falling on his window. There was no rain inside his house, while the door opened and a woman with red hair entered. Stop looking out the window. She requested. But Mom, why is everyone leaving and we're staying here? Isn't it dangerous? The boy asked with some fear in his voice. My boy, your father believes that we will be safer here inside. There's only hunger and death outside. Everything will be all right. She tried to calm her son. I know, it's just that I'm scared. The boy said, putting his head between his knees. It's okay, you are a very strong boy, Nagato. Soon the bad men will leave and we'll return to our life as before. And she approached and hugged her son lovingly. Chapter 111, Infiltration Mission 02. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 36. Jiraiya's team entered the Land of Rain as the rain continued to beat down on them. It had been some time since they had started entering the country, while Minato, and especially Hanabi, spotted sentinels or ninja forces passing by. It was easy to identify the ninjas from each country if they weren't disguised, with the ninjas from the village of Rain wearing a uniform with tubes at the mouth that covered the entire chin, seeming to be some form of breathing apparatus for underwater use. Since Minato could detect hidden people better than Hanabi, despite not having her range, he noticed many of them hidden in rivers and lakes. This country is quite complicated, isn't it, Sensei? Minato spoke behind his mask. Yes, there are many open areas as you've noticed, but still half of the country has forests, so we should be careful, he spoke, since their mission was to remain undetected. Following the path for a while longer while passing the sentinels, Jiraiya decided to stop on a mountain slope. Let's stay here to rest a bit before continuing, he said. The team headed towards that side as they entered a boulder, and Hanabi made a hideout with an earth jutsu, with the ground opening and then closing without anyone nearby while Minato took care of it. A fire was lit while Jiraiya prepared to spend some time there. Minato could feel ninjas from AIM passing close by, but none suspected their presence there. With the fire lit underground, Jiraiya returned to them. Eat something and recover your energy, you're going to need it, Jiraiya spoke as they nodded. Are we heading to the far west, sensei? Minato asked while Jiraiya was in front of a map, noting the points of the Land of Rain. Yes. As you can see, the map of the Land of Rain follows with a mountain range covering the south, he said, pointing to the map, numerous mountains there. It would be difficult for a group of ninjas to cross there. After all, there should be numerous ninjas from AIM, who know that region very well and could easily ambush them if they do not have a good sensor. Well, there's an opening in this region, Mikoto spoke, pointing out that there wasn't an area without mountains from south to north, like an opening between them. But this area was on the other side of the country. True. Do you believe the infiltrators passed through there? Minato asked after agreeing with Mikoto. It's a guess, but I believe so. The place is hard to access and it's very likely they would pass through there, Jiraiya mentioned. This opening had large rivers and rice fields where farmers engaged in this activity and others for cultivation. Yes, but if we're wrong and they pass through the mountain precisely to deceive us knowing we have this information? Minato asked, curious. That's okay, that's why we sent several groups here. They all took a region according to the plan and will stay alert. The mission is to capture that group and even if they are discovered, the priority is to get the scroll and return to the Land of Fire immediately, Jiraiya spoke while the boy understood. Jiraiya turned to Minato once more. Did you place the seals along the way, he asked, referring to the Raijin seals. Just a few, in case of an emergency and we have to use them, Minato responded, indicating that he placed the seals periodically along this route, as a safety backup in case they faced a major threat. Sensei, can you tell me more about the war? Minato spoke again and asked, wanting to understand more about the situation. Still, as a genin, the information was very limited and he couldn't get precise information at the camp. After all, only the command knew and Minato didn't have access to them other than having his sensei. Jiraiya looked at the fire for a while and finally nodded. All right, let me tell you about how things have been from the beginning. He began. With the alliance of the countries of Earth and Wind, naturally, this country was chosen to be the battlefield. He spoke as the students paid attention to his words. The country of Wind invaded this nation first, to stabilize routes and territory and use it to combat their target, which is us, he continued. Did Hanzo let this happen? Minato asked curiously. Of course not, he immediately repelled the first forces from the Sand Village, and they had a rough time dealing with the poison that Hanzo uses. However, the tide turned when Chiyo, known as the greatest medical ninja in the world currently, began finding antidotes and even learned a lot from the salamander poisons. He said. So that's why we are having difficulty finding an antidote for this poison. Hanabi commented while Mikoto remained silent. Yes, the Sand Village gained a lot of advantage early in this war and has many territories in the south. Hanzo could handle this, but as soon as the Stone Village invaded from the northern border, he had to deal with two fronts, and he's only acting when necessary. His intention still continues to expel all nations from this country, he said in a calm tone. I can understand him, a country like this will suffer severe damage by the end of this war, no matter the winner. Minato murmured, it didn't take a genius to realize how this country with major problems with its highly rainy climate would be in a few years. Yes, back to the war, we are not doing well, we are losing the war, on this side, Jiraiya spoke, leaving everyone looking at him in surprise. Isn't that bad? Mikoto murmured. Of course it is. Jiraiya laughed at the obvious, but the war has not yet ended, we are having many deaths, but we can still turn this situation around. He spoke confidently, showing his unwavering faith in Konoha. But why choose a country like this? Isn't Hanzo known as the shinobi god in these times? Hanabi asked again. After all, there were other options, like the Earth country invading the Grass country, which also lay between the Fire and Earth nations, or even the River country, which was between the Fire and Wind. Because here it would be easier for them to organize a joint attack, even a man like Hanzo would have difficulty facing such power. Jiraiya answered. He sighed a little and looked back at his students. Don't think too much about the war itself, just keep focusing on your task. We'll improve our situation and this mission will be crucial for that, Jiraiya spoke while his students nodded at the end. Let's sleep here a bit and continue at dawn on the path to the west. They spent some time roasting something to eat on the fire, until they took mattresses from their storage scrolls and went to rest. Minato ended up taking some of his Fuinjutsu scrolls from Mito and began studying them. He wanted to learn to make seals using his own chakra, something only people with advanced knowledge in this area could do. The original Minato had this knowledge, since he applied the Raijin by touching his enemies with the palm of his hand, as he did with Killer Bee in the Third Ninja War when he encountered the group of the Fourth Raikage. This was also practically a death sentence. After all, the ninja could only wait for Minato to appear beside him and kill him without him being able to react to it. Of course, for that he would have to reach his opponent, but it would be very useful. Minato also wanted to work on his peculiar kunai, different from the traditional one. Maybe he would talk to a blacksmith in the camp when he returned there. After waking up while the day had not yet arrived, they left the hideout and noticed that the rain had ended, but still with dark clouds in the sky, they continued passing through blind spots of the patrol, putting back on clothes with masks. They followed the path and the day continued to emerge, if they could even call it a day. After all, everything remained dark without any sign of the sun. Without delay, they continued the path, navigating through areas and staying a bit away from the mountains to not encounter large groups of ninjas. They followed the rest of the day undetected, even encountering sensor ninjas like Minato could feel with his haki and avoided them before entering their sensitive field. At night they camped once more, hiding underground. Moving through the forest until they encountered dozens of lights in the distance, they were avoiding cities, to not draw attention, but they found one along the way. "Shall we go around it?" Hanabi asked. "Minato, can you detect any ninjas there?" Jiraiya asked. "I'll need to get closer," Minato spoke as he followed the path. "There are no ninjas, sensei," Minato informed. They then approached the city, remaining hidden on the rooftops. Minato couldn't help but observe the structure of this country, which was quite different from that of the Land of Fire, not only because of the war happening here but also the climate did not help much. The people were not yet in a state of hunger and food scarcity. It was raining a bit, but it was a fine rain, while people avoided puddles and still had very depressed faces as they walked around the place. Two residents, a man and a woman, covered by waterproof cloaks, talked in a low voice as they walked down the main street of the city. "Did you see the troop movements last night?" the woman asked, looking around to ensure no one was listening. "Yes, and it seems we are receiving more refugees from the southern areas. This will get very bad. We don't have an abundance of food, now we will have more mouths to feed," the man responded, keeping a certain worry in his voice. "That, and you know they are going to force us to give up our food stocks. They are saying they are being reserved mainly for the ninjas and the armed forces," said the woman with a furrowed brow. "What do they think they are? We worked all harvest to have this food. What is Hanzo-sama thinking?" the man spoke. "Quiet. There might still be ninjas around. If they heard you, you could be killed," the woman immediately said with concern. "It seems Hanzo is putting some pressure on the people of this country," Minato thought as he listened to the conversation among the crowd walking through the streets. "But on the other hand, they are being protected by the soldiers of AIM," he reasoned. "This is a quite harsh reality. But this is war and how it devastates wherever it goes," Jiraiya said, observing the place like the others. The three students just observed this, saying nothing. "Now, let's continue," Jiraiya spoke as they began to move again, continuing their path to the east, leaving the small town behind. Chapter 112, Infiltration Mission 03. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 36. In the middle of the rain country, in a more rural area with some rice paddy fields and other crops, there was a farm with a few rooms, tended by a family who looked after the place. This very family was outside their house at the moment, while there were four ninjas from AIM themselves, using their breathing tubes while staring at the kneeling family who were quite distressed at that moment. "Please, sirs, we've given everything you asked for," the older man, who seemed to be middle-aged, spoke to the four ninjas. "This only lasts a few days. Tell me where we find more and where your money is." The ninja spoke with a fierce tone while having cold eyes for those people. "But sir, we have given all we had. The little that remains would be for my family, soon we will have nothing more to eat," the farmer exclaimed. "Listen here, you idiot." The ninja seemed to lose patience as he approached the farmer and grabbed him by the collar. "You better hand over everything you have, since we are the men protecting you from the war, we are more important than you. You better give everything, otherwise, we will kill your whole family," he threatened. "Please, sir, we have nothing left," the older woman begged, while a boy, apparently 8 years old, looked with anger in his eyes and with tears coming out, but could do nothing, as there was a girl next to him, 15 years old, appearing to be the couple's children. "I don't care what you think," the ninja spoke again, "you civilians have to do our bidding." He was about to hit the man while raising his fist back, but one of the other three ninjas behind him slapped his shoulder. "Forget it, man. We need to be quick. Our supervisor will notice this and we have to go back to patrolling the area." This ninja spoke. The ninja who heard this nodded and let go of the men, making the farmer fall with his face into a puddle below his feet from yesterday's rain. "So what will we do?" This ninja asked his companion as the family member seemed to be breathing a sigh of relief. "Let's make it quick. We have some time, so kill the men and the boy, we can take the women inside. It's been a while since we had a bit of fun. If they know how to please us, we might even let them live and come back to this farm from time to time." He spoke, simply leaving the family on the ground at that moment. Clearly, he would kill even the women. After all, he did not want any witnesses for the war crime they were about to commit. "Wait, you can't be serious. We are members of the Rain Country, you can't do this to us," the farmer spoke, frightened both with fear for his own life and the fate of his family in the cruel hands of these ninjas. "We will do this. The ninja who had knocked him down looked with a cruel gaze. You can't do this. The farmer, with hatred, stood up while advancing trying to hit the men with a punch, but fell back after the same simply kicked him, unable to react to that. Two of the other three ninjas behind him started laughing at this. Who cares? We'll just kill them and then say it was an enemy ninja group from the other three nations, you idiot. The ninja who kicked him spoke with an even crueler tone. He did not care about these people or even people from this country, only about surviving and gaining as much advantage as he could, while fighting in this war he was forced into by the order of Hanzo-sama. Do it quickly, the other spoke, already impatient with all this talk. All right, he commented as he grabbed his kunai, and the family, already frightened, couldn't even react as he approached. The ninja appeared in front of the farmer with the kunai in hand, ready to eliminate the first older men in front of his entire family. However, at this moment, a flash emerged, becoming even more intense due to the darkness that the clouds of the day brought, while a man dressed in black and with a mask, apparently 1.40 m tall, emerged from that flash, and with a common kunai in his hand, he slashed the neck of that ninja before he could react, as his companions quickly jumped back. The enemy, they exclaimed, as they prepared for battle with Minato falling to the ground next to the dead body of the ninja from AIM, while the family, confused, watched as the farmer crawled backward in fear. They were still traumatized by the fact that they were about to die and even be abused just moments ago. Who are you? You bastard. One of the ninjas commented, his voice distorted by the mask he wore. The masked ninja looked at the body of the one he had killed and then turned back to the three ninjas. You are ninjas from AIM and kill and abuse your own people, you are a bunch of trash. No, you are much worse than trash. A childlike voice emerged from the mask. There were few things that could anger him as much as seeing ninjas from his own village committing war crimes against their people. A foreign ninja, someone shouted, recognizing that Minato was not one of them but rather someone infiltrated. Take that, you damn invader. They began throwing kunais, but Minato quickly started to defend himself with the kunai still dirty with blood, clashing against those of the enemies, and as soon as he did that, he began advancing on them. His speed was far superior, so he easily surprised them as the first one, who thought he would fight with taijutsu, quickly had his throat cut without being able to react to Minato's speed. The others retreated even further after this, while Minato threw a sealed kunai at the third, who quickly defended himself. But he appeared right after with Raijin, surprising and stabbing the knife into his skull without being able to react. You killed them. Someone shouted behind him, as another kunai advanced towards him. Defending himself from this by moving his arm quickly, while noticing something on the kunai that began to fall, he murmured, a paper bomb. The paper stuck to the kunai caught fire and exploded the next moment, with the ninja hoping that at least he had eliminated that guy after losing 3 companions. Is he dead? The ninja from AIM spoke with a concerned tone. No, and you are slow, but you still finished off my clone. A new voice emerged behind him, and that was his last conscious moment before having his own head severed. The sound of a puddle being filled by the body and head falling was heard the next moment, while Minato calmly observed the dead enemies. He had created a clone and hidden as soon as he made the flash when he arrived, just to deceive them without them realizing it was just a copy. The ninjas from AIM aren't very smart, probably Hanzo has a different astronomically among most of them. Minato murmured, hoping the only challenge here would be Hanzo himself. The explosion of the paper bomb still echoed through the area, and Minato turned back to the family of farmers who looked at him frightened. He knew that this move was risky. After all, he might even jeopardize his own mission with people reporting about a strange ninja killing others in this area and knew that this would soon happen, but he didn't care about something so small. After all, there were several spies in this country now. He quickly collected the bodies, sealing them in a scroll to leave no evidence. He returned to the family, still looking cautiously. I think this belongs to you, he said, throwing a bag of their crop in front of them, the one the ninjas were going to take. The farmer just nodded cautiously. When they ask what happened here, you can tell the truth, Minato said, before jumping and disappearing from in front of that family as he headed for the forest. You really went there? Mikoto, who was waiting for him in a tree, said. Yes, now let's find the others, Minato replied dryly. It had been a few days since they left that last city, heading west. They were split up to survey the area. After all, they were close to their objective. Moving forward, they found Hanabi and Jiraiya with a group, being one of the teams that left the camp on the border in dark clothes and 2 others in gray clothes and different masks, some Amba ninjas infiltrated in the rain country. Any certainty that the team will pass through the valley? Jiraiya asked. Yes, they are not following the river. It's very likely that they will use the high altitudes in the extreme west, avoiding the open area. The Ambu spoke, as a group of Ambu had managed to locate the group of sand ninjas, while they were following and passing information to the command, which in this case, was Jiraiya. All right. Let's rest a bit, contact all nearby teams, and let's form a group to attack them directly. Jiraiya spoke, as the Ambus and other ninjas left the site, leaving only Team 7. Settle down while we organize our group. Jiraiya continued as he opened a scroll and wrote some things on it, before summoning a toad that opened its mouth to catch the scroll with its tongue and disappeared the next moment. Minato remained silent and observed as new ninjas began to arrive over the next few hours, totaling 30 ninjas at the site, including 2 ambas. We can't gather more and we have a good team here. He has 50 ninjas in his group according to the Amba ninjas, but we still have the element of surprise. Jiraiya declared, while everyone nodded. Now let's go. We should spread out to not draw attention and everyone meet at this point on the map. Jiraiya spoke, pointing to the mountains after the opening on the even further west side, intending to use the plains to set a trap. Everyone nodded and left shortly after. Heading to this point, Team 7 again passed through blind spots avoiding sensory ninjas and patrols while finally arriving at a huge river, this being the passage from south to north passing through the area between the mountains. There are many ninjas hidden under this place. Minato murmured immediately. It seems we were mistaken then, the aim force is not in the mountain, or at least it's not distributed there only. Jiraiya commented. What do we do, sensei? Hanabi asked. You're not going to like it. But first I need to gather the others. He spoke while the students frowned. The ninjas who were scattered from Konoha approached and gathered near the river. We had to use a very early morning time to pass here. The Amba spoke about his experience from the south to here. I understand, but don't worry. Jiraiya spoke while summoning at least 10 toads about 1 meter tall. We'll put them inside the toads, and they will go under the water to the other side. He said. Minato could feel everyone frowning behind their masks, but what else could they do? Hanabi and Mikoto had looks of disgust. A moment later the toads paid the ninjas by team while swallowing everyone until they began to jump into the water. While the AIM ninjas stayed close to the surface, a group of toads passed beneath them without being able to perceive the number of Konoha ninjas there at that moment. It was after a while that they emerged on the other side. It was not a very good experience being in the stomach of a toad that magically was big enough for them, yet it was disgusting to see the flesh walls, as they headed to land, before releasing them. Remind me to never do this again. Mikoto spoke with a gloomy tone. Don't complain, but let's continue. Jiraiya cut off any complaints as they advanced towards the mountains in front of them, moving to set up the trap. Chapter 113, Infiltration Mission 04. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 36. The group continued heading for the mountains, splitting up again to avoid more sentinels on the other side of the forest, continuing past the sentinels. This lasted until an explosion occurred on the other side, while Minato returned to Jiraiya, waiting for an order from the thing echoing through the forest, as it was too distant for him to see with his chakra. This is bad. Jiraiya murmured and looked at his students. Let's check what happened. He spoke as they changed their route, approaching the explosion. Some ninjas from our squad fell into a kind of paper bomb trap left in the forest, Hanabi commented as they arrived, with the help of her Byakugan. This is bad, let's see how they are before this attracts AIM ninjas patrolling the forest, Jiraiya said. More deaths. Minato murmured internally as he approached the site, feeling the lifeless bodies, or parts of them. Jiraiya and his team approached after seeing some Konoha ninja feathers at the site, with a man in his 30s screaming after having his arm blown off, yet still having a better fate than his other 2 companions. They were a team of 3 people, as far as Minato remembered. He needs to stop screaming, it's drawing too much attention and this place will soon have enemy ninjas. One of the masked men said. What happened here? Jiraiya approached. They were following the route but ended up tripping a trap. We found some too, but we're lucky. It seems that this place is starting to have a lot of paper bombs scattered around, and 2 of those ninjas weren't so lucky. The ninja informed Jiraiya. First make him stop screaming, then stem his bleeding and put the bodies inside a scroll. We can't afford to have AIM ninjas catching Konoha bodies here, Jiraiya said with a colder tone than usual. This was war, there was no more room for compassion, he had to be very direct here. After all, there still had to be someone to command these forces, while Minato looked on with a neutral expression too. What more could he do? He had been seeing this since the mission that went to rescue the Daimyo. But they were our comrades. A ninja spoke, while Jiraiya continued in his dry tone. Yes, they were our comrades and we are still on a mission, save mourning for the dead for later. There are still thousands of ninjas depending on this mission, always remember that. Jiraiya seemed still very focused on conversing. Despite the questioning, Minato knew that many other commanders wouldn't even bother to respond to that. The ninjas nodded at the commander's words and began to organize the site, while they picked up the dead bodies and a masked ninja, being an Uchiha, put the surviving man under a genjutsu to sleep and managed to bandage him and have someone start carrying him, before running back. Remember, this place is now full of traps, be very careful and stay alert, Jiraiya spoke while the others nodded. Heading back on the route, the observer's haki began to show numerous traps in that area. Sensei. This is a forest full of paper bombs. Minato commented. That shouldn't be a surprise, after all, this is the path near the two allied countries, AIM and possibly Hanzo. They know if both parents join and invest to the east together, they will devastate the country just to reach the border of the Land of Fire. He commented. Let me lead the team, sensei. I'm the best at detecting traps, Minato requested, and Jiraiya did not disagree as they moved forward, passing through all the safer areas. Midway, some team was not so lucky, due to the sound of an explosion echoing many kilometers away from them. But without being able to go back to see what was happening, while Jiraiya asked them to continue. They followed this formation for a few more hours until they finally arrived at the western side mountains. Arriving before any team thanks to Minato finding the best path, something even Hanabi could not do. Now let's wait. Jiraiya commented as he summoned several frogs, which began to run through the forest, waiting for the group to arrive. It was after 2 hours that the first group arrived. How was the path? Do you know who caused that explosion? Jiraiya asked the group of Jonins as he walked up to them. We don't know, it was behind us. He said. Jiraiya nodded. Let's wait for the others, he said as they stayed, waiting some more. As time passed, the ninjas began to appear, waiting for more and more to arrive, until a single man entered at the end. Where is your team? Jiraiya asked. They were killed, caught by a trap. He said. However, at that moment, Minato took advantage of the ceiling kunai with Jiraiya and used Raijin, reappearing next to Jiraiya without anyone there being able to react, and slapped the ninja, making him fall to the ground unconscious. He is a spy, Minato told a confused Jiraiya as he looked at the puzzled boy. A spy, are you sure? Jiraiya asked seriously, while the others looked confused about how the boy had discovered this. Yes, as you know, I am a special type of sensor, Minato said, sensing the man's intention with his haki. Alright, let's see who is behind the mask. We have a skilled Uchiha with Genjutsu here, don't we? Jiraiya said as they picked up the man and removed his mask. He is no one we know, the Jonins concluded. Alright, let's create a space underground and rest here tonight. Tomorrow we will continue the journey. Has the Ambu not appeared yet? Jiraiya asked, and there was no response from the forest. They created a space with earth jutsu, while finally the Ambu appeared with a ninja on their back. What happened? Jiraiya immediately asked before they entered the hideout. I caught them, they were captured by AIM troops, but I managed to rescue them after eliminating the troops that captured them, he said from behind his mask while Jiraiya nodded. Let's talk inside the hideout about this, he requested, and everyone spent the rest of the night there talking. Tell me what happened, the Uchiha asked, interrogating the prisoner. We found foreign ninjas falling into our trap. He said in a trance. What happened next? There were 2 people, one died and the other managed to escape after his companion sacrificed his life to save him as soon as he noticed the trap. He said. Do you know from which country they came and why you came to infiltrate among us? The Uchiha asked. We realized that you were a large group and were coming to the mountains after 2 traps were discovered. We don't know from which country you came, because we haven't interrogated the prisoner yet, he said. I volunteered after taking the clothes and passing information about this group while hiding among you. He said. The Uchiha nodded and looked at the members watching the conversation. We were lucky that the Ambu managed to rescue the ninja. Our mission could have had another headache with AIM also wanting to interfere in our business. Jiraiya was the one who spoke. Now let's rest while we wait until the first sign of the day to go to the mountains. The team from the sand village must be nearby, he said as they tended to the injured, mainly the man without an arm and the other who would wake up traumatized after his companion died to save him. War is so sad. Hanabi caught Minato's attention as the 3 were in a corner of the cave. Mikoto nodded, although she was not as emotional as Hanabi. It's not a beautiful thing to experience. Minato murmured, he understood that Hanabi was reaching a stress point. They were surrounded by deaths all the time. Since they stepped onto the battlefield, the reality of operations hit like a hammer. Seeing village comrades dying every day was not easy at all. Minato could even understand why Tsunade was as stressed as that time when they were at the medical camp. We lack medical ninjas in the squad. Minato murmured. He knew that in the original story, the war shifted significantly once Tsunade's idea of placing a medical ninja in each squad was implemented. But such an idea had not yet been implemented, thus greatly increasing the mortality rate of Konoha's ninjas. Medical ninja? Hanabi asked, looking at Minato. Yes, we don't have medical ninjas here. This is a problem. After all, we can only stem the wounds and often just let our comrades die without being able to do anything, Minato said. Mikoto remained silent, while Hanabi seemed thoughtful about Minato's words as she looked at him for a while. I'm going to polish my weapons and check my ninja tools, Minato said as he opened his weapons to check his gear, sharpening his kunais and shurikens for the rest of the night in the hideout. The next day, they began to leave, heading towards the mountain while it rained again, limiting any distant vision. Let's go to the agreed places, he requested. There were 2 mountains, and before leaving the hideout, a meeting with the whole group was held, while Jiraiya asked everyone to position themselves as he waited for the signal. Minato and his group proceeded to one end of a mountain as soon as they verified that there were no AIM enemies. They stayed there for a while, until a frog approached Jiraiya with a scroll, which he took from the frog's mouth and read. It seems that there are some AIM teams patrolling, so we must be careful. I'm going to need you, kid, can you start what we agreed on? Jiraiya asked while Minato nodded. The next moment he pulled out a kunai with a seal, with a layer that protected it from the rainwater without destroying it, as he prepared in the next moment, throwing the kunai forward. It shot over the mountain like a bullet, as Minato had put more force than usual, quickly vanishing from everyone's sight as it sped forward. The kunai was launched and began to descend the next moment, falling down the mountain slope, passing all the enemy sentinels, without seeing the object embedding into the ground. After a while falling, Minato appeared above it the next moment, as he grabbed the kunai and shot into the air. No one knew he could use Jeppo, so he waited to do this when he was alone, rising into the sky, gaining a good height while passing any patrol. Heading south, his mission given by Jiraiya after asking if he could manage, was to move forward while he had the advantage of teleporting with Raijin. Minato would be the person to identify the route of the Sand team, since even though there was a group of Leaf Ambush, they could not communicate with the ambush group, but Minato was Jiraiya's wild card, able to gather that information and return in an instant to the group. Raccoon here. I know there were some situations that had nothing to do with the mission itself, but I wanted to create a real war scenario. Chapter 114, Infiltration Mission 05. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 36. The Sand Village group continued heading north, advancing toward the mountain. We're almost there, one of the ninjas from the group said. Let's stop. Another ordered, as the others nodded and stopped in an open part of the forest. Commander, what shall we do? One of the ninjas asked. Look at this map, we should bypass this mountain next to us. Our intelligence has informed us that there is a large group of AIM ninjas concentrated on the big rivers that split the mountain range we are approaching, he said, looking into the distance as the huge peaks began to appear on the horizon while the rain hindered their vision. Is there anything else we need to know, sir? Another ninja questioned as the commander nodded. Yes, let's just be careful not to alert the AIM troops, be aware of your surroundings. After all, our mission is top secret and we must deliver this scroll to our allies in the north. With it, we can finally create a force strong enough to attack Konoha, he spoke. We are already winning the war, sir, it's only a matter of time before Konoha falls, another murmured beside him. Yes, we are winning the war. But this is an opportunity to crush Konoha once and for all, the ninja spoke and continued. We have in this scroll the strategy of poison. If the Sand Village can also produce it, we will have the same advantage in the war, and it will end more easily. Don't forget that wars need money. The sooner we win it, the more profitable it will be for us, he said. After analyzing the situation, the men spoke again. Anyway, let's continue on the path. He gave the order and the entire group followed him. A while after the group disappeared, in that place, a new group emerged with 4 hooded ninjas wearing neutral masks with no symbols of the village they belonged to. These ninjas were ambush ninjas from Konoha, who were trailing the group. It looks like they're heading to the mountains further east. One of them said, looking ahead. Yes, we should make contact with some ninja from the ambush group that Konoha created, but we have no more news from them. Another spoke beside him. We will have to count on luck and try to warn them as soon as we approach the agreed-upon location. As we passed to the Delta member, they referred to the ambush ninja who joined Jiraiya's group. A group of dozens of ambush ninjas was dispatched across all the battlefields of the war on every side of the country. They were dispatched for the collection of information, and to pass important things to the camps where the leaders could make wiser decisions during the conflict. This particular group was in the middle of the southern battlefield of the Rain Country. While collecting data from the Sand Village ninjas, they got the information of this poison stock to be passed to their allies and placed a team to follow them as soon as they headed north. The group sent one of them halfway to the northwest, who was the ninja that found Jiraiya to pass the information. Now they followed at a distance to provide support when the ambush happened and to keep an eye on their path. We also have to be careful not to get too close. There is a member of theirs with a sensor, the leader spoke while the others followed. Meanwhile, a few kilometers north from there, Minato stopped under a tree where he was sheltered from the rain. After all, he needed to concentrate, sitting in a lotus position and closing his eyes to focus. He did not send several clones around the region. After all, it was too risky for the ninjas to find them while his clones did not have the observation haki like the original possesses. He concentrated and this made his observation haki increase by 20%, its range reaching a great distance. He remained like this for a while. Finally, I found you. Minato murmured, detecting a group of 30 ninjas heading to the mountains further to the west, as he immediately disappeared, having felt that there was a sensor among the group. He reappeared a few kilometers away, having had to place several Raijin seals as he traveled here. This allowed him to return instantly, tracking the ninjas' route precisely for the ambush. He started running west, disappearing into the rain, doing as before, waiting for the group of ninjas to appear so he could sense them once more and quickly disappear unnoticed. He did this one last time near the mountains before disappearing and reappearing amidst Jiraiya and the others. Minato, you've arrived, how did it go? Jiraiya asked immediately as Minato took out a scroll with the map of the region. I followed them at 3 points, didn't encounter any ambush groups, but they might be trailing the sand group since I didn't wait long and disappeared as soon as I sensed them, Minato began, and started to draw and trace a line on the map. This was their path. If everything is correct, they passed between 2 mountains west of the one we're on, Minato concluded, while Jiraiya nodded and stroked his chin with the information the boy had provided. Then let's notify the others. Jiraiya spoke and again summoned all the toads and began writing on a scroll before using the shadow clone jutsu on the object, and the toads each took a scroll before starting to run across the mountain. Let's focus on this point. Jiraiya spoke and placed his finger on a point Minato suggested on the route, and everyone nodded. The toads that Jiraiya summoned went to notify the other teams to meet at that same point. They headed to that place a while later, disappearing in the rain. Jiraiya's group appeared with some more Jonin members from other teams. It didn't take long for other ninjas to appear as well, while they waited. Let's wait, I've placed some toads to alert me at the foot of the mountain, so get ready, Jiraiya advised as everyone nodded and searched for a dry place to finalize their last preparations. Minato. Hanabi approached Minato for a moment. Yes. Minato looked at her, puzzled. You told me that I would be a very powerful ninja with a bow. What could I do in a situation like this? Hanabi asked, thinking hard about what Minato had said at the camp many days ago. You must be joking, right? Minato laughed at the girl while she remained confused. She wanted to know if this style would be useful, but Minato realized at that moment that the girl wasn't thinking clearly about using a bow. We're on top of a mountain, do you realize how lethal you could be, he said. If you have the Byakugan and master the wind element with a bow, you would be lethal even to a Kage below the mountain in an assassination attempt. Minato was sincere, he believed that a Hyuga clan ninja with a bow and the right element would be a dangerous long-distance assassin. Do you really believe that? Hanabi looked at him skeptically. I'm sure, you have the Byakugan, your tool of precision, a bow as a weapon of attack, and the element to increase your penetration and power. Minato tried to explain. This could even be a bit dangerous for him, facing a ninja like that. He recognizes the danger, even having 3 ways out of such a situation, with his observation haki, his intangibility, and rage in itself. Hanabi nodded after that and walked away from Minato to tend to her things. Minato watched her back and hoped that the girl would start to think better about it. It was good that she came to ask, it means she was interested. He found himself under a tree and waited for the moment to come, until he felt someone approaching him 10 minutes later. Hello. He opened his eyes as the person with an older voice approached him, while he stared at this hooded man like him. Good afternoon. Minato spoke from behind the mask. Sorry to disturb you like this. I wanted to thank you. The ninja spoke while Minato was confused by these words. You are Minato Namikaze. A young man with a bright future. He began with a nervous tone. You know, I am thanking you because you saved my fiancé's brother when you fought against a group from the sand in the land of fire, he began. What's his name? Minato asked, still trying to remember whom he had saved. Vayer Cole, he replied, and Minato finally remembered. It was the men who was fighting alongside an Uchiha and a Nara, until they were struck and Minato had to intervene, fighting against an elite Jonin from the sand. He managed to catch him off guard before taking him down with a Raise-Non. Yes, I remember him, he was out of action after getting injured on that mission. How is he? He took the opportunity to ask. He's fine, hasn't returned to the front lines yet but he's okay. My fiancée was quite worried about her brother, so she is very happy that her brother returned alive in the last letters I read, he commented and continued. Her brother wrote about you too, saying that a boy, being just a genin, helped and saved the team at the last moment and saw a great hero. He told Minato, who felt a bit embarrassed by these words. Well, I just did my part for my fellow Konohans, Minato said. Anyway. I'm going to help keep you safe, after all, my fiancée would be very sad if the savior of her brother got hurt here, he said, also embarrassed. Minato just nodded without comment, though he knew how to take care of himself. Time passed while Minato was alone again until he heard his sensei's call. Everyone. This made everyone immediately go to the main location. My toads have detected the group. We're starting the ambush, Jiraiya announced as all 30 Konoha ninjas nodded. Let's set some traps here, and it's very likely that AIM ninjas in the region will also be alerted by this, so our priority is to grab the scroll and take it to the land of fire, understood? Yes, Commander. They were finally about to begin the ambush. Chapter 115, Infiltration Mission 06. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 36. The ninjas continued heading towards the mountain, remaining alert, unaware that they were already being watched by enemies they never imagined were there. There are no AIM ninjas here. So, let's go through the middle of these mountains. The Sand Ninja spoke, leading the group as they passed through a dense forest at the foot of the 2 mountains. It was still raining heavily, and they couldn't see or sense the ninjas above one of the mountains. Meanwhile, at the top of the mountain, Hanabi was assisting Jiraiya to give the order at the right moment, while the girl had her Byakugan activated, seeing through the rain. Remember, let me know when they reach the point I indicated on the map. Jiraiya spoke next to the girl, who nodded, looking down, her vision blurred due to the rain. They're approaching, she said, and Jiraiya nodded, raising his hand, while the half-dozen ninjas with cloaks that had left the land of fire with the ANBU were prepared for the ambush. Some of these ninjas moved forward, starting to make hand signs. They've entered the area, Hanabi said, and Jiraiya lowered his hand. The ninjas quickly finished their hand signs, creating a joint earth-style jutsu. Suddenly, a part of the mountain below them began to explode and start to fall as a large landslide. The ninjas below felt something strange and looked up immediately as they heard the explosive sound before noticing dirt, rocks, and trees falling towards them. Enemy attack, the leader shouted immediately as the group began to run away from the foot of the mountain, but this didn't prevent the first one from being crushed by a rock the size of a house falling on top of an unlucky one. Other rocks began to fall as the ninjas started to dodge quickly, but 2 others were crushed as well. The sensor hadn't sensed anything because they were too far from his range, so this took them by surprise as more ninjas began to suffer with the landslide reaching the ground and making a sound that echoed throughout the region. 4 more ninjas were buried by the debris, and 3 more were crushed, eliminating at least 1/3 of the group. Yes. In the distance, the ANBU who were coming behind heard everything and quickly realized what it meant, while they ran towards that side. Other AIM ninjas also heard the sound echoing through the rain and saw a large smoke rising in the distance and began to run to the location. Damn. They discovered us and were waiting for an ambush, a sand ninja commented frustrated while the entire forest that was in front of him before was now buried under rocks and sand, along with 10 of their companions. Stop lamenting about it, just stay alert, the enemy is coming, the sensor exclaimed as kunai started to come from his side and the ninjas began to defend against this attack while all the hooded Konoha ninjas jumped towards them, and quickly a battle started with the ninjas advancing with kunai. Damn, take the scroll away, one of the ninjas shouted, already knowing that this group was after the resources in the scroll and could only be a nation after them. Yes, sir, the 5 ninjas exclaimed as they began to move forward, trying to leave the battlefield, but the ANBU ninja landed, killing one of them. Damn Konoha ninja, die, he exclaimed as he attacked the ANBU. Minato appeared with his team, catching a sand ninja, while the others fought other ninjas, but despite the numerical advantage, Konoha did not come out without losses as some of their ninjas fell every moment. Minato used his Raijin and eliminated 2 more on his own while some of the ninjas began to flee, and Minato, already prepared for this, disappeared, appearing on the path where he would flee. He had thrown some kunai at the foot of the mountain, hoping this might happen, but he had to be careful. After all, he had already used his Raijin before to cover the distance while monitoring the group before informing Jiraiya. The ANBU ninjas also appeared, and the battle tipped even more in Konoha's favor as the sand ninjas were caught from behind. There were 3 ninjas fleeing with the scroll as they moved away from the area, throwing explosive tags on the ground and detonating the area as they advanced to hinder their pursuers. They were surprised when a small hooded man with a mask appeared in front of them, throwing kunai with what they thought were explosive tags. Minato appeared in midair as the kunai neared, breaking one of their necks with a kick. Damn it. One of the ninjas threw a kunai while Minato easily defended himself and advanced towards the ninja, clashing their kunai together and causing sparks to fly in the midst of the rain. The ninja dueling with Minato looked at his companion in the distance. This mission has failed, you have to destroy the scroll, the ninja exclaimed to his companion, who had no choice but to take the scroll in one hand and attach an explosive tag with the other. But he noticed something at the last moment as the same hooded figure fighting his companion descended from the sky and kicked him in the neck just like the last one. Damn it. The ninja realized he was actually fighting a clone of Minato, while the original was hovering in the sky with Jeppo, waiting for a moment to strike. He saw his kunai being cut by the enemy's kunai, which was imbued with lightning, and then felt his heart being pierced in the next moment. What? He looked at his body bleeding, the lightning coursing through him, blood pouring from his mouth before he fell dead to the ground. His clone saw this as the blade stopped sparking. It's still very difficult to maintain this lightning chakra embedded in the weapon, you need to train a lot more. The clone spoke to the original Minato, who nodded, watching him disappear in a puff of smoke. Minato had been training to imbue lightning chakra into weapons, practicing it for months with clones, but it was still somewhat difficult to maintain. He knew he needed to learn even more. Naruto turned his attention to the 3 ninjas he had killed. On one hand, he had completed his mission, but war was cruel, and he had been taking lives recently. He could imagine that these ninjas also had their own lives, like the ninja who had approached him some time ago to talk about his sister. But he quickly brushed off this thought and picked up the scroll from the ground, also disposing of the bodies quickly. 2 ANBU ninjas appeared. You got them, they said, surprised to see the hooded boy with 3 dead ninjas, 2 of them Jonin and 1 Chunin. Yes, he replied after everything was set and he advanced to the area of the main fight. The battle had already ended, with most of the sand ninjas dead and some captured, being placed in frogs by Jiraiya to be sent to the camps for interrogation. Are you both okay? Minato approached Hanabi and Mikoto, the latter having a small cut on her arm. Yes, just a scratch, Mikoto said. Minato had left a clone to help them, but they had to face a difficult ninja, and the arrival of the ANBU had helped them deal with it. That's good. I got the scroll, Minato said and moved towards Jiraiya, who was talking with the ANBU and some ninjas. Is there nothing we can do for him? Jiraiya said to someone fallen. Minato approached and was surprised by the men in the cloak who came to speak with him. Minato. The ninja spoke with difficulty when he saw the boy. He was bleeding with a cut chest, probably having injuries to many vital organs. Tell my sister. Tell her I died as a true Konoha ninja, he exclaimed, while everyone followed his gaze to Minato, who looked wide-eyed at him. Minato hadn't imagined seeing someone he had met not long ago, dying this way, asking for a last wish in his final moments. Yes. Minato murmured, watching the ninja nod and start to stop breathing as he died there, eyes open. He didn't say anything else as he handed the scroll to Jiraiya and walked away, with Jiraiya watching him with concern. What are we seeing? A distant voice asked as they reached the peak of one of the mountains. Ninjas, there was an ambush, it seems a group was heading north. A masked ninja using a magnifying glass looked through it, seeing despite the rain. They are probably Konoha ninjas, and they ambushed sand ninjas if we deduce that they came from the south, but it's quite surprising. How did they make an ambush in our territory and know about a group of foreign ninjas before even we did? Another AIM ninja murmured, looking through his magnifying glass. Remember that they left tracks, we received reports that traps were detonated near here and 2 teams disappeared without a trace, another ninja in the group said. What should we do? They are probably after some storage scroll that these southern ninjas brought. He commented. Let's inform Hanzo-sama, meanwhile, we'll keep an eye on them from a distance. There are likely many sensors among them for them to get here unseen. He advised, and some of the ninjas disappeared from the spot, heading north with the intention of informing their leader about the situation. Meanwhile, Jiraiya gathered everyone. We did the easy part, now we must leave this country and they're probably already trying to find us. The commander spoke to the 20 of the 26 ninjas remaining, with many falling in this mission despite taking down 20 and losing 6 Konoha comrades. There were also the 5 ANBU there. We're already being watched, Minato's voice said in a neutral tone, standing behind the group with his companions looking at him with some concern. Are you sure? Jiraiya asked, and Minato nodded while the rest of the ninjas were confused, as they couldn't feel anything that Minato had mentioned. Minato couldn't see from where or who was doing it, but the sensation of being watched was there the entire time. Well, this is even worse than I imagined. Our main objective now is to head east and get the scroll to the camp, Jiraiya said. I have a plan, so I want you to split up. We'll form teams through the south and center of the rain country. We must be careful of the ninjas and a large water flow at a distance. That's why I intend to create a distraction while you pass through the southern area. Understood. Jiraiya spoke. His plan was to get these ninjas safely to their border, so he had to create a different tactic from the last one, as it wouldn't work anymore. Let's begin, he said as they organized themselves. Jiraiya approached Minato. I want you to take this scroll to the other side. You can cover that distance, Jiraiya asked, as Minato was his ace to safely get the scroll to the other side. Yes. Minato replied, knowing that the scroll was the objective of the entire mission and why the Konoha ninjas died for it, but I will take Mikoto and Hanabi with me. He spoke as his companions were just genin on a very dangerous mission, and Jiraiya nodded while they said nothing. And one more thing, I intend to return, so I want you to keep my seal. Minato stated his last requirement, and Jiraiya agreed in the end. Chapter 116, Infiltration Mission 07. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 36. In a city where rain dominated most days, its towers were colossal, filled with pipe structures and buildings crisscrossed by pipes. This place was also known as Aim, the capital of this country. While everything seemed ordinary, a man in one of the main towers, surrounded by guards bearing the symbol of Aim, sat drinking tea. This man was also known to the world as the current god of shinobis, and he was sipping his drink while looking at the map of the country. Hanzo was not having an easy time, even for someone considered the strongest. Facing 3 nations was a huge pressure and he had to be careful. After all, even he could fall against so many enemies, despite his title. His gaze fell on a point where the main forces of the 3 nations surrounding him and the main activities of the enemy within his country were located. Hanzo was about to refill his cup again when a ninja, much like the Umbu, entered the room while he watched. Hanzo-sama, report from the far west of the country. He spoke respectfully. Proceed. Hanzo requested, as there wasn't much activity in this area with his current map, wondering what it could be. Sand Village forces and Konoha forces are within our country while Konoha has set up an ambush to catch them, the ninja reported, with some ninjas coming from the mountain range a few days ago. The Leaf Village and the Sand Village are fighting here. Hanzo murmured thoughtfully. I see, they think they can already do whatever they want in this country. It's time for me to start acting and show why I am so feared. Hanzo said, standing up to put the map aside. You will act, Hanzo-sama. The ninjas murmured. Yes. I will be heading south. He said. Prepare the troops, I am going with an escort group. Thus, Hanzo would make his first move. Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Fire, in the northernmost camp at the border, a figure appeared near the camp while Minato had a raging seal on a tree there. Not only did he appear with a flash, but Hanabi and Mikoto came along with him, as he immediately fell to the ground with almost no chakra reserves at the moment. This was the craziest thing I've ever done. Minato murmured. He was 11 years old, but his chakra, despite being large, hadn't developed for him to bring two people and travel hundreds of kilometers, so it was hard for him to do this while maintaining much chakra. Are you okay? Hanabi asked with a concerned look at Minato, and he sighed a little before returning to breathe calmly. I am, I just need to rest a bit. Minato murmured. He looked towards the camp in front of him. It seems that no sentinel noticed our sudden appearance here, so let's move on. He said, heading to the camp. They entered the camp without any problems. As they headed for the command tent, with Jonins replacing Jiraiya while Jiraiya continued in the Land of Rain. You are Commander Jiraiya's students. The guards in front of the tent quickly recognized the three. Yes, we're back from the mission. We need to report this to the current commander. Minato addressed him while a Jonin who lived alongside Jiraiya in command of the camp appeared outside the tent after hearing the conversation. Here. Minato wasted no time and handed 2 scrolls to the men, still somewhat confused because the children were here without anyone having reported their arrival. After all, they should have been in another country on an important mission. He took one of the scrolls, which contained Jiraiya's written order while he began to read all the instructions and understand them in quite a surprise. Incredible. The men had to admit, regarding the manufacturing of the poison that was causing many victims in the southern region. I want a high-level team here for an S-level escort to the medical camp. He ordered, and the ninjas there nodded and left the place. The men watched the ninjas disappearing before turning back to Minato and the others. You can go rest, we'll take care of the rest. He said as Minato and the others nodded. What are we going to do now? Mikoto asked as they were heading back to their tents. I need to recover my strength. I will be going back to help Jiraiya-sensei, Minato spoke. Mikoto and Hanabi remained silent, but they were frustrated inside due to their inability to be as strong as Minato, who always took on the most dangerous tasks, leaving them behind. Everything has its time, keep training. Soon you'll be at the rank of a Jonin, Minato commented, seemingly reading their minds, not letting them get too down. Yes. Hanabi commented while Mikoto remained silent. But they were still a bit frustrated. You know you might have changed the course of an entire war, right? So don't be too hard on yourself, Minato commented again. They just nodded, and Minato went to sleep after meditating for a bit, but still with dark thoughts about what had happened, the scrolls, the bodies, and that ninja who had talked to him cheerfully just before dying, leaving a bitter feeling for Minato. Maybe I'm being a hypocrite too. Minato couldn't help but think, since he had taken countless lives as well, leaving many people without relatives. But there's nothing I can do. Minato was just a young boy in the middle of a war he had no power to change, so all he could do was try to bring victory to Konoha and protect those close to him. His thoughts soon drifted away as he fell asleep, waking up a few hours later and getting out of bed. He left the tent and noticed that Mikoto and Hanabi were not there. It was early morning by this time and he had slept for at least 12 hours, due to mental stress more than exhaustion from lack of chakra. He sensed with his haki that his companions were training near the camp, together. Let's go. Minato sighed and headed to the main tent, as he needed to inform them of his departure, while also preparing his items for the journey. He approached the main tent again while the men called the Jonin commander. Hello, boy. Jiraiya isn't here yet, but I want to thank you, he spoke, also understanding from Jiraiya's letter that this young man mastered an S-rank jutsu at such a young age, which made him a key player in bringing the scroll to the camp safely and quickly. You will help save many lives, he said, and Minato nodded. I am returning to the Land of Rain, so I just came to inform you, Minato spoke and the men, although frowning, nodded, due to Jiraiya's instruction to allow him to return. All right, good luck and bring the Konoha ninjas back safely, he said, and Minato nodded, disappearing the next moment. He suddenly felt the change in the environment, making the place rainy. However, it was not just that, as his haki immediately alerted him to danger while the field around him was in chaos. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato murmured, looking around at the place full of holes, near the large water flow of the huge river that passed between the mountains. Jiraiya had said he would lead a distraction while the rest of the teams passed through the south. There were ninjas from AIM scattered and fallen on the ground, many of them staring at him in surprise, while Jiraiya was near Minato with a tired look. You came at a bad time, boy. Jiraiya spoke, looking at Minato with some concern. Minato turned his attention to where his haki showed danger, and in the middle of the battlefield, as several AIM ninjas were prepared to attack Jiraiya, a huge salamander was there, while a man in the same uniform as the other ninjas, but clearly more distinguished, was on top of the creature. Hanzo. Minato murmured, surprised by the presence of this man there, while the men curiously looked at the child next to Jiraiya. Where did this child come from? He couldn't help but comment while looking at Minato with a raised eyebrow. Sensei, we need to get out of here. Minato spoke. Yes. Jiraiya spoke as Minato touched him. Hanzo realized they were about to do something to escape and immediately summoned his salamander's tongue, shooting it at high speed towards them, hitting them the next moment. The ground exploded, lifting up the entire area, while Hanzo looked at the destruction, frowning. They escaped. How did this happen? He couldn't help but murmur, realizing that the boy had some special jutsu that allowed him to escape. They escaped. Hanzo said to his men, noting the absence of Minato and Jiraiya nearby. It was a quite intriguing fight I had with Jiraiya of Konoha. He said, after all, they had had a powerful battle, but Jiraiya ultimately could not defeat him. However, that boy. He murmured before returning to his men. I want that boy marked. I want all the information we have on him and anything he does in this war. Hanzo couldn't help but be intrigued by that jutsu. Meanwhile, far from there, Minato and Jiraiya appeared next to a tree, while Jiraiya was having some difficulty breathing at that moment. You saved me, boy. He couldn't help but comment. Why was that guy there? Minato couldn't help but ask, curious. I don't know, as I had planned, my plan was to draw as many AIM ninjas to me as possible, and I summoned Gamabunta. But then Hanzo himself showed up, and while I was maintaining control of the situation, he quickly destroyed it and we had a fight. I never imagined I would lose so badly to that guy, no wonder he deserves the title he has today. Jiraiya commented while Minato nodded, though he was thoughtful. Anyway, the Konoha ninjas should be heading to the border in the next few days without much pursuit. He said. Shall we return, sensei? Minato asked, waiting for him to recover a bit. Yes, we have nothing else to do now and we now have the scroll, Jiraiya said. Minato nodded as they rested a bit with Jiraiya. They stayed about 4 hours in the same spot before Minato disappeared with his sensei, returning to the ninja camp. Chapter 117, The Chase Begins. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 36. After appearing quite far from Hanzo, they were able to easily return to the border as they chose not to use Minato's Raijin, while they waited to see some fleeing teams. They finally encountered a few groups along the way and returned unseen to the border outpost. Finally we've arrived. Jiraiya commented as a group of ninjas came to greet them. There were 9 members from other teams with them and 2 Ambus, while the other 3 Ambus stayed behind to assist the other teams. Commander Jiraiya. The ninjas greeted them as Jiraiya returned to his men and student. You can rest, we'll talk later. He requested as everyone nodded, going to rest. Minato went to a free tent and waited until a Jonin appeared with Jiraiya requesting his presence. You can return to the camp, I'll stay a bit longer to organize and wait for the other teams to return. Jiraiya spoke as soon as they were alone. You don't need to put ninjas to escort me, I can return instantly from here without any problems. Minato spoke while Jiraiya nodded. Alright, you can go back. But before, thank you for saving me in such a difficult moment. Jiraiya spoke, looking at Minato with a feeling of gratitude. You not only saved me but ensured the mission was a success. He spoke and Minato nodded. But before you go, I know that one of our comrades' deaths affected you a bit. I want you to know what I said last time to you, we just can't let them be in vain, we'll honor that they died for some reason, understand? Jiraiya spoke while Minato nodded with those words, knowing his sensei just wanted to help him and in a way, Minato knew that death is a common thing and would even be while the war continues, probably not being the last of the deaths he would see on the battlefield. Minato bid farewell to Jiraiya the next moment, as he disappeared having no more to do there, returning to his tent. He felt that the girls continued training elsewhere. Then he went to rest a bit. A month had passed since then, with Jiraiya returning a few days ago. Unfortunately not all teams returned from the Land of Rain, with 2 of them missing, no one knows what happened. Everything had returned to normal after that, while Jiraiya continued commanding the camp, but things were not easy with the camp, as the stone ninjas continued advancing and being quite aggressive exclusively towards Jiraiya's camp in the north. Maybe it was the discovery by the Konoha ninjas anticipating the sand group, no one knows, but it was the fact that Jiraiya's camp was receiving numerous attacks caught at the border, with ninjas trying to infiltrate. Minato continued with his team doing basic tasks while they kept careful of loading and responsible for passing information. But Team 7 did not go out beyond the border anymore, with them remaining only on these small missions. So you're leaving? Minato was at that moment in the medical camp in the central area of the border. Yes, we're leaving in 2 days, my mother is making the last preparations to return to Konoha, my father should arrive soon. Tsuna spoke to Minato as he nodded. He came to do a small delivery mission, and as he had his unique jutsu, he ended up coming alone after offering. He knew about Tsunade and her family's departure to Konoha and wanted to see her. He also wanted to send a message to Kushina. "And how are things?" he asked. It had been weeks since they had seen each other, and they hadn't been able to talk due to the whole camp working on curing the poison from the sand village. "We were supposed to have gone to Konoha earlier, but thanks to the mission you had success in infiltrating the Land of Rain, we finally found a solution to end the event. You played a big role from what I heard," she commented with a smile to him. "Well, I didn't do much here," he commented. "After all, many ninjas from the team helped." "You must be joking. I heard that you personally grabbed the scroll and brought it back safely without needing to pass through the entire country with my great-uncle's brother's jutsu," she commented. "Well, I guess that was the minimum," he murmured. "You are so modest, Minato. People are noticing what you're doing. Rumors are even emerging in my camp about a boy who can teleport and change location with an instant jutsu," Tsuna commented. "I hope those rumors don't go too far. After all, I believe we're suffering attacks from the Stone Village, because of me," he said, aware that their recent total attacks on Jiraiya's camp weren't just because it was in the far north. "You should be transferred from this frontier if that's the case," Tsuna commented softly. "Jiraiya-sensei believes that if they find out I'm elsewhere, Stone would send information about me, and that would make more enemies target me," he said. "Just protect yourself, you know," she commented with a slight blush, looking at the water flowing in front of them. "Yes," Minato murmured and changed the subject. "How are things here?" He wanted to know about the results of the antidotes created by Tsunade. "My mother proved to be very effective. She has everything ready for them to prepare the cure en masse to distribute with the teams in the south. We might turn this war in our favor now, and my mother has an idea," she commented, and Minato looked at her. "What would that be?" he asked. "She said she's going to talk to the Hokage. She has a project to place at least one medic among all the teams. She believes this could help reduce the mortality that occurs in the war and turn the tide," she commented, and Minato nodded. She's not wrong. After all, the war was turned around like this and Konoha won in the end. But it's still very early. I thought it would take a while, and I even intended to help her if I had many achievements in this war," Minato thought. "That's an excellent idea. I believe in your mother," Minato said at the end. "You think so too?" "I said the same to her, and my father also agrees, saying he will support her," Tsuna said with a radiant smile. "Yes, I hope she succeeds," he said. "And how are your exploding tag sales going? I also heard a rumor about a boy getting rich in this war, producing exploding tags every day and making a lot of money from it in Konoha," she commented. "Yes, I'm doing very well, but not enough. After all, I want to buy a large piece of land in Konoha. So I need money both for the lot and for construction, and I intend to make a huge place," Minato said with a dreamy tone, thinking about his future. "Are you going to establish your own clan, the Kamikaze clan of Konoha?" she asked, laughing at him. "Yes, does that sound good?" he asked, scratching his head a bit embarrassed to talk about himself like that. "It's good, since your family needs to carry on your name," she commented softly with a new blush on her face. "But that's for many years. After all, I'm only 11 years old now." Minato laughed and Tsuna nodded. "I think you're right. Anyway, it's time to go back. My mother needs me for some things," Tsuna commented, and Minato nodded. "Before you go, can you deliver a scroll to Kushina?" Minato asked as he took the item out of his pocket. "Yes, of course," Tsuna said, but seemed a bit bitter about it. She took the scroll nonetheless. "I'll be going, bye." She quickly said goodbye, and Minato could detect a touch of upset in her voice as she ran to the scroll. Was she jealous? Minato murmured, but unable to do anything about it. After all, he had to write to Kushina whenever he could. With nothing else to do, he simply disappeared, returning to the camp. Minato then went to his comrades while they were training. "Hello, may I join you?" Minato approached. "Yes, do you want to practice taijutsu?" Mikoto asked. "Yes." Minato agreed, but couldn't help glancing at Hanabi reading a scroll in a corner. "I thought you had already memorized everything about the elements you're studying," he commented. "She's studying something else, medical ninjutsu," Mikoto said, and Minato raised his eyes to Hanabi, focused on studying what she was reading. "She started this after we returned from the Land of Rain. She said she wanted to be more useful, so she believes learning ninjutsu is a good way to help our team." Mikoto spoke again, seeing Minato deep in thought. "I understand, that's good. After all, we need someone with that capability on the team," Minato commented, agreeing with Mikoto's decision. He and Mikoto had a joint training session while he left his clones creating more exploding tags on the side. As the end of the afternoon arrived, Minato, Mikoto, and Hanabi returned to the camp. Minato went to the main tent and was greeted by Jiraiya, who asked about his messenger mission and took his set of exploding tags as he always produces, and then left soon after, going to eat something with the girls and returning to his duties at the camp tomorrow. Everything seemed normal, until the next day, something happened, with Minato waking up to a loud explosion near the camp. He quickly left his tent with the girls also emerging from theirs, and didn't waste time going to check what had happened, approaching and seeing Jiraiya with a bunch of jonin in a hole created by jutsus. How did they get past our defenses? Jiraiya asked the jonins who were acting as sentinels. We don't know, we lost contact with the teams from the north, Sir Commander. The jonin spoke. Are you saying they came from the north, like the grass country? Jiraiya raised an eyebrow as the ninja there nodded. Yes, Sir Commander. It's very likely that they came from that direction, he said, and Jiraiya frowned, now having to worry about the grass country to the north of there, which directly connects to the earth country as well. Minato approached calmly, listening to Jiraiya and another ninja talking. Jiraiya turned his attention to the boy at that moment, sighing. The stone ninjas had never come so close to the camp, which was a very bad situation for them. Meeting in my tent in an hour, clean up this mess and store the bodies, Jiraiya commanded as he walked, turning to Minato. Come with me, kid, he said, and Minato nodded. Jiraiya would have a serious talk about the boy needing to take care of himself all the time, as he had already confirmed that the stone village was exclusively targeting his camp because Minato was their target. The stone ninjas seemed very determined to kill him. Chapter 118, Chapter 118. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 36. The months passed at the camp, and the next year began, marking year 37 since the founding of Konoha. Things remained tense at the camp. While Minato helped here and there with his team on basic tasks, Jiraiya had to call for reinforcements to the north due to enemies starting to attack from that side. Minato also spent his time training with his team and was mastering everything that Mito had passed on to him for training. It was an unimaginable treasure he had in his hands, deepening everything he could learn in his life. He would have Kushina to assist him later, but that didn't mean it was something more valuable than anything else he had ever gained in life. Speaking of Mito, it had been months since Tsuna had left with his family for Konoha, spending a few months there, and they should be returning soon, which means that Mito was already dead at this exact moment, and Kushina had become the Jinchuriki of Kurama. I hope the Senju family takes care of her during these first months, Minato murmured as he drank tea in his tent, surrounded by scrolls unrolled around the place, while he studied and practiced the fuinjutsu he was learning. It was a bit difficult for him, but he had a talent for it, maybe not like the ones he has with ninjutsu, but certainly far superior. Next to the tent, there were 3 clones constantly training to mold chakra, while another 30 clones were producing bomb papers. His original self alternated between studying fuinjutsu scrolls and training with the girls. Mikoto was specializing in ninjutsu, and she was starting to show some progress with the lightning nature, but it was still very difficult for an element with which she had no affinity. Hanabi had started to study medical ninjutsu, and Minato managed, with one of his many favors he had accumulated by doing tasks for the camps, to find a good medical ninja at the central camp who could train Hanabi, and she began her training in this area, showing a certain talent for it. Minato was studying when he looked up, feeling the memory of a clone disappearing into him, as Jiraiya summoned him to the main tent. You can put all this away, I'm going to see what sensei wants, Minato said as the clones nodded, coming out of their meditation while they organized the scrolls. He went to the location, greeted by ninjas along the way. Minato had done quite striking things on that mission months ago, and the rumors spread like fire. It also helped that he was the student commander of the camp, with the ninjas always seeing him together with Jiraiya. And to think it's already been half a year since I left Konoha to come here, and 8 months since we left the academy, Minato murmured, feeling like the academy had ended just yesterday. Come in, boy, Commander Jiraiya asked to see you immediately, said the ninja at the entrance as Minato entered the tent. Jiraiya was talking with 3 ninjas. As soon as Minato was noticed by the 4, they all looked at him, but the 3 ninjas frowned as soon as they saw him, making Minato wonder what was happening there. You can leave, Jiraiya suddenly said. The ninjas nodded quickly and started to leave the tent without giving Minato a curious glance. What was that about? Minato looked strangely at this and turned back to Jiraiya wanting to understand what was going on. It seems my suspicions were correct, Jiraiya began without directly answering Minato. There was another attack with ninjas trying to pass the outpost in the rain country. They gave up trying something from the north this time, he said. What does that mean? Minato still didn't understand. They were elite ninjas. They eliminated many of our ninjas as soon as they were discovered and caused chaos on that side. I'll have to go there personally later today, but why I am telling you this? Jiraiya picked up a piece of paper with a hand-drawn painting of his own appearance on it, spiked blonde hair and blue eyes, all hand-drawn. So I'm the target, Minato murmured. Yes, Jiraiya admitted reluctantly. What do you plan to do? Minato asked. As I suspected, all these months of attacks were because of you. I just hadn't confirmed it until today, Jiraiya said, putting away the drawn portrait and looking at Minato. I'm going to ask you to stay away from this camp for some time, Jiraiya decided. What? Minato looked surprised but sighed in the end, understanding what his sensei wanted to do. It was even better for the camp. I know you will be separated for a while, but it will be better this way, both for you and for the camp itself, Jiraiya said. After all, they might catch the attention of the stone ninjas. I can participate in offensive missions in other camps. This will make them see me in other places more quickly, Minato suggested. Jiraiya seemed a bit thoughtful about that. I'll think about it. Now I need you to take this to some of the camps around the ones that are around the medical one, he continued. Here is also a transfer order. You will stay 1 month in each of some of the camps, Jiraiya said. I understand. Minato said, although he was interested at the same time in meeting other people from the camps. Will Hanabi and Mikoto be all right? He asked seriously. Yes, I'll take care of those kids, you don't need to worry about that, Jiraiya said as. Minato nodded and said goodbye to Jiraiya, before returning to his tent to get ready to leave the following morning. The girls met with him later. While they seemed surprised by the news, they understood. Can't we go with him, sensei? Mikoto asked Jiraiya, who had just joined them. They could, but it will be safer for both. After all, the sand ninjas might be gathering information. He said, admitting that the attacks on this camp were due to Minato's presence. It's okay, we will be together again soon, Minato said with a smile. When we meet again, we will be much stronger, Hanabi commented with a rare shy smile. That's good. Minato nodded with a glow of pride. They continued talking until late, and Hanabi and Mikoto went to their tents, while Jiraiya stayed alone with Minato. You know, what is the reason I'm sending you there besides your safety? Jiraiya suddenly said as they looked at the fire. I don't know very well yet, but I have some suspicions. After all, you could have sent the girls with me. Minato said, and Jiraiya nodded. You're right, after all, I want you to do some missions in other camps to better understand the structure of a war. I'm sure that will help you a lot in the future, in case Konoha returns to a war after this one, Jiraiya said, placing great trust in Minato's future. Yes, I think I can understand. Sensei. Minato murmured. That's good. Jiraiya said, and they said goodbye. The next morning, Minato took down his tent and went with a group of jonin carrying some high-value reports to another camp, heading in that direction. They headed to a camp not so far north and arrived at the place. It wasn't much different from Jiraiya's camp, but it had a more aggressive way of acting than the espionage camp Jiraiya maintained under control. They arrived like any other troop, while Minato followed the jonins to the leaders of the camp. They didn't take long to enter the place, and a man with a scar running between his eyes received them while he was at a table reading reports, his gaze returning upward to the newcomers. So you are from the northern camp? Brought some new news? He murmured as one of the ninjas handed him the scroll, which he began to take before starting to read it. I see. Those damn stone ninjas are trying to invade the place, and the suspicion is. He spoke until he stopped, before returning his gaze from the scroll to the blonde among the ninja. Minato remained silent as the ninja scrutinized him there. Finally, he stopped staring without saying anything and went back to reading the rest of the scroll. All right. I have all the information I need here. You can go back if you don't want to stay, but the boy stays, he said as the ninjas nodded before Minato was left alone with this man. I heard rumors of a child who could cast an S-rank jutsu in recent months, but I dismissed it. However, your sensei informed me of your ability and that the mist ninjas are after you. He asked that if I could immerse you in high-risk missions. He assured me that you always stand out, and you are here to divert the focus from the stone ninjas, he murmured. How old are you? He asked. 11 years old, Minato said. These kids are growing up so fast these days. He murmured softly, you will have a place next to the camp. I will ask a ninja to accompany you. You will have to help the camp, and if I need you, you will be called, understood? He spoke and Minato nodded. So it's a pleasure, Minato Namikaze. You can call me Commander Janto. I will be your supervisor while you are in this camp. Minato followed a man requested by the commander after saying goodbye and spent some time setting up his tent. After it was ready, he decided to study for the rest of the day, which was already ending, but he couldn't study Fuinjutsu for long because at that moment, someone appeared in front of his tent blocking the entire entrance. You really are here, Minato. It was none other than Chozo Akimichi, and Minato could already feel the presence of Shikaku and Inoichi outside. Only Chozo was bold enough to show up here. So, we meet again. Minato knew he would encounter them here at some point. After all, he had already bumped into them in this camp when he came to deliver some supplies. Minato. Chozo didn't wait for Minato to properly greet them and looked at him with a certain gleam in his eye. Can you prepare something for us to eat? He almost salivated as he requested, and Minato, already expecting something like this from him, sighed. All right, but go catch some fish or something to eat, Minato said, stepping out of the tent with Chozo and looking at the rest of the team while greeting them with a small smile. It's good to see you, Minato said. Look at you, a posture of the genius from the rumors running through the camps. Are you going to stay here? Shikaku asked with a raised eyebrow. It looks like it. I will stay a month or a bit more than that here, Minato commented, and although Shikaku found this very incomplete and full of suspicions, he barely had time to react as Choza caught him and Inoichi by surprise and dragged them into the forest. Let's go. He's going to cook for us, but we need to catch something for him to make. His food is 1,000 times better than the camp's. He exclaimed and dragged his 2 dazed companions into the forest. Can someone help me come up with a title for this chapter? I wrote it over 2 months ago, so I might not come up with a very good title. Chapter 119, New Poison. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 36. It was a dark and cloudy time. While everything seemed ordinary in the middle of the forest, a squirrel calmly gnawed on a nut until its gaze turned towards one side of the forest and it seemed frightened by something, fleeing soon after. For a moment before it left, a flash passed through the trees carrying a large figure in its wake. Not just one, but 5 more appeared with several others holding something big. These ninjas were from the sand, using their puppets as they continued to flee from their pursuers. They're close, exclaimed a ninja just behind. The sand ninjas, seeing them, quickly had their puppets open their compartments, mouths, and point their hands, launching a rain of kunais. Dodge, shouted the follower as his group quickly began to scatter to avoid the attack, hiding behind trees or ducking down. Damn it, we won't be able to chase them like this, exclaimed one of the Konoha ninjas. But as they waited for the enemy to stop attacking, somewhat frustrated as they were getting further away, a blur passed openly through the area, while a Konoha ninja with low build began to pass through all the kunais, dodging even in midair, due to his high speed of thinking and reaction, while he just saw the kunais coming in slow motion and felt their trajectory without even looking. He quickly began to advance. Go, Lumum. Get them, the captain exclaimed as the small ninja quickly moved forward. There's one of them very persistent, shouted one of the sand ninjas. We can't keep running forever, it's time to see if this really works, one of them said and stopped running while preparing on top of a tree, while his puppet pointed towards that incoming ninja. It again launched kunais, this time with a purple liquid, while the other comrades did the same. Lumum quickly advanced, taking cover behind a tree, while they continued running until exposed again, dodging projectiles in a rather abnormal way. How does he move so fast and predict all our attacks? One of the sand ninjas shouted, somewhat surprised. Let's attack him, exclaimed another, and 3 ninjas rushed towards the approaching boy. Their puppets created claws on their hands, while the same liquid from the kunais appeared on their tips. The Konoha ninja threw some kunais, with the puppets blocking some, while one passed going towards the group of sand ninja who stayed behind. The Konoha ninja found himself surrounded by the puppets a moment later as they were already poised to attack. Just as the blades inches away from the ninja, with the ninjas finally waiting to finish off that ninja holding the puppets at a distance, but the next moment, the ninja simply disappeared. He reappeared above the ninjas who ignored the kunai passing through them and they were just surprised by the ninja's disappearance before feeling a shadow over them. What? The ninjas controlling the puppets exclaimed seeing the ninja simply appear on the other side of their group and that ninja created a gigantic Udama Raisnon, with them putting the puppets in front, but that didn't prevent them from being destroyed in the next moment and catching 3 of them at once while the other 2 managed to escape. We have to kill him, one of the front ninjas with the puppets that missed Minato exclaimed. I doubt you can. The voice of the Konoha ninja emerged as he disappeared from the destruction in front of him and he used one of the kunais rebounded with strange symbols on it, reappearing and eliminating one of the ninjas, causing his puppet to simply fall the next moment. How is he doing this? The sand ninjas exclaimed, but they didn't have much time to think while they distanced themselves from Minato, because they stopped blocking the path for the rest of the Konoha ninjas and half a dozen jonin appeared by his side, while they had to split their attention with these ninjas. Lumum didn't lag behind, while continuing to assist the team. He managed to put them in a position where it was much easier to defeat the sand ninjas, while none of the Konoha ninjas were lost this time, but there was one with a cut with that purple liquid on his shoulder and his skin began to darken. After some time, they had finally dealt with the entire group, capturing 3 sand people. This hurts so much, exclaimed the Konoha ninja, clutching his shoulder and gritting his teeth. Do you think you can capture us, Konoha ninjas? One of the sand ninjas growled at them while the other 3 had fierce faces. Say whatever you want, now you are captured and will be taken for interrogation, one of the Jonin ninjas spoke to the 3. The ninja soon saw a change in them, with their skins turning dark. They poisoned themselves. Lumum commented, seeing that there was nothing more to be done as they began to die. Do you really think we're not prepared for this? We'd rather die than give up our village's information. Your ninja there will die slowly while screaming in pain, the ninja exclaimed as his skin turned so dark that he began to fall dead along with the others. It seems they had some amount of poison stored in their mouths. The ninja who was the squad leader commented. He sighed and continued. There's nothing to be done about this, let's just take their bodies and puppet. We also need to expedite our return to see if we can counteract the poison our comrade received. He finished. Lumum went to the puppets and began storing them in his scrolls until they finally cleared the entire area. Now let's head back to the border, the leader requested, and they quickly started advancing eastward. They were in the land of rain, in the central area, facing both rock and sand ninjas. This group had a particular mission, which was to intercept a sand group that ANBU intelligence had reported while investigating the activities of other nations. There was a rumor that the sand village was creating a new poison, while the old poison from months ago had finally been neutralized, even without Tsunade's presence in the war at the moment. But upon seeing this, the sand village was not satisfied and began producing an even more powerful poison last month, with ANBU seeing some reports of testing by enemy ninjas. This was one of the first real field tests, as the sand ninjas came to execute, but were intercepted by the team that had been tracking them before they could do anything against the unsuspecting ninjas. They returned to the camp after passing through an outpost, approaching one of the camps in the middle of the border. "Lumum, thanks for your work, you really helped us," one of the ninjas said as they jumped between the trees and passed by leaf sentinels in the forest. Lumum just nodded. "He's right, you really helped us with this, I hope we can work together again," another ninja said. "I'll be waiting for a summons then," Lumum said with an almost childish tone. "That will happen when there's another mission of this level, after all, the boy has proven to be as strong and useful as the rumors said the ninja who led the group. "We need to hurry, he doesn't look good at all," one of the ninjas jumping between the trees carried the Konoha ninja marked with poison, and he didn't seem to be doing well. They quickly arrived at the camp. "I want you to take the ninja and some of the things we collected to the medical camp. I want some reports, and that includes you." Lumum, the ninja who was responsible for leadership, spoke as everyone quickly organized themselves, splitting into a team that would take the ninja and many samples of the poisons in the puppets for the doctors to study, while the rest stayed to write the reports. While the squad leader ninja went to talk to the leader of the camp they arrived at, Lumum and the others picked a tent to write their mission views to record them. After that, Lumum was called to the main tent. "You are dismissed and can return to your camp," he said as Lumum nodded. "You did a great job, I hope we can work together again, here's the report for you to take to the camp leader where you are." The ninja who was the squad leader spoke beside the commander of this camp, and Lumum took the scroll, nodded, and left the tent. He encountered one of the ninjas who had worked with him on this mission. "Lumum, so you're leaving?" he asked. "Yes, I must depart quickly," Lumum replied. "All right, if you're still interested, when you're at my camp, I could teach you some kenjutsu," he said, as Minato nodded. After all, Lumum had shown interest in his sword style during the mission. "Look for me at Camp 8, my name is Kunhataki," he said, being a member of that clan. Afterwards, Lumum bid farewell to the rest of the group and disappeared again. "Man, if only I could use that jutsu too," one of the ninjas said, looking at where Lumum had been until recently. It wasn't a secret how coveted the Raijin jutsu was. Minato finally returned to Camp 10, where he removed his mask. Lumum was his codename that he had created once he knew the type of mission he would undertake. Janto had recommended him for the mission when another commander asked for a referral, placing Minato in this mission as Jiraiya had requested. He could even use Raijin against the ninjas, as long as there were no witnesses in the end, since Lumum already had to deal with the stone village hunting him. After removing the mask, Minato went to the main tent. He had been at this camp for 3 weeks now, helping as he could and training his Fuinjutsu. "You finally arrived. How was the mission?" Janto looked at the boy entering his tent as he continued with the reports. "Yes, here's the report," he said, handing over the scroll, and the men began reading it right there. "You really haven't disappointed me," he muttered, seeing the results and Minato's involvement. "That's good. Those damn sand people are scheming again, and we're already preempting whatever they might throw at us in the coming months," he said. Minato remained silent. "Anyway, congratulations. When I was 11, I was still in the academy. After all, the village didn't churn out ninjas as fast as it does now, and it took until I was 15 to become a chunin with missions up to B rank. Now, with you having completed 2 S-rank missions and this A-rank mission, with notes highlighting your significant role in their execution, you'll soon become a chunin. So don't be surprised if someone shows up soon to inform you of your promotion," he finished, and Minato nodded. Though satisfied, he personally didn't think ranks influenced much. "Thank you, Commander Janto," Minato said. "Now you can go. You're free these weeks to train, but if you can help me organize the reports as well, I'd appreciate it," he said, with a hint of apology. After all, Minato was helping him read and organize the reports. This man wasn't someone who liked sitting behind a desk reading and signing papers all day, not that Minato complained, as he was learning how Konoha's bureaucratic system worked in wartime. "Now you can go," Janto said after Minato nodded, and he began to leave the tent to study and produce more explosive tags. Chapter 120, Kidnapping an Alchemist. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 36. Tsuna had returned to the battlefield with his family at last, while everyone was again dividing up. His uncle, Nawaki, was heading to the southern camps along with his father. "I want you guys to stay safe," Dan said, embracing Tsuna and Tsunade. "We have a lot of work to do, you've read the reports." Tsunade crossed her arms, but looked on with a loving smile. I'm sure you do, you're the great heroines of this war, so I expect to hear great news from you. Dan said, scratching his head. He sighed before looking at Tsunade with a serious gaze. I'm going to talk to some shinobis about your proposal in Konoha, Tsunade, let's make this happen. He spoke, and Tsunade nodded, grateful for his support. Good luck, Dad. Tsuna said with a smile. Thank you, my daughter, I also want you to be very well. Come on, Nawaki. He spoke before departing with Tsuna's uncle. Tsunade watched for a while as Dan left with his younger brother and then turned back to her daughter a moment later. Let's go, we have a lot of work. Tsunade spoke and headed to the central camp, with Tsuna following her. Mom, how are things? What was that thing that Dad and you were talking about? Tsuna asked curiously about the conversation her mother and father had. A new poison has been produced by the Sand Village. Tsunade spoke as she continued to leap between trees heading to the central area. This is bad. Tsuna murmured, disliking what she had seen the first time with the poison and hoping not to encounter that scene of death and screams of agony again. I know you are sensitive to this, I went through the same thing at your age, but we are those who have to do this job, we are the only ones capable of it. Tsunade spoke with some determination. I'm just sad about it. But it's okay. Tsuna murmured. You miss her already, don't you? Tsunade spoke, knowing Tsuna was referring to something else. Of course, it's strange to think that when we go home, she won't be there anymore. I feel so empty now that great-grandma died. Tsuna commented with some tears rolling down her face, still remembering the funeral that would have been much bigger if they weren't at war. I know how you feel, my daughter. But she is in a place she always wanted to be, next to grandfather. Tsunade said with a sad tone as well. Knowing that Mito was dead was strange for the entire Senju family, perhaps for everyone who knew her. Tsunade resumed speaking after a time of silence. How was Kushina? I barely had time to talk with the girl, while I had to deal with all that bureaucracy. Tsunade asked. She's still a bit sad. She's feeling very lonely right now, as neither Mito nor we are in Konoha. She says everything is strange now that she has become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. Tsuna spoke. She won't have an easy life, so it's better we finish this war as soon as possible. Tsunade spoke, and Tsuna nodded. They continued on their way until shinobis appeared to escort them. Tsunade-sama, it's good to have you back in the war, we'll escort you to the medical camp. The ninja spoke, and Tsunade just nodded as they approached the place. Everyone called Tsuna's mother with the suffix sama, due to her lineage, and even Tsuna received the nickname Princess of Konoha, which she particularly hated. They finally reached the camp a moment later, while the doctors responsible for most of the sectors there greeted them. Tsunade-sama. Welcome. They greeted her, while Tsuna followed her mother up to them. I want all the reports of everything that has happened in the last months. I also want all the details about this chemical weapon from the Sand Village. She requested, and everyone nodded. Come with me, Tsuna. Tsunade asked, and Tsuna accompanied her mother to her tent. I'll be sitting here for the next few hours looking at the reports. I want you to help me. She requested, and Tsuna joined her, as they began to review everything they could from what had happened since they had been in Konoha. Tsunade looked at one of the confidential reports and suddenly smiled. What's up, Mom? Tsuna looked at her curiously. I'm reviewing the report of the mission where they secured the first sample of the poison. It seems your friend is calling himself Lumum on the secret missions and is acting with the Umbu. Tsunade spoke calmly. Minato. Tsuna was surprised. It had been months since she last saw him and her last contact had let her jealous side spoil their farewell, more than she would like to admit. I hope he's doing well. She commented. He is, but in a different way. After all, the boy is being hunted by the Stone Village and has been staying at various camps over the past few months. He has been working in a squad with the Umbus and ninjas on secret missions. Tsunade explained. Moreover. Tsunade began. He's on a mission in the south right now. No one has yet figured out how to deal with the poison. His squad is raiding a camp with a chemist at the border of the Wind Country. Their goal is to bring him alive so that the Yamanaka clan members can probe his mind to find the antidote. Tsunade said, and Tsuna nodded without much comment but grateful to know this. Anyway, let's set this aside and see how the patients are doing. I want to see the symptoms in the report personally to start working on a solution for this new poison. Tsunade said as she got up from her desk, and her daughter followed soon after. Meanwhile, near a desert in the south, Lumum was with his squad calmly observing the camp in front of them with a group of masked ninjas after passing the sentinels' blind spots. Delta 03, can we see the target? A masked ninja asked, apparently the leader of the group. Yes. The chemist is in the main tent, but security is extremely tight around him. Alpha. The ninja with Byakugan eyes behind his mask responded to the Umbu leader. I want a report on the entire camp, but don't get caught, we don't want to deal with a chemist self-destructing. He spoke while the entire group, made up of 12 people, was 2 kilometers from that camp, being an outpost. Among them, Lumum was looking at the distance, observing the vast desert stretching 8 to 10 kilometers on the horizon, where the wind country began with clear skies, contrasting with the skies of the rain country. Yes, sir. The ninjas around Alpha responded together. Remember, do not get caught under any circumstances, understood? He spoke, and all nodded before disappearing. They positioned themselves around the camp, while trying to gather information about the place. Minato waited until night to use his ability to walk in the sky, obtaining a privileged position within the reach of Haki, undetected by any sensor. It was early morning when all the ninjas met again in a cave, retreating slightly to the rain country. I want all the reports you've compiled. Alpha requested, and everyone began to give theirs. Lumum was the only one to report and everyone paid attention while the leader read. After all, he always gave the most precise report. There was a Hyuga on the team who always gave the right numbers, but Lumum had the ability to detail even the strength of the enemy, reporting the number of genins, chunins, jonins, and elite jonins with their positions, which was very helpful in planning the group's last missions. As expected, your numbers match those of Delta 03, but much more detailed. So we have 20 genins, 40 chunins, 10 jonins, and 2 elite jonins. Our alchemist is a chunin. Moreover, there's a barrier around the tent, so we have to take it down before we can extract him. Our plan is to take it down. We can't take down the entire camp, so the plan will be like this. He began as everyone paid attention. We'll create a distraction and capture one of the 4 ninjas who maintain the barrier. I want Lumum and Zelda to neutralize the alchemist while the rest of us create a distraction. Lumum has the ability to bring the ninja here through his jutsu. He spoke and everyone nodded. Now, I want everyone to get into position while we wait for dark. We'll start acting on my signal. Alpha ordered, and everyone went to assume a position. Lumum found a position a few kilometers away. An explosion from the attack teams would be the signal to start the assault, while Zelda was by his side. We're on another kidnapping mission, Zelda. The masked ninja beside him, a jonin, spoke, and Minato nodded. Yes, this one will be quick. Lumum spoke, knowing this mission was quite straightforward. Haven't you been promoted to chunin yet? He asked. After all, Minato was still the genin of the group, but his promotion had been requested. Not yet, but I should be once I get back to camp. Lumum replied. That's good. Let's celebrate. Zelda said with a playful tone. That's not healthy in the middle of a war. Lumum commented. I know, but Horn has some really good rum he's been keeping hidden. I'm sure the folks won't mind us having a little. Zelda murmured, and Minato nodded, despite this ninja offering alcoholic drinks to a 12-year-old child. Minato stayed silent along with his companion, and they spent hours without moving a muscle, staying hidden from any sentinel that might pass by, and night finally fell. Suddenly, an explosion occurred at the camp entrance in the distance. With Alpha and the others, we began the attack, and Lumum and Zelda stayed back for a while, just watching the screams and the loud sounds of jutsus and other explosions. Meanwhile, a signal rose into the sky at this moment, which was Alpha's signal that they had brought down the barrier and Lumum could act. It's our turn. Lumum spoke and grabbed a special kunai before launching it with force, touching Zelda's shoulder a moment later. In the advanced camp of the Sand Village, the alchemist was in the tent, which was a sort of laboratory, listening to all the explosions outside. What's happening? He murmured, surprised and scared. We must stay alert, we can't let them capture you. The only ninja, being a personal guard of the alchemist, said, seeing that the situation outside was chaotic, and also noticing that the barrier around their tent had disappeared. It was at this moment that an opening cut through the tent fabric, with the kunai landing on the ground. They looked a bit surprised at this, and the alchemist took a step back, but before he could do much, 2 people appeared in an instant, with Lumum bringing Zelda. Zelda quickly attacked the sand ninja who was with the alchemist, while Lumum advanced at full speed, grabbing the alchemist by the shoulder and knocking him out with a blow to his head. He was about to leave but looked at Zelda at the last moment. Get out of here alive, Lumum requested. Will do. Zelda spoke, fighting against the ninja, and Lumum disappeared the next moment with the alchemist. Lumum reappeared at a distance, but still in the rain country, waiting for his comrades to return to the meeting point they had agreed upon earlier. It was after a few hours that the others finally came back with only 1 injury and no losses. It wasn't an elimination mission, so they didn't have the priority to finish off all the ninjas and only needed to escape after Lumum had captured the alchemist. Alpha nodded that the mission was a success. Very well, now that we have our target, let's go back. We need to take him for interrogation. Lumum, you can take him to the camp where you left your seal, and we'll meet later for the report. He spoke. They departed for the border of the fire country the next moment, while Lumum teleported directly to the agreed-upon camp, since the life of that alchemist was a priority and the others would arrive later. Chapter 121, Phantom Division. Third-person POV. Land of Fire, Year 36. Minato was calm while waiting for the rest of the ninjas to arrive, which took 2 days for everyone from the 11-person squad to finally return. We're back. I want you all to write your reports and hand them to me to pass on to our superiors. How is our prisoner, Lumum? Alpha gathered everyone before finally concluding the mission. He's with the member of the Yamanaka clan, they're studying his mind to find information about the new poison, Lumum informed. Alright, you can write the report, and you're free to return to your camp, he instructed, heading towards the command tent. It seems we finally finished, one of the 11 spoke. Let's do the report, then we can talk, another said as the group sat down right there to start writing. The ninjas from the camp looked curiously at them, after all, everyone knew the masked ninjas as ninjas on rank A and S missions. They were the elite among missions involving direct ambushes under the command of the Hokage, dispatched to assist in the war, or even ninjas with great strength among the camps. They were not the only team, there were a few others, like the team that invaded the camps of the Sand Ninjas. Behind the information, they were taking the poison formula to the Sand Ninjas in the north, an incident that happened a few months ago, when the first poison was a major problem for the ninjas of Konoha. However, this team was called Phantom Division, due to their great strength in carrying out the mission and retreating at the same time. Minato had joined this division due to the recent loss of a member, and he was only temporary, which was recommended by Janto, who suggested him, and as soon as he completed his first missions, he was quickly accepted by the group, with Alpha, the leader, officially making him a member of the group due to being very useful on the battlefield with his unique teleportation jutsu and strength, which surpassed a Jonin with the Raijin, believing he had the strength of an elite Jonin, even at just 12 years old in the rank of Genin, and as Minato did not reveal his true power, he did not mind people speculating about his strength like this. They wrote their reports a moment later and waited for Alpha to return. So Lumum is becoming a Chunin soon? Horny, one of the 11, asked looking at Lumum. The other members with codenames like Zelda, Echo, Blade, Ghost, Falcon, Whisper, Vortex, Mirage. He told me he is, looks like our mascot will no longer be a Genin, Zelda commented because of Minato being a child with him. The others started laughing at that. That's good, we have to celebrate immediately, Mirage, being the only woman in the group, exclaimed. I knew she would be the first to talk about celebration. Have you seen how she drinks? Echo spoke. Have you seen how you eat, you fat clown, Mirage teased, crossing her arms at Echo. At least I don't drink like you, Echo replied. You. Thus, they began to argue in the middle of the group, which was quite normal. While they were on missions, they were very serious, but when they casually conversed among themselves, they always argued, especially these two. Mirage was from the Kurama clan, powerful in genjutsu, quite famous in this time of Konoha. This particular woman was quite an alcoholic. Echo was from the Akimichi clan, and they were known for eating a lot. Minato had already had contact with one of them, so he knew the woman's complaints. They are arguing. The ninjas around saw the group gathered and murmured at a distance. That's the Phantom Division. I heard they got the poison a month ago, even before the Sand Ninjas used it on the battlefield, another gossiped looking at the group. It's better not to mess with them, or get close. You're right. While they gossiped and discussed, Minato sighed at this, looking at one shouting at the other at that moment. Can you stop yelling at each other? If Alpha sees us like this, our next mission will be cleaning the camp's toilets. Whisper exclaimed. He's right. Echo murmured. Tisk, Mirage said as she crossed her arms and turned her face away. Anyway, we should be happy for Lumum. Horny still has his bottle of rum. We should celebrate, Blade said. Wait a minute, Lumum is just a child, you want to give him alcohol. Give your potion to me. Mirage exclaimed as the others shook their heads at her ridiculous demand. Don't be a killjoy, Lumum can drink just this once. Let's do it in the next few days before any mission, Zelda murmured. Anyway. Congratulations, kid, I knew you'd have a bright future, Falcon commented. Thank you, teacher. Lumum murmured. After all, Falcon was his teacher from the Aburame clan who participated in the rescue mission of the Daimyo. They ended up meeting and he was strongly recommended to Alpha once he heard about the boy, while others thought he was just a child on a dangerous mission, which of course proved a point to the contrary. Teacher, you should call me teacher too, Ghost said to Lumum. You're not even teaching him kenjutsu yet, why should he call you that, cousin? Blade mocked. They were both from the Hatake clan, but not as famous as Tsukumo, Kakashi's father. That's because the kid hasn't been to my camp yet, which will happen soon, I'm just getting ahead of things. Ghost said as if he were boasting about something. You just want to gain some fame when the kid becomes famous, to say you were his teacher, Whisper mocked. That's not true. Ghost murmured, but everyone knew it was the opposite. Ghost wasn't a bad person, but he certainly wanted to be as famous as Tsukumo. Minato personally didn't care if he would become famous because of him, as long as he could learn the kenjutsu of the Hatake clan, it was fine for him. They would have continued arguing, but at that moment, Alpha began walking towards them, still with his cloak and mask hiding his identity. Can you stop arguing, the whole camp is listening to this, he complained, while some laughed at the situation and others immediately put their hand where their mouth was on the mask. Alpha sighed, looking at them, and continued, anyway, I'll take your reports, while you take these to the leader of your camp, he said, handing scrolls to everyone. Now, you are dismissed. We will meet in a few days. I will send a message to each of the camp leaders for the summons, he said, and everyone nodded. Zelda nodded and turned to everyone. Well, then let's go. Don't forget, we need to celebrate in a few days. And, Horny, don't forget your bottle of rum. They said goodbye and began to leave, while Minato disappeared as always. Minato returned to one of the southern camps, which he was currently at. He was carrying Alpha's report to the commander, making him sigh a bit, since he had to do this. He removed his clothes hidden in his tent and began to exit, passing through the camp, until someone interrupted him in the middle of the place. Look who's here. Minato looked at Tsunade's brother, who was sizing him up from head to toe with curious eyes. Nawaki Senju, he greeted. The boy in front of him was no longer as big as he used to be, while Minato had grown a lot, narrowing the gap between them. Don't call me so formally, Nawaki said with a smile. After all, we are family now, or will be. Call me Uncle Nawaki, he said, looking quite audacious. If you're here, then it means. Minato murmured. Yes, your girlfriend, and at the same time, my niece came back with my sister and are in the medical camp, Nawaki said, laughing. Anyway, it's good to see you, Minato said after a sigh. With this guy being quite audacious, he bid farewell to Nawaki before continuing on his way. He went up to the main tent and, as he was about to ask the guards for entry, heard a voice that made him uncomfortable as soon as it reached his ears. Come in, boy, she said, as the guards let Minato enter. He moved inside, and there was Orochimaru in his younger form, reading scrolls here and there about reports on the current situation of the camp and the border. He was a competent leader and quite respected, Minato had to admit, but with the knowledge he had of this guy, Minato always kept his guard up and looked at him cautiously. Orochimaru knew this and even wondered why the boy looked at him with so much mistrust, but he didn't seem to care much about it and just smiled at the prodigy who was surpassing him. Commander Orochimaru, here is the report from my leader, Minato said as he handed the report to Orochimaru. He nodded as he took it and read it in front of the boy, not leaving yet. His eyes seemed to glow as he read the lines of the mission that his leader wrote. You did very well, he said, almost sticking out his tongue. Your jutsu is quite unique, Minato-kun. Mastering a jutsu like this at your age is really something of a genius among geniuses, he spoke with a tone of greed, which was no surprise, since Orochimaru had ambitions to want to master all the jutsus in the world in the future, even seeking immortality for such a thing. Thus, seeing someone use an S-rank jutsu, he had quite a natural reaction for his personality and goals. Anyway, you did very well and you will be leaving the camp soon, which is a pity, since you helped me a lot, Orochimaru spoke. Minato always helped wherever he went in recent months, even in bureaucratic situations, starting to learn how to handle the organization of a camp, if one day he took over one. Maybe in the next war. He thought. Now you can go. Good luck, boy, Orochimaru continued and still treated him with respect, and Minato nodded, said goodbye, and left the tent and went back to his own, to organize his things to leave in the next few days. After all, he had to return to the north, since he needed a signature from Jiraiya before returning to another camp in the south, where he was currently doing his missions with the Phantom Division. Minato finally left after a few days. He reappeared in Jiraiya's camp, startling Mikoto, since his mark was right next to her at that moment, with him quickly grabbing the kunai that the girl attacked by instinct with a feminine scream. Is this how you treat your old colleague? Minato opened a smile to her, and the girl opened her eyes before realizing he was quite close to her face, causing a big blush to appear. How can you just show up like this after 2 months away, she murmured timidly. Sorry, I was very busy. As much as I wanted to come back here a few times, Minato said sincerely. That's okay, I understand, she murmured still softly. Anyway, let Hanabi know I'm here as soon as you see her. I'll be staying here a few days, so we can spend some time together and talk. I want to know how your training is going. Meanwhile, I'll talk to Jiraiya-sensei. Finally, I'm going to become a chunin, Minato said, and the girl nodded, already aware of his promotion. You're here then, Jiraiya commented with a big smile when Minato entered the tent a moment later. They had a lot to talk about, and Jiraiya had already prepared the documentation, officially patenting Minato as a chunin of the Leaf Village. Phantom Division. Alpha, Kojiro, Civil, Elite Jonin. Umbu. Lumum, Minato Namikaze, Civil, Genin or Chunin in the next chapter. Zelda, Fumiko Sarutobi, Jonin. Horny, Keiji, Civil, Jonin, ANBU. Echo, Fury Akimichi, Jonin. Blade, Taro Hataki, Jonin, ANBU. Ghost, Yuki Hataki, Jonin. Falcon, Professor Abirame, Jonin. Whisper, Sayashimura, Jonin. Vortex, Daichi Hyuga, Jonin, ANBU. Mirage, Kai Kurama, Jonin. Alpha, Lumum, Zelda, Horny, Echo, Blade, Ghost, Falcon, Whisper, Vortex, Mirage. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Enemy Plans. Third-person POV. Land of Fire, Year 38. The week Minato became a chunin was quite a celebratory one for the boy. As he spent time with his peers, he talked with them about some moments during that day, and the next day, he returned to the camp in the south, continuing to assist Orochimaru as best as he could. Days passed, and he was at a new camp when he met up with the Phantom Division a few days later. They stopped to celebrate with Minato, who ended up drinking a little. After all, he was the reason for that celebration. Weeks and then months passed until a new year arrived. It had been another 6 months since Minato had taken on the chunin post. They continued performing all kinds of missions while Minato kept assisting the camps he passed through and training in Fuinjutsu. The war was still going poorly for Konoha's side, with many losses. A new poison created by Chiyo had been deployed on the battlefield, while Tsunade hadn't yet fully found a cure for the one affecting the Konoha ninjas. Although the alchemist had provided plenty of information for her to make the poison non-lethal, it was still disabling ninjas from the battlefield. Minato had lost many comrades during this time. He saw many acquaintances, people who had spoken with him being killed, often happening while he was out on a secret mission, and when he returned, he received news of these people's deaths. It was really a grim scenario for anyone, but that was war, and even if Madara would regret it, he would do the same, reaping numerous lives during all those months on his infiltration and offensive missions. Death followed him, and he had to accept it, just not expecting something like that to happen to the most important people to him in this war. Even though he was distant from his kind, Minato often visited them and even taught them in their training. "Hey, what are you doing?" A voice reached Minato's ears as he turned his face to see a man with white hair approaching. "I was just thinking about a few things," Minato replied while standing in front of a stream, looking at his reflection in the water, thinking about everything that had happened in the past months. It wouldn't be long before he turned 13 years old, and it was already year 38, 2 years of war while Minato had been here for almost a year and a half. He and his team were working as war ambus. They contributed a lot to the war, but it still wasn't enough for Konoha to get ahead. "Stop thinking, you've finally come to this camp after so long, it's time to start training you," the ninja said with a smile. This was Yuki Hatake, who goes by the codename Ghost in the Phantom Division. He had been offering to train Minato in Kenjutsu for almost a year. Now that Minato was in his camp, he could finally train with him. "Let's go then," Minato said in the end. After all, he wanted to learn the techniques of the Hatake clan. Maybe he could become a swordsman in the future. "Take this sword." Yuki handed a short sword to Minato as they moved to a spot where they wouldn't bother the sentinels around the camp. "Now I want you to show me what you can do." Yuki continued speaking while he picked up his sword, to gauge Minato's level. But the fight didn't go so well for the young chunin. After all, he had never fought with a sword before. "You have surprising strength, even reinforcing my arms with chakra. I still felt them getting numb with each strike." Yuki started after they finished. "But you lack technique, not that I blame you for that. However, I will help you become as good a swordsman as me," he said with a self-assured smile. "That's fine." Despite Minato thinking this guy was a bit too full of himself, he still liked the man and knew he could learn a lot from him. The rest of the day Minato spent training with Yuki, learning all the basic moves in Kenjutsu. After that, they returned to the camp, while Minato took the opportunity to see the forge still operating. In the 12 camps of Konoha, some had forges, though most of the resources came from the Leaf Village with ninja teams bringing them to the front lines. There were still some camps with forges to assist them and ninjas specialized in metal shaping, managing them. "Mr. Kasura." Minato approached the man as he was hammering metal into kunais. "HM. Ah, the boy, you're here." He greeted Minato. Kasura was a civilian who specialized in metal forging. He held a chunin rank from the village and had been helping in the war from the start. "I came to check if my order is ready," Minato asked, and he nodded. "Sure, I made those strange kunais you requested," he said while pointing to a box next to him. These kunais were different from the traditional ones, being those that the original Minato used. Minato had wanted to create them ever since the rescue mission but hadn't had much time for it, being busy with the war. Now in this camp, he found a blacksmith, to whom he passed the weapon's design, and although it was a type that Kasura had never created before, he still made a mold and Minato gave the final details before he created them perfectly as planned. Minato approached the separate box and there were 100 kunais. "I couldn't put them in a scroll because I don't have the knowledge that you Fuinjutsu users have." He spoke while Minato nodded without issue. He himself opened a scroll and began placing the kunais inside. "Thank you," Minato said before handing over some money, and he departed. Minato walked through the camp and went to the main tent, passing by the guards after the leader let him in. "You're here, boy." The man was a Nara, who kept the camp extremely organized. "Yes, I came to help as you asked," Minato spoke. "Great, I've been quite lazy lately. You can summarize all these reports from the sentinels and activities in the Land of Rain and send them to Konoha," he said, and Minato nodded. Despite the men being very intelligent, he also had the Nara laziness, not that Minato minded much about that. After all, he was learning a lot. As Minato did this, starting to read reports and writing on a new scroll, to the north, beyond the land of rain, the camps of the stone village operated similarly to those of Konoha. At that moment, a meeting was happening in one of the easternmost camps, near the land of grass and the land of rain. There were many camp leaders, all wearing stone village headbands, and there was a member with the mark of the sand village, who had come north with a group to meet their allies. As they were around a table, one of the sand ninjas spoke. As you know, we are winning the war, but we are still far from defeating Konoha. That's just a matter of time, the sand ninja interrupted with a superior tone. We deployed a new poison a few months ago on the battlefield, and Konoha hasn't even fully dealt with the previous one. They might have captured the first poison we threw on the battlefield in that ambush over a year ago, but this won't happen. He said. This man was Akasuna no Kai, son of Chiyo, who believed that the land of wind was contributing much more to the war than the land of stone. Despite some frustration in hearing the sand ninja with that tone, nobody there really managed to argue against it because the sand country was putting much more pressure on Konoha. The two countries had their own strategies, while the stone ninjas had great strength in earth-level jutsus, capable of even changing the structure of a place when they attacked together. The sand ninjas specialized in poison, puppets, and even medium-level sealing jutsus, besides having some powerful users with the wind element among their forces. Anyway, it's still not enough, we need to launch a more aggressive attack, he spoke. That's why we're calling you here. Because we are going to attack one of the camps in the north and we need you to do this in the south. The man from the stone village spoke again. The other ninjas nodded, waiting for him to continue, while the sand ninja showed interest. We had a target in the north, but he left there over a year ago. We tried to capture him without success, and he has been in other camps for 6 months, according to some intelligence information. The ninja spoke as he placed a photograph of Minato in front of everyone. It was no longer a drawn picture, but an actual photograph of Minato. We've been trying to capture him ever since we knew of his presence, but we never succeeded in fully entering his camp. We've been trying to hunt him down when we realize he's no longer there, but we've had no success and we don't know his real location. If he's still at the border, the ninja spoke. Akasuna no Kai looked curious and a bit confused. What's so special about a child, he said, even thinking it could be the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, since the village had changed the Jinchuriki after Mito died almost a year ago, a fact that the whole world knew within a few months due to Mito's fame at that time. The new Nine-Tails Jinchuriki had been chosen, but Konoha would never make this information public. This boy possesses a special jutsu, one that the second Hokage created. He learned to do it at just 10 or 11 years old, being a rank S. That's why we've been trying to hunt him since then. He must be about 13 years old at this point, the ninja spoke. What jutsu? The sand ninja commented. Hirai Shin, a teleportation jutsu, replied the stone ninja. Our Tsuchikage gave us more details and ordered us to eliminate him at all costs after discussing it with the elders, as we can't let the boy grow, he spoke. Wait, we've heard of something like this in the reports in recent months. Kai seemed to have a realization while hearing this. There are reports of a ninja from Konoha's special squadron who could use a strange technique to teleport, disappear, and appear in various places whenever that squadron acts. This team is primarily acting against us all the time and we haven't been able to take down anyone from them. They call it the Phantom Division. They are extremely skilled, carrying out missions and messing with us on the battlefield for months. We've lost many brothers to that group. The sand ninja said this as the others listened, having not faced such a division yet, despite having special groups of Konoha acting in the north against them too. It seems he's in the south, then, the stone ninja commented, scratching his chin. Anyway, we'll continue our plan. At least he's still at the western border and we won't need to inform other nations about this. He finished. After all, if Minato went to another place, they would inform other villages, since even though they are enemies in this war, none of them wanted a powerful ninja emerging in the future and would ally to fight him with the enemy. Anyway, we'll continue the plan. We're going to launch a direct attack on the Konoha camp in the north, where this same boy used to act, and I want the sand village to do the same in the south. He said, and Kai nodded. I'll talk to the rest of the leaders, we'll do this. He nodded, agreeing with the plan. It's time for Konoha to feel the pressure from both nations at the same time. The stone ninja continued talking with his companions after that. We won't be able to pass many ninjas through the land of rain, but we'll use the land of grass to attack. That's why I'm joining with another camp and we'll start the attack. I want you all to be ready for any response from Konoha at other camps spread across the borders. He warned while the other commanders nodded. Will the land of grass let you pass with a large number of troops? Kai raised an eyebrow while asking. Of course, the land of grass will cooperate with us. After all, we have an alliance between two nations. They won't hinder us while we destroy Konoha, the stone ninja said mockingly. All right, I'll return to the south and gather our attack. Kai said as he left the tent while the stone ninja continued conversing with his companions. Now let's get ready. I want hundreds of ninjas prepared to advance against the border of the land of fire. They will be caught by surprise with this number. He spoke at the end as the others nodded. Raccoon here. Akasuna no Kai is a name I put on Sasori's father's name since I couldn't find any information about his real name. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Enemy Attack 01. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 38. I feel something is wrong. Lumen murmured behind his mask, standing alongside other teams. They were gathered in a location in the Land of Rain, on high alert, not just with the Phantom Division but also other groups, forming a force of about 400 Konoha shinobi. They were all on a mission to stop another large group that would attack the central camps from the south. But Lumen had the impression something was wrong because, although intelligence had infiltrated the enemy camps and scouts reported a large group moving from the south, they were doing the obvious, something the Sand Village usually doesn't do. It was almost as if they were expecting to meet the Konoha ninjas here. Are you still murmuring that? Zelda looked at Lumen. Hey, kid, you've already had a discussion with our leader's leader, he doesn't even want you in the meeting, you should just accept it, we are subordinate ninjas. Mirage commented, yet with some pity for Lumen. Lumen had voiced his thoughts when they gathered to discuss the mission, but the leader, who ranked above Alpha here, a man from the Sarutobi clan with the pride of being a cousin to the Hokage, had not listened to Lumen and had expelled him from the meeting when Lumen kept insisting. You're too cautious, kid. Don't worry, we'll handle them, and we'll return home smoothly, Blade commented, believing that Lumen was being precipitous. Forget this talk, just follow the orders, Alpha told Lumen at that moment. Lumen nodded to his leader, yet he still felt suspicious but had to follow his superior's orders, and they wanted him to accomplish this mission. Everything seemed calm as the ninjas awaited any movement from the enemy. Then, after a while, a ninja in white robes and a mask appeared in front of Alpha. He began talking to each team leader until he reached Alpha, of the Phantom Division. The ninja informed them and left to talk to other leaders while Alpha returned to his companions. The enemy is approaching. Everyone nodded. You heard. Let's get ready, Horny spoke cheerfully, and everyone started to get into position, awaiting orders. Lumen readied on one side with his companions as Ghost looked at him. Hey, kid, aren't you going to use your sword yet? He asked Lumen. It had been a few months since they began training together, and although Lumen had left Ghost camp, he still continued training and taking tips from him. Yet, Lumen never used the Kenjutsu style on missions, always keeping those strange kunais he had customized himself. These kunais had quickly gained great fame in recent months, as wherever one was found, it meant a member of the Phantom Division had acted on the spot, and almost always it was when a base or group in the area was destroyed. Lumen had become known to the enemy indirectly, but no one knew the real identity behind that mask, so only rumors of a member of short stature acting with the group were discussed by Sand Village intelligence. Everything seemed calm while they still waited for the enemy, until he identified movement in the distance with his Byakugan behind the mask before anyone else. They're coming. There are at least 400 members. There were at least 60 ANBU team ninjas and another attack group from the camps. This was a direct battle, something Lumen had never participated in, as his missions were only ambush, infiltration, and extermination of small groups, never a direct battle. Prepare to launch the attack, the men responsible for all 400 Konoha ninjas spoke, as everyone readied, even the Phantom Division was under his orders. Launch the attack, he ordered quickly. All, hundreds of ninjas, rushed to attack the enemy group. As they charged into the confrontation, hundreds of kunais began to fly towards them. While the ninjas began to defend themselves, others were hit, but still, almost all managed to advance. At that moment, the two sides clashed, and a battle began with Konoha easily pushing back the enemies. Lumen realized something was wrong as he quickly advanced and slashed a ninja's throat with his kunai. As the men fell to the ground, the ninja transformed into a non-human form. Hey, this is a puppet, someone exclaimed on the battlefield as another sand ninja turned into a puppet. Why are they sending puppets? Alpha asked Vortex. How many real ninjas do we have here? He inquired as the ninja behind the mask released his Byakugan once more onto the battlefield. A quarter of them are ninjas controlling all 300 puppets. He said, stunned. Damn, why are they doing this? Sending men controlling puppets is suicide, the leader murmured. The battle continued as Konoha quickly began to gain ground and advance to the enemy's rear, where the puppet controllers were located. They began to release two of the puppets they were controlling to fight better, as they used a lot of chakra to maintain them and their goal was just to appear to have numbers and draw the enemy in. They got into a fight a while later but were quickly massacred by the 400 Konoha ninjas. The battle lasted at least 15 minutes, while Konoha lost 40 ninjas precisely because they had to face the puppets. Damn, what's this now? The squad leaders were quickly called by the operation leader. What's the situation, they asked, while keeping some enemy ninjas alive to extract information from them. Before the leader could say anything, frustrated, a mocking voice came from the enemies held captive there. Ah, you really fell for a trap. The ninja began to laugh, looking at the leaders who frowned. What do you mean by that? The operation leader asked. Very simple. While you focused your forces here, we're launching an attack on your camps to the south. By the time you get there, the place will be completely destroyed," he started laughing. There was no way for the Konoha ninjas to reach there at this distance, so there was no problem in speaking out, and he wanted to see his enemies frustrated before dying. "Damn, this is bad, sir. They lured us here by placing puppets among the group. If he's telling the truth, they might have launched an attack while our major forces from the south are here." A ninja murmured. "This is bad. We should head back now," he said. When he looked at the enemy ninja, he was already choking on poison installed in his teeth. "It seems they were just cannon fodder to deceive us, coming here even knowing they would die," the ninja said. "I knew something was wrong." Lumen murmured from a distance, hearing the entire conversation with Haki. "Now we must focus on the south. If we head there now, we'll be too late," he murmured, looking at his team while Alpha was still talking with the operation leader. "What's up, kid?" Echo asked, observing Lumen's thoughtful behavior while the rest of the Phantom Division discussed among themselves. "I believe I can take us to the southern camp, where the attack is likely occurring," Lumen spoke up, surprising everyone. "Are you sure? A while ago you struggled to teleport more than 2 people from one side to the other," Mirage asked. "That's true, but that was over a year ago. Now I have much finer chakra control and my chakra pool is much larger than before," Lumen said before turning to everyone on the team. "I can teleport 12 people." "Well, if you can send us, we should talk to Alpha," Whisper said. Alpha came to inform about the situation, and his team began to discuss Lumen's plan. The operation leader looked at Lumen and nodded, approving the plan. "All right, we can do this," Alpha spoke and asked an ANBU ninja passing by to approach. "Find this scroll for the leader, informing about our situation while we head to the south." "Let's go," he said in the end. Alpha wasn't very fond of that leader. He had already delayed them too much, so he took it upon himself to act with his team to avoid wasting more time explaining how they would get there. Everyone touched each other's shoulders, linking Lumen from both sides, creating a chain. Lumen clapped his hands together and closed his eyes, focusing. In the next moment, all 12 people vanished, reappearing in a forest near the southern camp, where Lumen had marked with one of his signs as he passed from camp to camp along the border. Quickly, the sound of explosions began to come from a distance. "Seems like I was right," Lumen murmured. "Let's go, we can't waste time," Alpha said, and they dashed forward, advancing as they saw hundreds of ninjas fighting each other, with hundreds of bodies already on the ground. Lumen saw many puppets and even poisonous gas being released into the air from somewhere in the camp as the sand ninjas wore masks, with the Konoha ninjas suffering from the yellow gas. "This gas, we must stop it. It's being sent from the back of the camp." Alpha analyzed the situation, hurrying to help the camp. "There's a type of giant scorpion made like the puppets, there are 2 of them there, Alpha," Lumen sensed through Haki and warned. "So that's how they're causing this chaos. Can you handle this, Lumen?" he asked as Lumen nodded. "Leave it to me," Lumen informed. Lumen saw how reinforced that place was and the ninjas who had already seen it tried to advance through the flanks, but the place was heavily fortified, with at least 50 ninjas protecting all sides around those 2 scorpions releasing the gas. Lumen wasted no time and threw his kunai into the air. The next moment, as the ninjas controlling the shell released the poison, they saw the kunai falling to the ground and embedding itself. "Wait, that kunai," they murmured, recognizing the strange design of the kunai, and the next moment, the hooded ninja appeared. He picked up the kunai and lunged at the nearest ninja, cutting him down before he could react. "Enemy attack," they shouted while controlling the shell. Lumen began to eliminate them one by one, clearing the path as several other enemy ninjas reappeared to help maintain the attack. Lumen had to back off slightly, seeing more than 30 ninjas standing in front of him. He had to change his approach. "I'll be almost out of chakra after sending one of these, but I have no choice," he murmured, looking at the enemies between him and the scorpion shells. He raised his hand and began to form a chakra ball, infusing it with wind chakra. The Raisnon began to generate a shrill sound, creating propellers around it, as the wind quickly began to spread. "What is that?" the ninjas murmured, seeing the jutsu grow without hand seals in Lumen's hand, made of pure chakra, as they had never heard of anyone with that capability in the war. "Quick, we must protect ourselves, this looks dangerous," the enemies exclaimed and began to summon new puppets. Lumen managed to complete the Rasen Shuriken for the first time since he came to the war. He held it circulating with his hand raised above his head with the propellers spinning faster than ever, creating a wind that even made the trees around bend. "What is that thing?" The enemy ninjas grew increasingly concerned, as the wind was very powerful and the shrill sound was not at all comfortable. Even the poison was being released more forcefully. But Lumen didn't waste any more time. He simply moved his hand above his head and launched the Rasen Shuriken, heading in a line of enemies and creating a line of destruction where it passed. "He can launch that," they murmured, but it was already too late. Even as they placed the puppets in front, it struck the first one and then exploded, expanding, decimating the puppets and spreading over tens of meters, catching the ninjas and the giant scorpions, creating an explosion that affected the entire camp in that area, while everyone looked on at the huge explosion next to the camp. All the enemy and Konoha ninjas tried to protect themselves, placing their hands in front, wondering what was happening there. Was that Lumen? Vortex murmured, stunned, looking with his Byakugan. Wait, the kid did that. How could he? What kind of jutsu is that? Zelda was shocked by it. The explosion continued until it finally began to calm down, creating a huge crater. Chapter 124, Enemy Attack 02. Third-person POV. Land of Fire, Year 38. The camp fell silent after that explosion. Those who were unaware that Lumen was there were stunned as the explosion began to subside, revealing a huge crater amidst the smoke of the wreckage. What the hell just happened? Both the leaf and sand ninjas murmured in fear. Our scorpions were destroyed. The sand ninjas finally acknowledged their situation. Is this bad? Is there anyone among the Konoha ninjas who can do this? They murmured. Was that Lumen? Ghost whispered, not believing his own words. Lumen, you hid your strength. Alpha couldn't help but comment, surprised as he defeated his opponent. Lumen appeared at that moment in the camp, satisfied with the explosion he had caused. He saw both enemies and allies dazed and decided to act quickly. I'm almost out of chakra now, but my body's stamina is still full, so I can still cause some damage without using my fruit. Minato thought as he exploded the ground while advancing to the first enemy he spotted using just taijutsu, releasing all the weight seals on his body at that moment. The Oio ninja could only be surprised while he was fighting with all the ninjas from Konoha. Lumen was advancing at full speed and reappeared next to an enemy, and punched him so hard that the sound of bones breaking was heard throughout the area. The ninja was really thrown like a doll, exploding on the ground several meters away. Lumen moved again without wasting time, advancing to the second ninja, who tried to attack him with a puppet having a blade arm. Making a vertical cut, the boy quickly dodged and kicked the puppet, breaking it in half and quickly reaching the ninja, killing him, as Minato's punch was so strong that the ninja's head was separated from the neck. Not even the Konoha ninjas could react properly while the short-statured masked ninja was reaping lives of enemies in the part of the camp that was not affected by the poisonous gas. What strength! Some ninjas were surprised by the power his punches generated, as the only ninja known to have such physical strength was Princess Tsunade Senju. But here was Lumen destroying ninjas with one punch and throwing them like rag dolls. The Phantom Division did not fall behind their companion. As an elite team, they quickly stood out and began to dominate the battlefield, especially after the poison was neutralized. They began to gain the upper hand over the sand ninjas. Lumen continued running through the battlefield and killing enemies wherever he went without using chakra, and this continued until the enemy ninjas began to see that the situation was not favorable for them. Hey, we should retreat, the leader spoke, seeing yet another one of his ninjas being killed with that explosive punch from the masked boy. They had come with more than 600 ninjas and even against a larger number, since the poisonous gas had given them an advantage on the battlefield to face more than 1,000 Konoha ninjas, this was lost and now they were left with less than 200 ninjas. The sand ninjas nodded as they began to quickly group together, and started launching jutsus, while the leaf ninjas also launched their jutsus. A combined set of fire and air clashed against each other. You go, we'll hold them off. The sand ninjas stayed to sacrifice themselves while the other ninjas fled. The leader looked at the 30 ninjas who were performing the jutsu and nodded. They quickly left the camp. However, Minato behind the mask of Lumen would not let them leave like that. He had recovered some of his chakra at this moment and used a mark left in the forest near the outpost of that camp, while waiting for the ninjas to arrive. Let's see how you deal with this. Minato murmured and began to jump into the air, staying out of sight of the enemy while using Jeppo, and it was very unlikely that they would see someone flying in the sky. It wasn't long before 150 ninjas appeared running in the forest. There was no one to stop them. After all, they had eliminated all the sentinels to reach the southern camp. He saw the group and began to make several hand signs. He puffed his cheek and spewed fire on the enemy running below him. The flames erupted from his mouth and morphed into a dragon's head, an Uchiha jutsu he had learned over the past few months from someone. Enemy attack! The ninjas exclaimed upon hearing the dragon's roar as the flames descended at full speed. They quickly used wind-type jutsu to counter the flames. Though wind is disadvantageous against fire, the ninjas combined their jutsus to stop the flames, yet Lumen launched more dragons, preventing them from stopping all of them as the forest erupted into flames. Who is doing this? How can they cast a jutsu from the sky? The leader questioned while dodging the dragons that were exploding the forest and consuming more sand ninjas. Lumen couldn't keep launching this forever, so he decided to descend, still maintaining just a bit of chakra with the ninjas unable to see him due to their desperation to return to their country. There were still 120 of their ninjas. While they passed through the destroyed area, the last ninja felt a hand grabbing his shoulder and noticed the masked one holding him while he was startled. Where do you think you're going? The super strong masked one asked. The ninja barely had time to react before being punched and exploding against a tree, falling with several broken bones. And Lumen didn't stop there. He created Chidori in his hand and began chasing the ninjas as he began slicing through the last of them. The ninjas only felt the electric discharge coming before being pierced, with Lumen continuing to advance against them. "Hey, Lumen! Is it you causing this chaos?" A voice emerged as Ghost and Blade appeared to hunt the fleeing ninjas as well. Lumen didn't respond as he continued advancing with his Chidori before his chakra ran out. "It seems he's eager to hunt down the enemy, we can't lag behind," Ghost exclaimed, drawing his sword, and Blade did the same, as members of the Hataki clan both began advancing against the enemy. They continued this pursuit, while the sand ninjas launched jutsus to stop them and continued doing everything to kill as many as they could. They kept hunting the ninjas until they reached the outpost, which in the end still managed to leave the fire country with slightly fewer than 100 sand ninjas. Lumen stopped at the outpost, taking somewhat irregular breaths, since he was more tired from reaching his chakra limit than from the stamina he spent. He sighed as his companions approached him. "Hey, are you okay?" Blade asked. "Yes," he said before turning to the camp near them. The outpost was devastated. Everyone there was dead, having been caught off guard by 600 ninjas. "Looks like we arrived too late," Lumen murmured. "We can't do anything, Lumen." "Let's go back to see Alpha's orders," they said. Lumen nodded. "Let's return to the camp and talk to Alpha," he said, and they returned jumping between the trees. They managed to avoid the worst possible tragedy, but the poison had reached many people from the leaf. While doctors in nearby camps began to try to control the situation, a group of ninjas was interrogating the enemies who were captured alive and starting to make damage reports and control. "Once again," Minato murmured, seeing again the scene of death among the Konoha ninjas. Many people were crying and others were frustrated. The Phantom Squad stayed in their corner looking at the situation silently and not celebrating or joking as usual. After all, it was quite a sad scene. In the end, the boy was right. Falcon, his academy teacher, said, and no one could disagree with him. "I'll never doubt the kid's instincts again," Mirage murmured. They couldn't say anything more, as Alpha approached the group at that moment. "We weren't very lucky here," he began. "We fell into their trap, while they sent a group disguised with puppets to the central camp, making all our most powerful troops go out there. They sent their real force for a surprise attack on this side, and now you can see the result. We were lucky that Lumen acted against those machines of theirs," he said, looking at Lumen. "Their plan was to spread the poison throughout the region to hit the nearby camps, leaving this area completely uninhabited." Alpha explained everything he discovered with the other leaders. "These bastards, they were even using masks from the Rain Ninjas," Zelda commented, extremely frustrated. "Well, Captain, is there anything we need to do now?" Whisper asked. "There's not much to do. Let's provide assistance, just be careful with those affected by the new poison, so you don't get contaminated too, while we wait for the other medical teams to come from the central area," he said. The group nodded and began to assist in the camp as best they could. Minato had managed to gather a large amount of medical supplies from other camps. Then 2 days passed as they finally finished stabilizing the camp. A messenger from the north arrived delivering a scroll to all the leaders, and Alpha was one of them. Alpha took the scroll and returned to his team with a somber tone. "It seems it wasn't just this camp that was attacked," he said, drawing everyone's attention. "What? Did the Sand Village attack another?" Ghost raised his voice. "No, it wasn't the sand that attacked," Alpha replied. "It was the stone, to the north, at the camp closest to them," he said. Everyone nodded, but Minato quickly went on alert. He stood up and called everyone's attention. "I'm going to the north," he said, and disappeared the next moment without even letting his teammates react, leaving the entire team stunned. "What was that?" Mirage asked. Minato's behavior had practically disobeyed an order, but Alpha just sighed. "The boy has his team in the north. So, let him see it for himself," Alpha murmured, and everyone nodded, understanding. Minato reappeared near the camp in the training area where Hanabi and Mikoto usually trained. He quickly smelled burning and could see that the forest had been on fire for days. He quickly advanced to the camp, and it didn't take long for him to arrive at the site, feeling frustrated with the sight he was having at that moment. Half the camp was destroyed, with people still picking up bodies here and there. There were giant footprint marks, probably a summoning by Jiraiya. "These bastards." He couldn't help but murmur. While he was in the south, the stone also made their move. He now had to see if everyone he knew there was all right. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Hatred 01. Third-person POV. Land of Fire, Year 38. Minato approached the battlefield and passed by several explosion-created holes while many ninjas were still helping the destroyed camp. He approached where Jiraiya was issuing orders. Jiraiya seemed fine, but he had a frustrated look on his face. His gaze fell towards Minato, who was walking up to him without hesitation, with an intense look. His brow furrowed a little at this. "You can do what I said." I want to talk to my student over there, he finally said to the 6 shinobi surrounding him. They nodded before jumping off to carry out his orders. Jiraiya sighed and looked at Minato coming closer. You finally came, he murmured. Mikoto and Hanabi are okay? Minato asked immediately. They are, but Hanabi got a little hurt, Jiraiya replied. I'll go see them, Minato said immediately, moving his body towards a corner where there was a large tent, sensing their presence there. Jiraiya didn't say anything as Minato simply advanced and entered the place, feeling it filled with the injured. He saw several cots where various shinobi were groaning in pain. His companions were in the middle of the place, with Mikoto sitting in front of Hanabi, who was lying on a cot. Mikoto's eyes widened in surprise as she saw Minato approaching. Minato, Mikoto said, standing up as she saw him coming closer. How is she? He asked, checking on Hanabi. She seemed okay but a bit hurt, with her arm bandaged. She got hit by some kunai, but she'll be fine, Mikoto murmured, and Minato nodded. How did this happen? He asked in a neutral tone. The attack started while we were at ease in the camp. Then dozens of ninjas arrived and began attacking us. It was chaos, but we quickly regrouped and started a counterattack. We ended up facing some groups with other jonin while Jiraiya-sensei was fighting most of the enemies. Our adversaries retreated after we took down most of their group, she explained before looking at Hanabi. She got hurt and fell in the fight, she said. Minato was silent, feeling angry and frustrated for not being there. There's something else, Mikoto spoke, her voice sounding even more cautious. Minato looked at her without saying anything, waiting for her to continue. Do you remember Bake? She asked. He's in a critical state, and he was calling your name the last time I heard, she murmured with a cautious and sad tone. Minato immediately sensed the boy's presence in one of the closed-off sections and began walking there right away. He saw a curtain covering the bed and a nurse attending to another patient in front of it. Hey, what are you doing? You can't go in there, the medical ninja immediately protested, but Minato didn't care as he opened the curtain. There, the boy looked completely different from how he remembered. Bake was a year older than Minato, and during their time at the camp, the boy always followed him around, asking questions and calling Minato his big brother, wanting to be like him. Seeing him in that state was like an illusion, wondering how the boy who was so cheerful ended up in such a critical condition. A part of his body was no longer there, and he was groaning weakly, seemingly unable to lose consciousness with whatever he was going through. His eyes moved at this moment, opening weakly as he turned his head towards the entrance, seeing the blonde-haired boy. Minato, is that you? Bake said softly. Minato was in shock seeing this and unconsciously stepped closer. You see. The boy began to speak, a small smile appearing as he saw the person he was waiting to see. He seemed quite breathless, starting to cough a bit before continuing. I wanted to see you because I took down one of those bastards, he said, sounding proud. Minato didn't know what had happened to him but felt that he was dying, his life draining rapidly. It was very likely the boy wouldn't live much longer. It was a shock to him. I took down one of them, Minato. I finally became a man, but it hurt so much, the boy murmured. I feel so cold. Cough, I'm so scared, Minato, so scared. Cough, he tried to look at Minato at that moment. Hey, you can't be in here. You need to leave immediately before I call the guards. The nurse entered, immediately complaining, as she looked at the boy's condition. I said I would take one down. Now I can become like you, he continued to repeat. Are you listening to me? Get out of here and leave the patient. The woman spoke again, and Minato finally turned to her with a glint in his eye, causing her to immediately step back, frightened by the intensity. Minato took a deep breath and turned back to Bake, pulling a seal from his pocket and placing it on the boy's forehead, making him fall unconscious immediately with the fuinjutsu Minato had learned in recent months. He saw that the boy could finally rest and simply turned his back, starting to leave, passing the still cautious and frightened medical ninja as he headed to the far end of the tent. He didn't need to know much about what had happened there, the boy must have faced a dangerous group while being surrounded. According to him, he took one of them down but must have been caught by a paper bomb and was now dying. Mikoto called out to him as he passed by, but Minato simply ignored her as he continued outside. Jiraiya seemed to be waiting on that side, looking at Minato with eyes filled with fury, causing Jiraiya to raise an eyebrow. Minato walked up to him, removing a scroll from his pocket, opening it in front of Jiraiya, and handing it to him. Mark which camps attacked us, he said immediately. It was no secret that ninjas from all nations had maps with the exact locations of all the camps on each border, thanks to intelligence teams that gathered this information by infiltrating the borders. You can't be serious, Jiraiya said in a grim tone, a little surprised by the boy's demand, already imagining what he wanted to do. Just mark the location, Minato repeated in a rather disrespectful tone, but he didn't care at this moment. Jiraiya gave him a disapproving look before shaking his head. I won't let you go on a suicide attack, he said in a stern tone. This wasn't your fault this time. Minato didn't seem to care about Jiraiya's words as he gave up on asking for the information. If you don't want to tell me, it doesn't matter. I'll go to the nearest camp in the southeast. Minato said simply, leaving Jiraiya behind as he walked forward. Wait, boy, you can't act like this. Jiraiya raised his voice again as other ninjas in the camp passing by looked at the commander raising his voice at his student. Minato stopped, more furious than ever. He even thought about listening to Jiraiya, but since coming to this world, he had experienced various feelings: anger, disappointment, frustration, pride, love, and many others. All these feelings had accompanied him since the beginning of his journey. But now, there was a new feeling, the feeling of hatred. He thought about listening to his sensei, but a thought came to his mind at that moment, making him decide what to do. I'm going to kill them. This seemed to shake his soul unconsciously. He didn't even notice when an explosion erupted from him, catching Jiraiya by surprise. Being the closest, and the force that came from Minato soon began to invade the entire camp with yellow lightning. Minato didn't even realize what he was doing while Jiraiya put his hand up, a wind blowing from the boy in a way he had never seen before. What surprised him even more was that there wasn't a single trace of chakra in this explosion while the conqueror's hockey lightning invaded all the places, catching everyone by surprise, wondering what was happening. Minato, still lost in his single thought without noticing what was happening around him, simply disappeared using his Raijin seal, which he had kept in a corner of the rain country. Jiraiya saw the boy disappear while keeping his gaze on the place, wondering what that was until suddenly he saw someone collapsing next to him, unconscious. What is this? He looked at a fainted Chunin. Hey, what's happening? Someone exclaimed from a corner, seeing their comrades falling to the ground. They're collapsing unconscious. Are we being attacked again? Another shouted, holding onto a fallen person. They're just fainting, but where did this attack come from? A Jonin said, touching the neck of an unconscious person to check if they were okay. Commander Jiraiya. 1/3 of the camp is down. A Jonin approached Jiraiya immediately to inform him. The camp had begun to see its shinobi falling, even if only Genins and some Chunins. A large part of the camp was unconscious at this moment. Jiraiya returned to where Minato had disappeared, wondering what the hell that was. Meanwhile, where the sun hardly reached the earth, Minato appeared immediately. There was no rain, but the sky was still closed as always. He wasted no time and didn't care about simply acting in that place. He then jumped forward in the middle of the rain country, advancing into the sky in one movement. His body began to shine, and he disappeared in a line of light. This caught the attention of everyone there, but Minato didn't care. The ninjas who saw this only saw the light rising into the sky before it started to move north at high speed, standing out in the darkness and disappearing shortly afterward. Minato was so enraged that he had a desire for destruction at that moment, with the intention of massacring an entire camp. In a camp further southeast of the land of Earth's border, the place seemed to be in the midst of a celebration. After all, their attack, along with another camp, had been successful. Despite some losses, they had still managed to take down more Konoha ninjas. The Earth ninjas laughed and exchanged exclamations with each other. We caught them completely by surprise, shouted one of them, raising a cup in celebration. They thought they could beat us in this war, but we showed them the strength of the Earth. Konoha better surrender. Yeah, that attack was perfect. They barely had a chance to react before retreating. Don't forget our fallen. They fought for our village, but today, we drink in their memory too. It was already night, and as they seemed quite euphoric, no one noticed the presence arriving above the camp at that moment. A projectile was flying with full force toward the camp, while a strange kunai with a fuinjutsu symbol was embedded in the ground. In the night sky, without anyone imagining the terror that would befall the camp by the end of that night. Chapter 126, Hatred 02. Third-person POV. Land of Fire, Year 38. A kunai. A ninja with keen perception noticed the object stuck in the middle of the camp. Time froze at that moment as all the ninjas looked at the kunai simultaneously, and a person appeared wearing a cloak and mask like an umbu. As everyone quickly tried to understand what was happening, the ninja began making a series of hand seals, finishing with the ram seal. As soon as he completed his jutsu, an explosion of light began to emerge, catching everyone by surprise, and the entire camp lit up in the middle of the night, alerting anyone miles away. Ah. I'm blind. I can't see. We're being attacked. The ninjas immediately lost their vision due to a jutsu of pure yang, which Minato had developed over the past few months, starting to use his fourth affinity, one he had not fully explored but had begun to create jutsu with it using light through his own chakra. Some ninjas, one of the few who by some luck had not looked at the ninja who invaded the camp at this moment, watched all their comrades screaming while feeling agony in their gaze due to the bright flash the ninja created. Only Minato's original body could use his fruit, so he developed a jutsu for his clones to also attack with light as happened now, after all that was just the clone and the original was still in the air. The ninjas soon realized a rain of kunais coming towards the camp, while Minato released in the air and made hand seals of the shadow clones as they multiplied while falling. Some were hit by the kunai while they could not see, but most of them fell throughout the camp. The few ninjas who could notice this looked all around, before someone appeared at their side and had their throat slit at that moment. As Minato disappeared the next moment, he began using the kunais teleporting as he passed through the ninjas still trying to see. Minato initiated a massacre among them, without compassion, as the ninjas quickly began to notice their comrades being killed while emitting their last scream of agony from all sides of the camp. "We're being attacked. Everyone into Earth bases!" They shouted as they began to make jutsu even with their eyes still blind. In various corners of the camp, stone-style jutsu began to form while stone cocoons began to form to protect them. Some tried to hit the enemy with offensive jutsu and ended up catching their own comrades in the process. Minato was disappearing from any enemy jutsu while continuing to advance and killing any ninja he encountered. He was not feeling any pity for them, he just had the thought of killing and finishing each one of them while his hatred took over his actions. He saw that he had killed more than 150 ninjas while others were already approaching the camp, since the stone worked with a system similar to the leaf following several sentinels among the camps protecting the border, while most of the ninjas in the camp were quick in making cocoons to protect themselves. "It's a shame I haven't started learning armament hockey yet, otherwise I could simply destroy most of them, but let's see if my physical strength can't destroy some stones." Minato couldn't help thinking while mocking the stone ninjas trying to protect themselves. The first one still affected by the flash from Minato's clone soon felt an explosion coming from outside to his cocoon, while as much as he could not see, the cracks being formed in front of him were something he could not ignore. Minato blew up the stone without the ninja being able to do anything. He entered and punched the man's head while breaking his neck, before disappearing to go to the next. He moved on to another, but felt with his observation hockey kunais with explosive seals flying towards him as they exploded in the middle of the camp. "Where is he?" "He's disappeared." A ninja asked beside the comrade who launched the kunais. "Behind you." Minato's voice came after he used a kunai with his seal behind the men and quickly killed them with a clean cut. Minato went back to attacking the enemy cocoons while they still hadn't recovered their vision, taking advantage of the time that new ninjas didn't appear. More and more cocoons were destroyed, some he really couldn't break, and ended up creating a small Raiznon, destroying them and killing the stone ninja. "Please, don't kill me." A kunoichi had her cocoon broken as she fell backwards with Minato advancing against her. "I have a family," she exclaimed with tears streaming from her eyes, but Minato did not appear to be stopping. "You killed Konoha ninjas when you had the chance, just die with pride." Minato murmured angrily, while the woman continued to play the victim. However, he disappeared the next moment, with kunais flying from behind him, and as he disappeared, the kunais from his own allies killed the woman by hitting her in the head. As Minato once again killed the ninjas arriving at the camp using his seals. And he went back to destroying more cocoons. "What's the situation?" A jonin asked as he approached the camp with a combat group, wanting to know who the enemies were. "My lord, there is a single enemy." The ninja who worked for a division like Konoha's Umbu to gather information began to report the situation. "What do you mean, just one ninja is attacking us?" the men exclaimed in surprise. "And why hasn't anyone killed them yet?" he exclaimed in dismay, not accepting that a single person continued to create the explosions they were hearing from there. He has already eliminated much of the camp, but all the others are in camouflage mode with Earth-style barrier jutsu around them. Everyone was involved like this. The Earth Umbu spoke. "What? Why are they letting the enemy do whatever they want?" The commanding ninja shouted very displeased. "I don't know, when we arrived, they were already like this and it might have something to do with the huge flash we saw. It's possible that they were blinded by the light." The ninja informed and continued. "Moreover, the enemy wears a Konoha Umbu outfit. He's devastating the camp with his super strength and strange jutsus. He can create a chakra ball destroying earth element jutsu, and the strangest thing is his jutsu that can make him appear in various places around the camp. This is preventing anyone from stopping him," he reported. "What did you say?" the commanding ninja soon realized. "He's here then, we must stop him," the men said in the end as he stepped deeper into the trees to gain more speed. After all, the target they were after finally appeared and is on their territory, making a retaliation due to their last attack. The ninjas arrived at the camp, while the place was filled with bodies exclusively from the Earth Village, and as soon as they were going to look for the adversary, Minato appeared in the middle of a team of 12 ninjas, killing 2 before they could react and disappearing. "Hey, be careful. He's using the kunais on the ground." The ninja who had never fought against Minato, despite the rumors the superiors had said, realized, although it seemed a bit late. They quickly entered a disadvantageous battle, with Minato attacking them one by one after he cut one, disappearing to kill another right after. It didn't take long for the ninja leader to notice that he was the only one alive there besides those who were still hiding. Minato appeared in front of him a moment later, while he mesmerized him. His cloak was full of hot blood still dripping. The stone ninja couldn't help but be scared at that moment. He didn't think he would meet the target of the superiors as someone so relentless. Are you some kind of monster? He couldn't help but murmur, and despite being an elite jonin, he ended up dying the next moment by Minato. After all, he had already accepted his defeat. The place became silent after that, while Minato looked at all the bodies on the ground, at least half the camp he had eliminated, being more than 300 ninjas killed. He continued for a while. Of course he wanted to kill all the others, but his chakra was running out. Should I use my fruit? Minato was debating at that moment. Better not. I can't do that yet. He decided. More and more groups were arriving at that moment, with them considering going out and returning to the fire frontier. I feel so cold, cough. I'm scared, Minato, very scared, cough. The words of Bake came back to be heard in his mind. His anger took over his rationality again. His fist was clenching, and he ended up deciding to start acting, even if he had to reach the limit of his chakra pool. New stone ninjas began to approach the camp as everything became calm. They were not yet reinforcements from other camps that were also approaching. What's the situation? One of them asked, but no one knew, as there was no reconnaissance team among them. We'll have to check as soon as we arrive. We need to see how many enemies there are and act quickly. It seems Konoha was quicker to launch a counterattack than we thought, another murmured. We have no time to mourn now. Let's just kill all those damned from the land of fire, the leader commented, cursing the surprise attack, but nothing could be done at the moment, so they continued advancing. How strange, one of them murmured, noticing some branches in the trees placed quite oddly, but he didn't care. His only urgency was to reach the camp and destroy all the enemy Konoha ninjas. However, as soon as they stepped near that strange branch, it transformed, and an explosion from a transformation jutsu caught the ninjas by surprise, with Minato emerging and piercing the nearest ninja. Enemy attack, they shouted as their comrade died. Then, more smoke explosions emerged around the area, with other Minato clones appearing and starting to kill them, while the ninjas quickly launched a counterattack that eliminated the clones, but their team had already been largely destroyed by the time they were destroyed. Damn it, they're setting traps and attacking us even from here, the man cursed. And, even with anger, he just shook his head in front of his dead comrades and looked forward. Let's continue. Pay attention to anything that might be a transformation. They entered the camp a moment later, and Minato did not know how much time had passed. He quickly began attacking the arriving teams in reduced numbers while eliminating everyone with his arsenal of jutsus that did not use much chakra, with a large part of his chakra in transformation jutsus, as he continued hiding clones and eliminating any ninja that approached after the last team that appeared. Eliminating the rest of the teams that appeared with the Raijin, he looked at the place with even more bodies scattered around. Minato was breathing irregularly and tired, but that was not enough while a glow of anger still emitted in his eye. Raising his hand, he began to create his last chakra as his pool allowed. He completed his Rasen Shuriken as his last act and launched it upwards, where there were more stone ninjas inside their cocoons, as even half an hour after Minato had conjured a light jutsu, they still had not recovered their vision and had not had time to know how to die, while a huge explosion emerged in the middle of the camp, eliminating most of them, while others were buried due to the earth explosion that the Rasen Shuriken created, deforming the entire terrain. Minato could barely stand after that and felt many other teams coming here. In the end, he had killed about 450 ninjas, but decided he could no longer fight. Barely standing, he used just his physical strength to jump into the air and try to leave there without any problems while flying through the sky. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Hatred 03. Third-person POV. Land of Fire, Year 38. The next day, Mikoto noticed a slight movement at her side as Hanabi began to regain consciousness. Turning her gaze to the side, she looked at her companion with surprise. Mikoto. She murmured. Are you okay, Hanabi? Mikoto asked with some concern. A bit sore and dizzy, but fine. What happened? Hanabi asked. You fainted in the middle of the battle, but we managed to protect you. You just need to rest a bit, Mikoto said, and Hanabi nodded. How are things? What was the outcome of the fight? Hanabi inquired, concerned about the camp. We suffered a great loss. Many of our ninjas died and Sensei is working hard to keep everything under control. A camp in the south was also attacked by the village of the area and Minato showed up here, Mikoto commented, appearing somewhat hesitant. Where is he? Hanabi asked, sensing something was wrong. I don't know, Mikoto admitted. He came here, went to see you and that friend of his, before leaving. I heard he went north alone. Mikoto admitted, leaving Hanabi stunned. What is he doing? Hanabi asked. No one knows, but Jiraiya-sensei issued an order to look for him. He went on his own, disobeying an order. Mikoto said, causing Hanabi to look quite surprised at this. He's fighting alone. Hanabi tried to sit up but her arm was still injured. Yes, there's nothing we can do, something strange also happened before Minato disappeared yesterday. Mikoto continued. A wind with lightning struck the entire camp, while while various people began to fall as if in a genjutsu. I almost fell as I saw medics from this tent starting to collapse one after the other, with most of the conscious patients also fainting. Everyone thought it was an enemy attack, but things calmed down a moment later. Then Jiraiya said the situation was under control, with someone releasing a chakra explosion and that he had gone north. She said, even though some sensors in the camp mentioned they didn't feel the chakra from the wave. He's not in danger. Hanabi said, worried about Minato. I don't know, but I've never seen Minato so upset. We don't know where he is. Mikoto murmured. We should help him. Hanabi insisted while Mikoto shook the gourd for her. I don't think we would do more than what Sensei's teams are doing. Mikoto responded with a tone of sadness and frustration. I hope he's okay. Hanabi said at the end while Mikoto agreed with her. Although both were training, Minato always seemed much stronger with them. While they had to stay at the camp helping, it was no secret to them that Minato was part of a special Umbu squad in the south. Meanwhile, Jiraiya was also thinking about Minato at this time. The boy had disappeared and there was still no news about him, acting recklessly whatever he was doing, but unable to do anything beyond the group and the intelligence of the north getting accurate information about the boy. This began to change as he was organizing the camp casualties in a damage control that an Umbu reappeared in front of him. Commander Jiraiya. The men greeted. Report from the north? Jiraiya asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, the Earth's troops are all agitated across the region. The Umbu spoke. What has my student done? Jiraiya asked immediately. We couldn't get close to the camp, surveillance is constant. But he attacked the camp alone and eliminated more than 400 Earth ninjas. Even the Umbu could hardly believe those words. More than 400. That's madness. Jiraiya was staggered by that. Yes, he launched a jutsu of such a high scale that it lit up the entire sky at the Earth's border. I heard about him doing the same jutsu on the south side, when the reports came in from that attack. The Umbu said. Yes, I heard too, and to think he had another S-rank jutsu in his arsenal, despite having already used it on our S-rank mission. He spoke, still recalling the crater his student had created. He could generate an explosion like a mini Bijudama, which is unbelievable for a human, but a 10-year-old boy could already do this. With Raijin, Minato was a monster without precedent. He might already be surpassing the second Hokage himself. I want to know where he is. Did he manage to escape? Jiraiya asked. He escaped, as far as we know, but no one has been able to find him. The Umbu declared, making Jiraiya nod in response. All right, you may go now. Jiraiya requested. Yes. The ninja disappeared, leaving Jiraiya alone with his thoughts. I can't leave him alone. Jiraiya murmured, imagining Minato was consumed by anger. He stepped out of his tent and called someone to take his place. I will be heading to the land of rain as well, he stated as his men nodded. That's. Kitsuchi was reviewing the report at one of the central camps on the border of the land of Earth, frowning at the information. One person killed 450 ninjas alone. The person beside him looked at the report in disbelief. He was already that strong. Anoki-san was a bit frustrated by this. They had lost nearly an entire camp, turning their small victory with the surprise attack on Konoha into a disaster. It was no secret in figuring out who was responsible after seeing the kunais with seals, immediately requesting them to be destroyed before the boy could return while everyone was distracted. What are we going to do now? The stone soldier asked. We can't let this happen again. We will have to increase the watch on the border even more. Besides, we need to find out how he managed to get through all the watches around the place without anyone noticing, because the first contact of him appearing was attacking the camp. I want you to look for him even in the land of rain. He ordered. But can our men handle this boy? Did you see the jutsu he unleashed? Yes. I saw the damage he did. That's why I will send someone to help stop him. Kitsuchi spoke with a serious tone. The meeting continued as the commander discussed the security of the camps and how they would replenish the one destroyed by Minato. Thus, Anoki's son, in charge of the border serving his father, asked everyone to leave. When he called an Umbu to deliver a letter, the Earth Village Umbu left and went deep into the land of Earth until he found a small camp in a forest full of security with at least 50 Jonin ninjas, while there was a young man in the middle of the place wearing red armor. The Umbu passed by the ninjas and went to the men to hand him Kitsuchi's letter. This was the Four Tails Jinchuriki, known as Rashi, a ninja specialized in the lava element. What do we have here? Maybe I could finally leave this camp. It's so tedious, he spoke. After all, he was always monitored the whole time while numerous security guards took care of his safety. After reading the letter, with an order for him to go to the land of rain, he smiled. Well, then I shall hunt an ant, he murmured, unconcerned about the possible 2 S-rank jutsus his target possessed. He began to prepare to leave the camp, while a group of 20 Jonins followed him. Meanwhile, in AIM, the land of rain, Hanzo was sitting in his room when he received the report from his intelligence. Although not detailed, it explained a lot, especially about the 2 flashes lighting up the night sky and the information of an attack by a single person devastating an entire camp, while he could teleport through fuinjutsu symbols. So, it's the boy. He finally decided to act. Hanzo murmured. It had been almost 2 years since he had seen any activity from the boy he was interested in. He nodded in satisfaction as he stood up. His men were curious about their lord's action. I will be heading to the north of the country. After all, the Earth Village is becoming quite bold, and it's time to put them in their place, he stated, starting to leave. As Hanzo left, the day continued, and in a hidden cave in the forest of the Land of Rain, Minato was sitting in the lotus position, finishing refilling his chakra reserves. He had not returned to the Land of Fire. He discovered that it was not just one camp but 2 of them, so he was not satisfied with just the camp from last night and wanted to strike them again, while he recuperated. The entire forest was bustling, and Minato remained hidden in the cave until some ninjas came to investigate the area by late afternoon. They didn't stand a chance as Minato surprised them and eliminated them within seconds. Meanwhile, the Earth Patrol noticed the absence of some comrades and went to investigate. They arrived there at sunset, seeing only the bodies on the ground as night began to fall. He's around here. They began searching for Minato. However, the boy was already far away, flying through the orange sky heading north once again. This time, he intended to make a different approach. Minato had made a lot of money from paper bombs, so much that he was already prepared to buy his own property when he returned to Konoha. But he was not just producing to sell his paper bombs, he was also stockpiling them. He had at least 10,000 paper bombs, and this night would be a good opportunity to use them. Again, he flew over the camp with Jeppo. The place was much more guarded as they kept sentinels everywhere. He then threw a kunai into a discreet corner, appearing while he began eliminating the sentinels around along with the sensory ninjas, unnoticed. After that, he started placing papers in some places for distraction. Let's begin. Minato murmured, activating a seal, while 10 paper bombs exploded on the southern side in the middle of the forest. The explosion sent trees flying as all the ninjas there went on alert. Enemy attack! They exclaimed, approaching that side of the camp. Seeing them looking that way, Minato began to act. He started creating clones while they subtly disappeared, placing paper bombs all over the camp. I swear I saw someone on my side, exclaimed a ninja seeing the shadow disappearing beside him. What are you saying? The ninja murmured and noticed something strange at the feet of the ninja. These are paper bombs. The ninja said, seeing dozens of paper bombs on the ground with Minato placing them in milliseconds, and the entire camp was filled with them. As soon as he took a distance, Minato clenched his hands into a seal and all the paper bombs began to catch fire at that moment. The enemy ninjas were horrified as small flames appeared all over the camp. Take cover! They exclaimed, but the next moment, once again, the night sky was lit up with explosions from another camp, causing unprecedented deaths, while all the paper bombs formed a massive explosion with their accumulation. Minato looked at it with a calm demeanor. He took no pleasure in killing people. However, he was returning the same treatment that the Earth Village had launched at Konoha and for the Earth Ninjas having hurt his friends. Let's go back, Minato said, disappearing before anyone could catch him. He ended up returning near that cave to check things out. The Earth Ninjas there, still unaware of the situation at the second camp, were searching for Minato and trying to find him, despite a glow having appeared in the sky to the north and everyone looking there. Minato was about to leave them behind when he sensed a powerful presence nearby, which made him curiously wary. The Four-Tails Jinchuriki is here? Minato murmured with a curious look. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Four-Tails Jinchuriki. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 38. Rashi-sama. A ninja looked into the distance as she saw another explosion light up the sky. That was at the camp. Another ninja pointed out with concern. That boy can teleport with that weird jutsu. Rashi commented, still recalling the reports of his target. He's probably not here anymore, so we're just wasting time. Catching someone like that is practically impossible as long as he has chakra to teleport. He's probably heading back to the Land of Fire, Rashi said. We should help them. Another jonin exclaimed. Yes. Rashi, in the middle of the jonins who were his security as a Jinchuriki, looked surprised to the side as a kunai embedded itself in the tree ahead of them, and then Minato, in his ANBU outfit, appeared. The place immediately entered a whirlwind as Minato held his Rasen Shuriken in his right hand, raising it. It was created even before the teleportation, and thus, it began emitting its characteristic sound throughout the area. The ninjas could only see that light shining from his hand before it was launched at them. The Rasen Shuriken quickly advanced, and despite the ninjas trying to jump away, Minato's jutsu exploded the next moment, beginning to devastate the entire area. A huge explosion lit up the space again, disintegrating everything. As things began to calm down a moment later, after all the sounds echoed throughout the forest, Minato looked with interest at the explosion. He had already eliminated almost all the stone ninjas by then. However, his target was still alive, and amid the chaos, lava began to erupt a moment later, while a massive wave of lava started rushing toward Minato. He quickly jumped up, using Jeppo, as he watched the lava consume the forest, setting it ablaze, filling the hole he had created with Rasen Shuriken with a huge lava lake. That was quite surprising, brat, the voice of the Jinchuriki emerged from the flames. Rashi was surrounded by a thick red layer with 4 tails. He looked quite injured, but he seemed to be constantly healing after Minato's attack. So you used your chakra layer to protect yourself from a Rasen Shuriken. Interesting, although it wasn't that efficient. Minato murmured with interest. Minato indeed intended to kill this man, however, the high regeneration due to the Biju's chakra helping him withstand the attack made it not so easy to kill him after all. But it's still strange. I've never seen anyone attacking a Jinchuriki openly. You're strange, boy, he said, looking at Minato with some interest. You seem like a wild beast, devastating all my village's camps at the border, but are you doing it out of anger? He asked, seeing the only one alive there. Obviously. You attacked and hurt my friends, and even killed some of them. This is my own retaliation. Minato spoke. He was there trying to kill a Jinchuriki openly and didn't care about what it might repercuss. He just wanted to kill as many as possible and weaken the stone village for their audacity. Rashi clicked his tongue and didn't care anymore, attacking the next moment. He launched his hand as his chakra quickly expanded, creating a huge hand with an extended arm flying toward Minato. He quickly dodged, jumping in the air, and another hand appeared. Minato once again dodged with Jeppo. You can use the space in the air as some kind of platform. What kind of jutsu or technique is that? The Jinchuriki was quite surprised as he saw the boy dodging in the air with ease. Minato dodged another attack while remaining upside down, staring at the Jinchuriki in the middle of the lava lake. He completed the seals and spat out a massive fireball, forming the figure of a roaring dragon. You really think that can't be effective against me? My Biju already has the lava element, you fool, he said as the flames quickly clashed against him. However, as the flames traveled through his vision, a shuriken appeared within them. Minato had thrown it with his jutsu, it remained intact even within the high-degree flames. The Jinchuriki didn't move as the shuriken hit the red chakra cloak without damage. But Rashi noticed something as soon as he saw the metal behind it, with a symbol of Minato's jutsu engraved on the metal. The symbols of Raijin need chakra for Minato to use teleportation, and it requires chakra ink for that. Ordinary metal couldn't be embedded with chakra, but this metal was special. Minato had bought it with a huge amount of money he made since it was a chakra conductor, just like many of the world's most powerful swords were made. Minato appeared at that moment amidst the flames, with one of his hands crackling with electricity. He quickly moved to kill the Jinchuriki, who was quite stunned by this. Minato bypassed the chakra layer and began to hit the Jinchuriki's skin, narrowly missing piercing his heart. The Jinchuriki immediately flew back, falling into the lava lake. Looks like he managed to dodge at the last moment, Minato murmured, while his body had various glows after being slightly burned by the flames he had created himself, recovering quickly. Minato turned his gaze to the lava lake and felt the Jinchuriki starting to recover at that moment. So, as I thought, they can heal in such a short time, even from an attack like that. Minato murmured, and the next moment, new hands emerged trying to grab Minato, but he just left, with Rashi not seeing the strange lights on Minato healing him. Rashi was quite frustrated, first surprised by this child trying to kill him openly without any hesitation. He thought Minato was just a fool acting on his own, but after almost having his heart pierced, he began to look at him with more cautious eyes. The boy had eliminated all the Jonins, and only he was alive here. If things continued like this, he might have his life taken by a child driven by rage after his superior's decision. Rashi still didn't have much control over the Biju, so he didn't want to enter a new phase and lose control. His chest soon began to be completely healed, and he could breathe again. Seeing Minato dodging once again in the air, he thought of a different approach, then began performing a series of seals to unleash high-scale jutsus, combining them with his Biju chakra. Quickly, lava explosions erupted like a volcano. Minato was caught off guard by this, disappearing and reappearing at another distant corner, while the massive lava explosion spread through the forest, illuminating the entire region. He's getting dangerous, but that's good. Minato was getting excited for a moment, advancing with the desire to neutralize the Jinchuriki as his last act of revenge before returning to the border. New lava explosions surged in his direction, flying like meteors, while he began dodging them as he approached. He once again created a Rasen Shuriken with his hand and launched it, breaking all the lava balls and heading towards the center of all that chaos. Again, a huge explosion erupted, illuminating the center of the lava, the Jinchuriki there getting hurt once again, unable to do anything but his body healing him automatically. It was at that moment that Minato appeared in front of him, transformed into light after the Rasen Shuriken disappeared. Rashi barely had time to react as his neck was grabbed, catching him by surprise. Once again, Minato's hand turned into lightning, and he aimed at his heart, moving it quickly like a razor. The Jinchuriki was surprised by this and immediately began to let his chakra flow, ready to release the next stage. After all, it was better to go berserk than to be killed. However, as Minato continued almost piercing his skin, he felt something, and someone reappeared amidst all that lava with a sword pointing at him. This person had a speed far superior to anyone Minato had ever faced, appearing there and surprising him. Minato couldn't even see him coming and, to avoid being hit and revealing his trump card, he had to cancel his attack, disappearing while Hanzo only slashed the chakra wave, destroying part of the lava lake the next moment. Rashi was surprised, but also afraid, as this man was known as the god of shinobi. He took a step back, looking cautiously at Rashi while massaging his neck after being grabbed. "Leave now, Stone Jinchuriki. I'm only saving you because I don't want even more chaos in my country," said Hanzo, knowing that if the Stone Village lost one of their Jinchuriki, the war would escalate to a new level and wouldn't be just isolated skirmishes anymore. The Jinchuriki was genuinely afraid of losing his life there and ended up nodding and fleeing. Rashi had really almost seen himself die there. It was not a pleasant feeling and he just nodded to Hanzo's words, recognizing that neither he nor his bijou could win. Minato reappeared a bit at a distance, exhausted, as he was nearly spent after destroying an entire camp and using multiple Rasen Shurikens and Raijins in such a short period of time. His chakra was reaching its limit. Hanzo jumped as the lava began to fill that empty space that had been disintegrated by the Rasen Shuriken, jumping out of the lake and looking at Minato in the distance with interest. Minato approached instead of fleeing, and Hanzo seemed satisfied with this. "I always wanted to meet you since I saw you more than a year ago," said Hanzo with interest, as he had asked his men to monitor the boy and knew about the strange activities of a Konoha group about someone who could teleport fighting against the Sand Village in the south. "You are Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the god of shinobi of this era," Minato said, slightly out of breath. "Tell me your name, boy," he asked suddenly. He didn't intend to kill Minato, but he would stop him from causing more chaos, as that would be even worse for his country. "Minato Namikaze," Minato said. "Minato Namikaze, I will remember that," murmured Hanzo, looking serious. "I can see that you are possessed by anger and hatred, but I can't allow you to cause more chaos. So, it's better you leave while you can, boy," he said, as Minato was nearly out of chakra. "I'm not done yet, Hanzo," Minato said stubbornly. "I was preparing a jutsu for the Jinchuriki, to finish him, but since he's not here anymore, I will test it against you." Minato spoke, as the sky began to light up with lightning. "You can't beat me. I can see and feel that your amount of chakra is much less than your reservoir, despite it being surprisingly gigantic." "You really are a monster, boy, even though you're not a Jinchuriki," responded Hanzo. "I don't need to use my chakra for this," Minato said as the sky lit up even more. Hanzo narrowed his eyes, seeing that this boy wanted to fight him now, perhaps for fame, for being foolish or to test him, he couldn't say, but he thought Minato was just a fool wanting to die quickly. However, his thoughts were interrupted by more lightning appearing in the sky. A storm formed above them at that moment, and Hanzo looked a bit surprised. The heat from all that destroyed forest with flames and lava warmed the air, but Hanzo was truly surprised when suddenly, a massive roar emerged from the stormy clouds. "What is that?" he murmured, opening his eyes wide. Chapter 129, Fighting Against Hanzo 01. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 38. The lightning began to shine in the middle of the sky accompanied by a roar that made Hanzo look up with wide eyes. "What is that?" he murmured. "This is my third rank S, Hanzo." Minato spoke as he started to rise to the sky with Jeppo. Hanzo looked up with narrowed eyes as Minato ascended higher and higher. What a strange ability to jump in the air. He was equally surprised seeing this with the Jeppo, but his gaze shifted upward with a second roar. How did lightning appear in the sky? Hanzo thought as his eyes fell on the lava and the burning forest at that moment. The hot air. He's using the storm created by this to direct all the lightning, but what is that roar? He can dominate the lightning. This kid should only be 12 or 13 years old, how can he have such abilities? Hanzo couldn't help but look up at Minato ascending higher with some admiration. Minato rose to a point while raising his hand creating a raikiri with the roar being released a third time, then with a brighter glow a dragon shaped like a dragon emerged from the clouds with red eyes looking at Hanzo like prey. "No offense, Hanzo, but I prepared this jutsu to be launched at the Jinchuriki of the stone. Let's see if you live up to your reputation." Minato commented calmly, but he was angry. He could no longer go after the Jinchuriki, so he would launch his deadly attack against this ninja. He had trained on an isolated side to master the hidden thunder through a journey to the west of the country of rain. This was his third high-level jutsu mastered. What is this thing? Rushi was kilometers away, but the roar and the form of Kirin were visible to him looking stunned at it. "This is Kirin, the manifested lightning." Minato commented indifferently looking at Hanzo with a sparkle in his eyes. With a small movement of his hand, the lightning-shaped dragon began to ascend the sky while Minato prepared it. "Go Kirin." In the next moment, the dragon descended and rushed towards Hanzo on the ground, generating a massive column of lightning with the strongest man of aim, only able to open his eyes with them reflecting the head of the dragon getting ever closer. The explosion echoed throughout the area while everything was lit up by the attack, alerting thousands of ninjas everywhere kilometers away, with the sound of the huge Riolengo echoing a few seconds later. After all, light travels faster than sound. Jiraiya was running towards the location from a distance with a frown, wondering what was happening there. It had been almost 2 days since Minato had disappeared, and he followed to see if he found him after what he had done with the stone camp. The explosion continued echoing for a while as the place was enveloped in electricity running through the land and air until it calmed down. While Minato was a bit breathless, falling in the middle of the hole his lightning had created. He might have used most of his chakra with the natural lightning created by the heated atmosphere, but it didn't mean he also didn't have to spend his chakra to move all the electrical energy as an attack. The sky started to calm down after that as he narrowed his gaze at the surroundings around the hole. His instincts quickly screamed about an attack coming from behind, so fast that he could not dodge using Sora with the strength of his body, even though he had already released the weights before the fight with the Jinchuriki. Then he flashed before disappearing. An explosion occurred in the place where Minato was, as a tongue appeared destroying the ground and spreading poison, while a giant salamander was on the site, with the body all battered, but still active with injuries. In her mouth, Hanzo was looking with interest as he saw the tongue of his summoning hit nothing. What was that? He was almost out of chakra. He couldn't help but murmur, with this boy becoming ever more a mystery to him, and apparently, he still had more tricks. His gaze shifted to the other side, where Minato had stopped and was staring at him with some calmness, despite appearing a bit exhausted. I'm out of chakra. I have to use my fruit until I recover my chakra. Minato decided. Although he had hidden his fruit until now, Hanzo would be the first person to see it and possibly come out alive. After all, Minato didn't think he could kill him. You still have some tricks, then show me. Hanzo said, despite finding it very suspicious that Minato didn't have enough chakra for this. He began making hand seals at that moment. Let's see if you can handle this. Hanzo said, completing his jutsu, while the air around him began to turn into water. He has his title known worldwide. His jutsu must be nothing small, and I believe he has the water and earth elements. Minato murmured as he watched the water around Hanzo increasing in size until it even circled his entire salamander summon, before advancing towards Minato with a huge scale. The water transformed into a funnel and began to advance through the hole created by the Kirin Jutsu, simply rushing at full speed while exploding above Minato, who had no chakra to use the Raijin, and the Jutsu came out of the hole beginning to dig through the earth and trees still aflame from the previous Jinchuriki's Jutsu. It advanced, destroying everything at a rank S level, even bigger than the Rasen Shuriken. Debris, water, and smoke spread everywhere, and Hanzo waited for 10 seconds watching his destruction, trying to detect Minato. Did he flee? He asked, landing on top of the salamander's head, emerging from its mouth. However, at this moment a strong glow came from the destruction as Minato's body was filled with light due to the damage he received while he was returning to normal. Hanzo opened his eyes in surprise at this, while Minato was already near him, catching him off guard, and he just managed to put his arm up to protect from the punch. Hanzo quickly flew while exploding on the ground with a light bomb emerging the next moment. The chameleon didn't look happy at all as its tongue quickly met with Minato on his head, who transformed into light while dodging. He didn't know what would happen with the poison touching him, even being a Logia, so he didn't want to risk. Again he dodged the tongue, while the chameleon continued attacking him at high speed. And as he kept doing this a couple more times, Hanzo returned, advancing towards Minato so fast that he grabbed his special kunai and struck against Hanzo's katana. You have even stranger abilities after all the jutsus I've seen. I've never seen anyone glow and move at this speed, and that wasn't teleportation. Besides, you don't seem to take physical damage. What kind of monster are you? Are you human? Hanzo said after seeing all those abilities, which was normal when someone his age had seen so many things, and few things could surprise him nowadays, and this boy was certainly one of them. Of course I am, but none of my elements, wind, lightning, and fire, are the main ones, but my yang. Minato admitted, seeing no reason to lie, and then tried to press his kunai against Hanzo, but the latter began to put chakra into his sword and Minato saw his weapon being cut the next moment. I forgot this guy could cause a bloodbath in the lands of the samurais. Minato murmured as he transformed into light and moved from the sword cut, appearing on the other side. Hanzo descended to his salamander as it put him in its mouth and closed before disappearing, becoming invisible and releasing a poisonous gas. He wants to play then. Minato mocked while trying to sense him with observation haki, but was surprised that he could not identify him there. Can he deceive my haki with his salamander? Minato couldn't help being surprised, but at the same time quite excited, seeing a powerful opponent fighting against him, even with the intention of killing him that he had with Hanzo. He thought the men had abilities that could really give a good fight. He began to use his eyes more, searching for anything amidst the chaos with water surrounding him. The water from Hanzo's jutsu started to recede as he stopped coming out of the hole being filled with it. He searched until he found some marks on the ground being made at that moment and pointed his finger, launching a burst of light exploding, but the salamander dodged the attack by jumping to another side, and Minato did it again, with it dodging. This is persistent. Minato couldn't help but murmur and decided to end it another way, as his body suddenly glowed, emitting a strong light illuminating the darkness of the night, with Hanzo's salamander immediately going blind, which made it break the ground trying to balance while revealing its presence, and Minato appeared in front of it kicking it, sending it flying back as if it were punched, but without much force. After all, Minato was not strong enough to make such a large body mass fly like a bullet. Hanzo was surprised by the chaos generated by Minato and came out of the salamander's mouth as he performed more summoning jutsus, while more than 10 giant salamanders began to appear at that moment. This guy really is a monster. He already had one salamander and performed a rank S scale jutsu, but he still managed to summon more than 10 giant summons. He must have almost the chakra of a Jinchuriki. Minato murmured. In the next moment, he began to dodge various tongues as the salamanders all became invisible, with him only able to feel the presence of the attack arriving and starting to spread everywhere around him. Minato began to make lines dodging the attacks through the air, for the next 10 minutes, while finally taking some distance above them, as he crossed his arms emitting flashes of energy. Even Hanzo felt the danger of that attack as a rain of light descended from the sky the next moment, aiming to hit him. A line of explosions began once more, illuminated by the dark sky. Numerous ninjas had already arrived in the region since Minato's first attacks on the Jinchuriki, but no one could intervene in that chaos while a giant area was all destroyed at that moment. Minato landed in the middle of the chaos feeling that all the salamanders had disappeared, unable to sense any more remnants of any there. I'm tired. Minato had to admit, although he had managed to recover a good amount of chakra, he still used a lot of stamina. You are really powerful. A voice emerged behind Minato, and he opened his eyes surprised as a salamander materialized while he was about to use Raijin but gave up as soon as he sensed a presence arriving, and Hanzo quickly saw this too and his salamander was hit with a giant fork. Sorry about that. I'm clumsy. The thick and colossal voice was heard as appeared, making the salamander scream in pain while disappearing the next moment. You're here too. Hanzo commented, looking forward with some interest. Atop Gamaken was Jiraiya, striking a pose. The sage of the mountain has just arrived for the show. Jiraiya spoke with a somewhat cheerful and arrogant tone. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato looked at him with interest for him being here too. Chapter 130, Fighting Against Hanzo 02. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 38. You seem quite busy, boy. Are you all right? Jiraiya spoke from atop his summon to Minato on the ground. I'm just a bit tired. Fighting against Hanzo is not an easy task, Minato commented. If someone told me they saw a boy fighting Hanzo himself and lasting more than a few minutes, I would laugh at that person, Jiraiya said with a slight smile. He was surprised by Minato, although wanting to know how the boy got into this position, he still had to admit that seeing the explosions in the distance and seeing him there alone standing against Hanzo made him reflect on whether he really knew his student. An explosion interrupted his thoughts as a large cloud of smoke in the distance continued to spread, revealing a gigantic salamander, much larger than the others, with red stripes and far more threatening than any that had appeared so far. It seems we meet again, Jiraiya of Konoha, so I will show you my main summon, Hanzo spoke from atop that summon. I should get Jiraiya out of here, or use the little chakra I've recovered in the fight, to help deal with Hanzo. Minato was debating, but this was an opportunity he might not get again, dealing with the known strongest men in the world of this era. Having made a decision, he began to make numerous hand seals after biting his hand, and finally slammed it against the ground, creating the summoning jutsu. Boom! Another explosion emerged with Jiraiya looking curiously at Minato, as he raised an eyebrow at who appeared at that moment. So I finally summoned him. Minato was also surprised by the red-skinned giant with a huge sword beside the giant frog. Hanzo silently watched the second summon appear next to the other frog. Where am I? Jiraiya. Gamabunta murmured, trying to understand the situation before seeing Jiraiya and Gamaken beside him, becoming confused. I wasn't the one who summoned you, Jiraiya spoke, before he noticed someone on his head. Who are you? Are you the child who signed the contract recently? He asked as Minato jumped from his head to his nose with a quick introduction. I am Minato Namikaze, yes. I signed the contract and you are the second summon I have made from Mount Myaboku, Minato said. You are too small to make a summon like mine. Gamabunta didn't seem to disdain Minato, but it was hard for him to believe that a child had summoned him. He couldn't imagine that Minato did it with just recharged chakra in the last minutes. Can I count on you? Minato ignored his comment and asked as Gamabunta took his eyes off the boy and looked ahead where there was the huge salamander, where Hanzo was not in a hurry to start the fight, waiting for them to prepare. He also enjoyed powerful challenges and it wasn't every day that he would fight against two huge summons. So this is Abius, the leader of the salamander clan. Well, I have no choice, let's deal with her, but be careful of her poison, Gamabunta said, and Minato nodded satisfied that this guy didn't act like Naruto the first time he summoned him in the original work. Minato returned to the frog's head and looked at Hanzo in the distance. Jiraiya also turned his attention to the opponent with a serious look. As Hanzo himself looked at the two giant frogs with interest, he would be dealing against these two giant frogs. The next moment they all advanced towards each other while Gamaken raised his spear and shield and Gamabunta also advanced drawing his huge sword. Seeing this, Hanzo also advanced, starting his attack by releasing poisonous gas while the frogs quickly began to dodge and launch attacks with their weapons getting close to the salamander. A battle among giants began at that moment while explosions and destruction through the already destroyed field with lava, lightning, and light by Minato. For the first time, Minato was fighting with his giant summons. Although the battle was extremely different from what he was used to, it was certainly a new and satisfying experience, as long as he didn't touch that poisonous gas from the salamander's summon. Jiraiya also stood firm helping Minato as he also helped him. Ninjas at a distance could see the fight, both ninjas who came following Jiraiya, ninjas from AIM, and even ninjas from the Earth Village after the explosions Minato created fighting against the Jinchuriki. Who is fighting? A ninja from the Sand Village asked with a concerned tone in the distance. They were here after the attack on the second camp with thousands of paper bombs while many of their comrades were killed in that manner, and the suspicion was on the ninja who attacked yesterday's camp. It was frustrating for the Stone Village to think that just one child ended up killing almost 1,000 of their ninjas seeking revenge for their attack while they couldn't even handle him. The frogs are from Jiraiya of Konoha. He is on one of them, fighting against Hanzo the salamander, but on the other frog, he is wearing an Umbu uniform. It's the ninja who attacked us, the Sand Ninja finally recalled, looking at Minato with hatred. Should we do something? We have to stop him. His comrades shared the hatred for Minato, but weren't sure if they could handle the chaos created by the giant creatures fighting each other. I think not. We don't want to draw Hanzo's wrath if we interfere in his fight. The leader spoke despite the anger he felt for Minato fighting there. They couldn't afford to make another enemy at this moment. Hanzo was killing ninjas from all sides, but nobody wanted his wrath. Let's wait for the fight to end and hope they run out of chakra so we can move against the Konoha ninjas. He warned before other teams came close to them. Did Roshi-sama make it to the camp? He asked the newly arrived ninjas. Yes. Despite being quite injured, he is okay, the ninja said. Did he say what happened? The leader asked. After all, they found Rishi halfway in a very deplorable state with a far from confident expression he used to have. The boy almost killed him. The ninja murmured. That's what he said. Are you saying that a child almost killed Rishi-sama? Another ninja exclaimed in disbelief. Don't forget that this child devastated 2 entire camps alone and all the jonin who accompanied Rishi-sama were killed, the leader said while turning back to the fight causing explosions with every move while the area was enveloped with poison and the 2 Konoha ninjas were trying to dodge Hanzo's gas, hopping from one side to another. Our superiors still underestimated the child. He has another S-rank jutsu, capable of devastating an entire area. We have to eliminate him before the end of this war so as not to let this monster grow even more, the leader said in the end. On the other side, the ninjas from the Rain Village were waiting to intervene if any other ninja interfered in their leader, Hanzo-sama's fight. He didn't like people interfering in his fights and would become extremely furious, hence they waited for any movement. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas were in 2 groups watching the fight from a distance, not without a touch of admiration. It's incredible, they are fighting against Hanzo, the salamander, equally, and Umbu said. I wouldn't say that. Commander Jiraiya with his student are still at a disadvantage. Hanzo is handling this fight better, another Umbu spoke. Should we interfere? Another said. Hardly, only if they are in danger. There are many forces around us watching the fight too, let's just keep an eye out. This leader was a Hyuga and could easily watch for ninjas waiting for the fight to end to make a move. Jiraiya also entered the fight, but doesn't that mean the boy was fighting Hanzo himself alone? Someone couldn't help but ask in surprise. It seems so, and the boy attacked the Stone Village's camp again. Since there are so many Stone Village ninjas there waiting for the fight, the men analyzed the situation and deduced, despite not knowing what happened before he got here. It's really incredible. The boy is Jiraiya's student and I heard he is part of a famous Umbu group on the southern border. He is certainly a monster at this age, another murmured. Elsewhere, someone emerged from inside a tree without anyone noticing, the strange creature half white and half black, looking at the fight from a distance. Incredible, these Konoha ninjas, the white part spoke cheerfully. It seems the war is more heated than we anticipated. The black part spoke with a somber tone in contrast to the first. Should we observe? I've always liked fights among giants. White Zetsu exclaimed. We should. There are variables in this war and we must watch them closely to see if they pose threats to the plan, Black Zetsu said as his gaze fell on the largest frog, where a small person was fighting in white clothes. The fight continued for a while, and nobody noticed 2 hours passing as the frogs attacked and retreated to avoid the gas. Minato was quite surprised by this type of fight, but now more relieved with his chakra already quite full. Sensei. We should launch a fire jutsu with oil. Minato exclaimed as he looked at him and nodded. As Hanzo saw this and saw both of them and the frogs beginning to make seals. A high-scale jutsu. Let's see this. Hanzo commented as he also began to create seals, watching Minato and Jiraiya launch fire while the frog spat oil, which resulted in an explosion lighting up the night once more, and Hanzo completed his jutsu creating a water explosion as large as the enemy's attack. He was Hanzo, the shinobi god. He could create with some effort a jutsu that could clash head-on with the ones in front of him. Flames and water collided the next moment while neither side won over the other. All the ninjas could see water and fire reaching a wall of 50 meters in height and hundreds in length, as steam exploded covering the whole forest and even catching the ninjas at a distance. Hanzo looked with a neutral tone within the fog, sensing that his opponents were no longer there. Minato and Jiraiya undid the summoning jutsu while Gamabunta and Gamaken returned to Mount Myaboku, and Minato approached Jiraiya before they completely disappeared from there. Hanzo said nothing, keeping his own thoughts and not pursuing them, opting to return to aim. They are escaping. The stone ninja exclaimed as they began to move towards the fire border in search of killing the one who had caused so much chaos for them. Meanwhile, Minato and Jiraiya were in the middle of 20 Umbu ninjas returning to the fire country, while there was a group of hundreds of ninjas seeking vengeance behind them. Nobody was the winner. White Zetsu said with some disappointment in his tone. Let's go. We should return to targeting Madara. Black Zetsu responded as their shell closed and they entered the tree to travel through the underground. Chapter 131, Uchiha Madara. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 38. The Konoha groups continued running through the forest as they tried to shake off the stone ninjas. Heading towards the border in the fire country as they attempted to kill Minato. They quickly moved over the trees. Minato saw this and began to act. I have a good stock of paper bombs, so stay alert while I set them up. He said as he began placing numerous paper bombs in the trees they passed, putting some on kunais that fell directly to the ground. He did this for 200 meters, placing all kinds of paper bombs in spots not visible to the pursuers, while kunais began to advance against them. They are catching up to us, exclaimed an Umbu ninja from the Konoha group. Minato. Jiraiya spoke to his student. Not yet. I need as many of them as possible to enter the paper bomb field. Minato said, sensing only a few ninjas in that space. They continued this for another 2 minutes until Minato finally felt it was the ideal moment and placed an activated paper bomb, which caught flames, with the stone ninjas passing right by it. Wait. That's a paper bomb. He immediately shouted as he smelled burning and looked back, but it was already too late. As soon as that paper bomb exploded, another caught in a nearby tree also exploded, causing others to activate as well, creating a series of chain explosions, while dozens of ninjas could not react. Boom. 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 An entire line where Minato had passed exploded soon after as trees and earth were devastated under the dark sky of this country with bird women flying at this moment away from the explosions throughout the forest. You caught them right there. Jiraiya had to admit it was a good tactic. Yes, but most of them managed to resist. Minato murmured, feeling with his haki. Be careful, they're going to perform a large-scale jutsu. He exclaimed as everything began to tremble. The next moment, a straight line advanced towards them as the entire ground shattered with the earth cracking like an earthquake. Some ninjas were caught while trying to move away with stones flying and trees falling. Stay in formation and prepare for battle. An Umbu immediately exclaimed, and all the ninjas went into combat mode as some of them went to rescue their injured comrades. Over 100 stone ninjas appeared at this moment as they ran towards the Konoha ninjas. Minato saw this and decided to give everyone more time while advancing, creating a Rasen Shuriken that quickly glowed as he launched it directly at the ninjas with his chakra already quite recovered, while the jutsu moved at high speed. This jutsu is powerful, prepare a barrier. The stone ninjas exclaimed as they quickly created a huge wall of stones rising from the ground and standing between them and Minato's jutsu, which hit the rocks before exploding. The jutsu quickly consumed all the rock in front of it and caught the first jutsus as the huge explosion continued spreading. Let's go now. This is our chance. Minato exclaimed as everyone came out of their daze seeing that giant energy dome consuming everything. There was no reason for Minato to hide this jutsu from everyone. After all, he had already used it in the south and in the fight against the sand ninjas in the first camp and against the Jinchuriki. This gave him a great advantage as the stone ninjas were now cautious, with several high-ranking ninjas who had created the barrier, simply disappearing caught by the explosion. They even tried to catch up to the Konoha ninjas, but in the end lost with them finally reaching the northern camp advance post as they entered the border. We lost them, said a frustrated ninja. We didn't catch any of their ninjas, but they killed at least 50 of us. How is that possible? Another ninja exclaimed indignantly about the situation the group found themselves in. Let's go back to the stone country, before the ninjas from AIM show up or even Konoha with reinforcements. The ninja spoke in the end as they turned around and headed north. It seems we have finally arrived, and Umbu said as the Konoha ninjas were welcomed by several ninjas at the advanced camp. You're all right. Jiraiya approached Minato. Yes. Minato commented. Your last jutsu was quite surprising. Jiraiya couldn't help but comment upon seeing the Rasen Shuriken for the first time, while Minato simply nodded. The boy has evolved the jutsu he created, the Rasengan, with nature chakra, which is already very difficult, turning the jutsu into a high-scale explosion, but he also learned to mold chakra into a control that this boy can simply throw. Where did he learn to control his chakra in such a refined way? Jiraiya couldn't help but murmur internally looking at his student. Anyway. He resumed speaking. Let's return to the camp, after all, we need to talk. He had a harsher tone now, and Minato followed him. In the north, things were not good for the stone ninjas. What they thought was a good play ended up being a very bad consequence, having a ninja full of S-rank jutsus, paper bombs being able to move from one place to another attacking them out of pure vengeance, leading to the ruin of two camps closest to the land of fire. How is the situation? Kitsuchi, the Tsuchikige's own son, appeared to learn the reports of the camp devastated with paper bombs as the day began to dawn on the horizon. Are you saying he entered the camp, placed hundreds of paper bombs and disappeared activating all of them, and no one noticed? He asked angrily to the ninjas. No, my lord, you know his teleportation jutsu is instantaneous, we can do nothing against him when he simply wants to disappear. The reporting ninja informed. You are right. Kitsuchi had to admit, after all, with so much pressure wanting to find a culprit, but he sighed before continuing. He killed 120 ninjas in that attack, counting the more than 450 he killed in the first camp. We ended up having the fury of a small monster born in Konoha. He admitted, no one would believe that a 12-year-old child killed almost 600 ninjas in 2 nights. How is Rashi? He asked. He is fine, but seems shaken. The ninja spoke. Let me see him. He spoke and followed to the tent where the young Jinchuriki was. After all, it was Kitsuchi who summoned him to hunt Minato in the land of rain if the boy were there, and even there, the boy managed to attack the camp before he got into conflict with the Jinchuriki. Can you talk? Kitsuchi approached Rashi, who was sitting drinking a hot beverage. Yes. The Jinchuriki didn't even look at him. Can you tell me what happened and how a boy fought against you, leaving you in a quite critical state? Kitsuchi asked curiously. That boy is a monster. I've never been close to death until I met him, even my 4 tails chakra layer was useless. He said calmly. How did he do that? Can you tell what his abilities are? What happened to your squad? He insisted on knowing, after all, he needed to deliver a report to his father. You already know he can teleport, right? He appeared with one of those strange kunais and threw an energy ball at us. I was the only one who survived with my chakra layer, no one even had time to react, tried to catch him, but he managed to jump in midair as if it were solid. I've never seen anything like it. He murmured. Stepping in midair? Is that how he manages to enter camps and throw those kunais? Kitsuchi murmured before asking Rashi. Can he fly? No. I don't think so, he used his feet to jump in the air. And before you ask another thing, the boy can use 3 different elements. He managed to pierce my chakra layer with a penetrating lightning jutsu. I almost died in that moment. There was a moment when he launched that destruction jutsu and as soon as it ended, I swear I saw him move at high speed, so much that I couldn't react. Then Hanzo, the salamander, appeared and saved me. He spoke. So the boy has 2 S-rank jutsus and various strange tricks. Kitsuchi concluded, thinking what else this boy could be hiding. After all, it seemed deeper than it appeared. 3, Rashi said. Kitsuchi looked confused. He has 3 S-rank jutsus. You should have seen the giant lightning dragon he threw at Hanzo, as big as that wind element jutsu that killed all my guards, he said, leaving Kitsuchi even more thoughtful. All right. I'll inform my father, he said as he left the tent and was informed that the ninjas who were pursuing the target had failed and lost a dozen of them, which made him even more frustrated, but he had no choice but to put that in the report. I want you to deliver this to Tsuchikage-sama urgently in the village. After writing everything he heard about the losses and the current threat that they had until now only underestimated, Kitsuchi wrote the letter to his father. What do you think will happen? A ninja next to Kitsuchi asked as he watched the messenger ninja enter the land of stone. I don't know. But my father will not stay quiet while there is a ninja in Konoha who can kill 632 ninjas and leave a traumatized Jinchuriki alive in this war. He will surely act, Kitsuchi said in the end. Meanwhile, in AIM, in the giant buildings made with water circulation pipes, Hanzo was thinking as he looked at the rain falling. I was counting on a victory over Konoha in this war, but it seems that Konoha will be the victor if things continue this way, Hanzo murmured. In the land of waterfalls, in an underground cave, with an old man sitting in front of a giant and strange flower, both Zetsus appeared at this moment as they began to report everything they saw that happened in the land of rain between Minato and Hanzo. The old man listened in silence as one Zetsu spoke in a dark tone and the other had a more cheerful voice, even making jokes. So the name of this boy is Minato Namikaze. The old man opened one of his eyes, while his Sharingan glowed in that darkness. Yes. He is very powerful for his age, must be at a Kage level, the black Zetsu spoke in his dark tone. I remember the Namikaze clan, they were destroyed in the first ninja war. They were not very important, so I am surprised that one of them survived and has this level. Joining Konoha, the old man spoke calmly. What shall we do? The war does not seem to be ending anytime soon, the white Zetsu asked cheerfully. As long as the cycle of hatred continues, the fight will never end. That's why I, Uchiha Madara, will start my plans, he announced. I will give you instructions now on how we will begin to act. The son of the woman we kidnapped from the Uzumaki clan must be ready to start feeling the pain of this world created by Hashirama. He spoke as the Zetsus waited, but Madara could not help but look up with his Sharingan. Do you see, Hashirama? This is the world you sought. Full of war. You failed, but I will succeed. I will execute the infinite Tsukuyomi. He declared internally. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, Punishment. Third-person POV. Land of Fire, Year 38. Minato arrived at the camp with Jiraiya, and it didn't take long for some ninjas to greet Jiraiya while Mikoto and Hanabi quickly approached, despite the latter having just left the infirmary. Minato, how are you? Mikoto approached with some concern while Hanabi seemed to share the same look. I'm fine, but a bit exhausted from fighting for a few days in a row. Minato commented. You went out alone to attack an enemy camp at the stone border, are you crazy? Hanabi spoke with a tone mixed with anger and concern for Minato. I acted based on my emotions. I didn't think much. I just wanted to respond to the stone ninjas for what they did. Minato said, now with a cooler head, realizing he acted recklessly alone, but he doesn't regret anything, even though his hands are now dirtier with blood than ever before, but he wasn't a kind of Naruto, nor were they in a time of peace after the Third War. Minato quickly used his haki to check the medical tent and saw that he no longer felt a presence there. He turned to the girls with a somber look. Where is Bake? He asked. The girls looked at each other, with hesitant and worried expressions, before one of them looked back at Minato. He died yesterday. He couldn't bear his injuries anymore, Hanabi spoke with a sad tone while looking at Minato and his reaction. Minato seemed to frown at this but nothing more while maintaining a poker face. I understand. He murmured, angry about it, but he also didn't see any hope of Bake surviving after seeing him in that state. So, it wasn't that surprising. This was a real world and not the fictional story of Naruto or even his time a few decades from now. In these dark times, people died easily, companions you formed bonds with might not be here from one moment to the next, and even though Minato had thought about this, it was a shock to see one of his companions die every time it happened. Anyway, Minato couldn't be kind in this war, he would fight and destroy all his enemies before they harmed his allies and friends. Hearing Minato act indifferently after only saying one word upon hearing the news, the girls looked on knowing he was enraged again. Leave the conversation for later. Let's go to my tent, boy. Jiraiya appeared again, after talking to some jonins at the camp. Minato nodded and left his companions while he followed his teacher. We'll be waiting for you, Minato, Mikoto said as Minato walked away. Jiraiya entered the tent with Minato behind and went to his desk, picking up a kettle and pouring a cup of tea. Do you want some tea? He offered. Minato shook his head while Jiraiya closed the kettle and drank his tea before speaking to his student again. Do you have any idea what you've done, Minato? Jiraiya began with a more serious tone. I retaliated, Minato shrugged with a rebellious tone. I'm not going to deny that you gave a good response to those bastards from the north after what they did. You didn't just devastate one camp but two of them, according to the latest reports we've received. However, that doesn't change the fact that you acted recklessly. It could have cost dearly. We had to move resources to rescue you, Jiraiya said. Sensei, I acted on my own. The responsibility is mine. Even if you hadn't shown up, I could have escaped calmly. I only stayed because you appeared, Minato said in the same tone. Do you think this is a joke, Minato? I know you're angry. I'm angry too. Believe me, I wanted to kill that bastard as much as you did, but you can't put yourself at risk and move forward for revenge with such a hot head. Jiraiya said. I don't know why you're all so worried. The responsibility is mine, Sensei, Minato said stubbornly. He didn't understand why the village kept sending reinforcements just to rescue him when he could handle the situation. Because you are important to this village, Minato. Jiraiya raised his voice, catching Minato by surprise. You are the future of this village. No one would hesitate to sacrifice themselves to save you, Jiraiya responded. I'm not asking for that, Sensei, Minato also raised his voice. I don't want anyone to save me and no one to die for me. I can take care of myself, he said firmly. Do you think you're just an unknown kid now? Most people in this war have already heard of you and know your potential. People talk about you, Minato, a boy who masters not just one, but two jutsus that can devastate an entire camp. Jiraiya countered Minato's recklessness and continued before the boy could say anything. You've saved many people and they remember that. You're observed by everyone with your actions, and they are commented on by everyone with each act you perform. Even here in the north, while you were operating in the south, they know the Phantom Division because of you. Even here, when people wonder where you went, many already know you operate under the codename Lumia. What I want to say, Minato, Jiraiya spoke while the boy remained silent this time, is that you shouldn't act impulsively anymore, fighting out of anger. No matter how strong you are, there will be thousands of enemies after you. Maybe you can escape, yes, but the Leaf Village won't spare any efforts to rescue you. And if they have to sacrifice 1,000 people for you to survive, our ninjas will do that. What I want is for you to be more analytical. Don't go around destroying everything alone. You will be a future leader in Konoha. You will have a team in the future and will be a teacher to Genins just as I am to you. You will also be a commander of a camp like I am, and possibly someone even beyond that, someone who will have the most important role of protecting not just a team or a camp, but the entire village. I want you to be prepared for that. Jiraiya said in a lighter tone, while Minato seemed to think. Minato said nothing, with his sensei's words echoing in his mind. You will be out of the field for a few months, Jiraiya resumed speaking to his now calmer student. This will be your punishment. He gave his sentence. Minato immediately looked as if he was being wronged. But my team needs me, Minato quickly replied. He didn't want to be away from the Phantom Division while they were managing to change the war in the south a bit. Don't worry, others will need you while you will have another role within the border, Minato. I will take you out of the Phantom Division for this time, and meanwhile, I want you to take command of the forward post at the end of the border. After all, now the Stone Ninjas are enraged and have launched attacks all the time. I want you to organize the forward post to ensure no one crosses into our border. You won't be out of combat, but you will be responsible for organizing the defense of the border and the lives of your comrades, Jiraiya began to speak. You can't be serious. I'll be in charge of a camp, even if not the 12 officers. How can I, a boy, command one of these places? No one will want to listen to a child. Especially adult Jonins, it's hard to believe. Minato couldn't believe what he heard and spoke with a skeptical tone. Of course, I won't leave you alone. There will be a Jonin from the Nara clan to assist you as your assistant. He has the authority to act if you make a wrong decision. Do you understand? Besides, you will surely gain the respect of most ninjas in this war after hearing that a boy alone attacked 2 camps of the Stone Village, fought the Four Tails Jinchuriki alone, and faced Hanzo, also alone, in the last 2 days, Jiraiya asked and then quickly gave his answer. If you say so. Minato listened in silence but nodded at his teacher's reasoning. Remember, you are not authorized to enter the land of rain without my permission or until the punishment is over. Understood. Jiraiya said, and Minato ended up nodding to this. And in case of an emergency. You know I can act faster than any other ninja in Konoha. Besides, no matter what you say, I won't let Konoha ninjas die if their lives can be saved, Minato said with a stubborn tone. Well, that's an exception, and your Jonin will be aware of it. But yes, in case of an emergency, you have the authority to act on your own. Jiraiya nodded and began writing on a scroll while explaining a few more things to Minato. In the end, the teenager sighed and left the tent, heading to another tent that Jiraiya had assigned to him, picking one of the available ones, while trying to rest a bit. However, he didn't rest for long, as there were 2 presences near the tent the entire time, and Minato went to see them. Hanabi and Mikoto were still looking at him with concern as he came out to talk to them. How are you? He asked, trying to maintain a more pleasant atmosphere, better than before. We're fine, but are you okay too? Mikoto asked, concerned. I am. But where is Bake's body? He asked, wanting to say goodbye to the boy who called Minato his big brother. He was taken away. All the dead are stored in a scroll and sent to the village, where their families hold the burial, Mikoto said. I see. I hope his family will be all right then. Let's go somewhere else. It's been a long time since we've had time to talk, Minato said. They nodded and walked to a small training area near the camp, where there was a stream. Sitting by the river, Minato tried to have a more pleasant moment with his companions, starting to spend time while the kids shared some of their training from the past year. Mikoto could create electricity in her hand, showing she had started to master the lightning element. Meanwhile, Hanabi demonstrated her palm, making a cut in a tree. She was at the same level as Mikoto regarding her second element. That's good. Maybe in a year or 2, you will start doing first jutsus missions. I'm sure I can help you with my arsenal. You'll be powerful with these jutsus of mine, Minato said, while the girls nodded gratefully. He ended up sharing some of his experiences over the past few months with the Phantom Division, and it seemed that this might have come to an end at this point. You will be the supervisor of the forward post. They were surprised by Minato's new task of taking care of the small camp, which served as a primary defense against invaders and organized attacks in the Land of Rain. Minato was not authorized to attack the foreign country. Instead, he would be taking care of the strategies and organizing the defense. That's good, Minato. Jiraiya-sensei sees a lot of potential in you, Mikoto gave her opinion. Yes, he is preparing you to become a great leader. Hanabi shared her opinion as well. I hope I do well. I learned a lot by assisting camp leaders across the borders, let's see if I can handle this, Minato said. After all, until now, he only knew how to be a weapon of destruction. This leadership role was a bit different from what he had been doing. While Minato reflected on the strange events, Jiraiya had to write a report for his sensei. He began to write everything that had happened, except for one thing, the strange power that emanated from Minato, causing many in the camp to faint without knowing how he had done it. It seemed to be something Minato created without realizing it, attacking anyone before disappearing. Boy, what was that? What kind of powers do you still possess in your strange body? Jiraiya had long noticed that Minato's body was strange, he had abilities that no one else could have, and the strangest thing of all was that he had never seen the boy hurt. This was extremely shocking to Jiraiya, but he left none of this information in the report. After all, to Jiraiya, Minato was his precious student, and that was all that mattered. The events carried out by Minato began to circulate first along the border of the Land of Fire, and Katsuchi's scroll reached the stone village. The Tsuchikage received the report. Although he had not made any moves in the war yet, with the only active Kage in the World Ninja War being the Raikage at the border against the Land of Fire dealing with the famous White Fang, he was prepared to act at any moment if needed. Despite his country being at war with the Land of Clouds, he had to focus not only on the southern border. The Tsuchikage looked at the reports and couldn't be more surprised. He read the reports of how his village had just lost many soldiers to a single Konoha ninja, which indicated how much potential this child had. Even more so, this boy was not fully developed and already demonstrated having 3 S-rank jutsus along with other strange abilities, something that was frightening even to him. I will have to act. He murmured, as he closed the report and called his council to discuss the next steps the village would take. Chapter 133, Nagato. Third-person POV. Land of Fire, Year 38. In Konoha, Hiruzen received a report 3 days after the events on the western border, as he sat in his office and read calmly, rising agitatedly with each line he saw in that report. First, he was frustrated by the sudden attacks from 2 enemy countries in the south and north. But in the south, an immediate response from a group managed to repel them, thanks to the division of which Minato was a part. However, the north did not have such great success, as the stone found an opening through the country of waterfalls and attacked the camp with one part coming from the rain and another from the northern country, causing great losses. Nevertheless, Minato had reappeared and launched a counterattack on his own, disobeying his sensei, but ended up decimating hundreds of ninjas from 2 stone camps alone, while he was found fighting against Hanzo and holding the fight. In the Konoha report, it was said that Minato used 2 S-rank jutsus. Neither Hiruzen nor anyone from Konoha saw the Kirin jutsu in the sky, so it was not included in this report. He really is growing up fast. Hiruzen would be lying if he said he wasn't jealous of this boy's potential. The current Hokage was known in the village as the shinobi god by most of the citizens, but the real ninjas knew the title belonged to Hanzo. Not even the Kages acted recklessly against the leader of AIM. Yet here was a boy who possessed 2 S-rank jutsus while he, Hiruzen, did not own any. Hiruzen had a large amount of chakra, mastery of all elements with a great teacher, being the second Hokage. However, he saw himself as inferior to this boy. Not that he found it entirely bad, after all, the boy belonged to the Leaf Village and he could be the future once he retired. Moreover, the boy had deep roots with the village, having a quite affectionate relationship with the current Ninetales Jinchuriki. This relieved Hiruzen, knowing that the boy would not betray the village and would die for it if necessary. His student ended up applying a strange punishment to the boy, giving him an entire small camp to take care of. Although it was a great opportunity for the boy to learn and be more prepared for greater responsibilities, he would trust Jiraiya's judgment. Leaving the western reports aside, he opened the northern reports, which were better than the situation in the west. After all, the Raikage was not so active. But he hoped that the White Fang would act when it was important and maybe he would have to take him out of there if things worsened in the west since they still dealt with 2 countries and AIM could be a third with Hanzo attacking everyone. He put that thought aside and opened the scroll of the Eastern War, where the situation was worse than in the west, as Kiri dispatched the 7 swordsmen of the mist, along with the 6 tails and 3 tails Jinchuriki, led by the Mizukage himself. Even the Uzumakis and the Konoha ninjas there were starting to feel great pressure with these 4 forces advancing against them. If he did not want to leave his friend Danzo alone, knowing that Danzo would not endure it, Hiruzen needed to act quickly. He issued written orders on a scroll, and an ANBU ninja appeared as he handed over the orders and began to prepare to depart for the east. It wasn't long before Hamura Mitokado and Kohara Yuditane appeared in the room. "So you are leaving the village, Hiruzen?" They commented as the Hokage nodded. "Our ninjas need me in the east," he spoke. "We've seen the reports, don't you think it's imprudent to put a child in charge of adult ninjas?" Yuditane said with some dissatisfied tone. "Moreover, this child disobeyed an order. He is gaining too much power, we should keep an eye on this Minato." Mitokado spoke in an advisory tone. "I know he disobeyed his teacher, but I'm not going to apply any punishment to the boy, after all, the boy has been working with all the camp leaders over the last year. There's a specialist Jonin commander at his side all the time, so leave this decision to my student. Hiruzen spoke in a tone that had already decided this and would not listen to their advice. TSK, all right, now we need to talk about other matters since you're leaving the village. Mito Kato spoke. Yes, Kushina Uzumaki's seal seems to have stabilized after a year since she placed the seal. Now she is safe and the fox trapped in her body, Hiruzen said before he continued. Also, you must place a strong watch over her, at least 3 or 4 full teams on ambush while I am away, understood? He requested, and the two elders nodded as they began to discuss other matters. Meanwhile, in the Land of Wind, a meeting was convened a day after the attack on Konoha's southern camps. The Sand Ninjas were not in a good mood due to this failed attack. Rumors of the attacks in the Stone Country finally began to reach them, surprised that their allies had been attacked by a child and were devastated by it. The rumors about Minato soon began to spread through the enemy camps in the south as well, and they quickly began to identify the boy with the S-rank jutsus and his terrible failed mission, as the ambush squad appeared in the middle of the attack while just one unknown ninja launched a high-scale attack destroying their assets, the carapaces, which would launch poison. Moreover, this ninja still chased them to the end of the border while launching fire jutsus from midair as if he could fly. It all made sense when the boy was mentioned working in the south. We have no choice. A ninja among everyone around a table spoke. A new meeting was beginning at this moment as they needed to increase their strength. Even with the war still being won, they did not know if they could continue with such a large variable appearing and growing on the battlefield. We have no choice but to send Shikaku, the men with the Kage had said, looking at the map on the table in front of him. We failed in our mission to kidnap the daimyo and now we have failed once more. We must summon our bijou. He spoke. A discussion began as soon as the Kazekage spoke while the others thought about it, and a heated debate began. Do we really need this? Another raised the question, after all summoning Shikaku was a problem as well. We are winning the war, said another. Our poison is still effective, yet, we need to act as quickly as possible to minimize our casualties. Moreover, we have to eliminate that boy. The army leaders agreed as they began to discuss their next actions and strategy against Konoha. In the north, in a very large camp in the mountains, some reports arrived at the Reikage tent. As he read calmly, 2 children were in front of him, his son, A, and his new partner, training to take on the 8 tails in the future. B, you may leave, he said as the 2 boys exited. He still read the scrolls and reflected on some issues. The Cloud Village had some spies infiltrated in the Leaf Village over the last year. The information revealed that Konoha's Hokage left the village a week ago. This was a great opportunity, as after the death of Mito Uzumaki, the Kyubi was transferred to another person. He believed it was to the only other Uzumaki in the village, due to the obvious security found in it while keeping her isolated. Wanting to get his hands on that asset, he summoned some ANBU teams to enter Konoha and kidnap the young Uzumaki. He immediately called some ninjas from the camp. Convene a meeting. We need to create a distraction at the border while I want a group passing unnoticed by the sentinels of Konoha, he demanded, and the men quickly began to move. In the Land of Rain itself, a family lived hidden while all other civilians had left the place, fleeing from the war. In a room, a boy looked out the window of the living room. Mom, won't the bad men go away? I'm hungry. The little boy with red hair and a huge fringe covering his eyes asked. The woman who heard this, one who shared the same hair color, approached him, stroking his head. Don't worry about that, soon, we're leaving here. Also, son, she tried to calm him, but there was uncertainty in her tone. A new person emerged in the room, a man. Here, this was all I could find. He approached with some canned food, handing them to his wife and son while they maintained a small candle lit, so faint it hardly seemed like a light. They ate in peace while staying silent. It had been many days since they could eat properly, so the little boy devoured all the food. We can't stay here any longer. We'll leave soon, the man said, as his wife looked at him, agreeing, and the boy was still lost scraping up everything he could eat. This house looks pretty intact, maybe there's something left to eat in there. Suddenly, voices were heard from outside. Hide. The man whispered to his family and immediately extinguished the candle with a quick motion, slightly burning his hand, but unnoticed by the intruders. They saw them hide in the living room, while the strange man entered straight into the kitchen. The man prepared himself with a piece of wood, close to his wife, and asked his family to keep silent. Quiet, let's stay quiet until they leave, he whispered, and his family nodded. 2 ninjas entered and began to search everything in the kitchen. There's nothing here. Another house with nothing to eat, the ninja complained. They remained hidden for a while, until the little boy with red hair, who had been keeping quiet holding his canned food, dropped it, making a sound that could be heard on that side. Immediately, the 2 ninjas in the other room looked in that direction. Is someone there? They said as they drew kunais. Nagato's father, seeing this, rushed forward. Run. You, get out of here, he exclaimed to his family. Enemy attack, one of the ninjas shouted. Nagato's mother, desperate, looked at her son. "Nagato, get out of here now," she exclaimed, advancing to help her husband, hoping her son would flee. But Nagato was paralyzed. Despite hearing his parents' orders to flee through the room's door, he just froze in fear, then saw his father and mother fall dead the next moment, going into further shock. His breathing became irregular, seeing the fallen bodies as they bled, with his eyes filling with tears. The ninjas stopped to see who was attacking them but were surprised that they were just civilians with a boy. "Hey, they're civilians," one of the ninjas exclaimed. "We didn't know there were civilians here." "This is a war zone," another ninja responded, as Nagato trembled with fear and anger. "Kid. I'm sorry." The ninja tried to approach Nagato. The next moment, his eyes appeared with the fringe lifting, revealing the legendary Rinnegan. "Ahhhhhhhh," he screamed, his rage exploding. The only thing he saw was the village headband, and then he lost consciousness the next moment, falling to the ground. The entire house shook for a moment and everything went silent a moment later, except for a light rain that continued outside. In the middle of the room, a white and black creature emerged on the wooden wall. "It looks like it worked." This Uzumaki boy managed to use a fraction of the power of Madara's Rinnegan, the white Zetsu spoke excitedly. "Yes, it looks like it worked. In the end, we should report to Madara what happened, while leaving some other Zetsus to watch over the boy so he doesn't die or lose the Rinnegan," the black Zetsu spoke. "After that, we should also go to Konoha, right?" the white part spoke. "Yes, we need to start looking for a suitable Uchiha heir for Madara, to continue the plan once he dies," the black Zetsu said. "Then, let's go back," the white Zetsu spoke excitedly, and the creature disappeared. The little boy woke up a moment later, with a severe headache, not understanding what had happened with his blurred memories. But he saw his parents next to him, dead with their throats cut. This immediately made him wonder if it was a nightmare, with him now being alone, in the middle of a country filled with suffering and war. Chapter 134, Commander Minato. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 38. At this moment, some leaf ninjas were on a reconnaissance mission in the Rain country. They were collecting information from a route they had been monitoring for the last few weeks, while stone ninjas were passing supplies and information to sand ninjas without being caught by Konoha and AIM ninjas. The Umbu teams had already been investigating this breach and had reported this information more than a month ago, even before the attack at the northern camp. Jiraiya's espionage camp, under his command, received the mission to stay there studying the route. During this time, they tried to find a pattern to send an elimination team. They were observing and monitoring the patterns of the ninjas who followed this route. However, at a moment close to finally finalizing it and finishing everything they discovered on the final scroll, they were surprised by stone ninjas who detected them through their sensors last week. "We should run," exclaimed a village ninja. "Quick, get out of here and take the scroll," another spoke, trying to hold back, but there were at least 40 ninjas against 20 from Konoha, and the result of the fight was disastrous for Konoha. Some ninjas stayed behind while the rest were fleeing through the forest towards the border, but quickly, and the stone ninjas were quite persistent in eliminating them. "They won't stop chasing us. We should split up," one of the ninjas said as they dodged kunais and earth jutsus for the rest of the journey. "We need to call for reinforcements. Some will go to AIM, and others will try to warn the outpost at the border," he spoke as they continued through the forest. Nodding, they split into two groups, while the larger one was with the scroll with the information, another was heading to the border. "The scroll is with the left group, isn't it?" a stone ninja spoke. "Yes," his sensor advised. "Very well, just a small group in the second group, while we go after the collected information," he advised, and the groups began to separate. The second group continued advancing while they were attacked increasingly as they approached the fire country. One of the group was hit at this moment as he fell with a kunai in his neck. "This is bad. We should leave someone to go back to the border while we handle them to buy time," one of the jonin spoke. "Noah, you go." He spoke to the youngest of the group, being just a chunin, while the boy looked frightened. "But..." the young man tried to argue. "Shut up and just do it. We'll stay to buy time," the jonin spoke determinedly, while Noah, despite being frustrated, headed for the border while the others sacrificed themselves, began to advance against the stone ninjas, surprising them while they blew up their own bodies to stop the enemy, while they were caught by those ninjas activating the paper bomb to destroy them. The surviving ninja shed some tears with the explosion, but without choice, he continued forward, approaching the outpost, arriving tired after several days of fleeing. "What are you doing here?" Ninjas approached him the next moment as they stared at him with red eyes from so much crying. "We were attacked. Many of my companions are being pursued by the Rain country at this moment. They have the scroll with all the information we collected. We urgently need to rescue them," the young man pleaded. The ninjas were surprised by this and understood the situation immediately. "I'll inform the camp commander," one of them said, and quickly went to the main tent, where a blonde-haired boy was sitting in the main chair, and by his side, there was a man with black hair and a small mustache. This young boy of only 12 years old was Commander Minato, who had come here a few days ago to take over the camp. "Commander Minato," the jonin approached while Minato stopped writing and looked at him with a questioning look. It was strange to see a child in charge of a camp, although he was not one of the main ones, but rather a godson of the north. Everyone there had to obey the orders of the boy. However, Minato had earned a great reputation as one of the most powerful ninjas of this war. While he alone fought against 2 enemy camps, a Jinchuriki, and Hanzo himself. Minato had little difficulty in making his men obey him. Minato listened to the men and took his eyes off the scroll. He saw him and quickly scanned the scroll with his haki to see what had happened until he found a Chunin in tears being comforted by other ninjas. Yes, what happened? Minato asked. The ninja began to speak while Minato listened to everything. I understand. Summon this ninja immediately, he requested. Minato watched the ninja leave his tent, while he glanced at the Nara beside him. He had been leading the camp for 2 weeks, handling all the bureaucratic and strategic work, trying to minimize losses as much as possible. He tried not to let anyone die, but that was impossible in the midst of war. His job was to ensure there was no lack of resources and to prepare paths and reports for ninjas on missions about the situation in aim. He also had to report daily to the camp in charge of this outpost, which was led by Jiraiya himself. He received orders from his sensei to allocate patrols and receive daily reports on enemy movements as the patrols continued near the border. But Minato also had to deal with constant attacks from the stone ninjas, as the situation had become much more aggressive than before, with enemies seeking revenge for what he had done at the camps. There were rumors that the Tsuchikage himself was at the border, something he should be wary of, as he could be attacked by that old flying man at any moment. Minato wanted to hear his advisor's opinion, but at that moment, the Chunin who had fled arrived at the tent, looking terrified, and began to recount all the details of the mission. Minato listened attentively, placing his hand on his chin. All right, let's see how to handle this. You can leave now and rest. Take the rest of the day off, Minato said. The boy, who must have been between 17 and 18 years old, nodded and left. Did you save them? He couldn't leave without wondering. Yes, don't worry, Minato spoke. What do you plan to do, kid? Vini Nara, the name of the man working as his advisor, asked curiously. He was a quite capable and intelligent commander, having led some small outposts among the main 12. He had been a key part of helping Minato learn to manage this camp at the beginning. Although Minato had already worked as an assistant to various commanders, leading his own camp was quite different. After all, you are responsible for all the lives in it, and bureaucracy became somewhat insignificant with this. Vini Nara always warned Minato if he made a mistake or how he could improve on each of his decisions. After all, Minato wasn't born knowing everything, but he was learning at a satisfactory speed. Isn't it obvious? There are Konoha ninjas who need us. I will lead some teams, Minato spoke. Are you sure about this? Vini asked, and Minato nodded. There's no time to be wondering what we should do or to ask for permission from Jiraiya-sensei. I will be going to help. I would like you to stay in command, seeing that there's no time to ask for more reinforcements, he said determinedly. All right. Vini nodded, seeing that the best option was for them to go help quickly. A mobilization was made while Minato gathered 3 teams with 36 ninjas, leaving some ninjas at the border while sending a report to Jiraiya-sensei about what was happening. It was an emergency, and he could not afford to wait, asking for reinforcements while ninjas might be killed at this moment. He gathered everyone and went up to a small platform in the camp, starting with a speech for all of them. Our mission is very simple, he began, getting used to dealing with an increasingly large audience. We need to rescue our comrades who are trapped in the land of rain. Moreover, they have information from an important mission. Let's focus all our efforts on rescuing our comrades and bringing them back in the best possible way, understood, he requested. Immediately, everyone nodded. Yes, a chorus of voices spoke, and Minato nodded, satisfied with this. Let's go then. Let's not waste any more time. Minato exclaimed and they headed for the land of rain, while Minato no longer wore his Umbu uniform, but rather a Jounin outfit. Although he did not officially have that rank, as he was still a Chunin, he was still the leader of that camp and wore that uniform. I want everyone to follow me, Minato said. Let's avoid any unnecessary confrontation and follow a safer route. Minato spoke as he advanced at high speed, encountering no enemies, avoiding any patrols from AIM and the stone ninjas, thanks to his haki. Meanwhile, over the next few days, the Konoha ninjas were having a tough time, hiding from their pursuers and having to change locations from time to time due to the sensors. At this moment, they were locked in a cave with only one exit. They kept silent as the enemy ninjas roamed the area looking for them. Are we going to survive this? Isn't it better to draw their attention so one of us can get to the fire border with the scroll? One of them asked logically. Maybe, but trust that they've reached the border. Konoha must be sending reinforcements to rescue us. Another replied. I hope you're right, because I don't think we'll last much longer like this. We've already lost half the group escaping in the past few days. A third murmured sadly. It was then that explosions started erupting outside, initiating an intense battle. What's happening? One of the ninjas asked, alarmed. I don't know, but we better be careful. It could be reinforcements or aim ninjas. So be ready, we should stay hidden and wait to see what happens. Another responded, while everyone stayed alert to the fight outside. After a while, silence fell over the area again. They waited nervously for any sign of help. Until they heard a voice. You, come out of that cave. We are Konoha ninjas, we're here to help you. They heard and sighed with relief at these words, finally coming out of the cave. It's so good to see you, they said, relieved. Seeing an adult Jonin in front of several Konoha ninjas, they smiled as they saw their rescued comrades. It was at this moment that Minato arrived at the scene. Commander, is the area secure? The Jonin asked. Yes, I just eliminated the last ones who were trying to call for reinforcements, but it doesn't matter now. Let's return to the border, Minato ordered, and everyone nodded as they headed back to the border, providing assistance to the ninjas who had spent days in dire conditions. A few days later, the border finally lay before them, and they returned to the camp without encountering any ninjas, looking at Minato with appreciative eyes for his incredible sensory technique that allowed them to pass by ninjas undetected from miles away. I'm back, Minato greeted Vini. Welcome back, Commander Minato, he said with a small smile. Now let's go to my tent, we need to write the mission reports. Minato ordered as they entered the tent, with Minato informing his sensei of everything that happened on this small mission. Raccoon here, this was a small chapter to show a bit of Minato commanding the camp. Now, I'll spend a few months with him in this role before new events begin to unfold. Chapter 135, Tsukikage of Iwagakure. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 38. 6 months had passed since Minato had taken up his command position at the outpost. He had been doing a very good job and was improving a lot as he carried out rescue missions and provided support for missions in the Land of Rain. He hadn't encountered any powerful adversaries like Hanzo or a Jinchuriki from the Stone Village, but he knew it wouldn't be long before it happened, not when Onoki himself was on the battlefield, as reported by the Amba spies with this important information. The war still leaned towards the enemy side as Konoha continued to suffer more casualties than usual. Tsunade was still trying to implement her project of having a medical ninja for each team. Tsunade even went to Konoha again, demanding a meeting with the elders. Once again, she had found a cure for other poisons created by the Sand Village, but they were experts at creating many more, and a worse one had emerged. While Tsunade found a way to prolong it to try to cure the victim, it was still almost impossible to find a cure. The pressure on the Hokage was increasing with the various casualties happening on the battlefield, especially as Shikaku began to appear in the southern field, and the north was just silent, but that wouldn't last now that they had 2 Jinchuriki and their Hokage on the battlefield. Minato was getting very good at commanding a camp even with his young age, and the ninjas respected him for his strength. But his name wasn't just present in the north, even though he was no longer active in the south, people still talked about him. Mikoto was on a logistics mission when she arrived at the central camp, approaching the current leader without Tsunade in command at the moment. She approached the main tent when she saw someone familiar she hadn't seen for over a year. Mikoto. The person was surprised by the girl in front of her. Tsuna. Mikoto also said, surprised. Both didn't even call each other by their last names while maintaining a calm and nostalgic look. How are you? I've heard a lot about Minato, he's quite famous now in the camps. She commented. I'm doing well, getting stronger. She spoke while her control over lightning wasn't far from beginning to perform her first jutsus. About Minato, yes, he's done a lot of things in recent months and has been commanding a small camp on the border, taking good care of things. It won't be long before he becomes someone important, and you. How are you? Mikoto spoke with a bit of caution. After all, she had a kind of rivalry with the girl but was also happy to see her, even though she didn't want to show it. Yes, he's already one of the main names in this war, and is gaining a reputation as a competent leader. I wanted to see him. Tsuna couldn't help but murmur. After all, her last conversation with Minato had been a long time ago and she had acted like a child out of jealousy over him with Kushina, which she regretted a lot. I'm well. I'm learning a lot in the last year. My mother won't let me stop training my control and studying all kinds of medical knowledge. She's in Konoha trying to put her project into execution. She believes it will change the course of the war. Tsuna said. Mikoto nodded. I hope she succeeds. After all, things are not easy in the north and the pressure on Minato is quite large. Mikoto murmured. Yes, she will succeed, she always does. Tsuna spoke regarding her mother, trusting her. Anyway, it's good to see you, Tsuna. I hope you stay well. Now I'll deliver the scroll to the person in charge of the camp, Mikoto said. Okay, goodbye, Mikoto. Tsuna gave a small smile as they both walked away. There was no longer that childish rivalry between them, as if they had finally matured as they moved away from each other, but as comrades of Konoha. While Mikoto had been received by the woman standing in for Tsunade, Tsuna went to the main tent where the main victims of the new poison were being treated. She was already accustomed to the horrific scene in front of her with dozens of people bedridden, screaming in agony, as medical ninjas rushed back and forth. Many of the patients were kept in belts so they wouldn't contaminate others. Tsuna had learned to treat them without all the fear she used to feel, thanks to her mother, as she quickly entered and went to help the other nurses. "How are things?" she immediately asked. "We need some help here," Tsuna said one of the busy medics, and Tsuna approached to assist, helping here and there. "We need someone in the new poison section," someone requested. "Leave it to me," Tsuna said as she approached the more secluded area in the tent, closed off by curtains, where the worst cases of the new poison were being kept. She entered the area, where she saw dozens of people with red blotches all over their bodies. Their veins were also visible on their skin, turning a sinister red as the poison spread through their blood. There were numerous people screaming in agony as they tried to thrash about to relieve the pain, another scene of terror. Tsuna just sighed, already accustomed to this, as she approached the sheets on the stretcher and quickly began reading the reports. "This poison is more dangerous than all the others," she murmured as she read, "and it's highly contagious. If an infected person touched another, the bacteria would quickly transfer to other organisms." This was one of the main reasons her mother had gone to Konoha. Things were getting dangerous, and if they didn't retaliate in a better way, Konoha would suffer a great loss with this type of poison from the enemy. Tsuna knew she had to be very careful and avoid touching anyone without gloves, so she began putting them on while people were picking up beds and sheets from the section to burn them immediately, removing some bodies that had died. There were other medics in the area also doing the report as she continued reading them to write reports that her mother would read to assess her performance. She still wasn't good enough to try to find a cure, but she certainly helped Tsunade in many things. "Help me, please, help me, I don't want to die." Suddenly someone started screaming there. Despite the sad scene, Tsunade continued writing her report, while other medics went to care for him, holding him with gloves. "Hey, give me a tranquilizer," one of the medics shouted as another went to get a syringe. "Put this dose in this man," she said as she approached and inserted the needle into the patient before discharging the liquid inside him. The men seemed to calm down after that. "This man, this is the 6th time we're using tranquilizer on him, he seems to be developing resistance to it." One of the medics spoke with a furrowed brow. That was true, the men began to gain resistance in the next moment, his eyes opened before completely closing, he quickly managed to reach a scalpel beside the distracted medic and cut the belts quickly. "He's getting up," the medic exclaimed before being struck along with another, and the man with numerous veins on his body in immense pain began to advance. "Tsuna!" The medic immediately exclaimed to the girl who was distracted writing when she looked up and saw the infected men on top of her. "Help me! Please!" she exclaimed, grabbing her arm, which made Tsuna drop her pen and paper, screaming in pain. "Someone! Help here!" another medic exclaimed as security ninjas entered the area and cut the throat of the man while Tsuna fell backwards with her arm burning, as it began to turn red. After all, she was only wearing a glove, while her forearm was exposed and the infected touched her there. "We need help here. 2 people are infected." The ninja immediately shouted. In addition to Tsuna, another medic was also touched by the men as he touched her skin. Tsuna looked frightened at her arm as she felt an intense burning. "Hey, are you guys okay?" New people entered the section as Tsuna and another medic screaming in pain were infected. The girl had never thought she would feel something like this. She began to lose consciousness with the intense pain as several people started to approach her. Meanwhile, another urgent situation was happening in the north, with a summons from Minato to his sensei, due to a ninja arriving injured, as he was left to return alive while the rest of his team was captured on a field mission. "This is bad," Minato murmured as he waited for his sensei to arrive in the next few hours to take the lead on what should be done. The Stone Village ninjas were demanding negotiations for the lives of the Konoha comrades, and Minato knew this was likely a trap. It didn't take long for Jiraiya to arrive with 3 ninja teams from the north as he entered the main tent with Minato and his assistant Nara standing behind the desk. "Good to see you again, kid," Jiraiya commented, seeing his student after a few months. After all, Minato had been taking good care of the place for him to need to come here. "It's good to see you too, sensei. How are things?" Minato asked. "Fine, but let's talk about the situation now," he requested, and Minato nodded. "I'll go to the place where they want to negotiate, but I want you to accompany me." "Gather your team and let's see what those damned want," Jiraiya spoke while Minato nodded. "You take care of the camp," Minato told Nara, who nodded. "The sand and stone villages have been causing you a lot of trouble lately, but now the situation is quite complicated," Jiraiya spoke as they left the tent. "They'll probably have the Tsuchikage himself involved." He spoke as Minato nodded. "Maybe even their 2 Jinchurikis," Minato murmured, and Jiraiya agreed with him. Minato quickly gathered his team, which he usually took with him on any field mission. After all, he had to do many rescues in recent months, and prepared them along with the 3 teams of Jiraiya, and one more Amba team was dispatched as they finally entered the Land of Rain, approaching after 2 days at the negotiation site near the northern border. "Kid, be careful. They'll surely use a chance to take revenge on you," and if Oanoki is involved, you have to be doubly careful. Therefore, place as many seals with your Raijin in the locations, he requested. Yes, and I also want all of you to have my kunais, Minato said, distributing a series of seals to the entire team of Jiraiya and Ambu, while his team already had their own, since he had already done many missions together. It was after a while that they arrived at the site, in an open and rocky area, while it rained heavily on that day. There were several stone village ninjas all over the place, at least about 100 of them waiting. In front of them, there were several Konoha ninjas placed on rocks, tied up while still being kept alive, surrounded by other enemy ninjas. As soon as they reached the distance, they saw the scene while waiting for Jiraiya, who frowned, acting as the mission leader. You finally arrived. Before anyone else could speak, a man flying above everyone looked with interest at the group from Konoha, while Minato looked with interest and saw for the first time the Tsuchikage from the stone village. Chapter 136, Fighting with Inoki. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 38. The Konoha ninjas looked cautiously at the stone ninjas as both groups faced each other in a tense atmosphere. The Konoha ninjas still remembered the attack on their camp, with many of them present on the day of the attack. The stone ninjas hated Konoha for Minato's counterattack months ago. Jiraiya frowned for a moment when he saw Oanoki, who was glaring at them while floating above the boulder. Oanoki analyzed the group until his gaze fell on the blonde-haired boy among them. Meanwhile, Minato felt Oanoki's gaze analyzing him for the first time. He was internally debating a way to get past them and free the trapped shinobi. The number of enemies amounted to 80, slightly more than the shinobi from the Leaf, with 5 squad teams. It seems you've finally come to rescue your ninjas. Oanoki began to speak. You called us here, so we've come to negotiate. Jiraiya responded, taking a step forward. Our proposal is very simple, Oanoki started, still observing the area. We want some resources from Konoha, and in exchange, we will release your shinobi. You already know what we want. He stated. We brought the resources you requested, but we won't hand over the explosive tags, Jiraiya spoke calmly. After all, there was a demand from the stone ninjas, and they wanted a large number of explosive tags, which would be extremely disadvantageous for them as it could be used as a weapon against them. Of all the villages, Konoha had the most advantage with these explosive tags, thanks to the Uzumaki clan's affinity with Fuinjutsu, allowing them to create a vast quantity. Even Minato contributed a bit, though it was minimal compared to the total amount the Uzumaki clan could produce. That's hard to accept. How about you give us that boy instead of the explosive tags? Oanoki suggested, pointing at Minato. Many of the stone ninjas want him dead. He said while Minato remained calm. Do you think we're going to hand over a Konoha shinobi to you? You must be joking, Jiraiya growled immediately, especially since it was his student. The Tsuchikage was silent for a few seconds before speaking again. Throw a scroll, let me see what's inside. Oanoki demanded. What guarantee do you offer that you'll release the prisoners? Jiraiya asked as the tension between the groups increased. You have no choice but to trust, or watch your shinobi die, Oanoki threatened, while all the Konoha ninjas watched with dark expressions. Jiraiya, with no other choice, threw the scroll. Oanoki quickly caught it and opened it, inspecting the contents. You've given us part of what we asked for, so we'll release part of the shinobi, he said at the end, putting away the scroll and pointing to the prisoners. Only half of them, he added immediately. Half of the Konoha shinobi were freed as the stones that bound them fell to the ground, and they quickly jumped to the Konoha side as soon as they were liberated. You can't demand that, Oanoki. Jiraiya immediately protested, stepping forward toward the middle of the field between the two groups. Oanoki laughed and approached Jiraiya. You destroy several ninjas from my village and think you'll get away with it easily. Do you really think we won't retaliate? He snarled. Name your price. Jiraiya moved closer to Oanoki, who smiled at this. You really think you can fool me? You're actually the boy transformed into Jiraiya, aren't you? Oanoki taunted, noticing the unusual approach, speaking with complete control of the situation. Meanwhile, Jiraiya raised an eyebrow and quickly tried to draw his kunai with the Raijin, but saw the space around him turn white. Minato, behind the Konoha group, transformed into smoke, revealing a disguised Jiraiya. Back in the field created by the dust release, Jiraiya transformed into Minato, trying to attack, but he would have been vaporized. He had no choice but to disappear with the Raijin, while Oanoki saw his attack fail and looked ahead, where Minato was landing. You're really fast, but you won't last long, Oanoki said with a cold smile and immediately pointed forward as his jutsu stopped shining in the middle of the rain. Attack the Konoha ninjas, he ordered, while all the ninjas on his side started moving. With the Tsuchikage also acting alongside them, it greatly boosted the morale of the stone ninjas. Let's go, we have to rescue them. Jiraiya gave the order, and the Konoha shinobi prepared themselves. However, Minato noticed something while standing on a boulder, observing several ninjas starting to perform jutsus. This is bad, we have to get out of here. Minato exclaimed as the ninjas completed their jutsu, and the entire ground began to crumble. This caught everyone by surprise while they were at a disadvantage, with rocks falling from higher places and even the ground beneath them collapsing, causing several Konoha ninjas to get caught. Minato quickly started throwing kunai toward the enemies, teleporting to confront the ninjas. But as soon as he appeared at the first location, the entire space turned white. Inoki tried to vaporize Minato quickly, but he disappeared with his high speed, reappearing in another location. He appeared above one of the ninjas, who barely had time to react before being cut down, and attacked the next while touching one's shoulder. However, Inoki attacked, making him disappear with a line of his power separating Minato from the ninja. Let's make the golem. Several stone shinobi began to form a jutsu together, transforming the rocky ground into a rising layer until it formed a stone golem, like a huge monster. Jiraiya saw this and quickly bled his hand, exploding into smoke after slamming it onto the ground and summoning Gamabunta. Gamabunta quickly found himself in the middle of the battlefield and charged at the golem after Jiraiya spoke to him. Amid the ninjas fighting each other, Minato ran across the battlefield while Inoki watched his movements intently. I have to find a way to eliminate him here, boy, Inoki murmured, paying no attention to another battle, as his eyes followed only Minato. Seeing this, Minato took the initiative, looking at the men dozens of meters above the ground. He threw a kunai toward Inoki while performing a jutsu with his hands, multiplying himself in the air. Inoki once again created his dust release jutsu, vaporizing most of the approaching kunai. The moment his jutsu ended, Inoki raised an eyebrow, seeing Minato running through the air toward him, using Jeppo. Should I feel insulted by a brat running at me? Inoki mocked, his pride wounded by seeing a child wanting to face him so openly. He quickly launched his dust jutsu in a straight line, but Minato disappeared and reappeared at one of the kunai Inoki hadn't managed to disintegrate. Minato advanced once again, now close to the Kage, and approached with a kick. Inoki quickly raised his hand to defend with his forearm but ended up feeling the pressure of Minato's strength and retreated slightly in the air. What does this boy have? He's very strong, Inoki thought, somewhat surprised. He recreated his jutsu, and the sky once again lit up with his disintegration ray as a war unfolded below them. The stone giant fought against Gamabunta with Jiraiya on its head, both trying to gain the upper hand. The other shinobi used jutsus against each other, blowing up the ground with fire, earth, and water jutsus. The Konoha shinobi had lost some advantage at the beginning, but the ANBU team accompanying them consisted of elite ninjas. In the air, Minato once again advanced, with an aerial battle unfolding between him and Inoki. Minato tried to reach him with his marked kunai, while Inoki used his jutsus, forcing Minato to dodge and teleport to other kunai still in the air. This continued for some time, with aerial and ground battles happening simultaneously. They were near the border of the Land of Stone, and Minato knew that reinforcements would soon arrive as soon as the battle was noticed from a distance, if it hadn't already been due to the bright light standing out in the rainy darkness of the Land of Rain. The Konoha shinobi were still trapped in the rocks, and the Konoha ninjas did everything they could to reach and rescue them. Once again, Minato managed to get close to Inoki, delivering a punch while Inoki crossed his arms to defend himself. Minato threw another punch before fully stepping back, but Inoki grabbed him, despite feeling the pain from the boy's punch. He got what he wanted, and in the next moment, Minato felt Inoki releasing a jutsu on him. It happened quickly, and he started to feel lighter, almost like a feather. This made Minato quickly leave the area. Inoki, seeing that he had no advantage in a close-quarters fight with Minato due to the boy's strength, used the jutsu to make him light, stripping him of all his strength. Minato wasn't fazed. In fact, he smiled. Thanks for that, Inoki. I feel faster, he murmured, as he hadn't yet used his speed techniques. Inoki raised an eyebrow. What is this boy talking about, he murmured. Minato didn't respond, and in the next moment, he advanced through the air much faster than before, surprising Inoki. Inoki dodged the first strike but took a kick to the stomach, making him retreat slightly. Although the kick wasn't very strong, it was the first time Inoki had been hit directly. He looked at the boy with a raised eyebrow. That brat wasn't lying. He thought grimly. Seeing that he couldn't wait any longer, Minato looked at the prisoners and prepared. He made several hand signs in the air and released his yang jutsu, unleashing a massive light that flashed in the air, catching Inoki by surprise and temporarily blinding him. He caught me with that jutsu I saw at the camp. Inoki murmured in surprise. Minato reappeared beside him, kicking his shoulder and making the men retreat a little more. Quickly, Inoki, without an advantage, pointed his hands where Minato should be while his eyes were still closed, and his jutsu began to explode from him, trying to launch attacks in all directions. Minato had to dodge the uncontrolled attacks, while even the shinobi below were getting hit. Minato frowned and looked down, searching for the ninja he had marked on the shoulder, hoping he was still alive. Seeing that they were fighting near where the shinobi were trapped in the rocks, he quickly signaled to the forest. 6 of Minato's clones, observing from a distance, quickly acted. They disappeared and reappeared on the back of the marked shinobi, eliminating him. Minato had placed a seal on the ninja on purpose to use any chance to get close while creating 6 clones without anyone noticing, as they teleported away, waiting for the chance to act. The stone ninjas watched in surprise as they advanced toward the rocks where the prisoners were. As soon as they touched the prisoners, they made them disappear in the next moment. Jiraiya saw this as he finished destroying the stone golem and noticed that Inoki was temporarily blinded. "Retreat now," he ordered, as Minato was already at a safe distance with all the hostages. This made all the Konoha ninjas disappear, and the original Minato also retreated with the other ninjas. The stone ninjas looked on in frustration as their Tsuchikage was still recovering in the air. "That brat, he got me." Inoki couldn't help but murmur, dissatisfied at being made a fool of by a child. "Should we chase after them, Tsuchikage-sama?" A ninja asked his Kage, but Inoki shook his head. "No, I just wanted to see how the boy fights. He really is as described in the reports, and he's extremely difficult to catch." "Now I know who we're dealing with," he spoke calmly, while the others nodded. They had lost more stone ninjas than Konoha ninjas, but there was something more important than resources or the number of people in a war: information. And Inoki had gained some of what he wanted, even if it meant sacrificing some of his men. Now, he had to think about how to defeat that incredibly skilled brat before taking any further action. Chapter 137, Jonin Minato Namikaze. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 38. We finally arrived. Jiraiya commented at the front of the group as he approached the outpost, seeing the distance. Jiraiya didn't fail to look over all the ninjas and the 12 rescued, noting that the group was smaller than when they entered with 5 full teams. "It seems we've had some casualties," he sighed as he landed along with all the other ninjas at Konoha's outpost of Camp 12. "It's good to see you again." The Nara, along with other Jonins, came to greet them, since it had been 4 days since they had left. "Yes, we had to be somewhat careful on our way back," Jiraiya said as they had passed through the rain country with some caution while there was not much pursuit, since Inoki had let them leave and there were not many ninjas following them while they only had to deal with aim patrol until they got here. Minato was no fool, he knew what happened. Inoki had closely watched each of their moves, he studied him the entire time and didn't really take the fight seriously. After all, he had many more jutsus that he could have used, but he stuck only to dust release. Not that Minato was too concerned about it, after all, he had many more secrets than he showed and knew much more about Inoki than that Tsuchikage could imagine. Jiraiya turned back to his men at this moment. "Let's get things organized here for a while. And you, Minato, you will see along with me. The Nara will continue at the camp." He spoke and everyone nodded. They stayed some time, then at midday, they went to the camp, arriving a while later. Minato often came here over the months to deliver some reports personally to his sensei. Minato also ended up seeing the training and evolution of Mikoto and Hanabi, and always spent time with them, talking and training. Jiraiya returned to Minato at this moment. "Today you are off, you don't need to have any duties unless there's some emergency, but I doubt that will happen," Jiraiya commented. And Minato nodded, stepping out of the group and going to one side after tracking the whole camp with his haki. Arriving at one side of the camp, while Minato found them on one of the sides with various ninjas training, mainly genins who had just arrived at the war. Many children came to the war every year, each time earlier, something completely wrong with the intention of creating the war. Minato smiled when he saw Hanabi beginning to train, with a bow and arrow at a tree. She started training with it after he tried to encourage her as much as possible in that style of fighting. Her clan wouldn't be happy about it, but he was willing to support and face them if necessary. Hanabi released an arrow and looked surprised at Minato after finding him with her Byakugan activated, even though he was coming from behind her. "Minato!" she exclaimed. "Hello everyone." Minato smiled at Hanabi and Mikoto who approached him at the next moment, as the three of them began to talk. "So this is the famous Minato Namikaze, even on the northern border, your deeds are being talked about. It's quite unbelievable that this boy can fight with the famous Hanzo, the demigod of the ninja world." A man with Sharingan was analyzing Minato at this moment, while he was among the sentinel teams by the forest. Minato even felt the gaze, but was so accustomed to it that he didn't mind while he talked with his companions. This Uchiha had come from the northern border to bring some reports to the western war and pick up some supplies they might have here. He had a team as well, like Jiraiya. He took 3 students from Minato's class and the others. "Yes." Another Jonin replied next to the Uchiha along with his team of Chunins. "The boy is very famous all along the border, everyone knows him after his deeds. He, even with his young age, manages a camp near the Rain country and every week brings shinobis when he needs to rescue someone on a mission. He is not only powerful but a great leader," the men said with some pride before continuing. "He will be the future of Konoha, that's what everyone here thinks," he said with a small smile, for such a promising young man coming in this generation. "I heard he has the power of a Kage already, that's hard to believe, though I can see his chakra reserves are bigger than all of us combined," the Uchiha commented. Nobody ever asked him directly, but he developed his own jutsus and created an S rank, while learning another S from the second Hokage. He can fight against Jinchuriki and Hanzo himself, this after killing hundreds of stone ninjas. It's clear he's on a Kage level, the Jonin spoke. That's hard to believe when we're talking about someone so young. The Uchiha responded cautiously. From a distance, Minato began training with his companions, as he and Mikoto started fighting each other, exchanging blows in a taijutsu sparring match. Meanwhile, one of that Uchiha teacher's students, perched atop a tree, watched Minato from a distance and couldn't help but clench his fist at the sight. This was Gurin Uchiha, who had been in the academy with Minato and always thought he was the strongest among all the children. But as soon as Minato began to stand out in the first year, the gap between them only grew, and Gurin was surpassed by other students by the end of the academy, which was extremely frustrating as his hand tightened more and more. Will I always be behind them? He murmured angrily. It was supposed to be him in this position. After all, he was the one who activated his Sharingan at 6 or 7 years old. He should have been the prodigy of the Uchihas and the village, but now his feats were just a shadow of those who everyone already knows for doing S-rank missions, like saving the daimyo in the Fire Country and other war achievements. Besides having a teacher with a huge reputation in Konoha, Minato seemed to have no limit to his evolution, and this caused enormous jealousy in the boy. If Minato knew Gurin's thoughts, he would say that not always learning quickly means that you have great potential. After all, Mikoto was better than him when she graduated from the academy. They continued to watch until Minato, despite the impressive fight against Mikoto, caught the Uchiha Jonin's interest, as the girl was the daughter of the clan leader. Then Minato finally knocked her down, putting her in a position with him on top, and both ended up in a situation that even Hanabi looked at with a blush, as Minato and Mikoto were so close to each other it seemed they were about to kiss. Scratching his head, Minato moved away, laughing awkwardly to try to deflect the embarrassment from almost kissing his companion while Mikoto stood up with a flushed face. That. The Uchiha murmured with disapproval, seeing the intimacy they seemed to share, something inappropriate for the daughter of the clan chief. The leader needs to know about this immediately. He stored this information to speak with the clan patriarch. After the fight, Minato was surrounded by other genin at the site wanting to fight with him after hearing so much about him in this war, while he gave some attention to the young genins and made time to train lightning release with Mikoto and wind release with Hanabi as he helped her incorporate it into her arrows. At the end of the day, Minato gathered with the two girls and his sensei who accompanied them while they ate something prepared by Minato and talked. Tomorrow I will call you to the tent. I want you to be ready, understood? He spoke as the youths nodded, a bit confused. The next day, there was the call from Minato at the tent he set up in the camp while he went to the main tent to see what his sensei wanted with all this mystery. Upon arriving, he found Jiraiya, two other jonins Minato knew for always being involved in important matters, and Mikoto and Hanabi with a certificate. You've become chunins? Minato asked with a pleasant surprise. Yes, they said, now they could do field missions at this rank and Minato could finally reunite with his team again. Now it's you. Jiraiya said while Minato looked at him a bit confused. What do you mean? Minato asked. I was already going to do this, since I had obtained approval from the Hokage to promote her to Jonin whenever I wanted. I was going to do it in a few weeks, but I believe that after what happened on this rescue mission, it's more than time for you to reach one of the highest ranks that Konoha could give you. Jiraiya spoke and pointed to some papers on the table. Chunin, I just promoted you, but as a Jonin, I need written and oral evidence, so these two Jonins accompanied me in your evaluation. You girls can go now. Jiraiya spoke as Mikoto and Hanabi left. Good luck, they said before leaving the tent. Thank you. He murmured and looked at his sensei. I'll do it. He said, after all, it was his opportunity to assume leadership of teams, even though it was something he had already been doing, it was much less bureaucratic and he could even have his own team, although that would only happen after the war. There were some sheets on the table with a pen and Minato sat in the chair starting to take the test. Minato answered all the questions in 10 minutes, finding them quite easy since he was involved in command. In addition to helping leaders of camps on the border, he himself led his small one. That was quick, but nothing surprising when it's you. Jiraiya commented. Now let's move on to the next test while I correct your test. He said and picked up the papers while the other Jonin began to ask questions. Minato started to hear questions, answer them orally quickly and being quite objective, and after another 10 minutes he finished, achieving full marks on all the tests. There was a skills test, but that was something the boy didn't need. Congratulations, kid. You are now officially a Jonin of the Leaf Village. Jiraiya smiled proudly, handing a scroll to Minato. Here's your new uniform and everything you need. Moreover. Jiraiya picked up a paper and gave it to Minato. Minato nodded as he stored the scroll and read the paper of his new ninja profile. There was his name next to the photo, with the number of missions he had done, the most done being rank A. It also said the number of ninjas killed and ninjas he rescued with a note from Jiraiya at the end as his sensei. Ninja profile. Name, Minato Namikaze. Age, 12 years. Gender, male. Rank, Jonin. Completed missions. Rank E. Rank D. Rank C. Rank B. Rank A. Rank S. Ninjas killed. Ninjas rescued. Observations. Minato is a young prodigy, exceptionally talented in ninjutsus, taijutsu, and fuinjutsu, as well as in combat tactics. From a young age, he demonstrated extraordinary aptitude for chakra manipulation and space-time techniques, and developed techniques on his own, even a highly destructive S-rank jutsu, which earned him the rank of Jonin at such a young age. His skill in saving comrades in critical situations and his effectiveness in high-risk missions are notable. His sense of duty in protecting the Leaf Village and the ninjas who are part of it are unquestionable. This boy not only possesses a bright future but is also an example of virtue and courage for all ninjas. It is expected that he will continue to grow and bring honor to his village and his name, for he will put his name in the history of the ninja world, that's what I believe. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, I love you. I always loved you. Third person POV. Land of Rain, Year 38. After becoming a Jonin, Minato was relieved from his role as the commander of the outpost while he earned a week off. He then focused on his own training, something he had been theorizing for a long time but hadn't started researching, which was his chakra quantity. He had a large amount, but it wasn't enough. He wanted to develop a way to get more chakra at this time while he did not have Sage Mode. I don't have a Rinnegan or any eye from the Otsutsuki clan. Minato was thinking about the theory of absorbing chakra even though he didn't have good Dijitsu. Minato was in a part of the forest alone while there were several Fuinjutsu scrolls, many of which Mito had given him. He wanted to develop this through Fuinjutsu, which was the best choice in his view. After all, Fuinjutsu was a series of commands, like programming, perfectly combined, he could try. Naruto had such great chakra control that he could combine the sky with each of the people in this world. If I could learn this with some type of Fuinjutsu. Minato murmured thinking about the scrolls in front of him. If he learned to see the same combination of people, he could combine others' chakra with his own. In the fight between Sasuke and Yoroi in the Chunin exam, the latter had a technique that absorbed chakra, but it was very weak. I should create it on this basis, but much more powerful with Fuinjutsu. He continued thinking about this for hours, trying to combine the first Fuinjutsu symbols, but miserably failing, something that would take some time before achieving his first steps. He still continued until someone appeared by his side. Minato felt a bad premonition and looked at Mikoto a bit surprised with her slightly hesitant gaze. It had been 4 days since he had become a Jonin. Is something wrong? Minato asked with narrowed eyes. Yes, but it's better you go to Jiraiya's tent in person. Mikoto spoke and Minato without wasting time with the bad feeling and how Mikoto was with that gloomy tone, he just created 2 clones. Keep all this and put it in my tent. I'll be going to the sensei's tent. Minato said and left the clones going with Mikoto to the camp. As soon as he entered the place, he found Jiraiya with Hanabi. Hanabi looked sad and Jiraiya with a serious tone. What's the problem? Minato asked. There was an incident at the medical camp. Jiraiya murmured before Minato raised an eyebrow to him and his sensei continued. Tsunade's daughter has been infected by the new poison and is now in a coma. He spoke, while Minato practically lost his footing hearing that. We found out today, and I thought you, as her colleagues, should know. Jiraiya said, while Mikoto and Hanabi had worried looks, they had heard this before Minato arrived, while he was paralyzed for a time due to the shock of the words he heard. Tsunade is already at the camp. She left Konoha and cancelled all meetings with the elders as soon as she learned of her daughter's condition. Jiraiya completed. Minato stood still for a while before looking at Jiraiya with a serious tone, while Jiraiya sighed. I know what you're thinking. But you should wait for her mother. He hadn't even finished speaking when Minato had already disappeared, using his teleportation jutsu to a Raijin symbol stuck in a tree hidden near the medical camp. Jiraiya. Mikoto. Hanabi. The 3 remained silent for a while with Minato no longer there, while Jiraiya returned to his students. I'm going to the medical camp before Minato does something rash, Jiraiya told them, who were still frozen and a bit worried, even more now with Minato disappearing. In the middle of the medical camp, Minato quickly moved through the place, while some recognized him and were surprised by his presence there. With his observation haki, he quickly sensed the presence of Tsunade and Tsuna in one of the tents, the teenager's life energy being corrupted. This immediately frustrated him and weighed heavily on Minato's heart, as he advanced toward the tent. Hey, kid, stop right there. A Chunin on guard duty spotted the boy openly heading their way and tried to stop Minato, but he didn't stop. The Chunin quickly tried to grab him, but Minato easily dodged the men, passing by another guard who also attempted to detain him, entering a place filled with people screaming in pain. Hey, what are you doing? Get out of here. The guards exclaimed as they followed him inside, drawing the attention of the other medics, but Minato didn't stop and continued advancing to the back of the tent. When he finally reached the last part, he found Tsunade with 3 other medics around a 12-13-year-old blonde girl, lying on the bed with one arm corrupted in red, the infected limb kept inside a cylinder. Tsunade looked at Minato with a furrowed brow as he stopped to observe him. What are you doing here, kid? You shouldn't be here. Tsunade quickly snapped at Minato, but he didn't care. Sorry, Tsunade-sama, we'll remove him from here. The guards came right after, simply entering the place. And as soon as they tried to pull Minato away, Tsunade raised her hand. No, he's already here. Let him be. I'll deal with him, she said, while the guards just nodded before leaving Minato there. Minato continued observing Tsuna's arm, filled with red veins. The girl kept her eyes closed, but moaned in pain the whole time, showing that she felt immense agony, even asleep. How is she? What is the status of the poison? Is there a solution? Minato asked, fixing his eyes on Tsunade's. Tsunade sighed and looked at the three medics. You can leave now. I'll handle the boy, she said, as the medics left the place, passing by Minato and leaving just Minato, Tsunade, and her daughter alone. So, as you can see, she was infected in an accident. As soon as I knew, I came straight to the camp. Her situation is still in the early stages, however, no matter how much I can delay the poison spreading through her body. It still has no cure, and if it reaches her heart. Tsunade's voice was firm at the beginning but began to falter in her last words. Minato understood this and stayed silent. I can't lose her, Tsunade murmured amid the silence, as tears began to fall from her eyes. She seemed to have kept a serious face the entire time since she learned her daughter had been infected, but now she couldn't hold back the emotions and cried like a mother watching her daughter dying. I can't lose her, she kept murmuring, as Minato approached her and placed a hand on her shoulder. That won't happen. She will be saved. I said exactly that, Minato said firmly. Tsunade wiped her rare tears after letting her true emotions flow. Yes, I will find the cure, Tsunade spoke with determination. Can you give me the report on all the poison and tell me when she might wake up? Minato asked, as Tsunade still wiped her face. Yes, she will definitely want to talk to you, though the pain is immense for her at this moment. We can still let her have a few minutes while she can endure it. Here is everything about the poison. Tsunade took a clipboard and wouldn't hand it to just anyone, but, in such a weakened moment, she ended up giving all the poison reports to Minato, hoping that somehow, he would make the impossible happen, as he always had been doing in the last years of this war. Minato nodded and left the place, leaving Tsunade alone, knowing she would cry more. He exited the tent, finding someone trying to enter immediately. It was none other than Tsuna's own father. Take me to my daughter immediately, he exclaimed to the guards, while looking at Minato, a bit surprised to see him with papers in hand. How is my daughter, Minato, did you see her? He asked him. Minato sighed, speaking the truth. She's not doing well, but you should speak with your wife. She's in there, alone, with your daughter. He said and moved away the next moment. He sat in a secluded spot near the camp and began to read the entire poison report, as the doctors had studied and put all their impressions on it, noting it as extremely contagious, transforming cells into red tones, corrupting them, and that, upon reaching the heart, it was the end for the person. He continued memorizing everything he needed, and in a few hours, he had read the entire report. It was then that he decided to return to the camp, finding Jiraiya there standing at the entrance waiting for him the whole time. He had arrived shortly, coming quickly so that Minato wouldn't do anything similar to what had happened a few months ago in the north. I know how you feel, kid. The girl has woken up, from what I've heard. Her parents are talking with her, you can see her, Jiraiya said, leaning against a tree with his arms crossed and his eyes closed. Minato nodded and passed by him, entering the tent again, now unimpeded by the guards, as he moved to the place where Tsuna was being kept. Minato found Tsunade crying on Dan's shoulder, while the man looked worried, touching his daughter's forehead with sadness. Meanwhile, Tsuna had her eyes open while she seemed to be struggling against the pain, and looked at her parents in conflict. She turned her gaze back to Minato, who was entering the area, as Dan touched his wife's shoulder. Let's go, leave them alone, Dan said, and Minato approached Tsunade's daughter. Dan and Tsunade left the area while Minato went to the girl's side. Minato, she spoke with a weak tone. He touched her forehead. I'm sorry for not being here to protect you from this, Minato murmured, as if it were his own failure. You're not to blame for this. None of this is your fault. It just hurts a lot, she said with an almost hopeless tone. You will be okay. We will find a way to cure you, Minato said firmly. Minato, I know this disease has no cure. I didn't tell my mother, but I don't think I will get cured, she murmured with a sad tone. No, that won't happen. He insisted, but was cut off by the girl herself. Please stop. I know how long cures for diseases have taken in recent years, I don't have much time. She said while Minato clenched his fist. Tsuna continued. Maybe this is the last time we will have a moment alone. I just wanted to say a few things before I die, she began to speak with a tearful tone. Minato remained silent this time. Maybe I'll never get to say this to you, but I'm sorry for what happened the last time we spoke, a while ago. I regret it a lot. I didn't want our goodbye to be that way, she murmured. After all, it had been a long time since they had seen each other, since Minato had joined as a special ambu in the Phantom Division and leader of a camp at an outpost. That was nothing, Minato said firmly. No, it was. I shouldn't have been jealous that way about you and Kushina. Actually, there's no one better for you than Kushina, so I hope you take care of her for the rest of your life, she said. Minato fell silent again. I acted that way because I also love you, Minato. I was just jealous. I've always wanted to say that all these years. Maybe it's not the best time, but it might be the only one. I've always loved you, since our last years at the academy, since our first kiss. I wish things were different. She continued to speak, and Minato didn't know what to say. So please, if I can't have you, at least take care of Kushina. She deserves it, otherwise I'll come back as a ghost. Tsuna laughed at the end while tears ran down her eyes and her voice faltered. It was at that moment that her arm became redder. Feeling pain, she groaned while gritting her teeth. Minato saw this and his heart felt increasingly heavy. He simply took a special seal and placed it on her forehead to make her fall asleep, making the girl immediately stop feeling pain and fall asleep once again. Minato spent some time looking at the girl, pondering everything he had heard. Unwittingly, as he closed his eyes in anger, Minato released a wave of Conqueror's Haki, causing everyone around to be surprised by the wind with yellow lightning streaking through the area, while several nurses fell to the ground. Jiraiya felt it coming from inside the tent, and nearby, Tsunade and Dan looked on in surprise, not understanding what was happening. But Jiraiya knew very well as several people in the camp began to faint immediately. Help wake everyone up. They are just fainting. Jiraiya exclaimed to those who weren't affected by the strange wave, already having experience with it. He immediately entered the infirmary. Minato finally opened his eyes, unaware of the confusion he had just created, and approached Tsuna's face, giving a kiss on her forehead. I will not let you die. I swear, he said with a firm tone. His gaze fell on his daughter's arm inside a protective cylinder, placed there so that no one would touch it. Minato knew that finding the antidote was impossible before Tsuna's heart was affected, even being a senju and able to last 4 or 5 times longer than an ordinary person. He had to go after that antidote, and he did not know what would happen if he did the same as what happened in the attack in the north. But he did not want to see this scene again as it happened months ago, losing someone he was close to, especially Tsuna, someone with whom he also shared romantic feelings. I will force my way to the land of wind. He finally decided, wanting to search for the poison. Without hesitating, Minato opened the cylinder and touched Tsuna's infected arm, something that would be considered madness, but Minato was determined to do so. He focused, materializing his own arm and struggling to prevent it from turning into light, and let his body be infected. Despite the intense pain he felt as soon as the poison entered, he stood firm. The veins in his hand began to stand out in red tones, running up to his forearm, until finally, he released her arm. The pain was immense, but Minato didn't care. He clenched his fist, took a deep breath, closed the cylinder again, determined to find a cure for the girl even in this state, with no one else able to stop him from going on his own to the land of sand. Jiraiya entered the place at this moment and looked at Minato, his eyes widened seeing that the boy was also infected. What have you done? He murmured, stunned by it. Jiraiya-sensei, I'm going to the southern zone to look for an antidote, after all, I'm also infected. Minato spoke with a firmer tone than he had ever used, leaving Jiraiya shocked by what he was seeing. Minato passed by him, careful not to let his arm touch anything, going to prepare to invade the land of wind. Even if he had to use his powers of light openly and create a massacre, he was willing to do exactly that. Chapter 139, Infiltration 01. Third-person POV. Land of Rain, Year 38. The first thing Minato did was to take a large bandage and wrap it around his arm while finishing covering the entire infested area so as not to touch anyone or even his scrolls. He could still perform jutsu with both hands. After all, the chakra was still flowing with the poison, but it could feed and spread it faster. The pain would be even more immense than what Minato was feeling, but he didn't care anymore as he began to prepare for his trip to Suna. With the poison-consuming chakra, Minato should very well avoid using it. After all, this would make all the side effects be felt. That's why this poison was classified as the most dangerous of all. Besides the cure being far from the hands of Konoha's medics and Tsunade, the ninjas could not even use the body's chakra self-healing, making them simply avoid continuing on the battlefield. But for Minato it was different. After all, he was the only one in this world who could divide his combat strength into chakra as energy, as well as into stamina, being the main fuel to use the 6 styles, strength of his body and fruit. He quickly opened several scrolls at his feet, beginning to check all of them. As he did this outside the medical camp, he felt someone approaching at that moment. Why do you do this? Came from behind him as Jiraiya approached. Be honest, sensei, would you let me go if I asked? Minato asked without looking at Jiraiya while his gaze remained fixed on the scrolls in front of him. Jiraiya just sighed. No. He answered sincerely. And even if I did, I couldn't do that. After all, the village was not very pleased with what you did at the northern camp. They certainly wouldn't let you do something so suicidal again and would apply punishments that even I would no longer have control over. He spoke sincerely. So you understand, Professor. Write in the report that I had no choice. I am doomed to die here, so I will use the rest of the time I can to look for the cure on my own or die trying. Minato declared with a firm tone, while Jiraiya still frowned. I do not approve of what you are doing at all. Now we might lose you too, but if you are willing to save your friend to the point of putting yourself at death's door, there's no stopping you. Just come back alive, kid, he spoke, since what more could he do? He could only wish his student good luck. Minato nodded at Jiraiya's words and continued to check all his scrolls with paper bombs and all tools like his special kunais and others. After doing his inventory, to calculate everything he would use on this mission, he began to put everything away. Minato returned to Jiraiya who was finishing writing on a scroll, before finishing and tossing it to Minato. This is the mission I just made in my name. With it, you'll pass through the southern outpost. Just come back alive, as I said. Jiraiya spoke with serious eyes. Thank you, sensei. Minato nodded, storing the scroll as well. I'm heading to Suna, goodbye. Minato declared and disappeared at that moment without a proper farewell, while Jiraiya just looked where Minato had disappeared and returned to the medical camp, since he had a long report to write. To the south, Minato reappeared in the camp at the extreme south, where he had helped and found Suna's invasion months ago. He was already out of the camp and simply moved westward towards the extreme point of the border. He no longer had any raging points in the rain country. It seems that all he had placed were destroyed or even erased by the constant rain of the country. His presence was soon noticed by the sentries, but he did not stop advancing quickly while his arm was bandaged. He finally saw the outpost in front of him, as he approached to deliver Jiraiya's scroll, landing at the entrance of the place, while some ninjas were going to receive them, despite not knowing who the blonde was, as Minato could be famous, but only by name, since he rarely appeared in the south. Identify yourself, boy, and why you are here. The Jonin quickly asked, looking at the young boy, despite being surprised with the Jonin vest he was wearing. I am. Minato was approaching with the scroll when someone interrupted him. Minato. The voice emerged as someone approached them with a pleased look, seeing Minato there. Minato looked and saw Furia Kimichi, someone who was his companion in the Phantom Squad with the codename Echo, after months with him having to leave the group to take over a camp in the north. Even though Minato maintained a serious look, this person seemed very excited. Long time, man. I heard you were taking over a northern outpost. Congratulations, kid. It's a shame we haven't seen each other more, and everyone in the group misses our mascot. You are greatly missed on the missions. He continued to approach while speaking cheerfully, but noticed Minato's serious look and looked confused, seeing that the boy did not seem to be in the good mood he was always accustomed to. Any problem, Minato? He asked cautiously. Not too much, just heading to Suna. Minato declared, making everyone in the place immediately look surprised at the boy. What do you mean by that? The Jonin who had approached him first asked, narrowing his eyes while Fury was stunned by it. He would simply deliver the sensei's scroll, but with Fury, he knew the men wouldn't let him leave without a good explanation, so he removed some of the cloth from his bandaged arm, showing the red lines running through it. This. Everyone was shocked, especially his old companion. How did this happen, Minato? He practically demanded. After all, the Phantom Squad continued with high-level infiltration missions and were the first to try to find the cure for the poison, so they knew how this new poison was more deadly than any other. It doesn't matter now. Minato simply spoke while putting the cloth back on the affected skin. Anyway, Jiraiya-sensei, my commander authorized me to go to Suna. He took the scroll and threw it at the ninja, who opened it and read, looking surprised. You are that Minato, but why undertake such a suicidal mission, allow you to go alone like this? The Jonin refused to believe what he was reading. You can't be serious. You really are going into the wind country alone? Fury said in an incredulous tone. Let the boy pass. A new voice emerged as the leader of this outpost approached after all this commotion began attracting the attention of the entire camp. He heard what was happening and recognized Minato immediately. This boy saved the southern camp in the attack. If he was authorized to go to Suna alone, let him go. This ninja spoke. The Jonin who approached Minato before, with no choice, nodded, while making space for Minato to pass and handing over Jiraiya's scroll for the superior to read. Well. I can't authorize any team to accompany you, but if you want, I can convince my superiors to accompany you if you wish, but it will take time. He spoke to Minato after seeing the scroll. Thank you, but I don't have time. Minato spoke. After all, he didn't even want to wait for that from Jiraiya. That's why he got infected to be as fast as possible to save Suna. I don't know how this happened, but you are visibly infected. Since you wish to undertake this mission alone, go. But stay alive, we will send forces as soon as we can. Since the Leaf Village cannot lose you. I wish you good luck. He spoke as Minato nodded, beginning to walk away. Wait, Minato. This is madness. Fury exclaimed, trying to stop him. Fury, I'm infected with something incurable, my only choice is to go alone to Suna, don't worry. I'll come back alive. Minato spoke. He just remained silent as Minato decided to continue while advancing to the rain country, starting to gain attitude, beginning to fly through the sky. Unnoticed, Minato continued passing by Konoha ninjas on missions, patrols from AIM and Suna as he continued advancing south. He passed through the enemy outpost camp and entered the desert alone. Here it was very difficult to pass unnoticed, due to the lack of trees where he could hide. At least you should have an affinity with the earth to use mole-style jutsus to open a passage to get past the desert patrols, but Minato could fly, so he quickly passed, but taking care not to have his shadow seen with the sunlight against it, even using his light body so his shadow wouldn't appear on the desert sand. It had been hours since he had left the Konoha camp. While continuing to travel, he passed through the desert until he began to see the camp as the Konoha system, seeing some at a distance from the height he was at. The camp that was furthest to the east of this border was gigantic, housing at least the amount that 6 Konoha camps would, which was understandable. After all, Suna was at war with Konoha, so their forces were concentrated at this point, while there were more defenses along the border, but much less than what he was seeing. First, I need to get into that place. Minato murmured, realizing he would need to study the place before actually entering it and searching for what he was seeking. The place was fully fortified while the ninjas surrounded it and a wall of sand had been built around. Minato approached until he took a kunai out of his pocket and threw it into a part of the camp without anyone noticing. Meanwhile, some Suna ninjas walked around the area. I'm going to rest a bit. See you tomorrow, Iruk. One of the ninjas, wearing clothes over his face to protect from the sun, said to his companion who was dressed the same. The latter was a quieter person with few words and just nodded to his companion while heading to his tent after staying up all night working. As soon as the men entered the place, he noticed a bizarre scene, as he found something he did not expect to see here, a frog standing in the middle of his carpet with a calm look. A red frog. How did it end up here? The ninja named Iruk murmured in disbelief. However, he was even more surprised when the frog simply opened its mouth and sent its tongue at the men without being able to react or even scream. After all, his body was pulled towards the small frog which simply swallowed him, despite being disproportionate in size with such ease. The frog was silent the next moment, before it simply opened its mouth once more and a Minato wearing Iruk's clothes emerged with the Suna headband on his forehead. Well, infiltration was successful, now let's begin. Minato declared. He did not transform into the ninja because he knew that would activate his poison, so he just stayed as Minato, hiding his face with the Suna clothes. Then he began to leave the tent. First using it to study and learn about the camp which should have at least 6,000 or 7,000 people around it. Dressed as a Suna, Minato walked through the camp while disappearing into the crowd running from one side to the other. Chapter 140, Infiltration 02. Third-person POV. Land of Sand, Year 38. Minato, now disguised as a ninja from Suna, moved quietly through the camp as there was a flow of people here and there, each engaged in their own business as they continued walking to their destinations. Minato quickly joined a group of ninjas walking by, while carefully surveying the area without showing curious eyes. After all, someone could easily notice this as he continued to look around to see how the camp operated. Will you be on watch tonight? Asked one of the ninjas walking alongside Minato. Yes, we'll be in the desert all night. Another responded. As he continued moving through this group, through the camp, he kept monitoring the entire place to see how it functioned. That is the... Minato was surprised as he looked at a highly guarded tent with over 20 ninjas around it, his haki unnoticed by the ninjas, as he scanned the area and spotted an old man, bound in Fuinjutsu lines. So this is the Shikaku's Jinchuriki. If he is here, these guys plan to use him soon. Minato thought as he looked at the rest of the site. He tried to look for Chiyo, but she wasn't here, or he didn't know how to find her. After all, he had only seen her when she was old, and at this time, she should be middle-aged. He soon separated from the group as they headed for the mess hall, since he did not plan to go there, and went to one side of the camp, walking quietly and making sure no one noticed him amidst thousands of enemies around him. Minato hadn't spent the last years just fighting or taking care of the camp. Jiraiya-sensei had taught him a lot about espionage techniques at the camp, most specialized in it throughout the war. Despite this, Minato never needed them until this moment, due to his direct attack missions except for a few in the Phantom Division. Then he quickly started mingling with the crowd of a group of ninjas without them noticing his suspicious approach, while calculating his trajectory. You finally arrived. Now get to work. A man who would be a jonin wearing the official uniform of Suna spoke to the group with a stern tone. Let's go, before the boss punishes us. Spoke the Kiri ninjas in a tired tone. Yes. I want to rest as soon as I can, another also complained. Minato continued following the group as they joined other Suna ninjas sitting at the site, creating some seals on the ground. While all those with Minato sat down on the ground, he stopped to watch some of the other ninjas making the seal. It was an intermediate seal, while he easily memorized it perfectly and the flow of chakra applied to it through his senses. compiling and capturing perfectly how to do it just by looking. Hey, what are you doing? Sit down and start making the seals. The Jonin saw Minato the only one standing and he nodded. Sitting in his spot, he began making the seal, picking up the chakra ink with his brush in the middle of the camp while the sun beat down on them, but protected by the clothes. This group continued making several seals, while Minato had some difficulty. After all, with the use of chakra in the ink, he could feel his area affected with the poison a tremendous pain, but with gritted teeth and avoiding exposing his pain face, he maintained the same flow of time as them. Even though he could be more than 50 times faster in Furinjutsu, he couldn't draw attention by his speed or pain felt, much less help the enemy village. The leaders continued watching them to see if they were doing the work right while talking with other Jonin colleagues. This team was a group of Chunin with some knowledge of Furinjutsu, but not much. It was after hours of continuous work that they were called by the leader once again. Hey, you guys, finish this quickly. It's time for us to go put this on the puppets, one of the ninjas said. Well, folks, let's go, another ninja called them as everyone began to get up, following him to another place, which was a kind of giant shed, as everyone entered with the seals made. Minato looked around the place and, as he sensed with his observation haki, faced countless types of puppets being constructed on the site, at least thousands of models under construction, with many Suna ninjas working to assemble them and create their parts from wood. A puppet factory. I never expected to see this in this war. Minato murmured as he continued among the Suna ninjas. Now that you are here, let's start putting the seals on them to bind them. Another Jonin approached as he began to lead the group. The group started to disperse with their seals. This Fuinjutsu was a binding seal, something that kept one part attached to another, used by the Sand Village to keep the puppets' parts connected in high-intensity battles. As Minato moved to one, he glanced at various models around the place. There were all types with animal or humanoid shapes, constructed from wood, and even models that Minato had destroyed when they attacked. Seeing the huge shell in a corner, the one that sprayed poison at the south camp and only a Rasen Shuriken to completely destroy it. He sighed and began to focus as he studied them, observing how the other Suna ninjas did it, beginning to practice. As before, any mistake or something extraordinary could attract attention, so he followed the pace of his colleagues on this free puppet. He continued placing seals between the joints and on the fixing of parts of this puppet while studying its body with interest. There were blades hidden all along the arms to be released in a fight, as he had seen on the battlefield. His gaze fell on something at this site, while there were also large cylinders with red liquids next to the tent, which possibly were the poison that would be placed inside the puppets to attack enemy ninjas more lethally. Occasionally someone took some of the liquid and went to one of the puppets, storing it inside tubes within the weapon itself. Other ninjas were storing a large number of throwing blades like kunais and others, using devices that would make the puppets launch them. More sophisticated puppets had storage seals inside them, able to store infinite things. His gaze fell on a scroll of the structural design of the puppet he was working on. Minato understood much more than he had seen on the battlefield. In the end, as soon as the puppet was ready, it was taken to some ninjas in a corner of the tent while studying it to see if there was any defect in it. If it was 100% ready, it was taken to another side where a team with greater knowledge of Fuinjutsu worked on it immediately and was stored inside scrolls to be delivered to ninjas. So that's how these things work, he murmured, now understanding how the puppet creation process worked in this camp. Soon his thoughts were interrupted by the entry of a group of ninjas into the place. Everyone immediately stood up and bowed. Minato ended up following the group, making the same gesture while looking at the ninjas, especially the one with red hair. How are the constructions going? We need at least 500 more puppets to deal with the ninjas from AIM and Konoha, he said. This place will soon have all the puppets ready, Commander Akasuna no Kai, another ninja replied. That name, is he Chiyo's son and Sasori's father? Minato thought, looking carefully at the men in front of him. That's good. We've suffered a horrible defeat in recent months. Although we are still winning the war, we haven't been able to penetrate the borders of Konoha. That's why we need to bring some results for Kazekage-sama. He is getting impatient, he said in a harsh tone as all the Jonins nodded. It shall be done, Commander, they quickly spoke. That's good. Akasuna no Kai looked around the site, while Minato felt an even more intense gaze from that group. Being a much younger man next to Akasuna no Kai, he saw this man looking at him intensely, and this quickly made him move a few millimeters almost imperceptibly in case he needed to act at this moment, as he might be discovered right now. Any problems, Raza? Akasuna no Kai said curiously, sensing his gaze on a young man there. Strange, the amount of chakra he has is enormous. Raza murmured, looking at Minato with surprise. That's true. Akasuna no Kai also murmured, studying Minato. It's almost as much as my son, Sasori. Akasuna no Kai couldn't help but be surprised, seeing the boy there with so much chakra. But what they didn't know was that Minato had 60% of his chakra impaired by the poison in his arm. We'll see him later, anyway. Akasuna no Kai turned his attention back to the group in the tent. We'll be waiting for the new batch of puppets soon. In the meantime, keep working, he said, saying goodbye to the place. Minato sighed. He didn't have much time, he needed to find some identity for himself here. before they discovered he was a spy, he wanted at least the information about the poison or even where Chio was. Keep working. The Jonin exclaimed some time later as everyone returned to work again. After a few hours, Minato left the tent going to the middle of the camp. He had taken clothes from a ninja who would soon be reported missing within the camp, and he could be suspected, so Minato continued walking to the same tent, going to rest while waiting for it to darken. After all, he had the plan to enter the record tent and forge some data about him, not that it would work much, but it would give him a few days before he was suspected. He hoped at least to collect the information he wanted by then. Minato waited, and his attention turned to the main tent, where there was a meeting going on at that moment, while Akasuna no Kai was with Raza, which surprised Minato since he had seen him. After all, this young man, slightly older than him, would be the future 4th Kazekage, father of Gaara. So I want you to deliver this to the Kazekage and set up a meeting for him to send us more funds for an attack against Konoha. Akasuna no Kai spoke in a serious tone. He was quite active when it came to attacking Konoha. Yes, he released the Shikaku, but he still hasn't authorized us to use it on the battlefield, which doesn't make sense. Raza agreed in a dissatisfied tone. Maybe it's because the Leaf Village might use the Kyubi. Our Kazekage fears that we can't handle that beast unleashed on the battlefield, Kai said. Wasn't the fox transferred to a new host after the death of the first Hokage's wife? Why is he afraid of that? Raza continued mockingly. He didn't have much power yet in the village at this time, as he was a 20-year-old, although already considered one of the strongest ninjas, but politically, still weak. That's exactly why, being a new host, the Leaf Village might simply discard him. Using the fox in the war, things haven't been going well for Konoha since the start of the war, so. He murmured. Yes, still, I see no reason why we should cower. Let's just attack them, and even with the fox, we have our bijou and we will win, Raza said. Although Minato didn't like the idea of the Konoha village wanting to use Kushina to release the Kyubi while she died in the process, but he could understand their reasoning, despite knowing they were wrong in thinking that the Kyubi has the same power as Shikaku or even that the village would really use it. They never used it in any war in the original work, which made Minato dismiss this possibility, which relieved him. After all, he would never let Kushina be killed, even if he was treated as a traitor after that. Minato let go of these thoughts as he heard something interesting from the meeting through his haki. So I want you to go to the village, Raza. I also want you to give me the data on that boy. My son will be coming to the battlefield soon. It's time for you to have a team, maybe form the best team of this generation with my son and that boy. There's also that girl Pakura, who hears very well. Maybe it's time for Suna to create a team like no other. Kai spoke while Raza nodded. Chapter 141, Chapter 141, Infiltration 03. Third-person POV. Land of Sand, Year 38. A night had passed in the camp, and as a man walked through the already bustling place in the morning, he was a bit groggy, and suddenly bumped into a ninja who was running. Sorry, the young voice spoke to him. Hey, watch out, the ninja complained to what seemed to be a boy running through the camp and quickly lost sight of him. Whatever. He murmured and continued walking to his destination, heading to a tent in a corner of the camp. Finally. It's your turn now, good luck, because I'm going to sleep at last, a ninja in front of the tent commented, while the one who heard nodded. All right. The still sleepy ninja said. I left some unfinished stuff on the table, so if you could finish them for me, I'd appreciate it. Now I'm going to grab something to eat before I go to sleep, he said. The first one just nodded affirmatively and entered the tent, where there were several cabinets filled with scrolls, all the records that the camp made. There were at least 5 ninjas working on this during the same shift, but at this early hour, only this ninja began the day organizing the place for others to arrive later. There were open scrolls on a table there with a pen. The ninja sighed as he sat down and began to read the scrolls to continue his colleague's work. However, before he could react, a figure reappeared over him, giving a light tap on his head with a scroll in the palm of his hand, pinning it on the man's head using a desert burqa. The Fuinjutsu on the scroll quickly activated, and the man's eyes began to close, and he fainted the next moment. Minato landed on the ground, while still disguised as a Suna ninja. He first assessed the situation around the tent after making sure the ninja had fainted with his extremely strong Fuinjutsu, which he had copied long ago the way the first Hokage knocked out the 9-tailed fox during the fight against Madara, using a seal placed on the forehead of his target. After seeing that there were some guards, but none of them noticed the movement inside the tent and everything was normal, he began to act before someone arrived at this location and found him. He quickly created some clones and began to look at the scrolls in the cabinets throughout the tent. Besides trying to find a loophole in Suna's documents, he was already researching the movements and missions that Suna has been undertaking, plotting some possible plans of the Sand Village against Konoha. This continued for minutes, while the original Minato continued to analyze any movement that might expose him from outside with his haki. As soon as his clone saw a part of the scrolls, he made them disappear, absorbing all the memories. The poison in his arm was slightly affected with the use of chakra again, but Minato continued steadfast and made other clones, now with the intention of tampering with the documents there. He began to insert information into the mission histories, putting himself as a ghost character within Suna's mission system so that as soon as they researched him, he could easily pass as a village ninja who had undertaken various missions and had reasonable behavior. This wasn't something that would work in the long term, but it was enough for him to gather information on where Chiyo and the antidote were. After tampering with everything to pass himself off as a chunin, after having done some important missions, and his ghost team died on a mission while he had left the battlefield to stay as an auxiliary member in the camp, helping with Fuinjutsu and puppet creation. With this history now in the system, Minato could breathe a little. After doing this, the clones disappeared while he removed the seal from the ninja's head and flicked his forehead, making him open his eyes. Did I doze off? The ninja seemed surprised as he didn't feel Minato disappear behind him. Maybe I didn't sleep well. Anyway, let's continue the work. He murmured before starting to fill out the papers again without noticing the slightest alteration in them. Minato had teleported to another corner of the camp and was heading to a tent, a different one from where he had taken down the ninja, as it would be suspicious for him to be there, especially since his colleagues might already be missing their teammate and could be looking for him, while the man was inside the belly of a frog that Minato had summoned. Minato waited in the tent while settling down on the ground, entering a lotus position to focus. He tried to keep the poison under control through his chakra. My chakra is somehow preventing it from spreading. Minato couldn't help but murmur as he analyzed his situation, using his observation haki to perform his self-diagnosis. This is my yang, the life element in my body is slowing down the poison. He concluded, wondering how much real yang he had in his blood, as with it, he could last up to a month without the poison really affecting him, besides the pain. He also made the chakra be consumed by the poison without affecting him, as showing his real amount of chakra could be a problem, since some had already noticed something abnormal in this state. So there he stayed. Minato had tampered with the documents to fit into the camp's activities. At this moment, he was testing if the ninjas would come after him, since he should be on the list of ninjas for the activities he had done yesterday. In the end, he wasn't sure. When a shadow appeared in front of the tent. Hey, you! Get out of there now! He heard a grumbling voice and Minato opened his eyes, calmly rising and stepping outside. What are you doing here? You should be helping in the puppet making. A jonin immediately complained as he looked at Minato in the burqa angrily. I apologize for that, sir. I ended up falling asleep, Minato spoke, while the men continued with the same look. Forget it now. Come and follow me. You will be punished for this later. He spoke, as Minato sketched a small hidden smile, unseen by the men. In the end, he returned to his activity of creating Fuinjutsu seals in the middle of the camp and headed to the assembly tent again, while continuing to apply the seals on the puppets. He continued with this, realizing that he had finally been integrated into the camp, while some rumors about a missing ninja began to circulate. However, no one could find him, much less suspect Minato, since he already had a mission history, as a member of Suna with a somewhat tragic past. He ended up staying until the end of that day working while receiving a minor punishment, but it was the next day that, while Minato was with the group creating new puppets, he was called by another jonin who approached the site. I need this boy for a while. Hey, you! The command tent is calling. Come with me, Minato heard the jonin after asking to release him while nodding without resistance and leaving the place to follow him. Arriving at the location, he found Chiyo-san again, alongside a younger man, who had been with him all the time, and the future Kazekage of the Suna village, Raza. Minato entered and stood in front of them. Kai-sama. Minato murmured, making a slight bow, while he didn't need to do the same with Raza, since he was unknown at this time, despite being one of the most powerful ninjas, but not having a strong political position in the village yet. So you are Yukai, a ninja with above-average talent, but who gave up the battlefield after having your team exterminated, being the only survivor on a mission. Chiyo-san continued, while reading the reports in front of him, those that were tampered with by Minato. Yes, my lord. After Ikba-sensei was killed, I wanted to help at the camp since then. Minato spoke in a sad tone, using Yukai as his alias and Ikba as his fake sensei. I see, that's a pity. From what I'm seeing here, you had great potential, but your team ended up being ambushed by the leaf. You're here. It's a pity, the red-haired man spoke calmly. Yes, Kai-sama. Minato murmured respectfully. Anyway, I called you because we noticed a large amount of chakra, and you have an impressive history. It seems you are entering the expert level of Fuinjutsu, which at your age is prodigious, and although you don't have an affinity with puppets and the fan, you still possess wind element jutsus and fine aim with throwing tools, he said, looking at Minato and setting the paper aside. I wouldn't want a talent like yours to stay just here in the camp, you can be very useful for Suna. Therefore, I have a proposal for you, the ninja spoke, and Minato couldn't help but be more pleased with this, as he had overheard their conversation a few days ago, when they noticed his presence and were assembling a team, so Minato began to tamper with the documents. I understand. I want to serve the village in the best way possible, but I have some trauma from what happened to my team. What is your proposal, Kai-sama? Minato spoke respectfully. I understand, but I'm sure that this can change your mind. I would like you to integrate into a new team that is being formed. By my side is one of the most talented ninjas we have in Suna, Raza. I'm sure you've heard of him. Kai spoke. Yes, Kai-sama. Everyone knows him, especially after the event where he eliminated 3 squads of Konoha Umbu. He's already a war hero. Minato responded, while pretending to look with admiration, and the men were pleased with that. So, kid, I wanted to know if you want to join my team. There are 2 more we are selecting. They are the elite of Suna's youth, and when we were looking for a third to integrate into an elite team, we found you. I know you might have some trauma, but to let someone like you waste your strength making seals is a cowardly act, he spoke. Minato seemed to hesitate a bit before adopting a firmer look, putting on a little act. It would be an honor, my lord. Please make me your student then. Minato spoke immediately, now unafraid to show such interest, as anyone would naturally be with such a proposal. Very well, let's see how you do first. We'll meet your colleagues later. There's a girl who is already in the camp, but the last member is in the village. Therefore, we'll do some missions to see him. I want to see you more closely during this time. Yes, please, Lord Raza, Raza-sensei. Minato seemed quite excited. Great, you may go, kid, and welcome to the team. I'll call you later, so be prepared and let's see how you fare, he spoke as Minato left the tent with a smile, now able to infiltrate the heart of a land of wind. Raccoon here. I know you may not like this mission, but I wanted to imagine how Suna would function without Minato arriving and destroying everything. Chapter 142, Infiltration 04. Third-person POV. Land of Sand, Year 38. Yukai. Command is asking for your presence. A voice called out to Minato just as he was focused in his tent, emerging moments later to find a ninja who requested his presence at the main tent, where the superiors would be waiting. Minato walked to the location, entering with permission from the guards, and saw Raza and Kai again, waiting for him, along with the girl also in the tent. You finally arrived. I called you here to inform you and the girl, your new partner, that we are heading to Suna village. I want you to organize your things for our departure, understood? Raza spoke this time. Yes. Minato replied, while the girl nodded. You may go. We'll meet here in an hour, don't be late. Raza requested, as Minato left the tent with his new companion. I heard your team was killed. I'm sorry. As he exited, Minato heard the voice beside him as the girl spoke. Minato wondered where he knew her from. She had a sharp gaze while her hair started with a dark tone and at the tips, or rather, her bangs ended with a red hue, something strange for Minato. After all, the girl did not wear a keffiyeh like him. Yes. Minato commented, but didn't seem to converse as the girl took it as a painful subject for Minato. Anyway, my name is Pakura, I hope we can be good companions. She spoke finally and Minato nodded, heading back to his tent. Pakura. I still don't know her. Minato did not remember her, but her appearance and name were not too strange. Regardless, he quickly organized his things and went to the meeting point, arriving alongside Pakura with a backpack and wearing an outfit like his to protect from the heat. Great, let's go. Raza simply said and started leaping towards one of the camp's exits while they followed. They soon left behind the largest military force of Suna with the exception of the village itself and headed towards it. Raza-sensei, will we have missions soon in the Rain country against Konoha? Pakura suddenly asked. Ha ha ha. I see you're eager, but not yet, we will first test you. I want to get to know you first before officially forming this team. Raza laughed amiably as they continued leaping through the desert. He wanted the best of the best for his team. After all, he had his own ambition and wanted to form a team that could bring him fame. Minato remained silent, still remembering that just a few years ago there was the same enthusiasm to go to war with Jiraiya-sensei, but he kept those thoughts to himself. I heard you are also a war hero. Pakura continued talking excitedly. They say you can manipulate gold, is that true? She asked. Yes. Raza admitted. Then you must be rich. She exclaimed and the men laughed once again. You could say I have some money, but I have to use it to fight against our enemies, so I wouldn't say I am rich. He replied. They continued the journey while the girl kept talking from time to time and even included Minato in the conversation, with him responding with as few words as possible. And after passing through miles of desert dunes, while encountering various patrols and messengers passing by them, a large rock began to appear in front of them. So this is Suna village. Minato murmured as they approached the place. He didn't have much to think about the wind country. There were cities scattered throughout, mainly where there was an oasis, but they hadn't passed any, so their company was just sand. As they approached, they went straight to a gap between the rocks, managing to pass through the middle. The village turned in the middle of that rock, while some guards stood in front of them, as Raza handed over a scroll. I see, you may pass. The gate guard, if that was what he was, finally let them through. Let's go, kids. Raza commanded and they quickly entered the village. Suna village was made up of houses built from earth, and the whole village had only one coloration. It wasn't as dreary as Minato had thought the mist village would be, since it seemed monotonous, but here, the lack of color actually made the place quite charming. Besides this feature, there were a number of main paths, and all these paths led to the center of the village, where the Kazekage's office was located. Minato tried to act as though he was accustomed to this sight all the time, to not show any strangeness, while Raza didn't seem to notice anything and continued towards the center of the village, without stopping. There were citizens wearing burqas or fabrics to protect themselves from the sun, like him, going about their usual routines. Minato wondered how the economy functioned here, but he didn't have time to ponder too much on it. They followed until they finally arrived at the Kazekage's office. "Let's go inside," Raza directed as they entered the place. It didn't take long before they were attended to. After being approached by a ninja, they entered the office. Minato had never imagined he would be here before, and he encountered a man with dark hair of almost blue shade and sharp eyes on the other side of the table. While his tea emitted steam, he drank it calmly. "Kazekage-sama," Raza murmured as he knelt, and Minato and Pakura followed suit. The Kazekage stopped drinking his tea and looked at them for a few seconds before speaking. "Stand up," he requested, and they all did. "Give me the report," he simply said. Raza nodded and approached the table, handing it over as the Kazekage finally put down his tea and opened the scroll after it was handed to him. "Did you know that Kazekage-sama has magnet release and can control iron sand?" Pakura's voice came from beside Minato as she began to gossip, as usual. "Yes," was all Minato said, not wanting to talk in that place, but he couldn't help but study him. This was the current strongest man of Suna village, the one who could control iron and who would be killed by Sasori between the Second and Third War, not knowing the exact moment for that. "Let's see his strength." Minato couldn't resist his curiosity and wanted to observe him more closely. He quickly activated his observation haki, trying to gauge the man's strength. But that turned out to be a mistake, as it made the Kazekage quickly take his eyes off the scroll and look at Minato with a sharp glance. Minato was a bit surprised and quickly lowered his gaze, not wanting to attract more attention. Raza didn't seem to notice the exchange of glances as he waited respectfully for the Kazekage. The Kazekage felt that this boy seemed to want to probe all his secrets for a second. It was a strange feeling, but soon he put it aside and looked at Raza. "It seems we have some problems again with aim. Hanzo wants to interfere in the south again. This will make it difficult for troops to move to attack Konoha." He murmured and switched to another topic while his gaze fell on Minato again. "So, this is your new team? They seem to be made up of impressive people," he commented. "Yes, I'm still testing them, but they are promising boys," Raza replied with a tone of pride. "I see. Probably Chiyo's grandson will also join your team, right? Is that why you are here?" he asked. "Yes, Kazekage-sama. I will be meeting them after this," Raza answered. "All right, you are dismissed," Raza said at the end, dismissing them. Raza, Pakura, and Minato left the building, heading to another part of the village. Minato quickly started to scan the entire village with his haki as they passed, but tried not to focus on strong people, remembering the mistake he nearly made by trying to study the kage of this village closely. His haki might not be of chakra, but powerful people had strong instincts. It was a moment later that he got frustrated, for Chiyo was not there. He had scoured all the documents behind the woman who was creating poisons at the main camp while forging her current identity, but at the main camp, there was nothing about her. Thus, he hoped to see her in the village, since all the poison being transported to the camp came from here. It seems that since the incident with the alchemist, when the Phantom Squadron was active a long time ago, Suna village began to be more cautious, no longer producing poison at the outposts, and not even in the posts of the village, as he noticed, so the poison factory was in another place, and he had to investigate this later. Setting that aside, they arrived at a location where there would be a new warehouse used for puppet creation, but much larger than the one Minato was working on at the camp. As Raza entered the place, he encountered several people working and greeted them. He walked over to a corner where he found a boy, perhaps 1 or 2 years older than Minato, working on a puppet full of claws, with a quite strange shape. "Sasori," Raza called. Sasori stopped working for a moment and looked up, curious. "Yes." He spoke, wary. "Are you sure you received a notice saying that your father put together a team?" "I'm here for that," Raza said. Sasori raised an eyebrow. "It's true. I read something about it, but I didn't care much. After all, I had a lot of work to do," he spoke calmly. Raza sighed, knowing that his father had already mentioned that the boy thought only about puppets all the time. "Anyway, you won't be working here anymore, so you might as well come with me," Raza said. Sasori looked displeased but nodded in the end, unable to disregard his father's orders. They went up to the roof, with Raza leading the way. "Well, as you know, we'll now be working together. Before forming an official team, I want you to get to know each other," Raza requested in a more stern tone than usual. "Anyway, you can go home today. We'll meet tomorrow to start the missions," Raza said. "Yes, sensei." Pakura seemed excited. Minato just nodded. Sasori remained silent the entire time. I'm leaving now, see you tomorrow, Raza said as he left. See you tomorrow too, now I'm off to see my mother. Goodbye. Bakura said and left. Minato sighed and had to plan where to stay or what to do as he prepared to leave. Hey, you. Minato was about to leave when Sasori called him. Yes. Minato looked at him surprised. You seem different. The boy began. You're not from this village, are you? Sasori asked directly, looking at Minato with eyes more curious than accusatory. Raccoon. I'm taking advantage of this mission to finally see an infiltration mission with Minato using Jiraiya's skills here, but it won't last long. After all, Minato will have to act quickly. Chapter 143, Infiltration 05. Third-person POV. Land of Sand, Year 38. Only the sound of the wind was heard at this moment as Minato turned his attention to the boy in front of him. Do you believe that? Despite being surprised, Minato kept a neutral face. The boy, standing in front of him, just smiled. There was no malice in what he was saying, as far as Minato could tell through his haki. It was strange, as there was only curiosity in the famous Sasori regarding him. Yes, I believe. You don't belong to this life. Moreover, if I can know this, others will too, whoever you are. Sasori said in a calm tone. And you're helping me. Minato was a bit staggered by this. Well. I know we're at war, maybe you're from Konoha or another village, it doesn't matter. I just understand that we're only fighting by orders, while we are tied to a village. So, I can understand why you are here. But I can still be even more surprised by the fact that you are infected with the poison in your right arm. Sasori revealed at the end while Minato, for the third time, was surprised by his detection ability still with a friendly tone without showing bad intentions. Minato just stayed silent, not knowing what to answer. Sasori seemed to see the intruder thinking of a way out of this situation and just smiled, seeing that moving away from his puppets wasn't so bad after all. If you think I'm going to denounce you, no, I won't do that. I'm just quite surprised that you've entered the village and were still accepted as a ninja. How did you do it? Did you perhaps kill someone and take on their identity? The boy smiled and asked. No. I just entered the camp's documents and altered them to make me exist. Minato had no reason not to answer the question as he saw the boy seem quite amazed. I hope, you are really skilled in espionage. And you are here for? Sasori looked at Minato's arm at this moment, able to detect things no one else could. Yes, I'm looking for a cure for the poison that your grandmother made. Minato said in a serious tone. I see. The boy murmured. Minato was prepared to fight and escape at any moment, after all, there was no reason to deny things now that they had been cornered by this boy. But something told him that the boy would not denounce him, so he relaxed a bit, despite finding it quite strange. Sasori, although calm, his eyes showed a certain sparkle when his gaze fell on Minato's wound. The poison should have such a strong effect that it should bring you down, but you are still standing and even more with the poison looking so less aggressive than on anyone else I've tested. I like you. The boy smiled. Minato was almost left speechless each time the boy spoke. I won't ask your real name and I also won't denounce you. And if you want me to give you data on where the poison is, you are mistaken, then you will have to find out on your own, but if you want, look for ninjas with red bands on their shoulder. That's all I would say, good luck. Sasori spoke. Why are you helping me? Minato asked, still surprised. You seem to be a reasonable person, so I'd like to see you in action from here on. You are surrounded by an entire village. So it will be quite interesting to watch you trying to escape. The boy spoke with interest. Don't look at me like that, I'm bored here in the village. You might be my new entertainment. Sasori saw Minato simply look at him like an idiot before turning and jumping to his home. Minato just stood there for a while, thinking, before starting to move as well. Sighing, he ended up going through the village but immediately felt he was being watched. Well, it seems my time as a spy won't last long. So I will have to be quick. He thought calmly as he simply jumped onto the rooftops, eventually finding himself on a building advancing against the sun. His pursuers followed him, despite losing sight of him for a second when their eyes were dazzled by the desert sun. Minato still had some time before they discovered he was not a spy. So, he went to a hotel, paid for one night, and stayed there for the rest of the day, while spies watched him the entire time. As night began to cover the sky, turning the desert into a contrast with the temperature dropping drastically, ninjas went to give a report to the Kazekage in his office. He picked it up and began to read. Nothing special, so who are you, Yukai? The Kazekage murmured, still wondering who was behind this individual with not so controversial actions. But first, he needed to know more about this spy before acting, so he sent a team to the main border camp to ask and conduct a thorough investigation into the boy's name. While looking for answers, the Kazekage would have to keep Minato under surveillance to check for any suspicious activity. Meanwhile, Minato, at a different location from the hotel, was in the air. After all, he had used the sun to obscure his small pursuits and movements. He created his clones in the sunlight and made his original disappear with a flash of light in milliseconds, so no one really noticed Minato's oddity. Minato waited until a good time at night and advanced over the village in silence, searching for the ninjas Sasori had mentioned. He found them in a warehouse some time later, landing silently on the spot, while sensing two men with red cloths tied on their arm. "We have to take this to the base before dawn." Minato continued listening to their conversation. "Damn. All right," many of the workers said, while picking up a kind of acidic product, which seemed to be one of the ingredients of the poison. Minato, without risking it, watched attentively from the detail. "I have to find some way to get to this," Minato murmured while trying to think until he finally took a kunai from his pocket. Minato knew he now needed some way to put his plan into action. The ninjas continued preparing things. "I think everything is done here, let's go to the base," they said as Minato, unnoticed, quickly placed a kunai over the things they were storing in the camp. "Well, it's over. Let's go," the ninja said as Minato also left there, advancing to the desert. He looked for a place to hide and found a half-open cave in some piles of earth and sand, nearby. After all, he needed a base while he didn't have the poison. If he were discovered, he couldn't easily leave the land of wind, as the country was immense, and, with the poison, he had no chance of using teleportation for such a distance. So, he had to find a place to recover at this moment. Meanwhile, at the camp near the border, Kai was examining stacks of scrolls, after receiving the strange news to investigate the boy who had seemed perfect to join Raza's team. He began to investigate, and everything seemed in order, as if the boy really existed and everything he had said about them was true and even a fan agreed. Everything about Yukai seemed ordinary, until suddenly, Kai began to notice that the handwriting was identical in all documents about him, which made him frown, immediately realizing what the problem was. This was confirmed when the boy simply ceased to exist in the records. After certain information, it was as if there was nothing about him in the Academy's records, who his parents were, where he lived, his life. It all boiled down to the mission where he lost his companions, making him the sole survivor. The boy forged all this. Kai couldn't help but be surprised, realizing that indirectly, he had sent a spy inside the village. This left him quite stunned for a moment, before looking seriously and thinking that his son might be in danger at this moment. "Send this statement to Kazekage-sama immediately," he ordered, quickly organizing a group of ninjas who ran to the village at dawn as well. Meanwhile, Minato had swapped his original with the clone, returning to Suna, while feeling a slight pain in his arm from using his teleportation jutsu repeatedly. He needed to act fast. He murmured, feeling the red veins spreading. "Let's go." That's what he said before his armor of thorn. He went up to the roof of a building that Raza had asked him to climb up with everyone. As he approached, he saw Pakura looking at him and greeted his personnel. "Well, you are here," Raza commented in a neutral tone. Minato, however, kept a serious look, knowing he had to be different at this moment since his time was running out. And it didn't take long to feel all the movement coming in his direction. At that instant, the building was immediately surrounded by several ninjas. "What is this?" Pakura yelled, immediately frightened, while Sarah's eyes turned to Minato, as if saying, "It seems your time of deceiving me has ended." Raza nodded, his gaze returning to Minato. "To think you were a spy all this time. It seems you made fools of us," Raza murmured with a severe tone this time, looking at Minato as if he were a traitor. Pakura also looked surprised at Minato at this moment, wanting to take him, but she could not. "Well, it seems I'm not as good a spy as I imagined," Minato murmured, not very concerned about what was around him. "You speak as if you're not in a no-win situation, boy. I must admit you were quite clever in forging your data and even entering Suna without anyone noticing. However, now you've been caught, and we're going to scour your mind to find out everything about you and your objectives. We don't have the famous Yamanaka clan's abilities, so our techniques might be quite harsh and painful, and it will be satisfying to use them against a spy like you," Raza said. He was angry, furious for having been deceived in such a way, which would be a reason for mockery for him. "That's not going to happen," Minato commented calmly and looked at Sasori, who had just been listening to the conversation the whole time. "Sorry about this," was the only thing he said before grabbing Sasori's arm and disappearing. As the agents surrounded him, along with Raza and a stunned Pakura, Minato simply vanished, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Chapter 144, Infiltration 06. Third-person POV. Land of Sand, Year 38. In a desert location, Minato appeared with the young Sasori amidst the sandy vastness. As the boy quickly looked around, trying to understand where they were and how they had gotten there so instantly, after all, they had been far, with their own village not appearing on any horizon, for a moment he was confused. After a brief silence, he turned to Minato with his curiosity getting the better of him. "How did you do that?" he immediately asked, trying to grasp what was happening. Minato looked at him at that moment. "It doesn't matter right now. You're going to help me with your grandmother, Chiyo. After all, I need her to provide me with the antidote, and she'll be more inclined to do so if I have you as a hostage, so nothing personal, Minato replied calmly. Sasori hesitated for a moment, but Minato continued, let's get out of here before all of Suna's forces come after us. Wait. Sasori tried to argue, still confused. However, Minato didn't care about the boy's concerns as he continued to look for where his Raijin was at that moment. I'll definitely run out of chakra if I teleport myself and Sasori this distance. Minato thought as he turned to look at one side of the desert, where his seal was. He had placed his kunai along with the items of the shinobi he spied on yesterday, using the band on the shoulder that Sasori had mentioned. At this moment, he felt behind him, Sasori reaching into his bag. He quickly unrolled a scroll as Minato turned to him leisurely. The boy began to perform jutsus on the seals within the scroll and used the summoning jutsu. Minato curiously looked at the 3 puppets that appeared in front of him. I won't let you capture me so easily. Sasori spoke in a serious tone. Minato observed him for a while and responded, yes, I didn't think you'd cooperate with me anyway, but I need the antidote, even if you did help me, he said calmly. Even though he was against the boy who initially helped him, Minato knew he needed to save Tsuna's life. He had no intention of killing Sasori but knew he could use him. You seem to be a skilled ninja, but I won't give up so easily. Sasori responded with determination and quickly advanced towards Minato, trying to attack him. He was also interested in testing Minato from the moment he saw him. Minato was aware of his feelings towards him and knew the boy thought to see how he would fare to try something. Sasori was involved in a forbidden study of tampering with corpses. Nobody knew of his research, but they would certainly be shocked if they knew. After all, Sasori wanted to turn corpses into puppets in which he could use all the powers he wielded while alive. He wanted to see how Minato would fare and perhaps try to use this method to create a puppet of his dead body as soon as he killed him later. What he didn't know was Minato's strange jutsu that took him away in an instant. He had not been on the battlefield to hear the rumors of the young ninja from Konoha with multiple S-rank jutsus, while he spent most of his time researching and assembling puppets. But Minato knew that the Kazekage and Raza would know who he was the moment he disappeared. As soon as the puppets approached, Minato stood still. Sasori thought he would use that strange teleport as Minato had done before, but it was not exactly that. The boy made his puppets attack, and one of them immediately pierced Minato. The blade passed through Minato's body, emerging from the other side, and other puppets also attacked him, piercing his body in other parts. What? Sasori was surprised to see the puppet practically killing that ninja without him reacting initially. However, he was even more surprised by what happened next. Minato was there, looking calmly, as if he didn't have several blades embedded in his chest, shoulder, and abdomen, some dripping with poison. Is he okay? How is this possible? Sasori exclaimed, stunned, sure that it was not an illusion or clone to see if it was really real. Minato continued to look at him calmly. Physical attacks don't work against me, no matter what you try, Minato spoke in a serious tone. He had always wanted to say those words to an enemy and was satisfied to see the incredulous expression on the boy's face in front of him. But what kind of power is this? Sasori still asked, trying to understand what was happening, while Minato suddenly released a glow from his chest and other parts. The blades began to break, being disintegrated by the light within Minato's body, falling to the other side, onto the desert sand. With a simple movement, Minato shone and vanished from in front of the puppets with a flash, reappearing in front of Sasori, grabbing him by the neck before he could react or say anything as he spat saliva from the pressure on that part of his body by Minato. You might have helped me, Sasori, but I'm going to have to be hard on you, as I know your intentions. He spoke calmly, not knowing what Sasori wanted but certainly something bad with him. Before Sasori could react, Minato removed the bandage from his hand, revealing his red veins from the poison, and touched the boy's neck before he could do anything while opening his eyes trying to bring his puppets back with the chakra threads holding them. The poison quickly began to spread rapidly through Sasori's neck, leaving him stunned. Minato knew very well that Chiyo might try to destroy all the antidotes as soon as she knew of his presence there, perhaps even destroying the whole laboratory, since something similar happened at the outpost a while ago with Konoha capturing an alchemist making the poisons. This. Sasori tried to speak, feeling the pain as the poison began to enter his body. Don't worry, you won't die, unless your grandmother doesn't care about you, which I find hard to believe. Minato said simply, as the boy fell to the ground, completely paralyzed and his body becoming unconscious with the puppet simply collapsing in the middle of the sand after Sasori lost control. Minato just raised an eyebrow as he watched those things collapse. He had to admit these were much more sophisticated than those used on the battlefield. He knew Sasori was a genius, even turning the third Kazekage into a puppet. But now was not the time to admire that. He simply picked up the boy and teleported using his last reserves of chakra. Meanwhile, in a distant place, Chiyo, a woman in her 40s who loved her village and her family above all, was busy in her laboratory. The environment was permeated with the smell of chemicals as she continued to produce poisons to supply the war with some assistance. As she finished the new batch, she couldn't help but sigh. I hope this war ends soon. I need to rest. I don't even know if I'll retire this way. She murmured tiredly, while creating more and more poisons to face her enemies. Perhaps it was her fourth or fifth poison being made after studying Hanzo's poison for many years. As Chiyo continued with her things, a ninja appeared in her laboratory. "Chiyo-sama," he said, kneeling before her. "Yes, what is it now?" she asked, somewhat irritated by the interruption. "Urgent news from the village. An invader has entered and Kazekage-sama is preparing to capture him at this moment," he replied. This ninja was sent by the Mizukage to pass information, not only to Chiyo but to all possible points. After all, if the invader could escape the village, other parts would be aware of him and could stop him in flight. Konoha wasn't the only one that had ninjas invading the village. Suna, Iwa, Kiri, and Kumo also had these problems during the war, but all had different methods of dealing with their invaders. Chiyo raised an eyebrow at this. Another invader in the village? Well, that can happen. She murmured, as the ninja handed her the scroll and left the laboratory. She read the scroll out of curiosity and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha ha. I have to admit this one is creative. He passed himself off as a Suna ninja and got past my son, who put him on a team for Raza, even entering the village and going to the Kazekage. She couldn't help but admire the audacity of the last one, while her assistants in the laboratory just watched their boss laughing. Meanwhile, at another location in that base, the ninjas who had returned from the village were finally there, as they began to remove everything they had taken from the scrolls and place it in the storage. What is this? What a strange kunai. One of them said upon seeing Minato's kunai for the first time. Forget it, it's just a weapon, the other dismissed it casually to his companion. The other agreed, and as soon as they finished putting everything in its place, they yawned, wanting to rest now that they had done their work. Finally. We've traveled all night through the desert, we can finally rest, right? One of them murmured, exhausted. I hope so. I heard they're offering sandwiches in the cafeteria. Shall we grab some before sleeping? His companion suggested. Before his companion could respond, Minato appeared among them, kicking both so quickly that they had no time to react or realize what was happening, as the boy landed on the ground with a body on his shoulder and the knocked-out ninjas hitting the floor right after. He made sure there was no one else there and began to survey his surroundings. It was a base full of rooms and corridors, but what was stranger was that they were underground somewhere in the desert. Hardly anyone would notice a base like this. Minato had to admit that it was clever to use such a place for poison production. His enemy would hardly find a place like this. Minato then began to think about how to act, his chakra reserves nearly depleted, which, in a way, was good. After all, the place should have sensors, and if they didn't detect a new chakra emerging, they would think it was just another common ninja from Suna. If they were specialists, they might even identify his chakra as different from the others, but that didn't matter now. Minato would use only stamina energy to confront them. He quickly swept through the entire base at that moment and knew where Chiyo was, seeing a woman who was in the laboratory filled with poison while performing more complex activities than the others. The woman sneezed at that moment. Seems like someone is talking about me, was all she said as she continued making the poison. Meanwhile, Minato did not limit himself to the laboratory as he swept through everything, even the lower floors with some prisoners. He grew frustrated upon realizing that they were being used in experiments, and most of them were ninjas from Konoha. He stopped thinking about it and began to act. Some ninjas were passing through the corridor when suddenly, someone appeared in front of them, striking them with a precise attack, knocking them out instantly so quickly with his Sora that they couldn't react. He still kept Sasori unconscious and moved forward, facing other ninjas who appeared in his path, surprised by the intruder. More and more enemies appeared, until they finally began to scream that there was an invader on site, but Minato defeated them one by one. He didn't kill anyone, as he still had no reason to do so at that moment as he continued to make his way to the laboratory before the whole base came after him. As he advanced, he encountered a group that was already prepared to face the invader. Attack, they shouted, launching several puppets contaminated with poison. Minato agilely dodged, moving between the puppets and reaching the ninjas with Soru and Jeppo, striking them with punches so strong that they fell to the ground, defeated the next moment. Minato continued on his path until he found the room full of poisons, where the woman he had monitored was. He entered the room with her quickly entering combat mode, already knowing about the invader, and all her assistants did the same. I don't know who you are, but you certainly got past everyone to get here. You must not be someone ordinary. I just wonder how you found this place, Chiyo said, clearly intrigued. However, her eyes widened upon seeing the person Minato was carrying on his shoulder. No, she exclaimed, immediately recognizing. Chiyo, it doesn't matter who I am. I'm here for the antidote to the poison, and now that you've recognized my hostage, we can negotiate, Minato spoke calmly, determined to get what he came for. Chapter 145, Infiltration 07. Third-person POV. Land of Sand, Year 38. Minato stared at Chiyo and her group while the woman was quite stunned with her grandson being taken as a hostage by the enemy. She internally questioned what to do now with this stranger, who by his voice, seemed very young. What do you want? Wait, is he poisoned? Chiyo asked, raising her voice as soon as she saw the red marks on Sasori's neck, becoming flustered. No, it's nothing personal, Minato replied. It's just a defense mechanism so you don't just destroy the place and guarantee me the poison. I'm here to negotiate. You give me the formula for the poison and the antidote, I want at least 3 vials of it, and I'll release your grandson. Fair, isn't it? Minato spoke with a firm tone. Chiyo narrowed her eyes, not liking this at all, but what else could she do? How did you get here so fast? You should be captured at this moment in the village. She didn't understand how Minato got here. Does it matter? Minato mocked. He sighed but still had some doubts. Why go so far? What you're doing is suicide. Wait, are you also infected? She was first surprised by this invasion entering the village through a disguise, surprised to see that Minato was infected on his arm. How can he be fine with an infected arm? But what shocked her more was the fact that the boy seemed perfectly fine while he should be writhing in pain and not being able to be well. After all, the poison consumed chakra all the time. It didn't make sense for him to enter an enemy base with those conditions. It was suicide. If Minato managed to get here, Chiyo knew he had defeated several guards, and Chiyo wondered what this boy was made of, since nobody could act like this after being infected. It doesn't matter now, Chiyo. Anyway, it's a pleasure to meet you. You are quite famous among us, after all your poisons have killed more Konoha ninjas than anyone else. Minato spoke calmly. You can bet on that, boy. Anyway, you want the poison and the cure. That's too much. If I give you the cure, that would put a war back into play. Chiyo said. Well, then you will see your grandson die. I can still hold on, but him. I doubt he will last much. Minato said, taunting. Chiyo immediately frowned, not liking his words. She cared about her family more than anything and would never let that happen. It was at that moment that several ninjas began to enter the room, surrounding Minato, making Chiyo more comfortable. You are at a disadvantage, boy. Better you hand over my grandson and I can guarantee that you leave Suna alive. She simply said, matching the threat, while Minato shook his head. Even if I'm surrounded, I still have your grandson's life in my hands. Hand over the poison and I promise he will live. Otherwise, you'll find out who is faster, your ninjas or me while I cut his throat, Minato replied with a firm tone. He was a ninja and would act as such to save his companion, despite knowing that none of this would happen. Chiyo seemed quite irritated, but nodded in the end. All right, boy, she said at the end, while the other ninjas looked at her, stunned. She didn't care about that, even if she had to work even harder, she wouldn't let her grandson die, she would never forgive herself for that. Despite everything, since she saw Minato threaten her family in this way, she would never forget him and would certainly avenge him, promising that he would not leave this place alive, so she didn't mind picking up the real scroll with the construction of the poison and the antidote, along with some vials of the latter in a drawer. Minato saw this and immediately made a clone. As the clone approached Chiyo and grabbed the items, opening the scroll and reading quickly while Minato continued with a kunai at Sasori's neck. The clone finished reading, although not being any expert, it could tell if it was real or not and Chiyo handed over the real one. The clone went to the original who stored the scroll and took one of the vials. That's good. I appreciate that, Chiyo, he said at the end, his clone disappearing with Minato not putting much chakra into it given his condition. Now, release my grandson, she immediately requested. Minato shook his head. Not yet. I need to know if the antidote works, he said, picking up the vials and putting one to Sasori's mouth for him to drink unconsciously. As the liquid flowed down his throat, Minato could feel the boy's life force beginning to be restored. This is good, really good, Minato spoke satisfactorily. Surprisingly, he lifted Sasori with brute force and threw him to Chiyo, while surrounded by several ninjas. Chiyo did not expect something like this, after all, she thought he would use her grandson to escape, but he kept his part of the word. He didn't want to flee immediately either, as he still intended to rescue the prisoners being used in experiments there. The place fell silent for a moment, everyone attentive to what would happen next. Come on, what are you waiting for? Attack. Don't let him leave this place alive. One of the ninjas shouted, and quickly several others advanced against Minato. He dodged the first attack, spinning his body and delivering a kick to the back of the enemy's neck, dislocating it. Everyone launched their attacks against Minato at that moment in that small space of the laboratory, which he began to quickly dodge while his body spun among the ninjas. Chiyo was at a distance, seeing that her grandson was okay, before setting him aside and looking again, surprised to see Minato knocking down 3 more ninjas. This kid is not just anyone. Who is he, she murmured, seeing that he was as strong as a jonin. But she couldn't see his face right because of the clothing Minato wore as a disguise. We can't let him leave here alive, she finally said. Quickly, 2 scrolls were activated from her waist. Masks began to emerge from them as she opened them, materializing into bodies all dressed in white ninja clothes. Minato knocked down another ninja beside him and, at the same time, kicked another, while observing the 4 summons. They weren't as many as the puppets Chiyo faced Sasori with in Shippuden, but they were certainly all dangerous, more dangerous than any other puppet he had faced so far. "Let's see if you can handle this, kid," Chiyo said and quickly moved her fingers, as the puppets flew at high speed towards Minato. Seeing this, Minato quickly grabbed a sword from a ninja who attacked him and prepared for the combat by getting into a fighting stance with ninjas and puppets coming from all sides, while most of the opponents wielded blades. The first attack came and Minato parried it. He then began to use, perhaps for the first time, the kenjutsu techniques he learned last with the members of the Hatake clan, in the Phantom Division. The place quickly became engulfed in an intense battle. Minato used only his physical abilities from the 6 styles and kenjutsu to move throughout the space, gaining some advantage as he could use the air as a platform as he kicked to move. The attacks began and the white puppets were the most powerful, with Chiyo controlling these puppets masterfully. The battle was of high intensity, forcing the ninjas to retreat, while Minato ran through the air, parrying sword attacks. A puppet tried to punch him, but he dodged, almost disappearing, and reappeared on top of another puppet beside, slicing it in half, ending with the first of Chiyo's puppets. What? He defeated a puppet of Chiyo-sama. The shinobis murmured in shock, seeing that Minato was much stronger than they expected and these white puppets were considered legendary. After all, Chiyo was the greatest user and puppetry expert in Sunake-gear. Minato quickly parried attacks with the sword he had in hand while grabbing another vial of the antidote he had received. Even in the midst of the fight, he parried a sword with one hand and took the vial with the other. After finishing drinking, he returned to fight, as he needed to recover his chakra. Additionally, this made him feel relieved when the pain finally began to disappear and his chakra began to react immediately as the antidote took effect. Now he needed to wait a bit before starting to leave here. Suddenly, someone thought they saw an opening and threw a kunai with a paper bomb at Minato. "What are you doing, you idiot?" Chiyo exclaimed, irritated, as she saw how the boy had acted and even surrounded, fought as if he was aware of everything happening around him while he parried all attacks when not dodging them. It was a way of fighting she had never seen before, wondering how, besides being fast, the boy could even know about attacks trying to hit him in blind spots. It was chaos as sparks from blades began to scatter all over the place during the fight, with the boy continuing to move his arm rapidly. So it was no surprise when this stranger easily caught the kunai and threw it back at another ninja, who had no time to react as his neck was pierced. The next moment, an explosion erupted throughout the laboratory, and Minato advanced with his sword amidst the smoke of debris, fighting against the puppets that now had difficulty seeing due to the dust raised. He cut off the head of Chiyo's second puppet at this moment and advanced among the ninjas, taking down several of them as he moved towards the third white puppet, which had no time to react before its body was sliced in half. Seeing this, Chiyo quickly ordered her fourth puppet to retreat, as the room began to recover, but with no further sign of Minato as things began to calm down, with only Suna ninjas exclaiming amid the chaos. He had taken advantage of the chaos to leave the room behind. Where is he? Chiyo looked to one of the surviving ninjas, a censor. The ninja quickly closed his eyes and made a hand sign, scanning the area until finally locating him. "He's heading to the prison," he declared. "Take care of my grandson," was all Chiyo said before advancing with her last puppet. She couldn't understand how someone so young could be so strong, but she couldn't let him live or leave here with that scroll. After all, it would once again destroy Suna's advantage over Konoha with the new poison. Minato quickly moved through the prison, observing each of the cells. He began to free the prisoners, who screamed in pain and agony with their veins red spread across their bodies. This frustrated him a bit, but he quickly began to pull out a Fuinjutsu scroll. Grabbing some seals, he placed them on the foreheads of the infected ninjas, making them faint instantly. He needed to first get the bodies inside the scrolls, but had to prepare for a while. As he didn't have much chakra, he quickly thought of doing the most urgent thing, while he blushed his finger and performed a summoning jutsu, as in front of him a toad appeared. "Did you summon me?" the toad asked. "Yes, I want you to pass this scroll and antidote to Tsuna. Tell Jiraiya-sensei that I am sending this to save Tsuna and pass this scroll to his mother, Tsunade, having the construction of the poison and the recipe for the antidote for her to make immediately. Don't forget this," he immediately requested. "All right." The toad was surprised by the demand, but seeing that his summoner was so serious, he put them inside his mouth and disappeared in smoke soon after. After that, the toad disappeared and Minato quickly created a clone to go meet the ninjas who were approaching, trying to buy some time for himself. Chiyo arrived with a team and came upon a ninja standing in front of them, a clone of Minato to be exact, and he quickly performed a jutsu in his hands, while a glow immediately appeared, blinding them the next moment. "Ah! My eyes!" Everyone exclaimed. Even Chiyo was caught off guard by the flash jutsu. Quickly, Minato began to put all the Konoha ninjas inside scrolls, after rendering them unconscious going cell by cell. When he finally decided to leave, he had rescued a dozen of them, but he couldn't put them in a toad as he did with the scrolls. His clone had been destroyed by then, and Minato faced Chio looking at him with a serious gaze, keeping her last puppet in front of her along with other ninjas. Well, it looks like now I have to get out of here, Minato murmured, knowing that all of Suna should be behind him at that moment. Chapter 146, Chapter 146, Healing Suna. Third-person POV. Land of Sand, Year 38. Jiraiya was pacing back and forth with a nervous expression. Days had passed since he had requested any information from the border, yet there was still no news about Minato's movements, as if the boy had vanished. If he were invading the enemy camp or even the village, we would have noticed with the movements of the Suna ninjas at the country's edge. Jiraiya murmured to himself, still wondering if he should have really agreed to send his student, even though there had been no choice. Why did he have to risk everything by infecting himself with that poison? This shouldn't have happened. Jiraiya continued speaking to himself due to his highly nervous state, waiting for any news. You were supposed to be my destined pupil, you can't die like this. Minato. Jiraiya cursed himself. Sensei. Jiraiya looked up and saw two girls entering with distressed expressions. Jiraiya just sighed. I know what you're going to ask, but there has been no news of Minato since he passed the southern outpost. Not even the teams that were on missions in the Land of Rain have seen him. Jiraiya commented. They just remained silent for a while, and Jiraiya could see anger, sadness, despair, and fear on their faces. I understand. Mikoto spoke as a tear streaked down from both eyes, turning away so no one could see. I'm leaving then. That was the only thing she said before leaving the tent. Hanabi saw this and seemed about to cry too. I'm going as well, sensei. Let me know if there's any news of Minato, whatever it is. She murmured. Yes, you can be sure that I will tell you anything. Jiraiya spoke seriously. He could only watch the worried girls leave. First, his friend Suna was still on the brink of death, thinking it couldn't be real. But when they learned from Jiraiya about Minato's condition, confirming that Minato had also contracted an infection from the poison, the girls were completely shattered when they heard this. And since then, they had been asking about him every day, but Jiraiya continued without news from the south. Jiraiya couldn't even just send a group to go after him, not without a signed order from the Hokage. Even so, not even the Hokage could sanction a rescue mission for a ninja on the verge of death. As he was lost in his thoughts, an explosion occurred beside him, making him look up in surprise immediately. He saw a toad appearing there while staring back at him. Kosuka. Jiraiya murmured, a tone of some hope evident since Minato might have sent some message. And that was exactly what happened. Jiraiya, your student sent me, the toad spoke, confirming. Jiraiya felt elated. Tell me what he said. The toad nodded. He said he found a cure and has an antidote for someone named Suna. He made it clear it should only be for her. Here is also the composition of the poison and its antidote to manufacture, the toad spoke, while Jiraiya was dumbfounded and speechless with this, not imagining that Minato had really managed it after disappearing. That's great. Where is he? Jiraiya asked immediately. That was all he said. It seems he was in the middle of a mess and with low chakra levels. Unless he summons me again, I don't know where the boy is or his current situation. But he was rescuing prisoners, the toad responded. Jiraiya sighed a bit before grabbing the scroll and antidote. He had to rush to the medical camp immediately. Thank you, he said to the toad, which disappeared in a puff of smoke. He then left and called the jonins at the camp. I need 20 jonins with me now. Rank S mission. He ordered. All the volunteers emerged immediately. Let's head to the medical camp now, Jiraiya said firmly. Despite being on the border and in their territory, where it was highly unlikely they would be attacked, he issued a rank S mission with a full escort of jonins. After all, he couldn't risk walking even 5 meters alone with all the information he had, and that could change the war against Tsunakagir. Jiraiya and the team followed without any issues and arrived at the camp some time later. Tsunade was again in the room where her daughter lay. The poison had progressed beyond merely remaining in her arm, now moving toward her chest, almost reaching her heart, where it would be fatal. It was so prominent that it was visible through the clothing, one could see the red lines of her veins. You should rest, Tsunade-sama. A nurse beside her spoke cautiously, while Tsunade gave her a stern look. I'm fine, she said, but it was obviously a lie. She hadn't slept for days, her eyes showed she had been crying constantly, and there were almost no tears left to cry. Tsunade had never felt such pain as she did seeing her daughter on the brink of death. She asked herself if there was really nothing she could do but just watch her daughter die. It was at that moment she heard some commotion from behind, but she no longer cared about anything other than watching Tsuna suffer with her eyes closed. All she wanted now was to imprint every detail of her beautiful daughter in her memory before she could leave them. Her thoughts also went to the boy at this moment, shocking her to know that he had opened Tsuna's cylinder and let her get infected, knowing there was no cure and feeling sad for the boy who could also die trying to save her. But she had to admit, he had a lot of courage. You had someone so special with you all along, it's a pity they have to go through this so young. She sighed, and tears once again streamed down her eyes. Tsunade, Jiraiya's voice came from the other side of the room. You shouldn't be in here. A nurse exclaimed to Jiraiya. Tsunade. Jiraiya called again, and Tsunade couldn't help but look angrily at him, still annoyed with her colleague, even in the death of her daughter. But what she saw next when she looked at him, paralyzed her, as Jiraiya was holding up a vial to her with a scroll. Here's the antidote, quick. Minato did it, he did it. And on the scroll is everything you need to manufacture more antidote as well. Jiraiya spoke with a firm tone. Tsunade looked at him oddly, not comprehending what she had just heard, as if in shock and hearing things. What did you say? She murmured, her voice faltering, looking at the vial. Minato succeeded. This will save your daughter, quick. He spoke again. Tsunade took the vial with trembling hands and looked at it closely. Are you sure? This isn't some joke of yours, is it, Jiraiya? She looked at him, no longer with anger, but with the hope of a mother who could save her own daughter. Yes, if Minato said this is the antidote, then I trust my student, Jiraiya said firmly. Without a second thought, Tsunade turned her body with the vial, tearing off the cap and opening her daughter's mouth while pouring the antidote until the last drop. She didn't hesitate before doing something like this, because she also believed in Minato in the end. She stepped back a bit, trying to see any change. Her daughter had lasted longer than anyone else due to her Senju heritage. All other ninjas who had been poisoned with her had died, and 2 new batches of poison had appeared before also dying, while Tsuna still clung to life. But she wouldn't last much longer. She was working with all her might to try to heal her while the place filled up with a 4th batch of newly infected people coming from the south. She stood there, waiting for any sign of change, and Jiraiya was no longer asked to leave, also watching as the nurse calmed the situation and went into the room as well. And it was after 10 minutes that Tsunade began to see the poison starting to recede, the chakra reacting and increasing in Tsuna's body. It's working. She immediately said, placing her hand over her mouth as more tears began to flow. It's working, she murmured once more, while Jiraiya, still standing, felt relieved with this and proud that Minato had done the impossible, once again. Tsuna is healing. The nurse, who was also present, was stunned as well. Tsunade continued, tears streaming from her eyes. She quickly began to diagnose, seeing the poison marks beginning to fade, and her vital energy returning. She wasted no time before leaping onto her daughter's face, embracing her tightly while crying like a baby at that moment. Yokata! She exclaimed, letting all her emotions flow. She stayed there for over 10 minutes, shedding tears. When she finally stood up, she wiped her face and looked at Jiraiya. Where is Minato? She asked immediately, wanting to thank him for saving her most precious asset. He couldn't come. He had to use a summoning to teleport the antidote. He's still in the land of wind, Jiraiya said with a sigh. Tsunade took in the words before looking at the nurse who was admiring Tsuna. Summon all the medics immediately. Let's study this scroll and start mass production of this antidote, she exclaimed immediately. The next moment, the entire medical camp became chaotic. The news of the new poison being cured spread quickly across the border, especially in the southern region. Everyone knew within a few hours that the medical camp had obtained the formula to cure the poison, and it also spread that a teenager had done such a thing on a suicide mission inside the land of wind, and he was still there. Once again, everyone was talking about Minato Namikaze, but this time, his name resonated more than ever, being considered a hero by all who spread the news, and it raised a question in all the camps. Will Konoha leave the boy who just saved thousands of lives in the course of the war on enemy lines? No one knew what would happen, but a certain group was gathering at this moment outside one of the camps. You all know very well that if we act like this, we could be considered traitors, right? Alpha asked his group. We have a comrade who is trapped in the land of wind. I'm not going to sit here while Lumum is stuck there. Zelda spoke. I agree with him. If we can't save a comrade after his incredible performance in achieving something, how can we call ourselves Konoha ninjas? The voice of Whisper was heard. Yes, my student needs me, let's help him of course. Ghost spoke. Your student, don't talk nonsense, but Minato is our comrade, let's make a path through those sand ninjas until we reach him, and even if he is captured now, we will rescue him and get him out alive from that place. Mirage expressed his thoughts. Since everyone is determined, let's act. Alpha decided, what they would do could end their careers, after all, they were on their own, but they wouldn't leave Minato alone in Suna. Chapter 147, Chapter 147, The Hunt Begins. Third-person POV. Land of Sand, Year 38. Tsuna was still lying in her bed, motionless but much better after 3 days since receiving the antidote. The movement in the medical camp continued strong and intense as everyone worked to create the antidote and start treating all those who needed it. In the midst of this commotion, her closed eyes began to tremble, and she finally opened them for the first time, a little surprised, looking at the ceiling of the tent and wondering what had happened or where she was, waking up very confused about what had happened as she tried to stabilize her eyes with the light after days with them closed. She groaned a little as she felt discomfort throughout her body, feeling it all numb, which caught the attention of a nurse passing by the area. Princess Tsuna. Tsuna heard a voice suddenly and looked to the side as a nurse approached her with a concerned and relieved expression at the same time. Tsuna was still dizzy and not understanding much, feeling a little disoriented. What happened? Wait, wasn't I? She finally had a shock of realization as all the memories came back, and her first thought was to check the poison while she looked at her arm with some effort, but there was nothing there anymore. How did I? She murmured as the nurse approached with a smile. I see you are well, Princess Tsuna. You are cured, we managed to get an antidote. She said, while Tsuna looked at her in astonishment. How? Wasn't there supposed to be a... Tsuna tried to speak, but her voice came out a bit hoarse due to the lack of liquids over the past few days. The nurse noticed this quickly, went to the bedside, filled a cup with drinking water, and handed it to Tsuna. Drink this, the nurse said. Tsuna drank quickly while returning her questioning gaze to the nurse. Well, if you really want to know why you are well, it was your friend, the nurse said, opening a very wide smile. What do you mean, my friend? Tsuna questioned. Minato Namikaze, the boy everyone is talking about. He infiltrated the village of Suna in search of the antidote. He really succeeded, not only that, but he also took the scroll with the formula of the same antidote and managed to deliver it to us. Now, your mother and many doctors are working to produce it and start curing the patients starting today. Isn't it fantastic? Your friend is being considered a hero by everyone in the camp now. She said. He did that, for me. Tsuna sighed, emotional, but her voice faltered a little as she tried to respond. She still remembered the embarrassing moment she had with Minato, saying those words and revealing her feelings, thinking she was going to die. She didn't want to leave this world without confessing to him, at least, she would leave with a clearer and more sincere conscience. How am I going to face him? She exclaimed in terror within her mind. But her heart was warmed by the fact that he went to such lengths for her and saved her, and there was no way to avoid meeting her savior in the person she had intense feelings for as soon as possible. Where is he? She asked immediately, even though she was afraid to meet him now, as a part of her wanted to hide under the ground, while on the other hand, her heart continued to race as a blush appeared on her face. He's still in Suna, the nurse said. Tsuna immediately looked up, stunned. What do you mean he's still in Suna? From what I heard, he managed to pass the antidote and the recipe in a scroll with the data through a summoning, but the boy is still in Suna being pursued after whatever he did there, she said with a sad tone. No, this can't be, Tsuna murmured, feeling her heart even heavier. She wouldn't forgive herself if Minato didn't return because of her. She wasn't even aware of what he had done, putting the poison in his arm after taking hers. You need to calm down and rest, Princess Tsuna, the nurse emphasized. You just came back from death's door. I would even call your mother, but she's heading to a meeting at another camp specifically to talk about your friend. Don't worry, it seems the entire command is gathering at this moment. They will decide something together since a joint decision is equivalent to an order from the Hokage on this border. They will decide what to do regarding your friend, or should I say. After all, who would invade another country to save someone? She said at the end, but Tsuna didn't seem to pay much attention to those words. But. Tsuna murmured, trying to argue with her concern. No. Princess, you just came out of a bad state. You can't do anything now. I know you're worried, but you must wait, I'm sure they've decided the right thing to do. In the meantime, I'll call your father and uncle, who should be somewhere in this camp. I'm sure they will want to see you, the nurse said, leaving Tsuna there, not thinking much, while she felt a little empty, knowing that Minato could be in danger. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place in one of the southern camps. All the commanders, from the first camp at the southernmost tip to the camp at the northernmost tip, being the 12th camp, were having a heated discussion in a tent surrounded by ninjas and their bodyguards. Among them were Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, along with other leaders, including some that Minato already knew from having worked together while moving through the camps. Are you sure we should decide this here? One of the leaders asked. Why do the 12 commanders have this role of deciding things in place of the Hokage? And since our leader is fighting with an elder, Danzo, against the forces of Kiri in the east of the Land of Fire, we must do this ourselves. That's why we're gathered here, another leader said. Well, let's begin, the issue is no secret to anyone at this point. My student managed to infiltrate Suna, and now he's trapped after having brought the poison cure to the camp. But he had to stay there. The question is whether we should send a large group to rescue him, Jiraiya said. Sending a mission like that requires so many people, should we make such a big move? Many ninjas will die just to save one. Can we do this? Another commander murmured. He seemed more rational than sentimental, despite knowing Minato and having worked with him. He had to think about the consequences. After what the boy has done, the North may not be affected, but thousands of people will be saved in the South because of his action. Tsunade raised her voice, as the poison affected more the camps below the border, as they were the ones fighting against Suna. But there are still many risks. Making a direct attack will require many resources, and we will sacrifice many ninjas, another emphasized, agreeing with the previous commander. We already have a team that went there without permission, another exclaimed. It's not that we can't do much, they were Minato's companions. He referred to the departure of the Phantom Division, who made the decision without anyone's order to invade the country, and everyone was already aware of this. So it seems that a small group is braver than most of us, a harsh and young voice was heard, as Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru at that moment, who had said those words, surprising everyone. I think he's right, another man said, Commander Janto, one of the first commanders Minato had worked with after entering the camp when Jiraiya had recommended he leave the northern camp for a while. Remember, the boy didn't just help with the poison. His actions are known to everyone. A boy who can fight against powerful opponents and even infiltrate an entire village. He helped in the southern invasion, avenged the northern invasion, saved countless ninjas while taking a forward post. He's young, but he's already strong and possesses great leadership skills. If he's not the future of Konoha, I don't know who else could be. And the question I ask you is, are we going to turn our backs on him? But more than anything, on one of our own. Wouldn't we be considered a bunch of cowards? Janto spoke, while everyone looked at each other, some with serious expressions, others lowering their heads in agreement, and others seeking the approval of the others. Well, we can't waste any more time. We have to decide, Jiraiya spoke again. We should start the voting. Our majority will be equivalent to an order from the Hokage, remember that, he said, after all, this was a decision-making mechanism designed for emergency decisions without needing the Hokage. Raise your hands if you agree to send an attack to rescue the boy, Jiraiya finally said to start the voting. In the next moment, he, Tsunade, and Orochimaru immediately raised their hands, while others also began to raise their hands as well. One by one, everyone, without exception, voted in favor of the mission. Very well, it seems we've decided, Jiraiya continued. Let's formalize the document and prepare. Konoha will not stand still while a precious ninja is in enemy territory. As they began to mobilize, down south in the Land of Wind, Minato was inside a cave at that moment, in the middle of the desert. As soon as he sent the scroll and the antidote to Jiraiya, he fought Chiyo with her last puppet and quickly gained the upper hand. After fleeing from that base, he returned to the laboratory, grabbed other antidotes, now knowing what they were, and disappeared from the camp. Chiyo didn't seem happy about it, but at least she had her grandson safe with her. Now, he found himself here, doing well but a little tired, better off than all 6 Konoha ninjas with him after he rescued them and used the antidote on them so they wouldn't die along the way. They were all recovering now while Minato kept watch at the entrance of the cave, looking out for any enemy movement coming their way. Thank you, young man, one of the ninjas approached him and expressed gratitude after understanding the situation, hardly believing they were finally escaping that terror. I didn't expect to find you like this. Minato Namikaze, the young man who fought against Hanzo and the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, another said, surprising the others who didn't know this, though he knew these recent details about Minato before they were captured. Don't thank me yet. We still have to try to get out of this country alive, and I'm sure everyone will be looking for us, Minato said, not wanting to talk about his accomplishments now. He was now in the position of those ninjas he had hunted in the Land of Fire. Now, he was the one being hunted and had to escape, but with 6 people and his chakra still recovering, he couldn't teleport them, which made the situation dire. They needed to cross the entire country to escape. You're right, the ninja agreed with Minato's reasoning. Let's recover and start moving. This place won't stay hidden for long, and we need to act. Preferably, let's advance during the night since visibility will be better. So, get ready, Minato said as he released some supplies he always kept with him. Now his mission was to get out of this country. Meanwhile, not far from there, the Kazekage arrived at the underground laboratory where Chiyo was working. How could this happen? He exclaimed immediately. The boy invaded the country, took the necessary formulas with a hostage, and rescued the right people, simple as that. Chiyo replied in a calm tone, despite having put the entire war at risk with this loss. Now there was nothing else to do but work harder to find another poison. That doesn't matter now, a subordinate interrupted. The boy must still be hiding in the desert. We need to capture him with everything he stole. We cannot let him leave the country at any cost. Issue my order, I want all of Suna's forces after him, and bring the Jinchuriki as well. He said immediately. He didn't know that Minato had already sent the items to the Land of Fire, and knowing who the boy was, he was ready to use significant forces to fight against him. The ninjas of Suna then began to move. The hunt for Minato Namikaze had just begun. Chapter 148, Operation Escape from the Land of the Wind 01. Third-person POV. Land of Sand, Year 38. I think it's time for us to start moving, Minato murmured, looking into the darkness of the night. He took a deep breath, feeling a bit better now as his body was naturally recovering from the effects of the poison. He was more than ready to start acting. I want everyone to follow me. We must be careful of any enemies in sight, even at night. So, try not to appear in open fields, he warned before turning back to the ninjas behind him, who nodded in agreement. He then continued, you too, he said to two ninjas in the group. You said you specialize in earth-style jutsu, right? Minato asked one of the ninjas, and they confirmed. I want you to do the following. When we encounter a large group of enemies, I want you to hide underground along with the others while I deal with them, since I'm in a better condition than you. Minato explained. Wait, you're going to fight the enemy alone? I don't think we're going to let that happen. We're grateful you saved us, but let us be useful too, one of them immediately protested. But Minato shook his head. I'll be fine. I'm stronger than you, and I don't say that out of arrogance. If you really want to get out of here alive, leave this to me, Minato said, as if he wasn't talking to adults twice his age or more. But the men didn't seem satisfied with that and was about to protest again until another ninja in the group touched his shoulder and shook his head negatively. Let the boy do what he says. He's the one who got us out of there. If he believes this is the best way to get out, then we should trust his words, the ninja said. After all, if it weren't for Minato, they would still be there, being used as test subjects while screaming in pain. In the end, Minato looked out at the completely dark desert. There was no moon in the sky, which made their escape much easier. He raised his hand and pointed forward, quickly leaping across the desert dunes, trying to avoid areas where he might appear on the horizon. Of course, he couldn't avoid them all, but he would do his best not to attract the attention of other patrols. His observation haki could also help, and it was no different this time. 20 minutes later, running at high speed, with the sand exploding under their feet with every step they took, they advanced. Minato sensed something and simply raised his hand, and they all stopped behind him. There are at least 20 enemies beneath the sand, more than 2 kilometers from here. I want you to hide. I'll leave a clone, and when the clone disappears, it means the fight is over, Minato said, knowing he could cancel the clones remotely. The ninjas nodded, silently creating a hole around them with a few seals, beginning to descend as a layer of earth covered them from above. Minato sighed as he looked ahead, advancing while his feet began to use the air as a platform as he ascended into the sky. He knew that if he used his fire, lightning, or even wind jutsus with large explosions, he would be seen from miles away, which would reveal his position. He had to find a way to confuse the enemy around this desert so they wouldn't focus solely on this point where he was. After all, there was no way he could pass by these ninjas without drawing attention. So, reaching a good height above them, he took his unique kunai and threw it while making seals, causing it to multiply with the shadow clone jutsu, and hundreds, if not thousands, of kunai fell to the ground, burying themselves at various points in that location. He quickly advanced downward, landing with an explosion. Come out. I know you're hiding, he shouted, and the next moment, several puppets began emerging from the ground, revealing swords in their hands and advancing toward Minato, who quickly dodged them with flips and movements that only a skilled taijutsu ninja could perform. But these puppets stirred up the desert sand and began advancing on Minato. Meanwhile, the ninjas beneath the sand continued to monitor the fight against Minato and quickly began communicating. It's him. We must inform Kazekage-sama. Go, alert him quickly to give the signal, one of the ninjas said underground, while the companion nodded. While most of them advanced to confront Minato, watching him swiftly dodge dozens of swords that tried to cut him, the last one began to use a jutsu that moved underground, distancing himself from the fight. Be careful with those kunai. He can probably use his teleportation as we've heard, one of the ninjas warned, while paying attention to the kunai with strange symbols and maneuvering his puppets to cut some of them. Minato quickly noticed that there was a ninja trying to escape underground. He knew he needed to finish this quickly. Minato disappeared from the midst of the puppets and reappeared in front of the ninjas in an instant, leaving the puppets behind. Damn, he really used the fast teleportation, one of the ninjas exclaimed, trying to retreat. Before they could react, Minato was already upon them, using a kunai to kill the first and then advancing toward the other 18 of them. We need to be faster than this. Do something that can emit light, that will call for reinforcements, they exclaimed, but none of them had fire or lightning elements to attract attention in the darkness of the night. Perhaps it was a disadvantage for them, but they thought of another alternative. One of the ninjas pulled out an explosive tag attached to a kunai and aimed it at the boy who was fighting against other ninjas, killing them before reaching the others. This immediately gave Minato an idea. As soon as the explosive tag was thrown, he caught it in the air before it exploded and teleported it to another location, making it disappear the next moment and causing a distant explosion. By doing this, he attracted the attention of all the ninjas in the region. More explosive tags followed, and Minato quickly grabbed them and teleported to various points where he had placed marks. This would create a distraction for the enemies. He realized that he could use this to his advantage. After all, not all the ninjas would come after him here. He's using this to his advantage, one of the ninjas murmured, and Minato smiled. If you're not going to throw those at me anymore, then I'll have to use this. Minato said, pulling out several kunai with explosive tags and making them disappear, causing the horizon to start glowing at multiple points. Now let's finish them in the middle of this explosion, he murmured, and in the next moment, Minato shone, reappearing in front of the ninjas with an explosion of light. Unable to react, he began to attack them. What is this? One of the ninjas managed to murmur before being killed by Minato, who moved like a beam of light, leaving them no time to react. Thus, he eliminated everyone there, even those who tried to flee upon seeing his power, without giving them time to respond. After eliminating the last one, Minato looked ahead, seeing a Konoha ninja stunned, holding the body of the one who tried to escape. Minato sighed, realizing that there was no way to hide the power of his Akuma no Mi. Well, Minato began, you caught him. I appreciate it, even though I had asked you to stay hidden. He spoke with a raised eyebrow. Sorry about that. It's just that I'm also a censor, and when I saw him escaping underground, I didn't think twice about trying to help, the man said, still a bit cautious. Don't worry about whatever you did there. I promise I won't tell anyone, he said in the end. Minato just nodded, while bringing his hands together in a seal and dispelling the clone underground. Along with the other ninjas, they quickly emerged and advanced to join Minato and the other. He addressed the group. I had to use some jutsus that emit light, but I also used some distractions throughout the desert. At least we can be sure that not all of Suna's ninjas will come after us. Now we can move quickly, Minato said, and everyone nodded. Meanwhile, a man stood on a high rock in the middle of the desert, looking around, searching for anything that might catch his attention, until he saw a sudden explosion, dominating a faint glow on the horizon. Before he could react, another glow appeared, this time even stronger, indicating that the explosion was closer. Then, more explosions began to appear. Minato had continued teleporting all the explosive tags to various places, while the man there was stunned by it. Damn, he's trying to distract us. That kid is smart. Everyone, split into several squads. Reinforce the entire border so they can't escape and go check all the explosions and report anything back to me. Understood, the men exclaimed, still unsure of where Minato was. But his gaze shifted to one side, where an explosion seemed more yellow, different from all the others. I'm not sure if it's there, but that explosion stands out easily among the others. Let's go there. And you, he pointed to a group of ninjas, go to the other side, east of the country, and call for reinforcements. Make sure that ninja doesn't try to cross into the land of fire directly, he ordered. In the next moment, they began to act. The ninjas advanced, checking each of the explosions to make sure Minato wasn't in any of them. Meanwhile, this man, who was none other than the village leader, the third Kazekage, headed towards the different explosion, the one that seemed more suspicious. Of course, there were many other ninjas scattered across the desert now, while the Konoha group continued advancing north, trying to take a route below the camps to enter the land of fire and avoid dealing with the main camp or re-entering the land of rain. Even so, they continued with the same plan. Minato eventually accepted the help of the Earth-style ninja, who assisted in capturing any other enemy ninja that appeared, while Minato released his kunai to face the pursuers, using wind jutsu that was less conspicuous, though there were still many explosions. Seeing more and more explosions ahead, the Kazekage nodded, realizing he was on the right track. We're going to catch that boy, he murmured. Minato already felt a sense of urgency, looking at the empty desert and then ahead. We won't make it in time, he murmured, still with a long distance before his pursuer would reach them. He could escape, but he wouldn't abandon his companions. Let's keep going as far as we can, he said, and the others nodded. Even though the odds were against them, they had to try, and they advanced quickly, trying to reach the border. Minato knew he couldn't abandon them. It was at that moment that Minato sensed his enemy was already there. Damn, they've caught up with us, he murmured, as suddenly an explosion appeared in front of them, creating a black wall blocking 50 meters high and 200 meters long ahead of them. The small pieces of iron began to form, locking together, creating a pitch-black barrier. So, this is it, Minato murmured, as he saw the men rounding the wall, jumping over it. Landing in front of them with his Kage hat, Raza and Kai, Chiyo's son, who came to reinforce the pursuit with a ninja group brought from the main camp, and a man covered in seals all over his body, looking lifeless ahead, immediately sensing the creature inside him. Well, this isn't so bad. I thought an army would come here. Minato murmured, with Suna advancing with just a small group. This gave him plenty of time and speed for them. Are you Minato Namikaze? Suddenly, Kai's voice broke the silence, looking at Minato with a fierce gaze as he drew his sword. The man was a powerful kenjutsu user and pointed it at Minato. You will pay for deceiving us, Konoha spy, he said. And you also poisoned my son. We need to review the facts, man. Don't be so angry. Spies show up in all the camps of all the nations all the time. Just because you were fooled doesn't mean you can stand there complaining, since the world is unfair, Minato said, making Kai frown. He's trying to provoke you, the Kazekage spoke this time, looking seriously at Minato. You are certainly very skilled, boy. There are many stories about you, even though you've operated more in the north than in the south. It seems the stone village has some fear of you, the Kazekage calmly commented. Well, I'm flattered by the compliments, Kazekage. You are the third Kage I've encountered. I hope to see the others in this war, Minato said. After all, he still had the third Mizukage and the third Reikage to meet, and he would be pleased to see them fighting in this war as well, despite his official position being on the western border. It's a shame, boy, that you won't leave here alive. We'll take the poison and make sure your Hokage can't hold a funeral with your body when we're done with you, he said as the black iron sand began to move on that wall. Even Raza pulled out a scroll from his sleeve, ready to summon his golden sand, or rather, the gold. If you're wondering about the poison, it's already in Konoha's hands. Even if you manage to eliminate us, the advantage has already shifted to Konoha at this point. And given Chiyo's history, she always takes time to create a new poison, and you just released this one. So, Konoha will have a significant advantage in the coming months, or even this entire year, Minato mocked, as the Kazekage glared at him, gritting his teeth. So be it, then. He truly believed the boy's words. After all, he has the teleportation jutsu, but there's no point in arguing about it. He would just kill Minato and check if he was telling the truth or not. Then, the black sand began to flow, passing over them and advancing, while the golden sand did the same. Kai prepared his sword, while the Kazekage commanded his ninjas. Pay attention to this fight, the Kazekage ordered. He's already fought against many high-level enemies and even against a Jinchuriki. It's time to see the terror of a Bijou, he said. In the next moment, the ninjas there began to make seals on the man's body, who just stood there, watching, seeing his life coming to an end to fully release the Shikaku. Chapter 149, Operation Escape from the Land of the Wind 02. Third-person POV. Land of Sand, Year 38. The sun was rising on the horizon at this moment, and the desert began to be illuminated. Hey, what are they doing? One of the ninjas beside Minato commented, dazed, seeing several seals from that man being altered. They are releasing the seal. It looks like they're going all out now, Minato grumbled in a bad mood as he watched the enemy. The man around the ninjas, who was being manipulated, had an empty and sad look, seemingly aware of his impending death, and in the next moment, the seals on his body began to glow. Ah! He started to scream, shouting loudly, as if he was feeling immense pain. After all, a monster would emerge from him in the next moment. I sense a massive amount of chakra. Is he a Jinchuriki? The earth element sensor ninja finally realized, exclaiming in a scared tone. Yes, they are releasing his Bijou, Minato replied with a sigh but appeared very calm. However, that was just on the surface because he knew the situation was dire. The chakra he had recovered was still minimal, and he wasn't concerned about himself since he had his own survival methods. What worried him were his companions. What should I do, he murmured in his mind, cornered by the situation. But it also gave him an idea. Should I try that, he questioned himself, thinking about his latest research, which involved a different way of concentrating Fuinjutsu and combining it. Analyzing the situation, he quickly bit his finger, making a cut with his teeth, and the blood began to drip. He spread it in a straight line over his right arm. Let's see if this will really work. He quickly began drawing a series of seals with his own blood. Hey, what are you doing? One of the Konoha ninjas looked at Minato in surprise. I'm taking advantage of the time while Shikaku is emerging from his Jinchuriki, Minato replied as he finished making all the seals. This combination was something found in Mito's documents, a technique developed by the Uzumaki clan itself, but classified as a forbidden Fuinjutsu since it was incomplete and full of drawbacks when used. He had only studied this technique, wanting to replicate it in a new version without the disadvantages, but without having tested it even once, he had no choice but to use it. After all, he wanted to at least get the Konoha ninjas out of there and save them. Let's see what happens. It'll take a while for the seal to activate. After all, it's analyzing my chakra to filter out any coming from outside, otherwise, I could die. Minato murmured, looking at the seals drawn with his blood, now fixed on his skin. He moved forward while the Bijou was about to emerge and crossed his fingers. Shadow Clone Jutsu, he exclaimed, and 10 clones appeared side by side. Meanwhile, the Kazekage and his companions were watching Minato closely, waiting to see if he would do anything, but it was already too late. The Jinchuriki began to swell, his stomach pushed forward by the massive amount of chakra surging out of him, and Shikaku's skin started to burst outward. The monster ascended into the sky, transforming into its full form, covering everything above them, while its feet touched the ground, creating a tremendous explosion throughout the desert. I'm free! Shikaku exclaimed joyfully, raising its hands. Minato seized the opportunity and quickly started throwing kunai in all directions, hitting various points, even Shikaku's skin, though the beast didn't feel it. Move away from the kunai. The Kazekage defended himself easily, using an iron wall to block them and quickly distancing himself so the boy wouldn't appear on one of the kunai and catch them by surprise. Let's just observe for a bit and see how he handles this, the Kazekage suggested, watching Minato and the other Konoha ninjas from afar. Now that I'm free. What should I do now? Shikaku murmured, finally looking around the desert, thinking about what he would do. He was contemplating revenge against the Suna ninjas for locking him up for nearly 40 years. He turned his head until he stopped when he saw the group of Konoha ninjas. Have you come to admire the great Shikaku? He asked, raising an eyebrow while the Konoha ninjas looked quite frightened. Damn, this is dangerous. Should we run? One of the ninjas cried out in fear, looking for any escape, but in front of them was the giant monster, and behind them, powerful ninjas preventing their flight. Minato kept his eyes on everything, analyzing where his kunai had fallen. As Shikaku seemed to notice their fear, he decided to vent his rage and hatred on the first ninjas he saw. Ah, so you're here to face the great Shikaku, the most powerful Bijou. Prepare to die quickly. The monster roared with a cruel smile. Now, take this. He started laughing before lifting his head and sucking in all the morning air while his stomach grew, accumulating wind. This is bad, Minato murmured, knowing that Shikaku's wind jutsu could easily wipe out the entire group, as it was extremely powerful. He quickly moved forward, unable to conserve chakra any longer. His original body began to rise into the air with Jeppo, while Minato opened his hand, focusing on his jutsu. Hey, what is he doing? Asked one of the Suna ninjas from the other group, seeing Minato advance directly towards Shikaku. Does he intend to go head-to-head with the Bijou's jutsu? I'd like to see that, the Kazekage himself commented. After all, it usually took dozens of jonins to stop Shikaku's techniques. It had taken at least 1,000 ninjas to stop the Bijou when it was used in the First War. So, he watched with interest as Minato advanced. Minato, leaping through the air, began to gather pure rotating chakra around his hand, which quickly grew into a giant ball. The Bijou finally turned, surprised to see the light in front of it. Minato was carrying his enormous Raise-Non to stop it. Shikaku didn't even speak, as it couldn't while its cheeks were puffed up with the power of the wind it was accumulating. It simply pointed at Minato, seeing only an insect trying to challenge it, and punched its stomach, generating a gust of wind that surged forward from its mouth. Udama Raise-Non! Minato exclaimed, launching his jutsu against the Bijou's power. The two attacks collided, creating a shockwave that made the entire desert blow violently. Is he really doing this? The Kazekage was incredulous, unable to believe that a boy was facing a Bijou head-on. Damned. Shikaku murmured, trying to force its power against the small human. Suddenly, the vacuum ball battling the blue chakra began to cave in. The wind was retreating, and the Bijou was stunned. What? It was confused, seeing the giant Raise-Non advancing, breaking through its jutsu. Seeing this, it raised a hand to strike Minato from behind the jutsus, trying to salvage its attack, but it was too late. The Udama Raise-Non advanced, and Minato didn't stop. He reached Shikaku's head with a speed faster than the Bijou's. The blow was precise, exploding the creature's head. Aya! Shikaku screamed, being thrown backward. The impact was so great that the Bijou was launched hundreds of meters away, while a cloud of smoke and debris was lifted. This is bad. The Kazekage was truly surprised by what he saw. Leave him to me. A person from the group spoke and dashed forward at high speed. Minato was proud that his jutsu had an effect on the Bijou, throwing it far away, even though it was, in his opinion, the weakest of the Bijou, contrary to what it proclaimed, calling itself the strongest Bijou. Minato couldn't deny that it was strong. As he descended to the ground that had been flattened by the Bijou's body earlier, someone appeared at high speed. It was Kai, with his sword in hand, launching himself at Minato. The blonde ninja quickly grabbed a kunai and clashed with the sword. However, Kai was fast and slashed through the air as Minato dodged, trying not to get hit, while watching in slow motion as the enemy's sword was infused with wind chakra. Minato quickly spun his body as Kai launched another slash, but Minato dodged with this movement. The boy leaped to the side, grabbing another kunai, trying to catch Kai off guard, but the man was skilled and blocked the attack with his sword. Minato didn't fall behind, his kunai glowing with lightning chakra, and he clashed with Kai again. This time, Minato didn't lose the kunai as he infused it with lightning chakra, spinning his kunai with an electrocom as it glowed. Wind and lightning chakra collided, generating a small explosion. I admit, you're skilled, boy, but you will die here. Kai said, trying to strike Minato as they exchanged blows with their weapons. At that moment, Minato's clones began to act, advancing to catch Kai. However, before they could get close, iron swords started to be launched. They hit the clones, turning them into smoke before they could reach Kai. The Kazekage, who was nearby, began manipulating his iron sand, forming several weapons ready to be launched to finish Minato off, since not even a Bijou had managed to do so. Minato was the next target. As the weapons flew toward him under the Kage's command, he dodged the iron sand weapons and defended himself from Kai's attacks. The weapons flew past his body, one even grazing his face, revealing light instead of blood, but Minato kept going, as he couldn't afford to reveal his chakra. "You bastard! I'll crush you, you cursed human!" Suddenly, Shikaku's voice echoed across the desert. The Bijou reappeared, furious and full of energy. In the next moment, Shikaku inhaled deeply and spat a blast of chakra across the battlefield from a distance, with Minato unable to do anything as he continued fighting and sensing the danger of the attack. "This is bad. Get out of there, Kai!" the Kazekage exclaimed as he began to raise a shield around himself to protect him and the others. Kai started to leave immediately. "You're not going anywhere!" Minato exclaimed. Seeing the situation, he quickly transformed his body into light and advanced. He grabbed Kai by the clothes as he tried to flee and pulled him back. Kai looked shocked, seeing his body being dragged back into the Bijou's attack range, not knowing how Minato had appeared behind him, since he had made sure he wasn't near any kunai with seals. "You won't escape that easily," Minato said, kicking Kai into the center of the attack, using him to eliminate him. Minato and Kai couldn't even react as the cannonball finally hit the spot where Kai was, and an enormous explosion occurred the next moment, with a vortex of wind erupting in the area, carving into the ground. The explosion swept across the entire area. Even the Konoha ninjas, who were quite far away, were caught and thrown back in fear. Minato simply vanished, and Kai met a very unfortunate fate. He felt the pressure inside, being crushed, his body collapsing under it. It didn't take long for Kai to fall to the ground with several broken bones, the whole place echoing with the sound of the explosion. As the Konoha ninjas struggled to get up. "What happened? Minato, is he okay after taking that? I can't find any trace of his chakra signature." The ninjas quickly murmured in fear of what had happened to their comrade. The next moment, as the dust began to settle, the Kazekage dissolved his iron shield, protecting Raza and the other companions. They were stunned, seeing that Kai hadn't managed to escape, and now they spotted his body in the middle of a crater, but there was no sign of Minato. Shikaku approached, trying to check if the one who had attacked him had been hit. "Where is he? I hope his body is in pieces," he exclaimed with his irritating voice. "This is bad," the Kazekage said. "We need to get Kai's body quickly," he ordered, and Raza touched the ground at that moment. Kai's body, lying in the middle of the crater, was grasped by a hand of golden sand and pulled underground, as Raza brought him back. Shikaku appeared at the edge of the crater, now searching for any sign of Minato. The Kazekage glanced at the Bijou and narrowed his eyes, looking upwards. "Let's get the Konoha ninjas," he decided, moving forward, trying to ignore Shikaku. After all, he would have to deal with Minato, and he snuck around, unnoticed, to capture the Konoha ninjas who were still trying to recover. This was the chance to eliminate or use them. And as the Kazekage noted, that was when Minato reappeared, descending from the sky. Shikaku felt someone land on his nose at that moment. Minato noticed the Kazekage's movements and knew he had to act quickly, but he was calm since the time for his Fuinjutsu to activate had already passed. His arm began to glow, and finally, his seals started to take effect. "What are you doing on my nose, you damned pest?" Shikaku shouted, furious. Minato smiled. "Well, I'm just passing by, is it alright if I borrow a bit of your chakra?" Chapter 150, Operation Escape from the Land of the Wind 03. Third-person POV. Land of Sand, Year 38. "What are you doing here on my nose, you damn bastard?" Shikaku shouted, furious. Minato smiled. "Well, I'm just passing through, it's okay if you lend me some of your chakra, right?" "What did you say, you bastard?" Shikaku immediately exclaimed, glaring at the human on his nose with anger, not liking his arrogance in speaking such words. "Well, that doesn't matter now," Minato said, and before Shikaku could do anything, he advanced toward his forehead. As he raised his hand full of red Fuinjutsu symbols, he struck the sand, which acted as Shikaku's skin, like a lightning bolt, and in the next moment, red chakra started to seep from it, flowing into Minato's hand. This. He couldn't help but be surprised as he felt the Bijou's energy euphorically, but he also felt intense pain, as the combination of Fuinjutsu was filtering the Bijou's chakra to adapt to his own. That's why he had taken time to prepare this technique, to align his chakra's frequency before drawing from an external source and replenishing his own. Not to mention, it was Bijou's red chakra, entirely different from any chakra produced by human bodies, so the pain was even greater. Despite the immense pain hitting him, Minato didn't let go of his hand and continued, gritting his teeth to relieve the pain while maintaining the technique to recharge his chakra reserves. "Hey, you bastard!" Shikaku exclaimed, quite surprised. "You're stealing my chakra," he shouted after realizing it, unable to believe what was happening, while shaking his head side to side, trying to get Minato off his face like any animal would with an intruder. But the boy persisted, holding firm until he knew he had absorbed enough chakra. He didn't want to go beyond that, as the pain was immense. "Hey, what is he doing?" the Kazekage couldn't help but murmur, approaching the Konoha ninjas. But he looked back as soon as he heard Shikaku's words, seeing him shouting across the desert and spotting Minato stuck on his head, doing something the Kazekage couldn't understand, but clearly irritating Shikaku. "I'll kill you!" Shikaku roared, furious at seeing his energy being drained, even though the amount Minato was absorbing was minuscule compared to his full chakra strength. Still, Shikaku didn't like it at all, as he had his pride, after all. Minato was quickly surrounded by sand as Shikaku reacted, covering his body and squeezing tighter and tighter, but Minato held his position. "Just a little more," he murmured, feeling Shikaku begin to crush him, trying to smash him with the sand. But Minato wasn't just anyone, and he still managed to hold firm. He was still trapped within the sand, his body not even entering the light state due to the natural toughness of his form, but he knew it wouldn't last much longer and that he could lose the jutsu if he turned into light. However, in the next moment, he felt he had enough to do what he desired. "Die! Die! Die!" Shikaku screamed, shaking his head, while Minato was now completely covered in pure sand. Shikaku hadn't even used his arms yet, but he decided to do so now, moving one to strike directly at where Minato was, with Shikaku unable to use his sand to push him away. As the hand struck, Shikaku checked to see if he had crushed him, but what he found was nothing. Minato had disappeared, with the sand collapsing around nothing. "What?" Shikaku murmured, not knowing what had happened. At that moment, the Kazekage and his group continued advancing. He began forming black iron swords and hurled them toward the Konoha ninjas trying to retreat. "Quick! Dodge!" a ninja immediately exclaimed as the projectiles closed in on them. Almost everyone managed to dodge, but not all were lucky. One was hit in the leg, and another had their stomach pierced. "Oh! My leg!" Both cried out as they fell to the ground, injured. "This is bad." They were hit. Their comrades looked at them, shouting with furrowed brows. They hadn't even recovered from the torture with poison they'd endured, and now the situation had worsened, with a Kage present alongside a Bijou, and not even Minato could handle everything at once. But what they didn't know was that a certain boy had now regained part of his chakra, while the sand ninjas passed through the area where Minato had thrown kunai, with some still remaining after all the chaos. The Kazekage was preparing for another attack, aiming to take down more of those ninjas, but he didn't even have time to realize what was happening. Minato reappeared beside him through a kunai he'd thrown, while the Kazekage had no time to raise his black sand for protection. A bright light illuminated the scene as Minato appeared with a raise-non, leaving the Kazekage in shock. In the next moment, Minato thrust his arm forward, hitting the Kazekage's arm, creating an explosion amidst the sand, and sending the Kazekage's body flying away. "Kazekage-sama," his Suna ninjas couldn't believe what they were seeing, while Minato quickly distanced himself, moving toward the Konoha ninjas, wanting to take advantage of the moment. "Listen, I'm sending us all to Konoha. Please, hold on to me and grab the injured one," Minato said as he approached the ninja with the stomach wound, the most serious injury, while the others quickly gathered around, one carrying the one with the injured leg. "Great." Minato glanced at the confusion in the Suna group and the Bijou, seizing the opportunity to perform his seals, completing a more complex form of the second Hokage's jutsu. In the next moment, all the Konoha ninjas disappeared, with them looking at Minato in surprise, for except for the one who had applied the technique, they had all been sent to the medical camp hundreds of kilometers away. Minato had lied when he said everyone was going to Konoha, as he would have exhausted his last chakra reserves doing so, not wanting to deal with people saying they wouldn't leave without him. It was in that moment, alone, that he felt a sharp pain in his arm and began to realize that all his chakra reserves were dwindling. This was a side effect of the technique he had used. It was a forbidden, suicidal technique that a ninja used when they needed to escape a situation, either to take down an enemy or save their comrades, as a last resort. The technique allowed the user to take chakra for themselves, but only for a few seconds of action, and soon after, their chakra reserves would completely drain. That's what had happened to Minato, who felt a sharp pain in his arm as the Fuinjutsu symbols faded, his skin returning to normal. The place fell silent for a moment, except for the desert wind and the chaos Shikaku was causing as the sand swirled around his feet. In one corner, the Kazekage emerged from where he had been thrown, covered in black sand, looking at Minato with frustration. The arm that had been hit by the raise-non hung limp, likely broken from the impact. That brat. I can't believe I fell for a trick from a child. He even took all his comrades and sent them somewhere with that damn symbol, he said, looking at the kunai scattered across the desert, but his gaze fell on Minato again with some satisfaction. But it seems he's the only one who stayed behind, he said, as he tried to stabilize his injured arm with iron sand to keep it immobile until he could receive treatment. The Kazekage glanced back at Minato once more, sensing his chakra fading away. He's losing all of his chakra. Raza murmured beside him. Yes, he's dead. The Kazekage commented. Where are you, you idiot? Show yourself. Shikaku's voice echoed through the area as he was about 500 meters away, quickly searching for Minato, until he looked ahead, towards the group of Suna ninjas and Minato standing beyond them. You bastard! Shikaku shouted, breathing deeply, preparing to launch an attack against Minato once again. This human had infuriated him in so many moments. We should leave, the Kazekage murmured, seeing what was about to happen. He didn't want to be caught in the imminent attack from Shikaku. Without chakra, at least the boy will die. It's a shame it wasn't me who did it. The Kazekage muttered, still craving revenge for his broken arm. Minato merely watched the scene unfold as the Suna ninjas retreated and Shikaku prepared to unleash his strike, puffing up his cheeks and belly. The situation was becoming more complicated, and Minato knew that this battle had already drawn the attention of ninjas hundreds of kilometers away, who were likely heading towards the area. It's time to act. Even if there are witnesses. Minato murmured. He stood up, facing Shikaku without fear, as the beast continued charging its attack, staring intently at the monster. Shikaku, in turn, finished absorbing air and struck his own belly, aiming at Minato. A massive ball of wind and vacuum was launched toward him, closing in like a bullet and hitting the spot. In the next moment, the entire area within a 300-meter radius exploded, causing immense destruction. Dust and debris began to spread, with thick smoke and the sound of the explosion echoing across the desert. Even 700 meters away, outside the blast range, the Suna ninjas had to shield their faces with their hands to protect themselves from the impact of the attack. Is he dead? Raza asked, looking at the scene, astonished. The boy has no more chakra. It's impossible for him to have survived that, the Kazekage replied with satisfaction, before turning his attention back to Shikaku. Now we have to deal with this bijou. I want you to bring one of our prepared vessels to seal the bijou, he ordered his comrades at the end. After all, the Sand Village kept strong bodies, trained from childhood, prepared to become Jinchurikis in the future, with several of them stored in reserve, just in case they needed to use Shikaku. Unlike other villages that tried to control their bijou, the Sand Village sacrificed the Jinchuriki and unleashed Shikaku to cause chaos. Once everything was over, they would grab one of those vessels, as they were called in the village, and after controlling Shikaku, they would seal him into this new body. But most of them weren't very durable, only slightly better than normal, and they had to pass the bijou from body to body when the vessel reached its limit after a few years. These lives were easily discarded in the village, with the only option being to serve their village and die for it under the orders of the superiors. It was a harsh system, but this was how the Sand Village dealt with its bijou. The bijou itself seemed very happy at the moment. Ha 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 ha. You felt the power of the great Shikaku. The bijou began to shout, looking satisfied at all the destruction it had caused, knowing Minato had been hit. But as Shikaku celebrated, the Sand Ninjas were about to leave to carry out the Kazekage's mission. Suddenly, a light illuminated the morning, causing everyone to immediately look at a line of light rushing straight toward the bijou. What is that? Shikaku murmured, as the line of light stopped at the tip of his nose, emitting the sound of plasma, and then materialized into Minato, completely fine and smiling at the bijou. That was a nice hit, but not enough to stop me, Shikaku. Minato mocked. What, impossible? What are you, insect? Shikaku roared, shocked. How did he do that? Even the Kazekage was surprised, not understanding what had happened. In the next moment, a bright flash erupted from Minato's body, so intense that it outshone the morning sun, far stronger than his light jutsu. This was, after all, the pure power of his Akuma no Mi. Then, everyone heard the scream of a wounded animal. My eyes. Shikaku exclaimed, feeling immense pain. Even as a bijou, an immortal being, he had never experienced anything like this. His eyes burned, and he couldn't see anything, thrashing wildly as he tried to rid himself of Minato and stop the unbearable agony he felt in that moment. Even the Sand Ninjas were slightly affected by the flash, barely having time to react, while a small light appeared above them. The Kazekage, recovering the quickest, looked up in shock, seeing Minato floating in the air with his arms crossed. Yasakani no Magatama. In the next moment, his arms began to glow, and hundreds, perhaps even thousands, of tiny rays were fired toward the Sand Ninjas. The Kazekage's eyes widened, wondering what the hell was happening. In the next instant, countless explosions began erupting around them, hitting all the Sand Ninjas and spreading across a massive area, with the scale of the attack matching that of Shikaku, as if a field of multiple attacks had detonated all at once.